God Level Farm Chapter 1214 to Chapter 1259. The two of them didn't have a specific destination, so Xiao Ruofei simply set a location on the navigation system and turned on the autopilot system. He then brought Ling Xianxia to the deck of the flying bridge. The view here was the widest, and there was also a bridge on the flying bridge. If there was really an emergency, they could switch to manual control at any time. It was still a little cold in winter, especially when the yacht was sailing at high speed. The wind on the flying bridge was also very strong, but the two of them were cultivators, so this little bit of cold didn't affect them at all. They really enjoyed the feeling of sailing freely on the sea. This place was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and all they could see was the boundless sea. It was as if there were only the two of them in this world. This was really a world for the two of them. Ling Xianxia was also very excited. She held the railing on the deck and shouted at the sea, "Ah! I want to be free." Xiao Ruofei also laughed loudly and shouted along with them. After a while, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Xianxia's slender waist and said with a smile, "Honey, let's go out for a spin in the future when we're free. Let's relax and relax." "Okay." Ling Xianxia nodded heavily. After sailing for a few hours, Xiao Ruofei stopped the yacht. The weather was very good today. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, and the warm sun shone down on them. It was very warm and comfortable. Ling Xianxia leaned lazily on the sofa in the deck lounge area and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, when are you going to catch a blue lobster for me to see?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Honey, you still remember this?" "Of course I remember." Ling Xianxia said cutely, "I'll send you to and from work every day for a month, and I'll get a shad every day." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then you have to win the bet." Ling Xianxia shrugged and said, "I don't see how you can win this bet. Ruofei, why don't you just admit defeat? How about you lose half of it? I know you have to go to Beijing to record a show at the end of the month. It's a bit difficult for you to not leave the Three Mountains for a month. You know that?" Xiao Ruofei asked in surprise. "Sister Jing told me." Ling Xianxia said proudly and said, "What do you think? Please consider my suggestion." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No need to think about it. Honey, since you can't wait to lose, then I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. Let's get the net now." "Really?" Ling Xianxia immediately sat up from the sofa. "How could it be fake? I messed SSSSST8TS fishes for the next 2 days." Ling Xianxia got up immediately and didn't even put on her shoes. Anyway, the deck was warm from the sun, and it was very comfortable to step on it barefoot. After Xiao Ruofei took the fishing net, he brought Ling Xianxia to the bottom deck of the yacht. He smiled and said, "Just watch." Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "I don't believe you're that lucky. Let me tell you, I've specially checked the information. The nearby sea area is not the production area of blue lobsters at all, and the lobster's range of activity is very deep in the sea. Last time, you were able to catch one with a fishing net. I don't know how lucky you were. I don't believe you'll be so lucky a second time." Xiao Ruofei didn't argue. He tidied up the fishing net unhurriedly and then cast the fishing net out in a relaxed manner. In fact, he had long prepared the blue lobsters. Over the past few days, he had specially instructed Xiaqing to fetch seawater and use the time array flags. He wanted to quickly nurture blue lobsters that were large enough. In fact, after more than 10 days at sea, the young lobsters that he had caught had already left their mothers' bodies and settled down at the bottom of the spatial sea. However, Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over every blade of grass and tree in the spatial sea. With him personally taking action, the 20 to 30 young lobsters naturally had nowhere to hide. He scooped up all the young lobsters and raised them in aquariums with seawater. He handed them to Xiaqing and got him to take care of the young lobsters and change the seawater regularly. After all, it didn't matter if it was a sheep or a flock of sheep. Xiao Ruofei wanted to make use of the huge difference in the flow of time to accelerate the ripening of the 20 to 30 young lobsters. This way, he could quickly breed the rare blue lobsters in the spatial sea. With the time array flags and the primordial realm's time acceleration effect, the maximum acceleration was over 2,000 times. Even if Xiaqing frequently removed the array formation and changed the seawater, the past few days were enough for the young lobsters to grow up. By now, the young lobsters had already grown to the size of their mother. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei had placed them back into the spatial sea, allowing them to live and reproduce freely in the sea. Xiao Ruofei only needed a blue lobster today. As long as he was willing, he could use it from the spatial sea at any time. Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately take out the blue lobsters for the first time. Instead, he used his psyche power to sense a small school of fish that happened to pass by. He decisively threw the net over. The net's harvest was not small. Xiao Ruofei threw some of the smaller fish and lobsters back into the sea, leaving behind a few fish that weighed 1 to 2 kilograms. Ling Qingshui giggled and said, "Someone seems to have a bad start. Where's the blue lobster?" Xiao Ruofei was rearranging the fishing net. He didn't even raise his head as he said, "What's the rush? If I can catch a blue lobster on the first try, wouldn't I be a god?" Ling Qingshui said bluntly, "Even if you are given 100 or 1,000 chances, it's impossible for you to catch a blue lobster again. By the way, Ruofei, shouldn't we agree on a fishing limit? You can't keep casting the net without any limits, right? If you can't catch anything, when will it end?" Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "Are you that eager to win? Then, my wife, if I can't catch anything, it'll be my loss?" Ling Qingshui tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "If it's too little, it'll seem like bullying, right? After all, it's too difficult. How about 50 times? However, you can only cast the net 25 times today. The remaining half can come back tomorrow. We are out at sea to have fun, not to fish." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "All right. 25 times it is. Let's not talk about tomorrow. If I can't catch anything today, it'll be my loss. Is that okay?" "Really?" Ling Qingshui looked at Xiao Ruofei in disbelief. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Can I go back on my words? Let's set the limit at 25 times. Let's decide the winner today." "That's what you said." Ling Qingshui said, "Let's continue. There are still 24 times left. Does that count too?" Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes wide and pretended to be calculative. "Of course." Ling Qingshui said. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll go easy on you." With that, he cast the net again. This time, he was serious. He didn't cast the net very far. The moment he cast the net, he connected with the space and instantly locked onto a blue lobster that was leisurely blowing bubbles at the bottom of the sea. He moved it to the outside world and made it appear directly in the sea, right under the fishing net. The unlucky blue lobster didn't even realize that it was in a different place before it was entangled in the fishing net. Ling Qingshui leaned back, her hands on the hydrophilic platform. Her slender legs were still shaking leisurely when Xiao Ruofei pulled the net back. Ling Qingshui glanced at it and said with a smile, "The net seems to be very small." Xiao Ruofei didn't deliberately look for schools of fish. This kind of random casting of the net naturally wouldn't yield much. However, as long as the blue lobster was there, it was enough. Ling Qingshui couldn't see very clearly through the fishing net, but when Xiao Ruofei poured all the fish in the fishing net onto the hydrophilic platform, her eyes suddenly widened. In a pile of small fish and shrimps, the big blue lobster was so conspicuous. It was more than 40 centimeters long and bright blue all over. Even ordinary people could tell the difference between this lobster and an ordinary lobster at a glance. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be very surprised and said, "Ah. I seem to have caught it." Ling Qingshui was stunned. After a while, she murmured, "This. How is this possible?" Xiao Ruofei reached out to touch the blue lobster and joked, "Honey, seeing is believing. Look at my luck. You gave me 25 chances, and I only used 2 to get it." Ling Qingshui's face was full of disbelief. After she came back to her senses, she pouted and said to Xiao Ruofei, "You must have cheated, right? How could it be so coincidental?" Xiao Ruofei had an innocent expression on his face. He spread out his hands and said, "Honey, you have to have a conscience when you speak. How could I cheat? You saw me throw the empty fishing net down with your own eyes, and then you saw me catch the lobster with your own eyes, right?" Ling Qingshui said, "I don't care. This is impossible." There must be a reason for this abnormality. Ruofei, tell me honestly, how did you cheat? Xia Ruofei blinked and said gloomily, honey, even if you want to go back on your word, at least find a better reason. Forget it, I know you are very competitive. Then let's cancel the bet. Let's pretend this never happened. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, no. Why can't I afford to lose? Why would I cancel the bet now? Xia Ruofei spread out his hands and said, then you can't insist that I cheated. I've already caught the blue lobster, so you can't say that I lost, right? Ling Qingxue said reluctantly, then you win, okay? Xia Ruofei immediately beamed with joy and said, of course. Honey, I remember our agreement was that if I won, you would agree to one of my requests, right? Ling Qingxue said shyly, yes, yes, yes. Say it. What is it? I'm warning you first. Don't make such a dirty request. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and asked, what do you mean by a dirty request? Honey, you can't be thinking that I want to. Don't say it. Ling Qingxue's face was red, and she hurriedly interrupted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay, okay, okay. I promise that it's a normal request. But I can't think of what I want to ask for at the moment, so I'll owe you first. Ling Qingxue secretly let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei put the blue lobster into a separate bucket, then picked out the other fish and prawns. The small ones were all thrown back into the sea, and the slightly bigger ones were put into another bucket. Xia Ruofei said, it seems that the harvest is a bit small. It's not even enough to make lunch, right? I'll cast a few more nets. Xia Ruofei then cast the net 2 more times, and reaped a bucket of fish, as well as a precious blue lobster. He then stood up, satisfied, and put the net on his body. Then, he picked up a bucket in each hand and said with a smile, today's lunch and dinner are settled. Honey. Let's go. Let's prepare lunch together. Let's try this blue lobster for lunch today. Didn't you eat it last time? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that he had told Ling Qingxue that he had eaten the blue lobster. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it. After all, the existence of the Ring 2 space was his biggest secret. Even if it was someone as close as Ling Qingxue, he couldn't tell her. You haven't eaten it before, right? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Today's main purpose is to let you try it. Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded. Okay. Then I'll help you too. There was a well-equipped kitchen on the yacht, and the cooking of the seafood was very simple. Most of the seafood was boiled or boiled. The simpler the cooking, the more delicious the seafood was. Soon, a sumptuous lunch was ready. The ingredients were all from the fish that day, and the main dish was naturally the steamed blue lobster. Xia Ruofei went to the cabin and took out some wine from the space and placed it in the wine cabinet. Then, he took a bottle of sweet wine and went back to the deck restaurant. The two of them sat in the restaurant at the stern of the yacht, facing a 360-degree sea view and a table of sumptuous seafood. They tasted the delicious white wine and seafood while chatting. The atmosphere was quite warm and harmonious. The blue lobster's meat was very fresh and tender. Perhaps it was because it had grown up in the space, but its taste was excellent, and there was a hint of special sweetness. The two of them ate with relish. Although the blue lobster made Ling Qingxue lose the bet, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise the taste of the lobster. After lunch, the two of them worked together to clean up the tableware. Xia Ruofei said as he washed the dishes, honey, we can't just play this time. Let's take advantage of the fact that no one will disturb us on the sea. Let's cultivate together in the afternoon. This time, we'll try to help you break through to the 3rd level of qi refining in one go. Ling Qingxue paused for a moment, then said, why don't we cultivate at night? I still want to sunbathe in the afternoon. This was the first time Ling Qingxue had taken the initiative to postpone the cultivation time. Usually, when she heard Xia Ruofei say that they wanted to cultivate together, she would be very happy to agree. Of course, this was mainly because the sea scenery was picturesque, and the weather was so good today, with the sun shining brightly. It was rare for them to come out, so she wanted to enjoy it. As for the night, the sea was dark, and nothing could be seen, so cultivating in the cabin was the most suitable. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "There are more important things at night." Ever since the day he bought the yacht, Xiao Ruofei had been looking forward to having sex on the yacht. This time, it was rare for him to go out to sea with Ling Qingxue, so how could he bear to give up such a rare opportunity? Ling Qingxue was not a virgin, so she understood Xiao Ruofei's words instantly. She couldn't help but blush slightly, then she glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, You think about all kinds of things all day long." Xiao Ruofei laughed and didn't say anything. Ling Qingxue pondered for a moment, then asked shyly, "Then, where are we going to cultivate in the afternoon?" Her words were equivalent to agreeing to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion, cultivate in the afternoon, and do it at night. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, "Anywhere is fine. Anyway, no one will disturb us on the sea. Since you want to sunbathe, we might as well cultivate on the deck of the flying bridge. What do you think?" Ling Qingxue nodded gently and said, "I'll go get the array flag," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he went into the cabin. After a while, he took the time array flag from the space and went to the deck of the flying bridge. Ling Qingxue was already waiting there. Xiao Ruofei skillfully set up the array and then pulled Ling Qingxue into the array. This time formation was very strange. Although the flow of time had changed, the sunlight from the outside world could still shine in without any obstruction. It was equivalent to the two of them being able to enjoy the sunlight for tens of times longer. Under the warm sunlight, Xiao Ruofei took out a crystal and sat down cross-legged with Ling Qingxue. Their palms touched. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingxue, focus on your cultivation. Don't have any distracting thoughts. Let nature take its course when you break through." Ling Qingxue was originally a little nervous, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she immediately calmed down. "Yes." Ling Qingxue nodded heavily. The two of them didn't say anything else. They looked at each other and started to circulate the grand beginning heart-questioning sutra. Majestic energy surged out of the crystal and circulated in their meridians and elixir fields. The amount of vital energy in Ling Qingxue's elixir field was also increasing rapidly. The efficiency of the two of them cultivating together was much higher than when she cultivated alone. In addition, the crystal was one level higher than the spirit crystal. For Ling Qingxue, who was in the second level of the qi refinement realm, this cultivation speed was like sitting on a rocket. The vital energy in Ling Qingxue's elixir field quickly became saturated. The two of them were unaware and continued to circulate the grand beginning heart-questioning sutra at a steady pace. The elixir field couldn't contain the new vital energy, so it naturally started to compress it. As the cultivation progressed, the vital energy in Ling Qingxue's elixir field became more condensed. Sufficient quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. This cultivation lasted for a full 5 hours. The vital energy in Ling Qingxue's elixir field was finally compressed to the limit. Ling Qingxue seemed to hear a boom in her body. The vital energy that had been compressed to the limit suddenly collapsed a little. Then, it seemed that all the vital energy in her body became much smoother. At this moment, Ling Qingxue's elixir field seemed to have become much emptier. In fact, the size of the elixir field was constant. The amount of vital energy seemed to have decreased, but in fact, every strand of vital energy was several times more condensed than before. After 5 hours of continuous cultivation, Ling Qingxue's cultivation level finally broke through to the third level of the qi refinement realm. Xiao Ruofei was cultivating with Ling Qingxue, so he naturally sensed that Ling Qingxue had broken through at the first moment. Ling Qingxue seemed to be a little excited to break through to the third level of the qi refinement realm so smoothly. Even her breathing became a little chaotic. Xiao Ruofei said in a low voice, "Qingxue, don't think too much. Calm your heart and vital energy. Continue to consolidate your cultivation." Ling Qingxue nodded lightly. She quickly calmed herself down and continued to cultivate the soul-searching sutra with Xiao Ruofei. Because cultivating the soul-searching sutra required two people's souls to be highly synchronized, the cultivation process would also greatly improve the spiritual power. Of course, Ling Qingxue had just broken through to the early stage of the spiritual palpitation realm, so although her spiritual power had improved, she was unable to break through again. The two of them cultivated together for more than 2 hours. Ling Qingshua's cultivation level was finally completely consolidated at the third level of the Qi refinement realm. This breakthrough not only made Ling Qingshua's vital energy more condensed, but also widened her meridians. With the cultivation level of the third level of the Qi refinement realm and the spiritual power of the early stage of the spiritual palpitation realm, as well as Xia Ruofei's cultivation level, and his spiritual power breaking through to the spirit gathering realm, Xia Ruofei knew that he should be able to try that wonderful spirit body cultivation. However, he did not do so immediately. After all, Ling Qingshua's cultivation level had just been consolidated, and the two of them had already cultivated for 7 to 8 hours. They were not in their best condition in all aspects. Of course, he was still a little nervous. After all, after cultivating the spirit body cultivation, he would have to tell Ling Qingxue about the matter between him and Song Wei. Subconsciously, he still hoped that he could delay it. After Ling Qingshua's cultivation level was consolidated, the two of them quickly stopped cultivating. Because they had only cultivated for a few hours, according to the difference in the flow of time, only a few minutes had passed outside the formation. Therefore, when the two of them left the formation, the sun was still shining brightly outside. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Ruofei, I didn't expect to break through so quickly. It seems like the heavens want me to bask in the sun for a while longer." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wife, go to the stern deck. There's no shelter there, and there's a comfortable sofa. It's the most suitable place for sunbathing." "Okay." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "I'll go take a shower first." Since she had just broken through, her body would naturally discharge some impurities. At this moment, her body was very sticky and uncomfortable. As a young lady who loved cleanliness, she naturally could not stand it. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay. Go take a shower. I'll start the yacht and find a place where schools of fish often appear. Let's play sea fishing." Fishing directly with the net would be more and faster, but it was not as fun as fishing. Okay. Ling Qingxue said happily. Therefore, one of them went into the cabin to take a shower, while the other went directly to the control panel on the flying bridge and started the yacht to move forward. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not know much about the ocean currents and the habits of schools of fish. However, he had strong spiritual power and could detect the movements of schools of fish underwater. It was not difficult to find a sea area with rich fish resources. As he turned the rudder and steered the yacht forward, he radiated his spiritual power. Although his spiritual power would be somewhat obstructed when it came into contact with the water, with his spiritual power cultivation of the spirit gathering realm, it was easy for him to detect tens of meters below the surface of the water. The underwater world appeared clearly in his mind under his investigation. Soon, Xia Ruofei found an area where schools of fish were frequently active. He smiled and stopped the yacht, then got up and walked to the back of the yacht. Ling Qingxue was wearing a pink bikini swimsuit and lying on the sofa on the open deck at the back of the yacht. Her eyes were slightly closed and she looked like she was enjoying herself. Her body was faintly glowing under the sunlight. It was obvious that she had applied sunscreen beforehand. If an ordinary person wore a bikini outdoors in this kind of weather, they would most likely be shivering from the cold. However, Ling Qingxue, who was already at the third level of Qi refining, did not feel cold at all. Bathed in the sunlight, Ling Qingshue's graceful figure was revealed without a doubt in her bikini. Especially that pair of slender legs that were slightly bent, it had a kind of seductive power that could capture one's soul. Xia Ruofei could not help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this. Ling Qingxue heard the movement and opened her eyes to look over. She just happened to meet Xia Ruofei's burning gaze. Her heart could not help but tremble slightly, and a burst of joy spontaneously rose from the bottom of her heart. Xia Ruofei did not hide his admiration at all. What could make her happier than being looked at like this by her lover? "Are we going fishing?" Ling Qingxue asked. "Oh. It's okay." Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and said, "You can bask in the sun for a while. We came out to relax, not to fish." "Okay." Ling Qingxue leaned on the soft fabric sofa and said cutely, "I really want to play on the sea for a few more days." "This feeling of relaxation and freedom is really great," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I will definitely take you out more in the future." After he finished speaking, He also lay down beside Ling Xianxia and very naturally wrapped his arm around Ling Xianxia's round shoulders. Ling Xianxia shrank into Xia Ruofei's arms and changed into a more comfortable position. The two closed their eyes and pretended to sleep under the sun. They felt that they were far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. After coming to the vast sea, time seemed to have slowed down. After an unknown period of time, the sun was no longer as hot as it was at noon. It was gradually setting in the west. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the sea, and the sparkling waves were quite beautiful. Ling Xianxia reached out and gently touched Xia Ruofei's arm and said, "Ruofei, let's go fishing. Otherwise, the sun will be setting soon." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "How can there be a mountain here? If it's going to fall, it'll fall below the surface of the sea." "That's what I meant." Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, "Don't be so picky about words. It's easy to lose friends, you know?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "My wife is right. I'll go prepare the fishing rod now." After that, he jumped up from the sofa and dragged his slippers to the cabin to get the fishing rod. The two of them each took a fishing rod and went to the hydrophilic platform at the stern of the boat. Each of them sat down on one side. This hydrophilic platform was the closest place to the sea. The sea water was almost at the same level as the platform. If the sea waves were a little bigger, the platform would be wet by the sea water. Moreover, this hydrophilic platform had no guardrails. It was equivalent to a protruding piece at the stern of the yacht. It was surrounded by water on three sides. Xia Ruofei chose to stop the boat at the place where there were many schools of fish. After a while, the two of them began to catch something. Although the fish they caught were not very big, and most of them were very common in the sea such as clownfish, Ling Xianxia was still very happy. Every time she felt the fishing rod sink, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then, she quickly turned the reel and began to reel it in. When the sun completely set below the sea surface and the night began to cover the sea, Xia Ruofei and Ling Xianxia had already caught a dozen fish. The two of them stood up. Although Ling Xianxia still wanted to play for a while, the sky was already dark, and the visibility would become very low. In addition, they hadn't had dinner yet, so they chose to stop fishing for the time being. Xia Ruofei looked at the dozen fish in the bucket. These fish were generally not very big. The biggest one was only the size of a palm, and they were all miscellaneous fish in the sea. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "My wife, these fish. Let's just barbecue them. Tonight's dinner will be barbecue. What do you think?" "I'll listen to you," Ling Xianxia said with a smile. "Okay." Xia Ruofei picked up the bucket and said, "Tonight, let's have a barbecue party for two." "I'll help." Ling Xianxia was also very excited. The two of them walked into the small kitchen on the yacht. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Xianxia, I'll prepare the barbecue. You can deal with these fish first." "How do you want to deal with them?" Ling Xianxia asked. "Well, you're responsible for removing their internal organs. If there's a bigger fish, you have to remove their gills too," Xia Ruofei said. "If there's still time, you can make a few cuts on the fish. That's about it." Ling Xianxia was very enthusiastic. Hearing this, she said without hesitation, "Okay. Leave it to me." In fact, it was best to marinate the fish before barbecuing, so that it would be easier to add flavor. However, Xia Ruofei didn't trust Ling Xianxia's cooking skills, so he decided to do this process himself. After assigning the task to Ling Xianxia, Xia Ruofei went to the cabin to find the barbecue equipment. A simple barbecue stove, charcoal for barbecue, and various seasonings were readily available on the yacht. Xia Ruofei moved all of them to the deck of the flying bridge. Then, he put the charcoal into the barbecue stove and started to make a fire. After successfully starting the charcoal fire, Xia Ruofei went to wash his hands first. Then, he went to the kitchen to help Ling Xianxia. It wasn't tiring for a man and a woman to work together. Soon, the dozen or 20 fish were processed. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xianxia brought the fish to the deck of the flying bridge. Then, Xia Ruofei put on disposable gloves, grabbed the seasonings that he had just prepared, and smeared them on the fish. After a while, the deck of the flying bridge was filled with a rich aroma. After Xiao Ruofei started to grill the fish, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but stand aside and wait to eat. As the aroma began to spread, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, are you done? I'm so hungry. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, wait a minute. It's not ready yet. Haven't you heard of this saying? A hasty man can't eat hot tofu. Oh. Ling Qingxue said with a pout. Xiao Ruofei turned the grilled fish and used a brush to smear the seasoning on the fish. With the sizzling sound of oil dripping onto the charcoal, the aroma became even stronger. Finally, Xiao Ruofei put the row of 5 to 6 grilled fish on a plate and said with a smile, Qingxue, bring it over to eat first. I'll grill some more. Okay. Ling Qingxue couldn't wait to take the plate. On the table not far away, there was a beer that Xiao Ruofei had prepared in advance. This was actually what he had bought in the supermarket before he went out to sea last time. He had always stored it in the storage space, and this time, he took some and put it in the wine cabinet on the yacht. Ling Qingxue brought the grilled fish over. She had already been attracted by the aroma, so she didn't care if it was hot and directly took a bite. The steaming fish rolled in her mouth. It had the unique freshness of natural sea fish and the special flavor of Xiao Ruofei's exclusive seasoning recipe. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say vaguely, delicious. Xiao Ruofei put the skewered fish on the barbecue rack and turned her head with a smile. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourself. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, I know. Ruofei, I didn't expect your barbecue skills to be so good. This fish is delicious. After Ling Qingxue finished speaking, she couldn't help but take another big bite. The fish was grilled just right. The skin was already a little brown, but the meat inside was still very fresh and tender. It was crispy, soft, and springy. Ling Qingxue ate it to her heart's content. In the blink of an eye, the grilled fish turned into a pile of bones. After Ling Qingxue finished one fish, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and picked up another grilled fish. She thought for a moment and put it down. She first opened a can of beer, then picked up the grilled fish and walked over to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was standing in front of the barbecue grilling fish. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Ruofei, thank you for your hard work. After that, she put the grilled fish in front of Xiao Ruofei's mouth and said, you should try your own cooking first. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth and took a bite. He said with a smile, thank you, my wife. How is it? Is it delicious? Ling Qingxue asked. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, my wife fed it to me personally. How can it not be delicious? It's so delicious. Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and said, you have a glib tongue. I think you want to praise your own cooking skills. You're beating around the bush. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, cooking is just one aspect. There's also the spiritual boost that my wife gave me. If you give me another kiss, the feeling will be even more different. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, even the grilled fish can't shut your mouth. Then, she took the beer and asked, do you want another sip of beer? Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, not now. Qingxue, it's smoky here. Don't stay here. Go and eat first. I'll go after these fish are grilled. Let the rest marinate. We'll grill them later. It'll be more delicious this way. Oh. Then hurry up. Ling Qingxue said. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished grilling the 6 fish. He took the plate and sat down next to Ling Qingxue. He found that there were 3 sets of fish bones in front of Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, my wife, let's eat here. The freshly grilled fish tastes good. You're so good to me. Ling Qingxue said cutely. Just like that, the two of them ate grilled fish and drank beer. They had dinner on the vast sea. A cultivator's appetite would always be greater than an average person's. Even a delicate beauty like Ling Qingxue would be able to eat a lot if she let loose. Therefore, 10 or 20 fish was nothing to them. Very quickly, the two of them finished off all the fish. By the time Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue finished packing up the grill and other equipment, the sky was already dark. During the day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. There were no clouds in the sky, and they could see the skyline from the sea. The scenery was magnificent and moving. At night, although there were still no big waves on the sea, it was dark outside. The bottomless sea was close at hand, which more or less magnified people's fear of the sea. After all, Ling Qingxue was a girl. After she finished packing up with Xiao Ruofei, she said, "Ruofei, why don't we go into the cabin? It's dark outside. I feel like there's something in the sea staring at us. It's so scary." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't think too much. Since you're a little scared, let's go into the cabin." There was a very spacious and comfortable master bedroom on the yacht. At this time, the cabin was brightly lit. Ling Qingxue, who had been a little scared, immediately calmed down after entering the cabin. She couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. In fact, many people had this experience. It was especially good to sleep on a rainy or stormy night. Perhaps this was the reason why the more terrible the environment outside was, the more precious the comfort of one's home was. It was the same on the yacht. The terrifying sea was shrouded in darkness outside, but here, there were warm lights, soft beds, and comfortable living facilities. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to take a shower separately. After barbecuing and drinking beer, the two of them smelled of charcoal and alcohol. Xiao Ruofei wanted to take a shower with Ling Qingxue. The bathroom on the yacht was very big, and there was a jacuzzi. Unfortunately, Ling Qingxue was thick-skinned. She stopped Xiao Ruofei outside and quickly locked the door. Xiao Ruofei's conspiracy couldn't succeed. However, when Xiao Ruofei came out of the shower, the two of them hugged and kissed passionately. Then, they quickly fell on the soft bed, and a great battle began. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was dark everywhere on the vast sea. A brightly lit yacht was moving up and down rhythmically. It was unknown if it was because of the wind and waves on the sea that caused it to drift with the current. Perhaps the moon was shy. She secretly hid behind a cloud, only revealing a small part of her face. After a long time, the battle on the yacht finally ended. The yacht's swaying seemed to be much smaller. The two of them were very open in such an environment. Xiao Ruofei used his abundant energy to his heart's content, and Ling Qingxue didn't have as many apprehensions as she did on land. Deep in her emotions, she even let out hysterical cries. When the two of them beat the gong to retreat, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue took a quick shower, and then fell asleep in each other's arms on the big bed in the master bedroom of the yacht. The yacht swayed gently like a cradle, and Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue slept very soundly. When the sun shone into the cabin through the porthole, the two of them were still sleeping. Ling Qingxue was lying on Xiao Ruofei's arm, and her delicate body was tightly pressed against Xiao Ruofei. There was a satisfied smile on her face, and it was unclear if she was dreaming of the romantic scene last night. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes first. Last night's absurdity didn't make his waist and back ache. On the contrary, he felt refreshed after waking up. He was worried that he would wake Ling Qingxue, so he didn't move after waking up. Instead, he maintained the same position, gently hugging Ling Qingxue. After a while, Ling Qingshue's long eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Ruofei looking at her with a smile. Thinking about the two of them last night, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she snuggled into Xiao Ruofei's arms again. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Little lazy cat, since you're awake, then get up. It's already late in the morning." Ling Qingxue moaned and said coquettishly, "Let me lie down for a while more. I feel so weak all over, and my bones are about to fall apart." Although Xiao Ruofei knew that a cultivator at the third level of qi refining wouldn't be unable to get out of bed because of a night of absurdity, Ling Qingshue's words still gave him a great sense of accomplishment. He laughed and patted Ling Qingshue's shoulder lightly, saying, "Then lie down for a while more, I'll go prepare breakfast." Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly, nodded and said, "Okay. I knew you were the best to me." Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't stay in bed for too long. After breakfast, I still want to cultivate with you for a while." Ling Qingxue cried out, "Ah? You still want to cultivate? It's not easy for us to go out to sea for 2 days, why don't we cultivate after we get back?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "This time's cultivation is different from the past, I guarantee you'll like it." "What's different about cultivation?" Ling Qingxue asked, puzzled. Xiao Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know in a while. Lie down for a while, then get up and wash up." "You're keeping me in suspense," Ling Qingxue muttered. However, Xiao Ruofei's words had really piqued her curiosity, and she didn't want to stay in bed, so she got up and got dressed. Ling Qingxue first tidied up the messy bed, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Girls always took a long time to dress up, and when she came out, Xiao Ruofei had already prepared breakfast. Of course, he didn't make it as sumptuous as he did on land. He used ready-made ingredients. He baked a few slices of bread, heated 2 cups of milk, and fried bacon and eggs. It was simple and fast, and at the same time, it was nutritious. The two of them quickly finished breakfast. Their minds were not on breakfast. Xiao Ruofei was a little absent-minded, and kept thinking about how to explain Song Wei to Ling Qingxue, while Ling Qingxue kept thinking about Xiao Ruofei's cultivation method, which was different from usual. After a simple tidying up, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, how did you say I should cultivate? Are you going to teach me a new cultivation method? Isn't the Questioning Heart Sutra of Genesis good?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's not a new cultivation method, but it's more advanced than the previous one. You'll know in a while. Let's go. I'll set up the array first." Xiao Ruofei went to the cabin and took out the time array flag, then brought Ling Qingxue to the top deck of the flying bridge, and began to set up the time array skillfully. The reason why he insisted on cultivating in the array was to save time, and more importantly, because of the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside of the array. Once there was a sudden change outside, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who were in the array, would have more time to react. They could calmly end their cultivation and come out to deal with the danger. This was a very important guarantee for cultivating in the unpredictable weather on the sea. The two of them walked into the array hand in hand. Xiao Ruofei held the crystal in his hand and sat down cross-legged with Ling Qingxue. "What do we do next?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xiao Ruofei said, "Just listen to my instructions. At the beginning, just like how we usually cultivate." "Understood," Ling Qingxue said. Although she didn't know what kind of wonderful situation would happen next, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she saw how serious Xiao Ruofei was. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue put their palms together and began to fuse their vital qi according to the Questioning Heart Sutra of Genesis. The two of them were very familiar with the cultivation of the Questioning Heart Sutra of Genesis. The more dangerous part of fusing their vital qi at the beginning stage was not too difficult for them. Soon, the two vital qi gradually fused together, forming a situation where you were in me and I was in you. The two of them took turns to control the fused vital qi and began to circulate it according to the Questioning Heart Sutra of Genesis. After a few circulations, the frequency of their souls gradually became synchronized. 1 round, 2 rounds, finally, the fusion of their vital qi almost reached the peak, and their soul frequencies had basically reached a level where they were completely synchronized. This was much easier than when Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were cultivating. This was mainly due to the increase in Xiao Ruofei's cultivation. His control of his spiritual power was much stronger than before. "This is the time," Xiao Ruofei shouted in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Qingxue, I'll control everything below. Don't control your vital qi. At the same time, let down all your defenses. My spiritual power will enter your sea of consciousness." If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely have doubts about Xiao Ruofei's request. However, Ling Qingxue had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. She nodded lightly without hesitation and said, "Understood." At this moment, the vital qi was still under Xiao Ruofei's control. Originally, when the vital qi was transferred to Ling Qingxue's body, Ling Qingxue should have taken over control. However, Xiao Ruofei still controlled the vital qi. With his powerful spiritual power, he made the vital qi follow the correct path without any mistakes. His spiritual power weaved into an impenetrable and invisible net, completely wrapping that ball of true qi. The vital qi continued to move upward. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei felt his spiritual power being sent to a vast and empty world. With the experience of cultivating with Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei knew very well that this was Ling Qingxue's sea of consciousness. Ling Qingxue's sea of consciousness was also filled with chaotic airflow. It was like a vast ocean, and the black rock island where her soul resided could be vaguely seen in this sea of chaotic airflow. Streaks of golden light were faintly discernible in the chaotic airflow. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was Ling Qingshua's mind power. These streaks of golden light formed by mind power were very agile. They were like fish swimming rapidly in the sea of airflow. However, because Ling Qingxue had completely let down her guard against Xiao Ruofei, these mind powers did not actively attack Xiao Ruofei's mind power. Xiao Ruofei's mind power was also golden, but it was many times thicker than Ling Qingshue's. If Ling Qingshue's mind power was like a small fish, then Xiao Ruofei's mind power was more like a giant shark. After all, crossing a large realm was a qualitative leap. The mind power of the spirit throb stage and the mind power of the spirit gathering stage were not on the same level. Of course, Ling Qingshue's sea of consciousness did not have the pink strands formed by the peach blossom miasma. Therefore, it looked more lively than Song Wei's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, then controlled his mind power to go straight to the black rock island in the center of Ling Qingshue's sea of consciousness. Compared to the danger of swords and knives in Song Wei's sea of consciousness, this time it was naturally safe. The chaotic airflow and golden mind power in the sea of consciousness even took the initiative to open a path, allowing Xiao Ruofei's mind power to pass through unimpeded. After a while, Xiao Ruofei's mind power arrived at the black rock island in the center of the sea of consciousness. The island was still protected by a transparent film of light, but Ling Qingxue had completely let down her guard. Xiao Ruofei's mind power effortlessly penetrated it. Like Song Wei's sea of consciousness, this island seemed to be formed by a single piece of black rock. The entire island was one entity. On the black stone tablet at the edge of the island, there were two golden lines, one thick and one thin. Xiao Ruofei knew that this meant that Ling Qingshue's spiritual power was at the early stage of spiritual palpitation. This was a lot more powerful than Song Wei. When Song Wei first cultivated with Xiao Ruofei, he was only in the middle stage of spirit formation. Xiao Ruofei could not see the scene in his sea of consciousness, and could not help but feel curious. He wondered what kind of symbol would appear on the black stone tablet with his spirit gathering cultivation. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength only paused for a moment before it flew past the black stone tablet and towards the center of the island. As expected, he soon saw a naked little person sitting cross-legged. She looked exactly like Ling Qingxue. Moreover, it seemed that Ling Qingshue's soul was more solid than Song Wei's. Presumably, it was because her cultivation was higher than Song Wei's. When Xiao Ruofei's mental strength arrived near Ling Qingshue's soul, just as he expected, the shape of his mental strength also changed. Because he already had experience, Xiao Ruofei did not panic. He curiously looked at the head, facial features, body formed by his mental strength, until it completely simulated the state of a soul. Xiao Ruofei even split a bit of his mental strength and calmly said to Ling Qingxue, don't panic. Next, you just need to wholeheartedly cooperate with me to cultivate the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra. No matter what happens, you don't need to panic. Although Ling Qingshue's cultivation was not enough to see her own consciousness, she could still sense the situation in her consciousness when external mental strength entered her consciousness. Fortunately, she was originally in a relationship with Xiao Ruofei. Although it was somewhat awkward to appear naked in front of Xiao Ruofei, it was not to the extent that it would cause her to panic. In short, this spirit-body cultivation was much better than the last time when Xiao Ruofei cultivated with Song Wei. Back then, when he cultivated with Song Wei, it could be said that they were surrounded by danger. Furthermore, they only managed to achieve it by accident. If any part of the process went wrong, the two of them would be doomed eternally. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. Her face was slightly red as she said, I understand. The spirit body formed by Xiao Ruofei's mental strength floated in front of Ling Qingshue's spirit body and sat down cross-legged as well. He extended his hand, and Ling Qingshue's spirit body also extended her hand very tacitly. When the two spirit bodies' palms touched, the trembling that came from their souls was felt again. The two of them outside could not help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was already prepared. Furthermore, he had reminded Ling Qingsue in advance. Therefore, the two of them quickly adjusted their breathing. After a while, the two of them continued to cultivate the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra in the outside world. Meanwhile, in Ling Qingshua's consciousness, the two spirit bodies also began to cultivate the same technique. The only difference was that true qi was circulating in their bodies, while pure mental strength was circulating in the spirit body's meridians. As the cultivation progressed, on the deck of the flying bridge outside, the two of them closed their eyes and continued to cultivate the technique. They looked very dignified and somewhat holy. However, in Ling Qingshua's consciousness, the two of them could not help but slowly get closer to each other. Ling Qingxua and Xiao Ruofei were originally lovers. The two of them were already very close. Therefore, they did not even have the most basic restraint. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, knew the great attraction and temptation of cultivating both spirit bodies. Even if the peach blossom miasma did not cause trouble this time, he still did not deliberately suppress himself. This was because he had the experience of cultivating with Song Wei previously. He was very clear that even if the two spirit bodies were to carry out the most primitive instinctive movements, it would still not affect the cultivation of the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra. In fact, when the two spirit bodies merged, the cultivation effect was even better. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not suppress his human instincts. Just like that, the two of their spirit bodies unknowingly intertwined together. If the pleasure of touching each other's spirit bodies when their palms were pressed against each other was a 1, then when their spirit bodies truly intertwined and began the most primitive instinctive movements of humans, the pleasure would be at least a 100, or even higher. The two of them quickly indulged in this boundless pleasure. They even completely forgot that they were cultivating. Fortunately, although the two of them did not control their consciousness, whether it was their physical bodies outside or the spirit body in Ling Qingshua's consciousness, they were still instinctively cultivating the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra. Xiao Ruofei had experienced this situation before. When the two spirit bodies began to merge and intertwine, the cultivation of the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra would enter a special state. There was no need for the two of them to control it at all. Moreover, the cultivation speed would be faster. It was the same this time. The two of their spirit bodies merged together and continuously circulated between their spirit bodies according to the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra. During this process, the two of their spirit bodies continued to grow. On the black stone tablet in Ling Qingshua's consciousness, the thin golden line next to the thick golden line became more and more solid. This was a sign that their spirit bodies were growing rapidly. At the same time, in their physical bodies outside, wisps of true qi were constantly being born from their dantians. This was the ultimate mode of cultivating the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra. Under the situation of cultivating both inside and outside, the cultivation efficiency was several times higher than simply cultivating together. In addition to the continuous energy support provided by the origin crystal, the two of them benefited greatly in this state of cultivation. In the state of selflessness, the two of them could not feel the passage of time. They were only relying on their instincts to continue intertwining and merging. Finally, with a tremor, the two of their spirit bodies reluctantly separated. At this time, the two of them outside were still cultivating the Genesis Questioning Heart Sutra, but the cultivation efficiency was greatly reduced. In fact, this was the normal efficiency of cultivating together. However, compared to the advanced mode earlier, this efficiency was clearly too low. Xiao Ruofei's spirit body, which was formed by his spirit power, gradually moved away from Ling Qingshua's spirit body. After leaving a certain range, his spirit power turned into a thick golden light again. Before leaving Black Rock Island in his consciousness, Xiao Ruofei scanned the black stone tablet with his spirit power. He was delighted to find that there were already 3 golden patterns on it, 1 thick and 2 thin. Furthermore, the 2 thin golden patterns had already solidified. Next to them, an extremely faint golden pattern could be faintly seen. Evidently, Ling Qingshua's spirit power cultivation had broken through again after this cultivation. It had reached the middle stage of spiritual palpitation and was only a step away from the later stage of spiritual palpitation. Although the first spirit body cultivation was the most effective, and it might not be as effective in the future, Xiao Ruofei was still very happy. His spirit power quickly passed through the ocean formed by the chaotic airflow and left Ling Qingshua's consciousness. The two of them were already very close to each other. After Xiao Ruofei's spirit power left Ling Qingshua's consciousness, the two of them quickly ended their cultivation. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to collect the time formation flags. He looked at Ling Qingshui with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Ling Qingshui's beautiful face was still slightly flushed. Under Xiao Ruofei's burning gaze, she could not help but glance at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously and said coquettishly, "Rogue." Xiao Ruofei's eyes instantly widened. He said with an innocent expression, "What did I do? How am I a rogue?" Ling Qingshui said with a hint of shyness, "You can even come up with so many tricks for cultivation. If you're not a rogue, then what are you?" Xiao Ruofei immediately complained and said, "This is the correct cultivation method for the Inception Heart Questioning Sutra. Previously, your cultivation had not reached the required level, so you didn't perform the spirit body cultivation. Qingshui, your way of thinking is wrong. I was just cultivating properly. Why did I become a hooligan when I reached your place?" Ling Qingshui was so embarrassed that she said coquettishly, "Who created this cultivation method? How can there be such a cultivation method?" Xiao Ruofei deliberately said sternly, "You can't judge a senior cultivator so rashly. To be able to create such a magical cultivation method with such a good cultivation effect, he must be a genius among geniuses." Xiao Ruofei was not exaggerating. He had read so many cultivation manuals and understood so many cultivation methods. The Inception Heart Questioning Sutra was indeed unique. It could be said that it was a new path. Without the imagination and creativity of a genius, it was absolutely impossible to create such a cultivation method. Ling Qingshui stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh. I was wrong." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Honey, there's actually a big benefit to this cultivation method." Ling Qingshui immediately asked curiously, "What benefit?" "Save on toilet paper." Xiao Ruofei said with a mischievous smile. Ling Qingshui was stunned at first, then her pretty face flushed red. She couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was still smiling and said, "Think about it. In the future, if we want to roll in the sheets, we can just cultivate. It's a perfect combination. And the pleasure of cultivating and rolling in the sheets." "Stop talking." Ling Qingshui interrupted Xiao Ruofei with a red face. She couldn't help but reach out and hit Xiao Ruofei lightly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingshui was a shy girl and didn't want to talk too much about cultivation. However, the pleasure of direct contact on the soul level was also very memorable to her. She thought about Xiao Ruofei's words and had to admit that this kind of cultivation was indeed more comfortable than the two of them doing it on the bed. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but blush when she thought of this. She thought to herself, "What kind of messy thoughts are in my head? Humph. I must have been led astray by Ruofei." She couldn't help but glare fiercely at Xiao Ruofei again. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what was going on and shrugged innocently. Then, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Wife, don't just be shy. Did you notice that after this cultivation, your cultivation has improved by a large margin?" When Ling Qingshui heard this, she was slightly taken aback. When she was cultivating the spirit-body fusion cultivation, she was completely immersed in it and entered a state of selflessness. After she finished cultivating, she was really only concerned about being shy and did not carefully check her own cultivation. Thus, Ling Qingshui sensed her cultivation and suddenly had a look of disbelief. Her delicate cherry mouth opened wide and she was completely stunned. I broke through again." Ling Qingshui was dumbfounded. After a while, she said, "Ruofei, my spiritual power has reached the middle stage of spiritual palpitation. No, it seems like it's going to reach the late stage of spiritual palpitation soon." How is this possible?" Xiao Ruofei already knew about Ling Qingshui's spiritual power cultivation. He smiled and nodded, asking, "What about your qi cultivation?" Ling Qingshui said with a face of shock, "The peak of qi refining level 3. It seems like I can break through to qi refining level 4 at any time. I just broke through to qi refining level 3 yesterday. When did it become so easy to break through?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Now, do you still think that this Inception Questioning Heart Sutra is a rogue cultivation method?" Ling Qingshui still couldn't believe it. She felt like she was dreaming. She could actually cultivate like this? After having a good time in the sea of consciousness in a daze, his cultivation of spiritual energy and cultivation of true qi soared by a large margin. Since when did cultivation become so easy? Ruofei, this new cultivation method, is it really that powerful? If I cultivate it a few more times, won't my cultivation catch up to yours? Ling Xianxia asked, oh right, what about you? Did you make any breakthroughs in your cultivation after you finished cultivating? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's not that easy for me to break through. But at the same time, it's obvious that I've improved. Xia Ruofei was now at the 8th level of qi refining, and his spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Qingshue's, so his improvement was not as obvious. Although he was already on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining, after today's cultivation, he had only advanced a step further from the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining. It could be said that he had completely touched upon the threshold of the 9th layer of qi refining. The only thing he lacked was the final step. When one's cultivation reached this level, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. It could be said that the amount of qi needed to break through from the peak of the 8th level of qi refining to the 9th level of qi refining was definitely more than the amount needed to break through from the 3rd level of qi refining directly to the 4th level of qi refining. His spiritual power had also improved by a large level. This cultivation had only improved his spiritual power by a large margin from the early stage of spirit gathering realm. He had not reached the middle stage of spirit gathering realm yet. Of course, efficiency was also relative. Although Xia Ruofei's cultivation did not increase like Ling Qingshue's, compared to when he cultivated alone or with Ling Qingshui, this rate of improvement was still very pleasing. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least 10 to 20 days for his cultivation to increase so much. But now, he had only cultivated for a little more than 2 hours. Xia Ruofei continued, Qingshui, don't expect too much from this cultivation method. This is your first time practicing spirit body cultivation, so the effects will be more obvious. In the future, when we practice spirit body cultivation, the effects will be much lower. Of course, it won't always be lower. In the end, it will stabilize at the same level. No matter what, even if it decreases, the effects will definitely be much better than what we did before. I understand. Ling Qingshui said. She still had not recovered from the shock of the rapid improvement in her cultivation. She even checked her own cultivation from time to time, afraid that it was just an illusion. Then, in the blink of an eye, she would return to reality. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, okay, spirit-body fusion cultivation must be restrained and can't be excessive. In fact, it's the same for any cultivation technique. You have to proceed step by step, and there's definitely no shortcut. Unless it's an evil cultivation technique, you have to remember this. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but ask when she heard this. Ruofei, then with this Inception Introspection Sutra, Ling Qingshui, Qingshui Qingshui, 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 Shui, Qingshui, Qingshui Qingshui, Qingshui, Qingshui Qingshui Qingshui, Qingshui, Qingshui S, Qingshui, Qingshui, Qingshui. Ling Qingshui let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good, that's good. Xia Ruofei reached out and flicked her little head lovingly. He said with a smile, what are you thinking about every day? Can I give you a demonic cultivation method to cultivate? Ling Qingshui said with some embarrassment, I was just asking casually. I know you're good to me. It's good that you know. Xia Ruofei said. The two of them stood up and walked out of the time formation. Xia Ruofei casually put away this set of precious time formation flags. The two of them did not cultivate for long. Only a few minutes had passed outside the time formation. Qingshui, take a rest here. I'll put away the time formation flags first. Xia Ruofei said. I'll bask in the sun for a while. Ling Qingshui said. She had a special liking for sunbathing on the sea. It was the same yesterday, and it was the same today. Xia Ruofei took the time formation flags and walked down the stairs to the cabin. Of course, he would not leave the time formation flags outside. After avoiding Ling Qingshui's sight, he directly put the time formation flags into the Ring 2 space. However, Xia Ruofei did not go out immediately. Instead, he went to the washroom in the master bedroom to wash his face. He turned off the tap and held the sink with both hands. He looked at himself in the mirror and said to himself, Xia Ruofei. Running away is something only cowards do. You're a man. You're the blood wolf who once terrorized the enemy. The thing he hated the most in his life was deserters. A man dares to take responsibility for his actions. Xiao Ruofei's self-talk made his determination even more firm. This was also a psychological hint. After he finished speaking, he wiped the water off his face and strode out of the cabin. Ling Xianxia was still on the deck of the flying bridge, enjoying the sea breeze with a smile on her face. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, she said with a smile, "Ruofei, come and look at the scenery with me. This vast sea was simply too magnificent. I feel a lot more open-minded." Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, "No matter how open-minded you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it later." Ling Xianxia did not notice Xiao Ruofei's abnormality. She still waved at Xiao Ruofei and said, "What are you waiting for? Come on up." "Oh." Xiao Ruofei responded. He stepped up the stairs and came to the deck of the flying bridge. Looking at the carefree smile on Ling Xianxia's face, he felt guilty for no reason. However, at this point, Xiao Ruofei did not want to back down anymore. He took a deep breath, stared into Ling Xianxia's eyes, and said, "Xianxia, there's something I want to tell you." Ling Xianxia was originally facing the sea. When she heard this, she turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Just say it. Why are you suddenly so serious?" Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps forward, took Ling Xianxia's hand, and led her to the soft sofa in the middle of the deck. Ling Xianxia saw Xiao Ruofei's serious look and could not help but ask, "What's going on?" "Xianxia, there's something I have to tell you." Xiao Ruofei held Ling Xianxia's hand tightly and said, "Do you remember when I left the 3 mountains to go somewhere else?" Ling Xianxia blinked and said, "You go out a lot. You don't spend much time in the 3 mountains." "No. What are you trying to say?" Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "It's okay if you don't remember. What I want to tell you is that I went to Xiongnan province. To be specific, I went to an ancient tomb in Yuezhou." "Ah?" Ling Xianxia's eyes widened. You didn't go to rob a tomb, did you?" Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, "That's not the point. I heard that there were some things in the ancient tomb that were very useful for cultivators, so I rushed there immediately." "Oh right, I found the spiritual crystal that you used for cultivation in that tomb." Xiao Ruofei's words were half true. His purpose in going to the Yu Mountain tomb was to find the boundary stone, and the spiritual crystal was just an additional reward. However, the boundary stone was related to the secret of the spiritual map scroll, so he naturally could not tell her. Moreover, the spiritual crystal was also a very precious treasure for ordinary cultivators. As expected, Ling Xianxia immediately exclaimed, "Wow! There are spiritual crystals there. Ruofei, it seems like you're quite lucky." Ling Xianxia was already a cultivator, so she naturally knew that without the spiritual crystal, in such a barren environment, she would probably still be in the first level of the qi refining stage. If she was unlucky, she might not even be able to enter the qi refining stage, but now, she was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining stage and could break through to the 4th level of the qi refining stage at any time. The gap was so big that it was obvious how precious the spiritual crystal was. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "The person who told me this news was Song Wei. Do you still remember her?" Ling Xianxia was stunned and said, "Of course, she's Secretary Song's daughter." Xiao Ruofei was slightly unnatural, but he covered it up very well. He continued, "Song Wei studied archaeology. She had once excavated that tomb, but due to various reasons, they gave up halfway and the tomb was reburied. But she was more familiar with the situation inside, so she personally took me to Yuezhou." "Oh. And then?" Ling Xianxia asked. She did not know why Xiao Ruofei was telling her this, but she felt a faint sense of uneasiness in her heart. Xiao Ruofei was like an arrow on a bow that had to be shot. He continued, "After we arrived in Yuezhou, we quickly found the tomb and dug a hole to enter the tomb. But the difficulty was greater than we thought. We encountered many dangers along the way, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that we narrowly escaped death." "Ah?" Ling Xianxia could not help but cry out in surprise. Although she knew that Xiao Ruofei was standing in front of her unscathed, she could not help but feel nervous when she heard how Xiao Ruofei described the trip to the tomb. Xiao Ruofei then roughly told Ling Xianxia about his experience in the tomb of Mount Ju. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell her everything. He would naturally hide the parts that involved the boundary stone. But he did not hide anything else, nor did he edit anything out or add any details. At first, Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable because there was a song Wei by Xiao Ruofei's side. But as Xiao Ruofei described it, she could not help but be immersed in it. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei's experiences in the tomb were closely linked and gripping. It made her extremely nervous, but at the same time, it gave birth to a sense of excitement. When Xiao Ruofei told her that he had successfully obtained the spirit crystal and rescued Song Wei from the tomb, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. She could not help but ask, "Ruofei, you said that Song Wei fainted. How is she now? Is everything all right now?" When Xianxia heard that Song Wei had taken such a huge risk in order to help Xiao Ruofei find the spirit crystal, and had almost been possessed by a spirit, the slight discomfort in her heart disappeared at this moment. Especially when she heard that Song Wei was actually unconscious, she was even more concerned from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Ruofei could not help but become even more nervous because the next step involved the core problem. He took a deep breath and continued, "Song Wei is fine now. You don't have to worry." But it was indeed very dangerous at that time. She was almost possessed by that spirit, so the injury to her soul was quite serious. What was even more dangerous was that when the spirit left her body, it planted a very vicious poison called the peach blossom miasma. If it is not completely removed in time, Song Wei will become a walking corpse driven by instinct. Ah? Xianxia couldn't help but turn pale when she heard this. She couldn't help covering her mouth and then asked with concern, "What happened after that?" Xiao Ruofei said, "The situation was really bad at that time. The peach blossom miasma is a poison that invades the soul. Ordinary detoxification methods can't cure it at all. I happen to have a kind of spiritual medicine that can nourish the soul. I gave it to Song Wei in time, and the injury to her soul improved as a result." At the same time, the peach blossom miasma was temporarily suppressed. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and looked at Xianxia before continuing, "But that method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Because the peach blossom miasma had already invaded her sea of consciousness, my spiritual cultivation was not much stronger than yours at that time. I couldn't get rid of the poison at all." "And then?" Xianxia asked. "You know, it's very dangerous to use your spiritual strength to enter another person's sea of consciousness and fight against the poison in her sea of consciousness. If you're not careful, it may cause her soul to suffer irreversible damage, and she may even become a living dead in the true sense of the word." Xiao Ruofei said, "Song Wei was injured and poisoned in order to help me. At that time, I also tried my best to find a way to save her." Xianxia had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She just listened quietly. Xiao Ruofei continued, "So I thought of the Questioning Heart Sutra of Genesis. I got this cultivation method by chance. Its biggest feature is that during the cultivation process, it can gradually synchronize the soul frequency of two people. In this case, the risk of entering the other person's sea of consciousness is naturally much lower." "So, Song Wei also practiced this cultivation method?" Xianxia asked. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "At that time, I couldn't think of any other way at all. This was almost a life-saving straw. Fortunately, Song Wei's talent for cultivation is not bad. She successfully completed the first step of this cultivation method not long after she came into contact with it." "Cultivation talent?" Xianxia asked. "Does cultivation need talent?" "Ruofei, what about my talent? Between me and Song Wei, who is more talented?" Xiao Ruofei did not expect that Xianxia would interrupt him when he was about to reach the key point. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he still explained patiently, "The path of cultivation has always been against the heavens. Not everyone can cultivate. Some people are born with weak constitutions. Even if they have a top-notch cultivation technique, they may not be able to enter the door even if they work hard for a lifetime. Thus, talent is still very important." "As for your talent?" Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" "Ruofei, just tell me the truth," Xianxia said. "Is it because my talent is too bad?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's not entirely true. If it were now, Your talent would be stronger than Song Wei's by a bit. Ling Qingshui understood what he meant and immediately asked, now? Do you mean that my talent was too bad before? Does it mean that talent can be changed? Since Ling Qingshui asked this question, Xiao Ruofei did not intend to hide it. He thought for a moment and nodded. Your talent is not particularly good. It should be said that you are not suitable for cultivation. Normally, a person's talent is born. It is difficult to change it. However, there are exceptions to everything. He paused for a moment and continued, do you remember that I gave you a lot of Chinese medicine before I officially taught you the Taichu Questioning Heart Sutra? I said that it was to nourish your body. Of course I remember. Ling Qingshui said, the medicine was bitter. Xiao Ruofei asked again, do you know what the ingredients in those herbs are? Ling Qingshui shook her head. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the main ingredient is called the heart grass. It is a precious spiritual herb that has a great nourishing effect on the soul. This kind of spiritual herb is rare in the entire cultivation world. Ling Qingshui could not help but stick out her tongue and say, it's so precious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, at that time, Song Wei's soul was injured. He also used the heart grass to help him recover. He used one of my heart grass. As for you, you used a total of 2 heart grass when your soul was not injured at all. Oh my God. Ling Qingshui said, isn't that too wasteful? Although she said that, there was still a sweet feeling in her heart because she could feel how much Xiao Ruofei cared about her. The more precious the heart grass was, the more important she was in Xiao Ruofei's heart. What's more, when Song Wei's soul was injured, Xiao Ruofei only gave him 1 heart grass. Obviously, the treatment she enjoyed was much better. With a comparison, it was more precious. Ling Qingshui was also happy in her heart. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Qingshui, after taking 2 heart grass, your cultivation talent is higher than Song Wei's. And this kind of spiritual herb is not better. If you continue to take it, the effect will be very limited. In addition, I don't have any more heart grass, so. Ruofei, you've been very good to me. Ling Qingshui said, a little touched. You don't have to explain. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, let's continue to talk about Song Wei. Her cultivation talent is also very good. Soon, we will try to practice together. You also know that the efficiency of practicing the soul-searching sutra alone is very low. My original intention of teaching Song Wei this cultivation method is to use the practice together to adjust the frequency of our souls to a synchronized state at any time. This way, I can help her suppress the peach blossom miasma in her sea of consciousness. With the continuous increase of our spiritual power, the peach blossom miasma will be eliminated eventually. Ling Qingshui nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei continued, actually, the soul-searching sutra didn't mention the method of soul-searching sutra. It only mentioned that 2 people practicing together can greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation. The reason I discovered that soul-searching sutra is the best way to practice the soul-searching sutra is because Xiao Ruofei hesitated when he said this. On the other hand, Ling Qingshui was very calm. Although her face was a little pale, she still calmly took the initiative to ask, this method was discovered by you and Song Wei in the process of cultivation, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded speechlessly. You've already practiced soul-searching sutra? Ling Qingshui asked. Her voice was still very calm, but her eyes were slightly red. She couldn't hide the look of grievance on her face. Xiao Ruofei nodded silently. Then he sighed and said, Qingshui, it was really an accident. At that time I was working in the capital, and Song Wei was also studying in the capital. We both wanted to get rid of the peach blossom miasma as soon as possible, so she would go to the courtyard house to practice with me when she was free, hoping to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Then Xiao Ruofei told Ling Qingshui everything that had happened during that joint practice. Of course, he didn't say that Song Wei insisted on taking the risk to try to get rid of the peach blossom miasma. Instead, he said that at that time, they both felt that their cultivation had improved a lot. In order to prevent the peach blossom miasma from mutating in the sea of consciousness, they decided to try to get rid of it by entering the sea of consciousness first. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei looked into Ling Qingshui's eyes and said, Qingshui, I really didn't expect something like this to happen. To be honest, I don't know much about the sea of consciousness, and the situation was very dangerous at that time. The peach blossom miasma mutated spontaneously and began to devour each other, becoming stronger and stronger. If I hadn't made a prompt decision, not only would Songwei's soul have been destroyed, but I would also have been seriously injured. Therefore, I had no other choice but to take the risk and break into the core island in Songwei's sea of consciousness. I didn't expect. After hearing this, Ling Qingxue was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. Xiao Ruofei also looked at Ling Qingxue silently. After a long time, Ling Qingxue asked, "So, what do you think?" "For the two of us." Xiao Ruofei said, "Qingxue, you've also tried to cultivate both soul and body. You should know that the contact on the soul level is really unforgettable. I have to be honest with you. I can't give up on Songwei. She was injured and poisoned because she was helping me. What happened between us was an accident during the detoxification process. Even though we didn't have any intimate contact in real life, on the soul level, we've already." "You don't have to say any more." Ling Qingxue interrupted Xiao Ruofei with red eyes. "I don't want to hear this from you. Ruofei, I just want to know, when you and her cultivated both soul and body together, was it before or after you taught me how to cultivate?" Xiao Ruofei was silent for a while before he said, "Before. If that's the case, then why did you still teach me how to cultivate?" Ling Qingxue became a little agitated. The feeling of cultivating both soul and body together is so wonderful. It'll be great if you're with her. Why did you drag me into this? Xiao Ruofei's face was full of guilt. He said, "Qingxue, it was Songwei who asked me to do this. She hoped that you could understand and forgive her, but cultivating both soul and body together is something that can't be understood unless you're a real cultivator. You might even think it's a fantasy." Ling Qingxue smiled self-deprecatingly and asked, "So you wanted me to experience that feeling for myself? Just so I could understand the two of you?" "Of course not." Xiao Ruofei immediately said sincerely, "Qingxue, of course I wanted you to cultivate with me. Cultivators have a long lifespan. Of course I didn't want you to leave me in a few decades and I'd have to live alone in this world for hundreds of years, or even longer. Don't you already have Songwei?" Ling Qingxue said with a trace of sadness on her face. "You're the immortal couple. I'm just dispensable." Xiao Ruofei said anxiously, "Qingxue, what are you talking about? You'll always be irreplaceable in my heart. 2 stalks of heart coagulation grass are enough to improve the talent of 2 cultivators, but I didn't hesitate to use it on you. At that time, I had already made up my mind that if you still couldn't cross the threshold of cultivation, I would get a 3rd stalk of heart coagulation grass for you no matter the price." When Ling Qingxue heard Xiao Ruofei's words, the scene of Xiao Ruofei bringing her the medicinal soup appeared in her mind again. At that time, she naturally didn't know that the medicinal soup was so precious. Now that she thought about it, the scene warmed her heart again. However, Ling Qingxue thought about Songwei again and imagined the scene of the two of them cultivating together. She couldn't help but feel wronged. The conflicting emotions made Ling Qingxue's expression change constantly. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and felt a pang of heartache. He said, "Qingxue, I don't ask for your forgiveness and understanding, but I sincerely hope that you won't blame Songwei. She didn't want it to be like this. It's really fate that makes fools of people." Ling Qingxue stared silently at the deck under her feet. After a while, she looked up and asked, "Ruofei, I just want to ask you one thing. She and I have both cultivated together with you. Who are you going to choose?" Xiao Ruofei was in a difficult position. He asked carefully, "Can I choose both of them?" Ling Qingxue's eyes widened. She stared at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "You? What are you thinking?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, "This wasn't my idea. Could it have been Songwei's idea?" Ling Qingxue asked unhappily. "She really did bring it up herself." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I was really shocked at the time. However, she said that if I chose to be with her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. And if I chose you, she wouldn't be able to accept it at all, as someone who had experienced cultivating together." "So, she really said that?" Ling Qingxue asked with a look of disbelief. "Those were her exact words," Xiao Ruofei said with absolute certainty. Ling Qingxue had just experienced cultivating together. Naturally, she knew how intense the thrill that came from the depths of her soul was. Thinking of that experience, Xianxia actually had some understanding of Song Wei. However, she quickly came back to her senses. She snorted softly and said, how could she have such a ridiculous idea? What era is it now? How could two people be together with the same man at the same time? Xiao Ruofei knew that this was the time to act pitifully. He said with a pitiful look, Xianxia, what should I do? No matter which one of you it is, I can't give up. So, your cultivation has reached the standard for cultivating together. I will immediately take you to cultivate together. I hope that after experiencing it firsthand, you can understand my and Song Wei's suggestion. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, she looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, you chose to tell me this when we were out at sea because you were worried that I would leave in a fit of anger, right? In this big sea, even if I wanted to leave, I can't, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, Isn't this a coincidence? I think you deliberately arranged it, right? Xianxia said with a half-smile, also, I remember that you miraculously won the bet yesterday. The bet was for me to promise you something. You must have planned this in advance, right? I really didn't expect that someone as honest as you would have so many tricks up your sleeve. The gentle voice in the steel gun said, thank you to the book friends Albus, Cancer Jiang Meme, and Moonlit Snowy Tail for their 100 book coins. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xianxia was in a bad mood, so she naturally thought that Xiao Ruofei had premeditated everything. He asked innocently, Xianxia, then, can I use the requirement in the bet on, no? Xianxia interrupted Xiao Ruofei before he could finish. Do you think this is child's play? Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, if I lose the bet, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I'm a real man, you also said that I'm a real man. Unfortunately, I'm a woman. Xianxia curled her lips and said, and I'm a woman who's not very open-minded, how could that be? My Xianxia is the most open-minded. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly smiled. He knew that he couldn't provoke Xianxia at this time, so he had to be careful with his words. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't listen to him. She curled her lips and said, now you know how to flatter me? I'm just telling the truth. Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly. Xianxia glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily. For a moment, she didn't know how to criticize Xiao Ruofei, so she felt even more angry. This morning was still a sunny day, and the view of the sea was quite wide. At a glance, one could see the boundless sea surface. However, in Xianxia's eyes, the same scenery didn't have the slightest sense of beauty. Most of the time, it didn't matter what one saw. When one was in a good mood, even if it was dark clouds, one would still find it picturesque. Xianxia didn't speak, and Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to provoke her at this time. The two of them fell into silence, and the atmosphere became very heavy. After a while, Xianxia said, Ruofei, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining, and I've successfully cultivated with you. This is such good news. Why don't you hurry and report it to Song Wei? Isn't she the one who directed all of this? Xiao Ruofei looked embarrassed and said, well, there's no hurry. I'll tell her when I have time. I want you to contact her now and video call her through WeChat. Xianxia said. Xiao Ruofei explained helplessly, there's no internet on the sea. Xianxia said, Xianxia, did you forget that you told me about the equipment on this yacht yesterday? You told me yourself yesterday that even if there's no signal in the open sea, this yacht can connect to the internet through satellite, and there's even Wi-Fi coverage. Xiao Ruofei wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to show off? He couldn't hide anymore, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xianxia, why did you spend so much effort to contact Song Wei? Do you want to talk to her? Xianxia said immediately, of course not. I just want to hear what you have to say. Didn't you say that Song Wei was the one who suggested this? I have to see if you're lying. So, you can't tell Song Wei that I'm with you. You can't even hint at it. Otherwise, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Xianxia was still looking at him with burning eyes. Xiao Ruofei felt a little creeped out by Xianxia's stare. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. Ling Qingxue said with satisfaction, take out your phone. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, we have to connect to the internet first. We have to go to the cockpit. Let's go together. Ling Qingxue said calmly. Xiao Ruofei felt a headache coming on, but he could only nod. Then, he went back to the cockpit with Ling Qingxue. Although he dawdled for a while, he still managed to connect to the internet. Then, the two of them went to the aft deck. Under Ling Qingxue's gaze, Xiao Ruofei sent a video call request to Song Wei on WeChat. Ling Qingxue stood behind Xiao Ruofei. From this angle, she could see Xiao Ruofei's phone screen. She was just outside the camera's range. Before Xiao Ruofei opened WeChat, Ling Qingxue had specifically warned Xiao Ruofei not to deliberately turn the phone around and take a picture of herself. He had to keep the phone in a fixed position. Now, Xiao Ruofei was in the wrong. He was full of guilt towards Ling Qingxue. Naturally, he would do whatever she said. A familiar dial tone came from the phone. Xiao Ruofei prayed in his heart, please don't answer. Please don't answer. It's best if you don't have your phone with you. However, things often went against one's wishes. Soon, the dial tone stopped and the phone showed that it was connected. Then, the video call was connected. In the picture, Song Wei was wearing outdoor clothes and carrying a large backpack. As soon as she saw Xiao Ruofei, she said coquettishly, are you on the yacht? You really know how to enjoy yourself. I'm still suffering in the wild. Aren't you trying to make me hate you? Ling Qingxue was standing diagonally behind Xiao Ruofei, so when Song Wei spoke to Xiao Ruofei in such a coquettish tone, Xiao Ruofei's heart was extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't show it. He could only try to keep a more natural expression and ask, your field trip is not over yet? Soon, there is still some finishing work left. Song Wei said, are you in Sanshan or Beijing during this time? I'm currently in Sanshan, but I should go to Beijing in 10 days. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm going to record a show, shown on satellite TV's The Life I Yearned For. I promised them a long time ago. Oh. Song Wei said, then I'll go back to Beijing directly after my field trip. We'll see each other in Beijing then. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue saw that Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei didn't get to the point after chatting for a long time, so she couldn't help but frown slightly. She went around to the opposite side of Xiao Ruofei and quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper, don't talk nonsense, get to the point. She picked it up and showed it to Xiao Ruofei, showing a hint of threat at the same time. At this time, Song Wei asked, Ruofei, why did you suddenly video call me today? Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, it's true, that Xianxia's cultivation has been progressing very fast recently. She has reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. Really? Song Wei said in surprise, that's really fast. Then, have you guys? We've already tried to combine soul and body cultivation once. Xiao Ruofei gave an affirmative answer. That's great. Song Wei said happily. Then, with a hint of nervousness, he asked, Ruofei, then, did you tell her about us? Xiao Ruofei raised his head and looked at Ling Qingxue with an inquiring gaze. Ling Qingxue quickly wrote a few words on the paper and showed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took a look and saw that it said, say that I didn't agree, and you decided to leave me to be with her. Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Ling Qingxue in horror. Ling Qingxue quickly gave Xiao Ruofei a look and glared at Xiao Ruofei at the same time. On the other end of the video call, Song Wei had already noticed that something seemed wrong with Xiao Ruofei. She couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, oh. Nothing. I just saw a whale spitting water in the distance. It's the first time I've seen something like that. Oh, right, what did you say just now? Although Song Wei also wanted to see the whale, she was more concerned about their relationship. So, she quickly asked again, I just asked if you told Qingxue about us? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at Ling Qingxue again. Then, he said helplessly, I told her after I finished cultivating. She reacted strongly and was very agitated. She also said that she would never agree to such a ridiculous thing. Song Wei suddenly became very disappointed when she heard this. She gently bit her lower lip and said, "Why? Did you not make it clear? Xianxia has experienced what it's like to cultivate both spirit and body. She should be able to understand us. I made it very clear to her." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Xianxia and said, "I told her the whole story in detail, but she didn't agree." Song Wei let out a long sigh and said, "Ruofei, looks like I've thought of things too simply. I'm sorry. It's all my bad idea." In the end, it didn't work out. Instead, it faced an unmanageable situation. "It's all my fault." Although Xiao Ruofei felt a little distressed when he saw Song Wei's sad look, he was secretly relieved when he heard Song Wei's words. This actually proved that he wasn't lying. It was indeed Song Wei who proposed this matter. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xianxia, which meant, "I didn't lie to you." Ling Xianxia glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily. Then, she reached out and pointed at the paper. Then, she made a gesture to Xiao Ruofei to hold on tight. Xiao Ruofei saw the words, "decided to leave me and be with her" written on Ling Xianxia's finger. Only then did he realize that he had made her angry because he hadn't conveyed the message she wanted to convey to Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Wei, don't blame yourself. I've already decided." Since Xianxia's attitude is so firm, it seems that this matter is hopeless. We can only blame ourselves for not being fated to be together. I'll leave her and choose to be with you. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Ling Xianxia couldn't help but carefully move to the blind spot behind Xiao Ruofei. She wanted to see how Song Wei would react after hearing the news. To Ling Xianxia's surprise, Song Wei didn't show a trace of joy. On the contrary, Song Wei's face suddenly changed after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words. Then, he said excitedly, "Ruofei. What are you talking about? You and Xianxia are a match made in heaven. You've known each other since junior high school. Do you think it's easy to get to where you are today? It's not your style to give up just like that." Xiao Ruofei felt helpless. However, Ling Xianxia had already given him this setting. In order to prevent Ling Xianxia from becoming even more dissatisfied, he could only act according to this setting. He couldn't take the initiative to reveal any flaws and let Song Wei find out. Otherwise, he believed that Ling Xianxia would really do what she said and ignore him forever. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "It's not about whether I want to give up or not. Wei, Xianxia doesn't want to forgive me right now. She wants to leave me. It's not like I can stop her from leaving. She's like this. Once she's made up her mind, no one can make her change her mind." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, "So, don't talk about this anymore. Xianxia, let's just forget about it." "I don't agree." Song Wei said emotionally, "Ruofei, if you leave Xianxia, I'll never forgive myself. For the rest of my life, I'll live in guilt every day and night. There will always be voices reminding me that I'm a disgraceful third party. You two are childhood sweethearts, and you fell in love with each other. How can you leave just like that?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but glance at Ling Xianxia from the corner of his eye. He could clearly see the tears in Song Wei's eyes in the video. It was all because of Ling Xianxia's setting. Song Wei paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Ruofei, I've thought it through. Since Xianxia can't accept me, then, the person who should leave is me. You two are a match made in heaven, and I only walked into your life because of an accident. The person who should leave is me." As Song Wei spoke, she couldn't help but tear up. Her tear-stained face made her look pitiful. He was still choking with sobs as he said, "Ruofei, I hope to have a chance to explain to Xianxia face to face. If she doesn't want to see me, then forget it. Anyway, I won't contact you again, and I hope you won't come looking for me again. Go and coax Xianxia back. Put all the blame on me, and tell her that you won't look for me or contact me again. Try to get her forgiveness." Xiao Ruofei's heart ached when he saw Song Wei's expression. Ling Xianxia, who was standing diagonally behind Xiao Ruofei in the camera's blind spot, looked at the crying and pitiful Song Wei on the screen, and her heart softened. Especially after listening to Song Wei's words, Ling Xianxia's heart trembled. She was most aware of the strong attraction and extreme pleasure that one could not control at the soul level after cultivating both spirit and body. She knew that Song Wei's experience was the same. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not easy to make the decision to leave Xiao Ruofei. It must be a very difficult decision. Ling Qingxue saw this scene and her heart was filled with thoughts. Just as Song Wei was about to hang up the video call with tears in his eyes, Ling Qingxue suddenly stood beside Xiao Ruofei and said loudly, "Song Wei, why are you so stupid? What's so good about Xiao Ruofei that you're willing to do so much for him? In my opinion, both of us should ignore him and let this greedy guy go alone." Song Wei was about to hang up the video call when Ling Qingxue suddenly appeared. She was stunned. She stared at the phone screen with her eyes wide open. She didn't move at all, as if the video was stuck. Xiao Ruofei was also stunned. Then he said in his heart, "You exposed yourself, so you can't blame me." As he thought about it, he looked at Ling Qingxue carefully. Song Wei was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She looked quite embarrassed and didn't dare to look directly at the screen. She gently bit her lip with her pearly white teeth and said, "Qingxue. So you're here too." Ling Qingxue also felt Song Wei's pain, which was why she jumped out in a moment of hot-headedness. Now, she felt a little regretful because the situation was too awkward. Even though this wasn't a face-to-face conversation between the three of them, the atmosphere was very awkward. Ling Qingxue glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Song Wei, I heard about what happened between you two. I'm sorry, Qingxue." Song Wei said quickly. "It's not your fault." Ling Qingxue sighed and said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Ruofei told me that you were poisoned because you helped him. In addition, the matter of cultivation was purely an accident. No one can blame you for this matter." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. Ling Qingxue was so reasonable? She wasn't like this before the video call. Once a woman got angry, she didn't care about reason. It was a big mistake to reason with a woman. Song Wei didn't know what Ling Qingxue meant, so he could only follow Ling Qingxue's words and say, "Qingxue, you're right. This was indeed an accident. But it's my fault. If I hadn't been so impatient and waited for Ruofei and I to improve our cultivation before we got rid of the peach blossom miasma, maybe it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Ruofei wouldn't have had to take the risk and rush into the core of my mind. Then, the things that happened later wouldn't have happened. So, don't blame Ruofei. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too impatient." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei in annoyance and said, "Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. This guy might be secretly happy right now." "I didn't." Xiao Ruofei immediately defended herself. "Shut up." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue said almost at the same time. After saying that, the two of them were a little embarrassed and their faces were slightly hot. Ling Qingxue said to Xiao Ruofei, "You don't have the right to talk here. We haven't even found lunch yet. Why don't you hurry up and go fishing?" "Oh. Then you guys talk." Xiao Ruofei awkwardly handed the phone to Ling Qingxue and ran away. He knew that the best thing to do at this time was to stay far away. The two women were like barrels of gunpowder. Maybe if he just sat there and did nothing, they would explode. Xiao Ruofei obediently took the fishing net and went to the hydrophilic platform at the back of the yacht. Of course, he couldn't really focus on fishing. He was just absent-mindedly casting the net and pulling it in. It didn't matter if he didn't catch anything. Most of his attention was still on Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already spread out and carefully paid attention to Ling Qingxue's situation. He was afraid that she and Song Wei would fall out again. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was much higher than Song Wei's, so his spying didn't attract Ling Qingxue's attention. After Xiao Ruofei walked away, Ling Qingxue sighed and said to Song Wei, "Song Wei, tell me. What are your plans?" Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, "My thoughts. Ruofei should have already told you. At that time, I was the one who suggested for you to come in contact with the cultivation method of the Questioning Heart Sutra at the beginning. Apart from the countless benefits it would bring to your body, there was another important purpose. I hoped that you would be able to understand us after experiencing the feeling of cultivation. Don't you think this suggestion is ridiculous?" Ling Qingxue was a little angry and frowned slightly. What era is it now? How can a man have 3 wives and 4 concubines? How can a man be so fickle? Song Wei was very embarrassed and said, Xianxia, I know you must be very angry. After all, Ruofei is your boyfriend. Although it was an accident, I'm still a dishonorable third party. At this point, Song Wei couldn't help but lower his head in shame. However, Ling Xianxia suddenly asked, Song Wei, you actually liked him before you cultivated with him, right? Song Wei was suddenly stunned and looked up at the screen. Ling Xianxia also stared at the camera with clear eyes. From Song Wei's point of view, it was as if she was looking directly at him. That gaze seemed to be able to see through his heart, which made him panic. After hesitating for a while, Song Wei nodded gently. Sure enough. Ling Xianxia said softly. Song Wei quickly explained, Xianxia, don't misunderstand. Even Ruofei didn't know about this. I've always hidden it in my heart, how could he not know? Ling Xianxia didn't believe it. Men and women are very sensitive about this kind of thing. If you have feelings for him, he must have felt it. Maybe he was just secretly happy. I really didn't. Song Wei said embarrassedly, Xianxia, to tell you the truth. The reason I was so eager to get rid of the peach blossom miasma was that I made up my mind to stay far away from Ruofei. I didn't want to ruin your relationship. Ling Xianxia raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, what do you mean? Song Wei sighed and said, to tell you the truth, I do have a good impression of Ruofei. Back then, it was he who saved my life. From the start, I was grateful to him, but as we interacted more and more, I unknowingly developed a good impression of him. Ling Xianxia had gradually accepted this fact, so she didn't overreact when she heard this. She just said calmly, so that's why you were so concerned about him. He wanted to explore the ancient tomb, so you went with him regardless of the danger? Song Wei nodded embarrassedly, but he continued to explain, you know what happened after that. The accident happened mainly because I was too eager for success. I was eager to get rid of the peach blossom miasma because I wanted to distance myself from Ruofei as soon as possible. I hoped to leave him far away and gradually forget about him. You may not know this, but after practicing the questioning heart sutra of Genesis for a long time, the frequency of two people's souls will tend to be the same, and the resonance between the souls will be stronger. The longer I stayed with Ruofei, the stronger my feelings for him would be. At that time, you happened to go to the capital and attend the Taoyuan Club's groundbreaking ceremony with Ruofei. I saw Ruofei's photo of the two of you on Weibo, and so many netizens left comments saying that the two of you were a match made in heaven. I felt even more tormented. After a long struggle, I decided to take the risk and get rid of the peach blossom miasma in advance. I didn't expect something like that to happen. Song Wei said all of this in one breath, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at the screen and said sincerely, Xianxia, I didn't even tell Ruofei these things. Today, I won't hide anything from you. I know that all of this was caused by me, and I don't expect you to forgive me. But please don't blame Ruofei. He really didn't know, and it's all my fault. Don't worry. Now that my mind has been cleared, and there are no more hidden dangers in my body, it doesn't matter whether I cultivate or not. I won't disturb you in the future. Please forgive Ruofei this time. I hope that in the long years to come, you can help each other in times of need and be happy forever. After that, a trace of sadness flashed in Song Wei's eyes, and he reached for the button on the screen to hang up. At that moment, Ling Xianxia suddenly shouted, wait. Song Wei's hand stopped above the screen, and he looked at Ling Xianxia on the screen, waiting for her to continue. Ling Xianxia bit her lower lip gently with her pearly white teeth. After a while, she said coldly, some things can't be explained clearly over the phone. Let's find a time to talk about it face to face. Can you come to Sanshan? Song Wei was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded and said, okay. I'll try my best to. That's it, then. Goodbye. Ling Xianxia said coldly before Song Wei could finish his sentence, and then she hung up the video call. Yunnan Province. At the foot of a barren mountain. There were several large tents here, and staff members went in and out from time to time. Not long ago, a half-collapsed tomb was found here. It should have been dug by grave robbers in the early days, and then the continuous erosion of the rain caused the tomb to collapse. This archaeological team had been at the site for some time. Their main task was to excavate the tomb, and now the work was in the final stage. Song Wei was a member of this archaeological team. Her job was to be an assistant to her postgraduate supervisor, and she was to organize pictures and written materials. It was also because she had almost lost her life in the Mount Yu ancient tomb that her supervisor rarely allowed her to go to the site in person. She worked in the tent most of the time. Song Wei was on a ridge not far from the tent, and he was having a video call with Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. After Ling Qingxue hung up the video call, Song Wei was confused and didn't know what Ling Qingxue's attitude was. However, since Ling Qingxue wanted to talk face-to-face, she had to meet with her. Not only did she have to meet with her, but the sooner the better. Therefore, after Song Wei put away his phone, he immediately walked to the largest tent in the campsite. There were many staff members in the tent, and an old man wearing reading glasses was talking to a few staff members. This old man was Song Wei's postgraduate supervisor, Professor Zhao. Professor. Song Wei walked to Professor Zhao and greeted him respectfully. Song Wei is here. Professor Zhao greeted him cheerfully. Professor, I have something to talk to you about. Song Wei said. Professor Zhao smiled and said, Oh? Let's talk outside. He also noticed that Song Wei seemed to want to avoid the staff members. The two walked out of the tent side by side. Without waiting for Professor Zhao to ask, Song Wei said directly, Professor, I have something urgent at home. I was wondering. Can I take a few days off? Professor Zhao heard him and said quickly, That's it. No problem. Anyway, the work here is almost done. You can go first. You can just come back to school and meet us. Song Wei said gratefully, Thank you, Professor. I'm sorry. I haven't finished my work here, so It's okay. Professor Zhao waved his hand and said with a smile, There's just some finishing work left. You're mainly responsible for some recording work. Just leave it to your juniors. This time, not only did Professor Zhao bring along a few of his own graduate students, but he also brought along a few undergraduates who performed well. The job that Song Wei was in charge of this time did not require a high level of skill. The main thing was that she had to be serious and meticulous. It was not a problem for undergraduates to complete it. Song Wei said, Okay. Thank you, Professor. I'll hand over the work. Professor Zhao nodded with a smile and said, Okay. You can go back to school after you finish your work at home. Don't worry. Postgraduate student study time was usually more flexible, especially when they were doing research with professors. Taking a few days off was just a matter of a sentence from the professor. Okay. Song Wei said. Professor Zhao thought for a while and said, We have a car going to the county town to buy some things in the afternoon. You should hurry up and hand over the work at hand to Xiaoqian. You can go with the car in the afternoon. If the time is right, you can board the plane in the provincial capital at night. Understood, thank you, Professor. Song Wei said sincerely. Professor Zhao also called Xiaoqian out. After a few words, he asked Song Wei to take Xiaoqian to hand over the work at hand. In the afternoon, Song Wei left the camp with the archaeological team's car and took a bus to the provincial capital. On the way, she had already booked a plane ticket. As soon as she arrived at the provincial capital station, she immediately took a taxi to the airport. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Wei boarded the plane to Sanshan City. Before turning off his phone, Song Wei sent a WeChat message to Ling Qingxue, The plane will land at around 10:30 p.m. Let's meet tomorrow. Before Song Wei turned off his phone, Ling Qingxue replied, Let's meet today. I'll pick you up at the airport. Song Wei was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Qingxue to be so anxious. However, this was exactly what she wanted. She would have to face this sooner or later anyway, so it was better to solve it as soon as possible. Therefore, she replied with a okay. Before Ling Qingxue replied, she turned off her phone. In fact, at this time, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had already returned to the mainland. They were not in the mood to play at sea. After lunch, Ling Qingxue asked Xiao Ruofei to drive the yacht back. On the way back, the two of them didn't talk much. The atmosphere was very dull. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were sending WeChat messages, Xiao Ruofei didn't look sideways, but he used his mental power to spy on them clearly. He was also a little nervous. He didn't know what would happen when the two women met. Now, he felt like a prisoner waiting for his sentence. His heart was very tormented. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't say anything. Since Ling Qingxue wasn't going to tell him, he could only pretend that he didn't know. Now, Xiao Ruofei's mentality was also relaxed. Anyway, he had said what he needed to say. As for the specific outcome, it was up to fate. Xiao Ruofei was driving the Night 15 off-road vehicle to the Jiangbin Villa area. Ling Qingxue put away her phone and said lightly, "Take me to the company." "Ah? It's so late. You're still going back to the company?" Xiao Ruofei asked, a little surprised. Ling Qingxue didn't say anything. She just leaned against the seat and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose a little awkwardly and said, "Okay." After that, he turned the car around and drove in the direction of the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already guessed Ling Qingxue's intention. Recently, Xiao Ruofei had been driving Ling Qingxue to and from work. Ling Qingxue's car had been parked in the underground parking lot of the company's headquarters. Now that Ling Qingxue was going to the company, needless to say, she was going to pick up her car. Wasn't she going to the airport to meet Song Wei? Xiao Ruofei naturally could only pretend that he didn't know anything. He sent Ling Qingxue to the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering and watched Ling Qingxue walk into the building. Then, he smiled bitterly and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa area. When Xiao Ruofei returned home, he had been feeling uneasy. Now he regretted peeping on Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's conversation on the yacht. If he didn't know that Song Wei came to the Three Mountains to meet Ling Qingxue, he wouldn't be so upset right now. Xiao Ruofei's mind was also in a struggle. Should I go to the airport and take a look? These two girls won't fight, right? One of them is at the 4th level of qi refining, while the other is at the 3rd level of qi refining. Their spiritual power cultivation is also on par. If they really fought, the destructive power would not be small. Also, his heart would ache if they hurt anyone. Xiao Ruofei was confident that even though these two girls were cultivators, if he secretly ran over to spy on them, he would definitely not be discovered. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he gave up. Xiao Ruofei made up his mind. Do whatever you want. Anyway, things are already like this. Now it's like playing cards in the open. As for the final result, I'll let them discuss it themselves. After thinking it through, Xiao Ruofei simply threw those distracting thoughts out of his mind. He went upstairs to the master bedroom, filled the bathtub with water, took off his clothes, and stepped in. He decided to take a bath first. Oldly soaked in the bathtub with a massage function for more than half an hour. Only then did Xiao Ruofei get up and dry himself. Then he changed into a comfortable coral fleece bathrobe and shuffled into the bedroom with slippers. He threw himself on the bed, couldn't help but look at the dark outside the window, and let out a long sigh. Usually at this time, if there were no special circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would have already gone to bed. Even though he left the army, his work and rest habits were still relatively regular. But today, he had something on his mind, so he didn't feel sleepy at all. Bored to death, he reclined on the bed and browsed the news for a long time until the front page could no longer refresh. Then he threw his phone aside and drowsily closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ruofei seemed to hear the door of the villa open. The vigilance that he had maintained for many years immediately woke him up. He did not move, but his spiritual power was released in an instant. Now that his spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm, he could easily cover the entire villa with his spiritual power. The next moment, Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth wide in surprise. He had detected that Ling Qingxue's car slowly drove in, and then the doors on both sides opened almost at the same time. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei stepped out of the car together. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei was puzzled. Why did they come back together? Are you going to lay your cards on the table with me? Downstairs, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had already entered the villa one after another. Soon, the sound of their footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Xiao Ruofei realized that they had gone upstairs. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei quickly made a decision, to pretend to be asleep. If he woke up at this time, it would be so awkward to see the two of them. Xiao Ruofei did not know what to say. He had imagined all kinds of scenarios when Ling Qingshui and Song Wei met, including the two of them getting into a fight because of a disagreement, or one of them deciding to leave him. In the worst-case scenario, the two of them would never talk to him again. However, he didn't expect that these two girls, who were supposed to be incompatible with each other, would actually come to his house together. After all, it was already the middle of the night. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and listened to the footsteps of the two of them as they went straight to the door of the master bedroom. This guy must be sleeping. Ling Qingshua's voice could be heard clearly. We're heartbroken, but he's acting like nothing happened. This is so infuriating, Song Wei said weakly. It can't be. We made quite a lot of noise when we came in. His cultivation level is much higher than ours. How could he not hear us? Could it be that he's pretending to be asleep? Ling Qingshui immediately said. Xiao Ruofei could not help but sweat. Sure enough, women should not stay together. How long had the two of them been together? Their IQ had obviously increased by several percentage points. He knew that he could not pretend anymore. Even if he did not get up now, Ling Qingshui and Song Wei would definitely come in. Rather than that, he might as well take the initiative. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei sat up on the bed. Outside the door, Ling Qingshui and Song Wei looked at each other. Then, Ling Qingshui stepped forward and was about to turn the doorknob to open the door. At this moment, the spherical lock on the door turned on its own. Then, the door opened on its own. The two of them looked into the room and saw Xiao Ruofei sitting at the head of the bed in his nightgown. There was an awkward but polite smile on his face. After seeing the two of them, Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and waved at the two of them. He said, Good evening. The moment Song Wei saw Xiao Ruofei, his pretty face blushed slightly, and then his eyes turned red. Ling Qingshui glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, What's good about it? I'm very bad. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, Yes, it's all my fault. Song Wei had been keeping his head down. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's voice, he quickly looked up at him. Then, he blushed and lowered his head again. Ling Qingshui looked straight at Xiao Ruofei and said, Hey. The guests are at the door. Is this how you treat them? You don't get out of bed to greet us, and you don't invite us in. You just want us to stand at the door and talk? Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses. He quickly lifted the quilt and got out of bed quickly. He didn't even put on his slippers. He walked to the door and said with a smile, 2 beautiful ladies, please come in. After taking a shower, he just casually put on a nightgown. Just now, when he got out of bed, the belt that he casually tied had already been loosened. His chest was bare, and his strong chest and well-defined 8-pack abs were all exposed in front of the two of them. Song Wei was already very embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Ruofei like this, he was so embarrassed that he turned his face away. Ling Qingshui was even more angry. She said, Please, can't you put on your clothes properly? Xiao Ruofei quickly put on his nightgown and carefully tied the belt. He wrapped himself tightly, then made an inviting gesture and said, Is it okay now? Let's go in and talk. Ling Qingshui glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then stepped into the room. Song Wei followed closely behind Ling Qingshui. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei as he hurried in. Seeing Song Wei acting like a little wife, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a burst of pity in his heart. This was not a girl from an ordinary family. She was the daughter of the leader of the 3 mountains. Furthermore, she had connections with the Song family. She was one of the top figures in the circle of the 2nd generation in the capital. She had an illustrious family background, good upbringing, good looks, and a hot figure. She was definitely a proud daughter of the heavens. It could be said that there were a lot of young masters pursuing her. Now, she was wronging herself and lowering herself so much. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. What kind of virtue and ability did he have? To be able to make Song Wei, a proud daughter of God, fall so hard for him. Ling Qingshui didn't stand on ceremony. She directly sat on the edge of Xiao Ruofei's bed, then pointed to the couch beside the bed and said to Song Wei, Wei, sit here. Then, Ling Qingshui glanced at Xiao Ruofei, who was about to sit down on the edge of the bed, and said, You just stand there. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was the rhythm of a 3-way trial. However, he also knew that he had to lower his stance today. This was a hurdle. If he could cross it, then he would naturally have a bright future. If he couldn't cross this hurdle today, then he would lose one of them, or even both of them. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't take it to heart. He straightened his back and stood aside obediently. However, Song Wei was a little distressed when he saw this. He whispered, "Xianxia, let him sit down and talk. He's standing so high up. I'm still a little unused to it." Xianxia then said to Xiao Ruofei, "Since Weiwei has interceded, then you can sit down. So that we don't have to raise our heads to talk to you." "Thank you. Thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled apologetically, then sat down at the end of the bed and said, "Then. Why are you here together? Isn't Weiwei doing a field trip?" Although Xiao Ruofei already knew that Song Wei and Xianxia had made an appointment to meet, he still had to pretend. If he didn't show any surprise, then Xianxia would be suspicious. When Xianxia heard Xiao Ruofei call Song Wei so intimately, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality and said, "Isn't it all because of you? Weiwei rushed back day and night. She's been on the road since this afternoon." "Oh. That's really hard work," Xiao Ruofei said. He put his hands on his knees and looked at Xianxia and Song Wei like an obedient child. Then, he said hesitantly, "Then. You're here for," to be honest, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. However, since the three of them had met, Xiao Ruofei couldn't keep pretending. He still had to ask. Xianxia looked at Song Wei and said, "Weiwei, why don't you say it?" Song Wei blushed slightly and said quickly, "You say it." "That's good." Xianxia didn't refuse. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I met with Weiwei tonight and discussed a result. Now, I'm here to inform you." Even though Xiao Ruofei's psychological quality was very strong, at this time, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. He took a deep breath and said, "Say it. I'm all ears." Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and asked, "Ruofei, what result do you want?" Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Aren't you asking the obvious? My dear lady, don't keep me in suspense. Can't you just tell me directly whether you're dead or alive?" Xianxia and Song Wei looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia said, "It turns out that our domineering chairman can also be nervous. I'm worried." Xiao Ruofei said shamelessly, "This shows that I care about you." This was supposed to be a nice sentence, but the word "you" sounded a little harsh to Xianxia. She felt a burst of bitterness. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and said calmly, "Then I'll get straight to the point. Ruofei, after discussing with Weiwei, the final decision is." At this point, Xianxia paused slightly and looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was obviously nervous. Then, she continued, "Neither of us will be with you. We'll let you, greedy ghost, draw water with a bamboo basket." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared for this result, when Xianxia said it personally, Xiao Ruofei still felt a piercing pain in his heart. The pain was indescribable, but it was unforgettable. He tried hard to control his emotions. He didn't want to show his weak side in front of the two of them. After a while, Xiao Ruofei squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with difficulty, "Oh, this is my fault. I respect your decision. I also wish you happiness in the future." Xianxia quietly looked at Xiao Ruofei. Even though Xiao Ruofei did not cry bitterly or look as if she had lost her parents, she could clearly feel the pain contained in that seemingly calm expression. Especially when the light in her eyes disappeared in an instant, it made her heart ache. "I can't feel sorry for him," Xianxia said to herself. "I have to make this greedy ghost feel the pain. Otherwise, he'll be out of control in the future." Therefore, Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, she used her eyes to stop Song Wei, who was about to speak. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. Then, he said calmly, "So, are you here to say goodbye to me tonight?" Xianxia bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly white teeth. She stared straight at Xiao Ruofei, and after a while, she opened her mouth and said, "Isn't this feeling very uncomfortable? But do you know how I felt when I heard you tell me that there was another woman who wanted to share a man with me? I just broke through my cultivation and was still immersed in great joy. But your words made all my joy disappear. My mood was worse than a roller coaster." "Xianxia, don't say any more." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and frowned slightly. "I know it's all my fault. So I only have myself to blame for today's outcome. Since you've decided, I'll definitely respect it. Perhaps I'll need some time to get used to it, and perhaps this wound will never heal. But don't worry, I'll definitely not pester or disturb you." At this point, Xiao Ruofei remembered something and quickly said, "By the way, your foundation is very good, and your cultivation is not bad. It's not easy to embark on the path of cultivation. It's a pity to give up halfway. However, the Inception Heart Sutra is not suitable to be cultivated alone. It's too inefficient. I'll find a suitable cultivation method for you as soon as possible and teach it to you. Then, I'll prepare enough cultivation resources for you. This is the last thing I can do for you." When Ling Qingshui and Song Wei heard Xiao Ruofei's words, their eyes couldn't help but turn red. Song Wei couldn't help but cry. Ling Qingshui's heart trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and fiercely glared at Xiao Ruofei. She said, "What are you thinking about? We've worked so hard to get to where we are today, and you want to wash your hands of it? You want us to choose a new cultivation method to cultivate from scratch? Dream on. Who told you to lure us onto the path of cultivation? You have to take responsibility." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He asked weakly, "Then what do you mean? What do you mean?" Ling Qingshui blushed slightly and said, "Of course it means literally." Xiao Ruofei was still confused. At this time, Song Wei couldn't stand it anymore. She suppressed her embarrassment and said, "Ruofei, I've discussed it with Qingshui. We'll just be friends with you for the time being, but we'll continue to cultivate the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra with you." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. After he recovered, he couldn't help but look at Ling Qingshui. Ling Qingshui nodded, confirming Song Wei's words. Xiao Ruofei swallowed and asked, "Continue to cultivate the Inception Questioning Heart Sutra? Then, is it just normal cultivation, or does it include cultivation of spirit and body?" The two girls blushed at the same time, like ripe apples. Even Ling Qingshui, who had a strong aura just now, suddenly became shy. The room was suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei also realized that he had asked a stupid question. He laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment and said, "I understand. I understand." Ling Qingshui spat and said, "What do you know? It's not good for girls to swear." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "I said it, it's none of your business." Ling Qingshui said unreasonably, "You're so bad, you only know how to bully us." Sure enough, it was a very stupid thing to reason with women. Xiao Ruofei wisely shut his mouth. However, after a while, he couldn't help but whisper, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Who would want to use an antique 386 after buying a top-of-the-line computer with an i7 processor?" As a matter of fact, the extreme pleasure of cultivating spirit body and rolling in the sheets in real life was as big as the difference between a top-notch computer and an antique computer from a decade or two ago. After a long time, this was the result of Ling Qingshui and Song Wei's discussion. Xiao Ruofei naturally let out a long sigh of relief. However, he forgot one thing. Ling Qingshui and Song Wei were also cultivators. Although his whisper was very soft, the two of them heard it clearly. In fact, Ling Qingshui and Song Wei's agreement was a little self-deception. Perhaps they just wanted to give themselves a reason to convince themselves. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's whisper, the two of them couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Even Song Wei couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Qingshui, you're right. This person is really bad." Ling Qingshui nodded in agreement and said, "You're too soft-hearted. If it were up to me, we should give him the cold shoulder for 10 days to half a month. Let's see if he dares to be so fickle in the future." Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly. He quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then lowered his head and didn't say anything. If Song Wei hadn't taken the initiative to tell Xia Ruofei the result of their discussion, Ling Qingxue definitely wouldn't have said it so easily. Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He said with a smile, "Isn't that good? It's fine as long as we talk things out." Qingxue, Wei, thank you. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, Wei, look, this guy is so proud. Song Wei pursed his lips and chuckled, forget it, didn't we already agree? Xia Ruofei looked embarrassed. Anyway, whatever he said now was wrong. Both of them were probably angry. Especially Ling Qingxue, she definitely felt uncomfortable. He could only comfort her slowly in the future. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, okay, we're here to inform you about this. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Xia Ruofei quickly said, leaving? Where are we going so late? We'll just stay here. What are you thinking? Ling Qingxue said, don't tell me you want to take advantage of the night to do something bad? How would I dare? Xia Ruofei said with a wry smile. Ling Qingxue said, my house isn't far. Of course, we're going home. In order to prevent you from bullying Wei when I'm not around, I've decided to bring her to my house. Song Wei quickly nodded. At this time, he had to express his stance in time. Otherwise, what if Ling Qingxue thought too much? The agreement between the two was to maintain a superficial balance. Especially when the two of them were together with Xia Ruofei, they should pay more attention. Xia Ruofei said, oh. Then I'll send you there. It's so late, the community might not be safe. Wait a minute. Let me change my clothes. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, classmate Xia Ruofei, you seem to be eager for us to leave. Xia Ruofei said innocently, how could I? This? Didn't you say you wanted to leave? No matter how you look at it, it's wrong. I can't live like this. Xia Ruofei said in his heart with grief and indignation. Ling Qingxue sat calmly beside Xia Ruofei's bed and said, I suddenly think this bedroom is pretty good. Wei and I will stay here tonight. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei happily said, that's great. Just you wait. I'll go find another bed and quilt. Anyway, this bed is big enough for 3 people to sleep on. What are you thinking? Ling Qingxue and Song Wei whispered in unison. Song Wei chuckled and said, Ruofei, don't play dumb. Qingxue means that we're requisitioning this room. Go find your own room to sleep. Xia Ruofei shrunk his neck and said, oh. I thought you wanted to cultivate with me. Okay. Then you should rest early. I'll sleep in the guest room next door. Oh right, there's a new set of toiletries in the cabinet under the basin. You'll see it when you open the cabinet. Then you should rest early. Good night. After that, Xia Ruofei walked towards the door. Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei's words and shouted, wait. Xia Ruofei stopped and looked back at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, you really reminded me. It seems like you and Wei haven't cultivated for a long time. Why don't you cooperate with her and cultivate properly today? Hearing that, Song Wei's face instantly turned red and she quickly said, Qingxue, forget it. It's already so late, let's talk about it another day. Let's do it now. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, and this guy has the time array flag. It won't take much time for you to cultivate once, right? In fact, Song Wei certainly wanted to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. Not to mention the high efficiency of soul and body cultivation, the feeling of trembling at the extreme was really delicious. However, cultivating with Xia Ruofei in front of Ling Qingxue made Song Wei have a great psychological barrier. After all, although the two of them were sitting upright, the scene in the sea of consciousness was actually very embarrassing. Ling Qingxue had also experienced it, so she naturally knew what the two of them were like during the cultivation process. How could Song Wei put down his pride? Let's not. Song Wei whispered. Ling Qingxue said, Wei, since we've already made a decision, then don't think so much. Don't worry about me thinking too much. If we can't overcome this psychological barrier, then there's still a long way to go. Don't you want to cultivate from now on? Then what's the point of discussing for so long today? After Ling Qingxue said this, she saw that Song Wei still had his head down and didn't speak. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, don't you think so? Xiao Ruofei's skin was naturally much thicker than Song Wei's. He shrugged and said, I'm fine with anything. As long as you need me, I will do my best to cooperate. Ling Qingxue curled her lips and said, You're acting like you've worked so hard. You must be happy in your heart. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and didn't speak. Ling Qingxue took Song Wei's hand and said, It's decided then. Ruofei, what are you doing? Go get the array flag. Oh. Xiao Ruofei said, Wait a minute. I'll bring it right away. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked to the door of the room. Naturally, he couldn't take something from the Ring 2 space in front of Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, so he could only pretend that the array flag was in another room. As soon as Xiao Ruofei went out, Song Wei said nervously to Ling Qingxue, Qingxue, do I really have to cultivate here with Ruofei? Of course. Ling Qingxue said. But I feel weird. Song Wei said with a red face. Do you want me to leave for a while? Ling Qingxue asked with a faint smile. Don't misunderstand. Song Wei said, I'm not saying that you're in the way, it's just, Ling Qingxue said with a smile, Wei, you don't have to explain so much. I understand. How about this? I'm just going to take a shower. After you enter the array, I'll go to the bathroom. According to the flow of time, I think you'll have finished cultivating by the time I'm done. Hearing this, Song Wei's heart calmed down a little. If she had to cultivate with Xiao Ruofei under Ling Qingxue's observation, she wouldn't have been able to bear it. Although all the more embarrassing processes took place in her sea of consciousness, her physical body would also show a satisfied expression. Every time she finished cultivating, her face would be flushed. If Ling Qingxue saw this, it would be too embarrassing. Song Wei lowered his head and thought for a moment. Finally, he nodded gently and said immediately, Okay. But after I'm done cultivating with Ruofei, you have to cultivate with him once too. This time, it was Ling Qingxue's turn to be shy. She looked at Song Wei awkwardly and said, I'll pass. I just cultivated with him, that won't do. We have to be fair. Song Wei said, only absolute fairness can make our relationship last for a long time. Isn't this what we agreed on? Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't go far. He wandered around the room next door, took the array flag from the space, and returned to the master bedroom. So, he actually heard most of the conversation between Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in with the array flag. He smiled bitterly in his heart, so I've become a resource for their cultivation. We have to maintain absolute fairness. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't dislike such erotic labor at all. As he skillfully arranged the array flag, he said with a smile, I think Wei is right. Qingxue, I'll cultivate with Wei first. After that, it'll be your turn. Can you do it? When Ling Qingxue blurted out these words, Xiao Ruofei felt insulted. He glared and said, Can you please remove the word can? Whether I can do it or not. Don't you know best? Xiao Ruofei said with a mischievous smile and continued, whether it's spirit-body integration cultivation or in reality, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei couldn't help but blush. Women would always be at a disadvantage when discussing dirty topics with men. Ling Qingxue glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, Just cultivate. Why talk so much about other things? Since you're not afraid of overdrawing your spiritual power, why should I be afraid? It's settled. Then, Ling Qingxue said to Song Wei, Wei, I'm going to take a shower first. You and Ruofei can cultivate well. After that, Ling Qingxue found her home clothes in the closet with ease. She gave Song Wei an encouraging smile and walked into the bathroom. Only Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were left in the master bedroom. Song Wei seemed to be a little nervous and shy. He didn't even dare to look Xiao Ruofei in the eyes. Xiao Ruofei gently held Song Wei's hand and said softly, Wei, thank you. Song Wei looked up and said seriously, You should thank Qingxue. Don't be fooled by her harsh words. She cares a lot about you. You have to thank both of you. Xiao Ruofei said, But, should we cultivate in the formation first? Otherwise, Qingxue will come out in a while. Oh. Song Wei said nervously. Xiao Ruofei held Song Wei's hand and walked into the time formation. In the bathroom, the shower head was spraying warm water, but Xianxia was still standing outside the shower room with her clothes intact. She stared blankly at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression and didn't move for a long time. In fact, her spiritual power had already spread out and sensed that Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had already walked into the time formation. Xianxia knew very well what would happen in Song Wei's sea of consciousness next. Therefore, at this moment, her mood was quite complicated. There was a faint sadness, but at the same time, she felt relieved. No matter what, since she had decided, she would bravely walk down it. Xianxia said to herself silently. Then, she took off her clothes and stepped into the shower room. In the time formation, Song Wei, who hadn't cultivated with Xia Ruofei for a long time, sat for a long time and slowly calmed down. Xia Ruofei took out the crystals and the two of them began to cultivate. Once the mental cultivation method of the Inception Heart Sutra was activated, Song Wei didn't have any distracting thoughts. The two of them concentrated on dividing the work and controlling the circulation of the true qi in their meridians. After a few circulations, Xia Ruofei took over control of the true qi. A wave of spiritual power followed the true qi and entered Song Wei's sea of consciousness without any obstruction. More than 2 hours later, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei opened their eyes. Song Wei still had a trace of shyness on her face. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and quickly lowered her head again. This was not the first time she had cultivated with Xia Ruofei, but today's situation was so special. Although she was focused during the cultivation, when the two of them finished, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. After all, Xianxia was in the bathroom just a wall away. In fact, the two of them had only cultivated for more than 2 hours, and only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Xianxia definitely wouldn't come out so soon, but the stimulation was still very strong. Song Wei felt that her legs were a little weak. Of course, this was completely a psychological factor. In fact, after cultivating spirit-body fusion, her cultivation had improved by another step. Moreover, her physical body did not participate in any exercise, so naturally, she did not feel tired. Song Wei quickly stood up and said with a trace of panic and shyness, "Ruofei, let's go out." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Wei, why do I feel like I'm guilty?" Song Wei blushed and said, "Stop talking. Xianxia will come out soon. Let's go out." Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, "I need to rest for a while. I'm exhausted just now." "Of course not." Song Wei coquettishly glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "I think you're full of energy." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I like this description. A sense of accomplishment spontaneously arises." Song Wei also blurted out. After saying that, she couldn't help but blush again. She reached out and pinched Xia Ruofei's arm and said, "Are you going out or not?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I really need to recover my mental strength. You may have finished your cultivation, but I still have to serve Xianxia later. You don't want any accidents to happen during our cultivation, do you?" Song Wei said in a low voice, "Don't think I don't know. Your spiritual power is much stronger than ours, why would you need to recover?" After saying that, she forcefully pulled Xia Ruofei up and pushed him out of the range of the time formation. Xia Ruofei put away the time formation flag with a smile. Then, he pointed to the bathroom where the sound of water came from and said, "Do you see that? Xianxia was definitely not that fast. What's the hurry?" Song Wei's face was red as he walked to the bed and sat down. Xia Ruofei also came to the sofa at the head of the bed and sat down. His whole body sank into it without a care for his image. He said, Wei, you must be tired on the way back from Hunan, right?" Song Wei said faintly, "Isn't this for our sake? No matter how hard it is, I have to come." Xia Ruofei's seat was a little low. He looked up at Song Wei affectionately and couldn't help but reach out to grab Song Wei's soft hand and say, "It's really been hard on you." Song Wei pulled his hand back in a panic and said, "Ruofei, I promised Xianxia that we can't." Xia Ruofei waved his hand with a wry smile and said, "I know. I respect your opinions." "What's going on?" Xia Ruofei said in his heart. When he was cultivating in the sea of consciousness, he had experienced all kinds of crazy things. Now that he was back in reality, he couldn't even hold hands. Wasn't he just deceiving himself? The two of them were silent for a while. Then, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to ask, by the way, you haven't gone home yet, have you? Yes. Xianxia picked me up at the airport. After we chatted for a while, she came directly to your place, Songwei said, but it's okay. My parents don't know that I'm back. I'll go back tomorrow and give them a surprise. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's okay. It's so late. Don't disturb their rest. The two of them chatted for a while, and the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After a while, Ling Xianxia walked out of the bathroom, wearing cotton home clothes and drying her hair with a bath towel. She saw the two of them sitting on the bed and chatting. She asked casually, you finished cultivating so soon? Songwei immediately stood up and said, Xianxia, it's time for you and Ruofei to cultivate. I'll find a room to sleep. I won't disturb you. Ling Xianxia said hurriedly, don't. You can't go. I'm going to rest with you later. Songwei was stunned and said, it's okay. You can rest at Ruofei's place. I'll sleep in the guest room alone. Ling Xianxia said seriously, Weiwei, our agreement is not only for you, but also for me. Of course, I can't stay overnight. Not only that, you have to be there to supervise me. Xiao Ruofei and Songwei looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xianxia thought for a while and said, that's not right. Wasn't this room taken over by us? Where are you going? That guy is going to leave later. As Ling Xianxia said this, she pointed at Xiao Ruofei, who had an innocent look on his face. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I'm the one who should leave. How about? Weiwei, you take a shower too? You'll be able to rest in a while. But. Songwei hesitated and said, my clothes are still in the suitcase. The suitcase was left in the car. I'll go get a change of clothes. Don't worry about it. We're about the same size. You can wear mine. Ling Xianxia said, I'll find it for you. Although Ling Xianxia didn't live there often, she still had a few sets of home clothes with Xiao Ruofei. She quickly found a set of home clothes and handed it to Songwei. Then, she winked and said in a low voice, the underwear is also inside. Our sizes shouldn't be too different. Just make do with it. You'll have to take it off when you go to sleep anyway. Songwei blushed slightly and quickly took the clothes that Ling Xianxia handed to him. He whispered, I know. This time, it was Ling Xianxia's turn to cultivate with Xiao Ruofei, while Songwei hid in the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Xianxia, this. Don't you feel awkward? Ling Xianxia said nonchalantly, it's awkward. But what can we do? Are we really going to ignore you, you playboy? So. Even if it's awkward, we have to get used to it slowly. Maybe it won't be awkward in the future. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he felt the softest part of his heart being touched. He couldn't help but reach out and pull Ling Xianxia into his arms. But before he could say anything, Ling Xianxia gently pushed him away and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't even think about touching me. I made a promise with Weiwei. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sweat. It's this bullshit promise again. But you're my wife. No, you're my girlfriend. Xiao Ruofei said. That was before. Ling Xianxia said, from today onwards, I'm not your girlfriend, what? Xiao Ruofei said with his eyes wide open, you want to find another boyfriend? That's hard to say. Ling Xianxia blinked and said. Then what am I? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. You can barely be considered a cultivation partner. Ling Xianxia said lightly, the reason why Weiwei and I are cultivating with you is mainly to improve our cultivation. Don't think too much about it. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said seriously, okay. I promise I won't think too much about it. Wife. That. Xianxia, shouldn't we start cultivating? Otherwise, Weiwei will be done with her shower soon. Humph. Who asked you to play Tsundere with me? I'll let you have a taste of my prowess during the joint cultivation. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Ling Xianxia, who had been opposing Xiao Ruofei all night, didn't raise any objections this time. After all, Songwei had already cultivated with Xiao Ruofei once. Now that she was cultivating with Xiao Ruofei, it was reasonable for her to do so. Thus, the two of them walked into the time formation hand in hand. After another 2 hours of cultivation, Ling Qingshua's face was flushed and she exited from her cultivation state. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei with her watery eyes and asked, "Are you cultivating with Wei Wei, the same as before?" Xiao Ruofei had a strange look on his face and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Forget it, I don't want to hear either." Ling Qingxue said dejectedly, "I don't feel good when I hear the truth, but if it's a lie, I don't even believe it myself. Let's go. Let's go out." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. After the two of them left the formation, Xiao Ruofei quickly put away the time formation flag. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why are you still standing there?" "Huh?" Xiao Ruofei didn't react for a moment and asked tentatively, "Then I should, we're done cultivating. Shouldn't you go back to your room to rest? Don't forget that this room has been used by Wei Wei and me," Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, this is really getting rid of the donkey after it's been used. Once you put on pants, you don't care about my feelings anymore. No. There's no pants. Spirit-body fusion cultivators would be honest with each other. Just as Xiao Ruofei's mind was filled with all kinds of messy thoughts, Ling Qingxue asked with a faint smile, "Could it be? You want to wait to see a beauty coming out of the bath?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "It's nothing. I'm just afraid that you'll be bored, so I want to talk to you. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You guys should rest early too." After that, Xiao Ruofei held the time formation flag and hurriedly left the master bedroom, which no longer belonged to him. He randomly chose a guest room on the second floor. After entering the room, he first put the time formation flag into the ring 2 space. Then he opened the cabinet, took out clean sheets and quilts, and started to make the bed. Before Ling Qingxue and Song Wei came to the house, Xiao Ruofei had already slept for a while. Now, after the commotion, he was completely awake. He wondered how the two of them would get along in the same room. What would they talk about? Xiao Ruofei's mind couldn't help but give birth to all kinds of messy thoughts. After tossing and turning for a long time, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Xiao Ruofei simply sat cross-legged, took out a crystal from the space, and began to cultivate the Dao formula. In the past 2 days, he had already cultivated spirit and body 3 times. 2 of them were with Ling Qingxue, and 1 was with Song Wei. Although the effect of spirit and body cultivation was more obvious for Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, it was also very helpful for Xiao Ruofei. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough, so he planned to strengthen his cultivation in the near future. He wanted to break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the 9th level of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation lasted all the way until the next morning. A trace of white appeared in the east, and the light from the sky shone in through the window. Xiao Ruofei, who had been sitting cross-legged motionlessly all night, opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and stretched. Xiao Ruofei's face also revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Breaking through from the 8th level of qi refining to the 9th level of qi refining was indeed not a simple matter. However, the amount of spiritual energy required was probably more than the previous levels combined. After a night of cultivation, Xiao Ruofei could feel that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. However, he was afraid that he still needed to work hard for a few more days to reach the critical point of breaking through. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's mentality was also quite good. He didn't feel depressed because of this. He simply washed up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei didn't get up. Xiao Ruofei also felt a trace of guilt towards the 2 girls, so he came down early to prepare breakfast. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei both got up and washed up and came downstairs together, Xiao Ruofei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The thick rice porridge was kept warm in the electric pressure cooker. Heart-shaped poached eggs, refreshing side dishes, crispy toasted bread, butter, milk. It could be said that 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 it could be said to be a Chinese or a Western style. After last night's separation of spirit-body cultivation, the atmosphere between the 3 of them didn't seem to be as awkward as when they first met. They chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. Song Wei had to go back to her parents' place in the provincial party committee family courtyard in the morning. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to drive Song Wei back and then send Ling Qingxue to work, but the two of them rejected him in unison. Ling Qingxue said that she would send Song Wei home and then go to the company. She also seriously told Xiao Ruofei that they were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, so Xiao Ruofei didn't need to drive her to and from work. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still expressed that he respected their opinions. Since there was no need after last night's separation of spirit-body cultivation, the atmosphere between the three of them didn't seem to be as awkward as when they first met. They chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. Song Wei had to go back to her parents' place in the provincial party committee family courtyard in the morning. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to drive Song Wei back and then send Ling Qingxue to work, but the two of them rejected him in unison. Ling Qingxue said that she would send Song Wei home and then go to the company. She also seriously told Xiao Ruofei that they were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, so Xiao Ruofei didn't need to drive her to and from work. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still expressed that he respected their opinions. Since there was no need, Xiao Ruofei was slightly startled and asked, "Director Gao? Didn't we say that we would go to Beijing in a few days to talk? Besides, for the recording of a program, why would he, the deputy director of the station, personally come?" Feng Jing said with a smile, "This means that people value you. Ordinary guests don't need Gao Tai to come in person. And if he comes to visit in person, doesn't it show that the degree of importance is higher? With the status of shown non-satellite TV in the entertainment circle, even if it is a top star, they may not need the deputy director of the station to personally come forward to contact them." However, Xiao Ruofei's identity is not just a traffic star, although his traffic is indeed very large. To say the hottest company in Huaxia in the past year, it is definitely the Taoyuan company. Perhaps the Taoyuan company is not very large, and its profitability is not worth mentioning compared with those giant companies, but it is very popular on the internet, and no company can be compared with it. Every product is a hit, and its fame has already reached overseas. The topic is also quite enough. How can such a company not be popular? As a young entrepreneur, Xiao Ruofei is in charge of such a popular and potential enterprise as the Taoyuan company. How can his status be compared with ordinary traffic stars? What's more, Xiao Ruofei's personal friendship with Ho Liang, as well as his status in the circle of the second generation in Beijing, are enough to make shown non-satellite TV attach great importance to him. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Well, since they want to come, we can't stop them. Let's do a good job of receiving them." "Okay." Feng Jing responded crisply, "Can I arrange a meeting for you tomorrow afternoon?" "No problem." Xiao Ruofei said, "Is it at the company or the hotel?" Gao Tai said that he wants to visit the company. "The meeting place is arranged in the reception room on the top floor." Feng Jing said, "You don't have to show up during the visit. Just show up during the meeting." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he picked up some documents on his desk that needed his signature. The working model of the Taoyuan company was very mature. Feng Jing could directly make the decision for most things, but she always played her part. For some relatively sensitive matters, such as financial and personnel issues, even if Xiao Ruofei was not in the company, she would often call to report to him. She would only implement it after getting approval from Xiao Ruofei. These work procedures also required Xiao Ruofei's signature, so every time he returned to the company, there would be a pile of documents waiting for him to sign. After dealing with work for a while, Xiao Ruofei stood up and stretched. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery to relax his eyes. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ruofei walked back to his desk and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, and Feng Jing walked in with a female white-collar worker. This white-collar woman had short hair and was dressed in a black professional suit. She looked valiant and formidable. "Chairman." Feng Jing smiled and greeted. The white-collar worker beside her also bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Hello, Chairman." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He asked, "Manager Feng, why are you looking for me?" "Sit down and talk." Feng Jing brought the white-collar worker to sit in front of Xiao Ruofei's desk. She then smiled and said, Chairman, let me introduce you. This is Xianxia from the administrative department. She was just promoted to M5 manager at the end of this year. The Taoyuan company's personnel grading system had been implemented very smoothly until now. After the first personnel grading and a comprehensive evaluation at the end of this year, everyone's grades were basically in a stable state. The future career paths were also very clear. Whether it was technical or management positions, as long as one was capable, there would be enough room for improvement. The M series were all management positions. This Xianxia could get an M5, which meant that her ability was quite good. One must know that an M6 was basically at the level of a department's deputy director. Therefore, this M5 manager should be a mid-level reserve that Feng Jing valued more. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Xianxia. He could see that Xianxia was a little nervous in front of him, so he said gently, Hello, Manager Qin. Xianxia quickly stood up and said, Hello, Chairman. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that he would make Xianxia more nervous when he wanted to let her relax a little. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Feng Jing, revealing a look of inquiry. Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, it's like this. The company formed a small team in the administrative department in the early stages. Of course, the personnel were transferred from the marketing department, public relations department, and even the finance department. It's just that the administrative department is in charge of management and coordination. This team is specifically responsible for your personal affairs, including social media account maintenance, crisis management, and some external activities. In short, it's equivalent to your secretary team. Manager Qin is the person in charge of this team, so I brought her here to meet you today. If you have any work in the future, you can directly give her instructions. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and said, Manager Feng, is there a need for this? You also know that I'm a lazy person. I rarely come to the company. Isn't it a waste of resources to specially hire a team to serve me? When Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. This team could be said to have a high status in the company. Although it was managed by the administrative department, it was actually the chairman's direct team. Moreover, they usually handled all the matters related to the chairman, such as the maintenance and operation of social media accounts. It could be said that they were the most direct subordinates. Being able to be in charge of such a team was quite beneficial to her development prospects in the company. If this newly formed team was disbanded just because of Xiao Ruofei's words, wouldn't she want to cry but have no tears? However, Xianxia also knew that she was just a small manager in M5. She had no right to speak in front of the chairman and the president, so she could only be anxious. Fortunately, this job was personally promoted by Feng Jing. Logically speaking, Feng Jing shouldn't compromise so easily. Everyone in the company knew that Manager Feng was Boss Xiao's most trusted subordinate. Her words still carried a lot of weight. As expected, Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, it's quite necessary to set up this team. Not to mention other things, just based on your social media accounts alone, how can you guarantee that you'll continue to gain popularity if you don't update even once for a few days? Also, as the company's reputation and scale grow, there will naturally be more and more matters related to you. These all need a professional team to handle. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he shrugged and said, Okay. Then I'll listen to you. The company's profitability was amazing. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a stingy person. Naturally, he wouldn't reject Feng Jing's decision just to reduce costs and hire a few fewer employees. In the company, Xiao Ruofei still paid great attention to protecting Feng Jing's prestige. After all, he couldn't be tied down by the position of chairman for a long time. Most of the company's daily operations were carried out by Feng Jing. When Xianxia heard this, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that Manager Feng's position in the chairman's heart was indeed important. She managed to convince him with just a few words. Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, then you can talk to Xianxia. I'll go back to the office first. If you have any instructions, you can tell her directly. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Okay. Manager Feng, thank you for your hard work. Feng Jing smiled and waved her hand, then walked out of the office. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were the only two people left in the office. Xianxia looked even more uneasy. When Xiao Ruofei stood up just now, Qin Yanan stood up subconsciously. Now she stood there, somewhat at a loss. In fact, Qin Yanan was a standard elite white-collar worker. She studied in a famous university and even got her master's degree in the US. At the beginning of the year, when the Taoyuan company expanded, she gave up many opportunities to work in bat-level companies and resolutely came to the Taoyuan company, which she thought had endless potential. Even in front of Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and other company executives, Qin Yanan could maintain a very calm and appropriate response. But when facing Xiao Ruofei, she always had an inexplicable feeling of nervousness. Even if Xiao Ruofei always had a gentle smile on his face, there seemed to be a faint majestic aura around him. This made Qin Yanan unconsciously felt a little timid in front of him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Qin Yanan, "Manager Qin, don't just stand there. Sit down and talk." Qin Yanan quickly said, "Chairman, you can call me Xiao Qin or Yanan." This team was Xiao Ruofei's service team. Qin Yanan also intended to get closer to Xiao Ruofei. Calling her Manager Qin seemed a little estranged. Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked at the resume left by Feng Jing just now. Qin Yanan was about the same age as him, so he couldn't call her Xiao Qin. So he said with a smile, "Okay. Then I'll call you Yanan." Qin Yanan showed a hint of joy. She sat down opposite Xiao Ruofei's desk and said, "Chairman, let me report the situation of our team to you first." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. Qin Yanan said, "Now the whole team has a total of 6 people. 2 of them are responsible for operating your social media accounts. At this stage, it is mainly Weibo. Given that your international popularity is also rising, especially in Australia, where you are even a household name, we suggest that you open Facebook, Instagram, and other overseas mainstream social media accounts in the future. At that time, we expect the operation team to increase to about 4 people." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, you can start to deal with this matter. By the way, is it convenient to operate Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram in China? Because of well-known reasons, some overseas social media platforms couldn't be directly used in China." Qin Yanan said with a smile, "We have investigated in the early stages, but there is no problem at all. You just need to buy a VPN. In addition, as for the issue of the platform's ban, you are a well-known public figure. Even if the big data hit, the platform generally will ban your account, so there is definitely no problem." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "That's good. Carry out your work according to your ideas." "Okay, Chairman." Qin Yanan said, "At present, the remaining 3 people in the team are responsible for public affairs, logistics, and some other work. Of course, this division of labor is not absolute. I will coordinate the strength of the work which has the most important task." Qin Yanan looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, I position myself as the person in charge of your service team and your work assistant, so I hope you can approve. From today onwards, I will work at the secretary's desk at the door." In fact, although the desk was said to be at the door of Xiao Ruofei's office, most of the top floor was Xiao Ruofei's office. It was only connected to Feng Jing's president's office by a passage. The 2 offices were relatively independent, so the desk at the door of Xiao Ruofei's office could be regarded as a separate office. It was only connected to the exclusive elevator of the chairman's office. It was the only way for visitors to get to Xiao Ruofei's office. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "You are the person in charge of the team. You don't have to do this kind of specific work yourself, right?" Qin Yanan said with a smile, "Chairman, serving you is the important mission of our team. As the person in charge of the team, of course, I have to be closest to you so that I can get the first-hand information. As for the work of the team, I can also arrange it if I work on this floor." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Okay. If you think it's appropriate, then do it. But I am often not in the office." Qin Yanan said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Whether you are here or not, someone needs to take care of it. Someone always needs to do things like sending and receiving documents. Ordinary employees certainly couldn't enter the chairman's office at will. Even on this floor, ordinary employees didn't have the authority to enter. Usually, when Xiao Ruofei wasn't there, some documents that needed his signature were often sent to his desk by Feng Jing or Dong Yun. If there was an assistant, the work relationship could be straightened out a lot. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, okay then. Qin Yanan said happily, thank you for your support, Chairman. Then I'll move the things over in a while. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Qin Yanan then opened the book in her hand and said, Chairman, regarding Xiangnan Satellite TV's Deputy Director Gao Jun's visit to the company and meeting with you, we have contacted Xiangnan Satellite TV. I would like to communicate with you about the specific itinerary. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, go ahead. It's like this. Director Gao and his party of 4 will take the 8:30 a.m. flight tomorrow and arrive at Sanshan around 11 a.m. The other party said that the Southeast SARFT will be responsible for the pickup and hotel arrangements. They don't need our guarantee. Qin Yanan said, Director Gao's initial plan is to arrive at the Taoyuan building around 3 p.m. The car will be guaranteed by the Southeast SARFT. President Feng will come forward to receive Director Gao and his party and take them to visit the company's headquarters. At around 3:30, Director Gao and his party will meet you in the reception room on the top floor. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, what are the issues they are going to discuss this time? Qin Yanan reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear, and then said, Chairman, we have communicated with the people from Xiangnan Satellite TV. The main purpose of this trip is to communicate with you about the recording of the first episode of the 3rd season of The Life I Yearn For. In addition, there may be some cooperation intentions that need to be communicated. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. There are a few things that you should note down. First, clean up the reception room in advance tomorrow, and prepare the fruits that should be prepared in advance. Second, although the Southeast SARFT is responsible for food and accommodation, Station Head Gao is still visiting our company, so we can't pretend that nothing happened. We have to send someone to pick him up at the airport. Since Gao Jun had put on such a serious attitude, Xiao Ruofei couldn't be too reserved. After all, he still represented the government, and the Taoyuan company was just a private company. As the saying goes, everyone carries a beautiful sedan chair. Others gave Xiao Ruofei face, and Xiao Ruofei's usual practice was to give due respect. Okay. Qin Yanan asked as she recorded, Chairman, then, what level of leader should we send to pick him up at the airport? Gao Jun was the deputy station head of Xiangnan Satellite TV, and his administrative level was equivalent to that of a deputy director. If the person who went to pick him up was of a lower level, then it would be better not to go. Perhaps it would be easier for the other party to have a grudge against him, so Qin Yanan naturally had to ask for instructions. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, go and report to Manager Feng. If Manager Feng is free, let her work hard. If she is busy with work and can't leave, then I'll have to trouble Boss Dong to make a trip. Okay. Qin Yanan quickly recorded, and then asked, Chairman, do you have any other instructions? No, go back to work. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said. Okay. Qin Yanan responded crisply, and then bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei. She left Xiao Ruofei's office with light footsteps, and gently closed the office door outside. After Qin Yanan left, Xiao Ruofei looked at the documents for a while. About half an hour later, Qin Yanan knocked on the door and walked in. She came to Xiao Ruofei's desk, bowed slightly, and said, Chairman, I have already reported to Manager Feng. She said that she will personally pick him up at the airport tomorrow morning. She is expected to attend the welcome luncheon organized by the Southeast SARFT for Gao Tai before returning to the company. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, okay, I got it. Qin Yanan said with a smile, Chairman, I have to report to you that I have already moved all my office supplies over. From now on, if you have any instructions, just call me via the internal line. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, and said, you are quite nimble. Qin Yanan pursed her lips and smiled. I don't have many things. It's the most important thing to do for you. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei said. You can leave first. Oh, right. If there's nothing else, I won't come in the afternoon. I might not come tomorrow morning either, but I'll definitely be there before 3:30 in the afternoon. If you need anything, just give me a call. Understood. Qin Yanan said. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had no other instructions, Qin Yanan refilled Xiao Ruofei's cup with hot water and left the office quietly. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the office until noon. Then, he picked up his handbag and left the office. Qin Yanan, who was at the door, saw Xiao Ruofei come out. She immediately stood up and pressed the elevator button for Xiao Ruofei. Then, she bowed slightly to him and said, "Chairman, take care." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Qin Yanan. Then, he stepped into the elevator. As the elevator went down, Xiao Ruofei was in a good mood. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't think much of the service team that Feng Jing had specially arranged for him, he now felt that it was good. With such a team, he could save a lot of trouble. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Xiao Ruofei stepped out. In the lobby on the first floor, there was a special elevator that went to the top floor. On the opposite side, there was a general elevator that went to the other floors. Xiao Ruofei saw several takeout boys wearing yellow or blue jackets. They were holding several bags with takeout in their hands. They were waiting for the elevator. He couldn't help but take a few more glances thoughtfully. Today, there were no other companies in the Taoyuan building. All of them were employees of the Taoyuan company. According to Xiao Ruofei's idea, he would rather leave the remaining floors empty than rent them. After all, the company would be in a stage of rapid development in the next few years. The scale would inevitably expand rapidly, and the demand for office space would gradually increase. He also didn't want to rent out his office building just to earn more rent. If so, when the company needed to increase office space in the future, they would have to clear out the tenants first. Then, they would have to redecorate, which would add a lot of trouble. It was lunch break now. It seemed that many of the employees were ordering takeout. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment. Then, he took out his mobile phone and called Feng Jing. "Ruofei, what's the matter?" Feng Jing picked up the phone and asked in a relaxed tone. When there were no outsiders present, Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei wouldn't show a clear superior-subordinate relationship. The two of them would be much more casual. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Jing Jia, I suddenly have an idea. I want to discuss it with you." Feng Jing said with a smile, "According to my experience, your new ideas are generally good ideas. Every time, it can bring huge benefits to the company. To be honest, I'm quite interested. Tell me quickly." "What is it?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Haha. You guessed wrong this time. My idea can't make money for the company. It might even cost a lot of money." "Ah? What is it? Don't keep me in suspense." Feng Jing said with a smile. "It's like this. When I just came out, I saw a lot of delivery guys delivering takeout upstairs." Xiao Ruofei said, "Our employees ordering takeout every day can't be a long-term solution. Wasting money is one thing, and health may not be guaranteed. After all, the hygiene of many takeout vendors is worrying. If a few of them get food poisoning, it will be troublesome. Moreover, the employees are working hard for the company. We have to keep up with the logistics. I also noticed the problem you mentioned." Feng Jing said, "But I haven't thought of a good solution for the time being. In fact, a lot of companies are in the same situation. It's not just us." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while, then continued, "Sister Jing, I think that in the short term, we can sign an agreement with a brand food and beverage company. We can ask them to customize healthy meals for us every day. Then, we can count the number of people who need to eat and report to them in advance. They will be responsible for delivering the meals. In this way, we can settle the bill with them on a monthly basis. I plan to have the company provide a certain percentage of meal subsidies for each employee. This way, the employees can eat delicious and healthy meals and also save money." "This is a good idea," Feng Jing said, "but the company may have to increase a fixed expense." "There's no need to save this kind of money," Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. "Okay. Since the boss said so, I will ask Boss Dong to come up with a plan." Feng Jing said with a smile, "When you see that there are no problems, we will start to implement it." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, This should be done sooner rather than later. The earlier it is solved, the earlier the employees can enjoy this benefit. Also, I think that Ling's restaurant is good. They are a restaurant for ordinary people, and they are also a well-known company in the province. The sanitary conditions are definitely up to standard. We don't have to worry too much about the safety of the food. Feng Jing said with a smile, the most important thing is that Ling's restaurant has a good relationship with our chairman. It will be easier to talk about cooperation. I understand. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Jing, I just said that this is only a temporary measure. In the long run, it is imperative to set up a staff cafeteria in the Taoyuan building. I see that we have a lot of empty floors now, so we might as well use half of the floor to plan a staff cafeteria. Wow! Feng Jing exclaimed. Ruofei, you are really generous. If half of the floor is rented out, the monthly rent won't be small. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, I didn't want to rent the empty floor. I think it is necessary to set up a staff cafeteria, and the company also needs to provide food subsidies. For example, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, an individual only needs to pay 5 or 8 yuan to eat 3 meals. The rest of the money will be subsidized by the company. I think that if we introduce the card system of the university cafeteria, we can only deduct the cost once a day. In this way, the employees can swipe their card once for every meal, but they will only be charged the first time. No matter if they eat 1 meal, 2 meals, or 3 meals a day, the cost will be the same. I understand what you mean, Feng Jing said. Since you have this idea, of course, I won't oppose it. I will put your instructions on paper as soon as possible, and then try to implement it as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this isn't much of an instruction. You executives can also study whether my suggestion is feasible or not. In addition, let the finance department estimate how much money we will need to spend every month to subsidize the food. In short, make the preparations. Okay. Feng Jing replied straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei said, these 2 plans have to be implemented as soon as possible. The sooner they are implemented, the better. In addition, after it is decided, inform all the employees on the company's internet, so that everyone can be happy. Okay. Feng Jing smiled and said, Ruofei, a good boss like you is really rare. Don't flatter me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, right, don't waste the other half of the floor. Since this floor has a cafeteria, it is unlikely that the remaining half will be used as an office in the future. I think it is better to make an activity room. Buy some fitness equipment, and if there is enough space, make a badminton court, buy 2 ping pong tables, billiard tables, and so on. Nowadays, all the white-collar workers in the company sit in the office and often don't move for half a day. The young ones either have problems with their cervical vertebrae, shoulders, or periarthritis. We need to encourage the employees to exercise more after work. After the activity room is built, it will be open to the employees for free. Not only can they exercise during the break time, but they can also set a 20 to 30-minute break in the morning and afternoon. For example, at 10 a.m., everyone can work for a few hours, and then come back to work until lunch break. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 p.m., set another break time until they get off work. You are really thoughtful. Feng Jing smiled and said, if the employees know about this, they will definitely praise you to the heavens. It's not that exaggerated. I hope the employees can have a sense of belonging to the company. They have put in a lot of effort and energy for the company, and the company will never treat them badly. Sister Jing, I will have to trouble you to plan these things first. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, oh yes, about picking me up at the airport tomorrow, I will also have to trouble you. Feng Jing smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. This is my job. After the phone call with Feng Jing, Xiao Ruofei had already walked out of the Taoyuan building. At this time, he remembered that his car was parked in the underground parking lot. He couldn't help but pat his forehead, smiled bitterly, and turned his head to walk inside. He glanced at the security guard on duty at the entrance of the building and found that he knew him as a veteran, so he simply threw the car keys over and said, Xiaobing, please help me drive the car up from the underground parking lot. Okay. Boss Xia, please wait a moment. Xiaobing said quickly, then ran into the building and ran directly from the stairs to the underground parking lot. After a while. You are really thoughtful. Feng Jing said with a smile, if the employees know about this, they will definitely praise you to the heavens. It's not that exaggerated. I hope that the employees can have a sense of belonging to the company. They have put in a lot of effort and energy for the company, and the company will definitely not treat them badly. Sister Jing, I will have to trouble you to plan these things first. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, oh yes, about picking me up at the airport tomorrow, I will also have to trouble you. Feng Jing said with a smile, don't be so polite. This is my job. After the phone call with Feng Jing, Xiao Ruofei had already walked out of the Taoyuan building. At this time, he remembered that his car was parked in the underground parking lot. He couldn't help but pat his forehead, smiled bitterly, and turned his head to walk inside. He glanced at the security guard on duty at the entrance of the building and found that he knew him as a veteran, so he simply threw the car keys over and said, Xiaobing, please help me drive the car up from the underground parking lot. Okay. Boss Xia, please wait a moment. Xiaobing said quickly, then ran into the building and ran directly from the stairs to the underground parking lot. After a while. Okay. Boss Xia, please wait a moment. Xiaobing said quickly, then ran into the building and ran directly from the stairs to the underground parking lot. After a while. When he arrived at the Taoyuan building, Xiao Ruofei took the dedicated elevator directly from the underground parking lot to the top floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Qin Yanan, who was facing the elevator at her desk, looked up and immediately stood up. She bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and said, hello, Chairman. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Qin Yanan. Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to ask, Qin Yanan took the initiative to report, Chairman, Director Gao of Xiangnan Satellite TV arrived at the Taoyuan building almost 10 minutes ago. At this time, he should be visiting the e-commerce department. Manager Feng and Boss Dong are accompanying him. Then Qin Yanan quickly looked at her watch and said, your meeting with him is arranged in about 20 minutes. The reception room is ready. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. After that, Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Qin Yanan quickly followed in and made tea for Xiao Ruofei. Then she handed some documents that had been reported yesterday to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei glanced at them. These documents were arranged according to time and urgency. He nodded and said, okay, put it here first. I'll look at it later. That, when Director Gao comes up, please remind me in advance. Okay. Qin Yanan said, Chairman, then I'll go out first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Xiao Ruofei looked at Qin Yanan's back as she left. She looked at the steaming teacup in front of her and her orderly desk. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was not bad to have a capable assistant. Xiao Ruofei looked at the documents for a while. Qin Yanan knocked on the door, then stood at the door and said, Chairman, the administrative department said that Director Gao and his party are already waiting for the elevator and are ready to come up. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said and then stood up. He walked through the spacious office and went straight to the elevator. At this time, the elevator just went up to this floor. Ding. The elevator door opened. Dong Yun, dressed in a capable professional suit, took the lead out of the elevator and reached out to stop the elevator door. Then, Gao Jun, the deputy director of Xiangnan Satellite TV, who had met Xiao Ruofei a few times, came out. When Gao Jun saw that Xiao Ruofei was standing near the elevator, he hurriedly took a few steps forward with a very enthusiastic smile on his face. He stretched out his hands from a few steps away and said, Boss Xia. Hello, hello. Xiao Ruofei reached out and shook hands with Gao Jun. Then he smiled and said, Director Gao, welcome. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Qin Yanan led the group of people to a small reception room on the side. Everyone sat down as the host and guest. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Director Gao, it's just recording an episode. It's not a big deal. Why did you personally come to the Three Mountains? Gao Jun said modestly, Boss Xia is our important guest. I'm afraid that the people below will neglect you. It's better to communicate with you personally about some things. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Director Gao is too polite. Everything will be arranged by the program group. I will fully cooperate. Thank you. Thank you. Gao Jun said quickly. Even the son of Chief Ho of the HQ followed Xiao Ruofei, so Gao Jun naturally did not dare to neglect him. Gao Jun then asked, Boss Xia, do you have a certain understanding of our program? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I've seen a few episodes, so I still know the basic form of the program. Of course, the premise is that there are not many changes this season. Gao Jun said, that's easy. There are certainly some adjustments in the details, but the overall form has not changed much. Boss Xia, then I'll go through the process with you first? Sure. Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly. First of all, our cameraman will be following and filming the entire time. I heard from young Master Ho that you have a very good courtyard house in Beijing, and it's very unique. Gao Jun said, if you don't mind, we hope to start filming from the courtyard house. Xia Ruofei thought about it and said, no problem, but try not to involve too many private things. Of course. Of course. Gao Jun quickly said, after the final edit of the program is out, we will let you review it first. If you feel that something is not suitable, we can edit it at any time. That's not a problem. Then it's okay. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gao Jun said, Boss Xia, then as usual, before our guests go to the filming location, they will call to order food first. Let's finish the ordering process at the courtyard house. Sure. Xia Ruofei said. Then the next step is to go to the mushroom house of the Taoyuan Club. Gao Jun said, when we come out of the courtyard house, we will arrange a car provided by the sponsor. There will be a cameraman in the car to take some behind-the-scenes shots. Gao Jun then explained the general process of the whole shooting to Xia Ruofei. In fact, the framework of this season's program was similar to that of the previous 2 seasons. There were 4 permanent guests, and then there were flying guests in each episode. Before the guests in the previous episode finished their journey, the guests in the next episode had already arrived. In this way, it seemed that each episode was seamlessly linked. The main theme of the program was naturally the leisurely slow life in the countryside. Gao Jun introduced that the permanent guest lineup of this season was basically unchanged, and it was still 2 old people and 2 new people. The 2 old people were the male host of Xianxia Satellite TV, He Jiong, and the famous actor Huang Lei. The 2 new people were the popular young men in the past 2 years, Peng Cheng and Zhang Xing. This lineup, compared with the last season, the only difference is that the cute Chinese music teenager Lu Xianxia couldn't participate in the recording because of his schedule, and was replaced by Zhang Xing. This kind of slow variety with a leisurely atmosphere, the whole recording process is not very tight. It is just to experience the leisurely rural life with the guests. For the effect of the program, a certain amount of work will be arranged, as well as cooking food together, drinking tea and chatting, etc. They arrived at the mushroom house in the morning of the first day, stayed there for a night, and left after lunch the next day, and the task of the first guest was completed. In the morning of the next day, the guests of the second episode will arrive, and the program will continue to record. Xiaonan Satellite TV considered that Xia Ruofei was different from ordinary stars. In order to show the importance of him, in the first episode, he was the only flying guest, and in the past, there were often several guests in each episode. Xia Ruofei didn't have the bad habits of some big stars. After Gao Jun introduced the program process in detail, he also took the initiative to ask Xia Ruofei if he had any requirements, or if there were any taboos in life and diet. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, Director Gao, I'm not that particular. I came from a poor life, and when I was a soldier, what kind of hardships didn't I suffer? You can just tell the program team what to do, and you don't need to give me any special treatment at all. Gao Jun was very happy to hear the words and said, Thank you. Thank you. Boss Xia, thank you so much. The reason why Gao Jun came in person was that he was worried that Xia Ruofei would not be easy to get along with, and that the program team would accidentally neglect him. In his opinion, a young tycoon like Xia Ruofei, and with such a strong network in Beijing, would definitely not be easy to get along with, and it was normal for him to be a little arrogant and domineering. In fact, during the Beijing Taoyuan Club's groundbreaking ceremony, Gao Jun had a brief contact with Xia Ruofei and felt that Xia Ruofei was a little unreasonable. At that time, Gao Jun had taken the initiative to use the Taoyuan Club's venue to film the 3rd season of The Life I Yearn For. This would have been very good publicity for the Taoyuan Club, but Xia Ruofei had flatly refused at the time, and his attitude was very firm. If it weren't for the support of Zhao Yongjun and the others, this matter would definitely have been hopeless. Gao Jun didn't expect that after this contact, Xia Ruofei would be completely different from what he had imagined. He didn't put on airs at all, and his attitude was very easygoing. He was simply too easy to talk to. Gao Jun then said, "Boss Xia, there are still some things that we would like to receive your company's full support for." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Gao, you're too kind. If there's anything we can help with, just tell us directly." "Thank you." Gao Jun said, "Boss Xia, it's like this. When we were planning the show, we designed a vegetable field. The quality of your company's vegetables is well known, so we have a presumptuous request. Can your company provide some high-quality vegetables and help us transplant them to the vegetable field next to the mushroom hut?" The Life I Yearned For was a variety show, so naturally, it was impossible to plant vegetables from small seedlings like a real vegetable field in the countryside. After all, the recording period of the show was only so long. If they started from scratch, the vegetables might not even be ripe by the time the show finished recording. In fact, in the first season of the show, the vegetable field was directly planted with ripe corn. The guests picked the corn to exchange for ingredients, and it even became a big selling point of the show. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought when he heard this. Seeing this, Gao Jun hurriedly said, "Boss Xia, if it's because of confidentiality or other reasons, then forget it." "You don't have to be troubled," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Gao, you've misunderstood. It's just a small matter, there's no need to be troubled. I'm just thinking about which vegetables are more suitable to provide. After all, the climate in the north and the south are different. Moreover, the weather in the north is still very cold. Whether the vegetables can survive after transplanting is also something that needs to be considered." Gao Jun hurriedly said, "Boss Xia, we've already built a vegetable greenhouse in advance. There won't be any problems with normal planting." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded when he heard this. He said, "That's good. I agree to this matter. Director Feng, you can inform Farm Officer Chow and let him be in charge of the specifics. He must cooperate fully and choose the best vegetables. Also, considering the survival rate, prepare more in quantity." Feng Jing was also accompanying the reception in the reception room. When she heard this, she immediately said, "Yes, Chairman." Gao Jun was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Boss Xia. You've helped me a lot. With this batch of vegetables, the entire show will be upgraded to a higher level. Your company only needs to provide the vegetables that are about to ripen. As for the rest, including the transportation, we will take care of it ourselves." "Good. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Send someone to the farm today to communicate with Farm Officer Chow about the specifics." Xia Ruofei smiled and said. The show's filming would start in a little more than a week. The vegetable garden must be prepared in advance. "Yes, yes, yes," Gao Jun said. Then, he turned to one of his subordinates and said, "Xiao Lu, follow up on this matter. You must ensure that the vegetable garden is ready before filming." "Yes, Director." Xiao Lu hurriedly stood up and replied. Then, Gao Jun raised a few specific requests, including using Taoyuan de Hong Pao to entertain the guests during the show, putting Yuji ointment in the bathroom for the guests to use, and also preparing a small amount of Taoyuan brand iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus. These requests were not so much a request for support from the Taoyuan company. It was more of an advertisement for the Taoyuan company. During the show's broadcast, the ubiquitous Taoyuan brand products would appear on camera from time to time. Moreover, the host would also insert advertisements randomly. For example, when making tea with the guests, they would have to announce that it was Taoyuan de Hong Pao. When washing up in the morning, the guests would have to use Yuji ointment, an online celebrity makeup product. After all, celebrities were very particular about maintaining their appearance. In addition, there was also a vegetable greenhouse named after the Taoyuan company. When the guests planted and picked the vegetables in the greenhouse, they would naturally have to thank the Taoyuan company for its friendly sponsorship. Moreover, the Taoyuan vegetables were now popular all over the country. Just the appearance alone would attract countless fans. When the time came, the show's high-definition camera would naturally capture the vegetables beautifully. This was all excellent publicity. In fact, this treatment was second only to the title sponsor in the show. The title sponsor not only had various fixed advertisements, but they also had a large number of product placements. Other than that, the Taoyuan company's products probably had the highest exposure. Most importantly, all of this was free of charge. Feng Jing, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but feel a little emotional and almost cheered out loud. Regardless of the reputation of Xianxia Satellite TV, there is no doubt about their influence in the entertainment industry, and the program The Life I Yearn For has been tested by the market, with a large number of fixed viewers, and the advertising effect is not to be doubted. What's more, Xia Ruofei also personally participated in the recording of the first episode, which will become a hot topic all of a sudden. As long as the program itself doesn't court death, the third season will definitely be a hot rhythm again. For these requests of Xianxia Satellite TV, Xia Ruofei naturally agreed without hesitation, and instructed Feng Jing on the spot to provide sufficient products according to the needs of Xianxia Satellite TV. Of course, for Xianxia Satellite TV, it is not without return. The topic brought by Xia Ruofei is enough to make the popularity of the program rise a lot. Although a lot of placements for product placement have been sacrificed, at the same time, the hard advertising income of the program broadcast time can increase a lot. And apart from the benefits, it can expand the influence of the TV station in the entertainment industry, and more importantly, it can gain the friendship of Xia Ruofei. These are valuable returns for Xianxia Satellite TV and Gao Jun himself. Therefore, this is definitely a win-win cooperation. This meeting ended in a very happy atmosphere. Xia Ruofei also agreed with Gao Jun that they would go to Beijing in a week. At that time, Gao Jun would also come to Beijing and personally supervise the recording of the first episode. After the meeting ended, Gao Jun stood up and said with a smile, "Boss Xia, we have prepared some wine tonight. I hope that you and Manager Feng can give me a chance to express my gratitude." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Director Gao, you are a guest since you are here in Sanshan. How can we let you be the host? It should be us doing our part as the host. I have already booked the place for tonight. How about it? Director Gao, will you do us the honor?" Gao Jun was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Boss Xia is too polite. Then, I will accept your invitation. Director Gao is straightforward," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. There was still some time before dinner, so Xia Ruofei invited Gao Jun to his office. The two of them chatted while making tea. As for the staff accompanying Gao Jun, they were naturally received by Feng Jing and the others. It just so happened that there were some specific matters that needed to be further confirmed by both parties. After all, the leaders were only in charge of the general direction. Xiaolu had gone straight to Taoyuan Farm to discuss the matter of transplanting vegetables with Chao Taishu. Gao Jun chatted with Xia Ruofei for a while and felt even closer to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not have any heirs to begin with. If others gave him enough respect, he would naturally give them enough respect. Gao Jun did not feel the slightest bit of arrogance from Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, he felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. At around 5:30, the two of them left the office together. They called Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Xiao Chang, and Gao Jun's entourage and went to Lingji private kitchen together. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing already had a very good tacit understanding. Just now in the reception room, she had already understood Xia Ruofei's gaze. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei brought Gao Jun back to the office, Feng Jing immediately called Lingji private kitchen. When the private kitchen heard that Xia Ruofei was going to entertain guests, they naturally had no objections. The backyard was not open to the public, so Xia Ruofei could use it at any time. When Xia Ruofei's group arrived at Lingji private kitchen, the private room was already prepared. It was a quiet courtyard, and the quaint private room looked rather classy. Xia Ruofei had prepared Lingji's signature dishes, Buddha jumps over the wall, Yangtze River shad, as well as the special Zue Ba immortal wine and the space-aged semelon for the guests who had come from afar. Gao Jun could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he was still convinced by the delicious food tonight. Especially when he found out that many of the ingredients tonight were produced by the Taoyuan company, he could not help but give a thumbs up. Naturally, the guests and the host enjoyed the banquet. After they finished eating, a Buick GL8 commercial car was responsible for sending Gao Jun and the others back to the hotel. Xia Ruofei personally sent him to the entrance of the private kitchen. Gao Jun shook hands with Xia Ruofei with a hint of drunkenness and said, "Boss Xia, thank you for your hospitality." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Director Gao, you're too polite. The electric car door slowly opened. Before Gao Jun got into the car, he turned around and said, by the way, Boss Xia, for our meeting today, I want to use some photos or videos for the pre-promotion of The Life I Yearn For. Is that okay? Gao Jun had brought 2 reporters with him this time. They had also taken a lot of videos and photos of the entire meeting. There was no shortage of people in this field at the TV station. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, isn't this a spoiler? Speaking of which, you should try to keep it a secret before the show starts. Gao Jun laughed and said, nothing is absolute. From the perspective of dissemination, it's better to release the news that Boss Xia is joining our show earlier. Of course, if you mind, then forget it. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, why would I mind? As long as you think it's suitable, then go ahead and use it. Gao Jun said happily, that's great. Thank you, Boss Xia. You're welcome. You're too polite. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Boss Xia, then I'll take my leave. Gao Jun said, see you in Beijing. Okay. See you in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Gao Jun got into the Buick minivan. Xiao Ruofei stood next to Gao Jun and the others in the car and watched the car drive away from Lingji private kitchen. After the guests left, Feng Jing and the others naturally arranged for the remaining minivan to send Xiao Ruofei home first. Just now, Xiao Ruofei came with the company's car, and the Night 15 off-road vehicle was left in the underground parking lot of Taoyuan building. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony, but he also asked everyone to get in the car and asked the driver to send them back separately. Along the way, Feng Jing and Dong Yun were very excited. Although the program hadn't started recording yet, they had already foreseen that when the program was broadcast, Xiao Ruofei would definitely gain another wave of fans, and the popularity of the Taoyuan company would reach a new high. Even without waiting for the program to be broadcast, Xiaonan satellite TV would soon begin to warm up. By then, netizens would naturally know that the only flying guest in the first episode was Xiao Ruofei. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to send Feng Jing and Dong Yun back first based on the principle of ladies first, but they firmly refused. Moreover, the Jiangbin Villa community was the closest to Lingji private kitchen, so Xiao Ruofei was sent home first. The car drove all the way to the gate of the villa. Xiao Ruofei told the driver to pay attention to safety, then waved goodbye to Feng Jing and the others and walked into the yard with brisk steps. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei's life was very regular. Because he had to go to Beijing again in a few days, Xiao Ruofei was embarrassed to be a hands-off boss these days. Even if he couldn't guarantee that he would go to work on time, he would at least go to the company every day. In terms of work, with Qin Yanan and the team she led, Xiao Ruofei also had a lot less to worry about. Qin Yanan could arrange his schedule in good order, of course. In fact, he didn't have much of a schedule. Some things that needed to be done on behalf of the company were basically handed over to Feng Jing. He enjoyed the feeling of directing from behind the scenes. In these few days, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei didn't avoid meeting Xiao Ruofei. It was just that the two of them either didn't come, or they came together. Every time they cultivated with Xiao Ruofei, the two of them only slightly avoided each other to avoid embarrassing themselves directly in front of each other. In terms of the number of times they cultivated, the two of them strictly followed the principle of equality. One time, no one was at an advantage, and no one was at a disadvantage. When Xiao Ruofei saw this situation, he naturally smiled bitterly in his heart. They didn't give him any chance at all. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. In fact, when he practiced the soul-body fusion cultivation, the pleasure from the soul level was far more than the direct physical contact. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had practiced the soul-body fusion cultivation many times. In fact, they knew this in their hearts, but they didn't want to lose face for the time being. This rather strange and delicate situation lasted like this for a few days. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave for Beijing. Originally, Song Wei also wanted to go back to school. Xiao Ruofei wanted to take Song Wei with him to Beijing. After all, it was more convenient for him to have a private jet. However, perhaps in order to avoid suspicion, Song Wei didn't want Ling Qingxue to think too much. He actually took a private jet back to Beijing one day in advance. After Song Wei returned to Beijing, Xianxia very consciously didn't look for Xiao Ruofei again. Regarding this, Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Early in the morning, after Xiao Ruofei finished breakfast alone in the villa, the car sent by the company quickly arrived at the villa's entrance. Xiao Ruofei sent Xianxia a WeChat message, then walked out of the house with a small suitcase. Qin Yanan hurriedly greeted him. The veteran driver also immediately took Xiao Ruofei's suitcase and put it in the trunk of the business car. This time, Xiao Ruofei brought Qin Yanan and another girl in her team who was responsible for external communications. The car quickly set off. The girl named Yu sat in the front passenger seat, while Qin Yanan and Xiao Ruofei sat side by side in the middle seat. Qin Yanan and Yu both knew that this trip was taking a Gulfstream business jet. Both of them were a little excited, but they didn't show it in front of Xiao Ruofei. After more than half an hour of driving, the car drove to Chongping International Airport. Next to the terminal, there was a slightly shorter building, which was commonly known as the private jet building. When taking a private jet, one would enter the tarmac through the security checkpoint of this building. This Gulfstream G650 aircraft had always been configured with two captains. The two pilots, Luan and Jing Daming, were both experienced captains. They received a flight mission a few days ago and had already applied for the flight route and parking space at Beijing's airport early on. This was because Xiao Ruofei said that this time, they might be staying in Beijing for a few days. After going through a simple security check, Xiao Ruofei and the other two saw the captain in charge of this flight, Luan, and the crew waiting at the security checkpoint. "Boss Xia. Good morning." Luan smiled and greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face and said, "Captain Lu, I'll have to trouble you again this time." "You're welcome, this is our job." Luan replied. "Boss Xia, this way please." The flight attendants had already taken Xiao Ruofei's small suitcase. The group of people walked through a long corridor and directly entered the tarmac through a small door. The Gulfstream G650 business jet was quietly parked on the tarmac. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw this luxurious private jet named Haven, Qin Yanan and Yu still looked amazed. Especially when they saw the distinctive vegetable and fruit paint on the fuselage and the large Taoyuan Company logo on the tail fin, a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Under the escort of the flight crew, Xiao Ruofei was the first to board the plane. Qin Yanan and the others followed suit. The luxurious facilities in the cabin naturally made Qin Yanan and Yu secretly speechless, but they were still professional. After boarding the plane, they didn't look around, but each found a seat behind Xiao Ruofei and sat down. After the flight crew boarded, Captain Jing Daming, who was the co-pilot, went straight to the cockpit to prepare for the flight. The flight attendants also did their jobs, while Captain Luan came to Xiao Ruofei. He smiled and said, "Boss Xia, let me report to you that today's flight will take about 2 hours. At present, the weather conditions and traffic at Beijing Airport are within the normal range. We are expected to land before 11 o'clock. The overall weather on the route is good. There may be slight turbulence during the takeoff and landing, but it won't cause any discomfort." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work. You can rest well for a few days after arriving in Beijing." "Boss Xia, you're welcome. If there are no other instructions, I'll go to the cockpit to prepare." Luan said, "We are expected to be allowed to take off in 10 minutes. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei and the others fastened their seat belts. A few minutes later, the Gulfstream business jet was allowed to be pushed out. After inspection and confirmation, the plane slowly began to taxi. After a Sichuan Airlines Airbus landed, the Gulfstream G650 business jet that Xiao Ruofei and the others were on was allowed to enter the runway. The plane made a 90-degree turn at the end of the runway. After the fuselage was straightened, it began to taxi at high speed on the runway after a short stop. Just as they experienced the obvious feeling of being pushed back, the plane quickly leaped into the sky lightly. After a series of lifts and turns, the Gulfstream business jet gradually entered the cruising altitude. As soon as the seatbelt indicator light went off, the flight attendant came to serve them with a smile. Although the flight time was not meal time, the private jet still prepared a variety of drinks, wine, and exquisite meals. Xiao Ruofei unfastened his seatbelt, waved his hand and said, I want to take a nap at the back. See what Yanan and the others need to eat. Okay, boss Xia. The flight attendant smiled and nodded. Xia Ruofei strode towards the rear cabin's separate bedroom. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned around, and said to Qin Yanan with a smile, Yanan, do you want to take a look at the cockpit? That's quite a unique experience. Can I? Qin Yanan's eyes flashed with surprise. Although she often took planes, she had never been to the mysterious cockpit. Xia Ruofei's suggestion naturally aroused her strong curiosity. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to the flight attendant, go and ask Captain Liu. I believe that as long as it doesn't affect the safety of the flight, he will be happy to fulfill the wishes of 2 beautiful ladies. Okay. The flight attendant nodded with a smile and walked toward the cockpit. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, enjoy your journey. I'm going to take a nap. You can ask the flight attendant to wake me up when the plane is about to land. Okay, thank you, boss Xia. Qin Yanan said. Xia Ruofei went straight to the rear cabin's separate bedroom and lay on the bed to rest for a while. Since Xia Ruofei had personally spoken, Luan naturally wouldn't refuse to let Qin Yanan and He visit the cockpit. The 2 of them entered the cockpit with a hint of excitement under the guidance of the flight attendant. The cockpit was known as the most beautiful office in the world. The view from the cockpit's perspective was naturally completely different from the view from the passenger cabin's porthole. This was indeed a very new and special experience for Qin Yanan and Hiyu. When they were visiting the cockpit, Xia Ruofei had already closed his eyes and slept. It wasn't until more than an hour later when the plane began to slowly descend that the flight attendant gently knocked on the door to wake him up. Half an hour later, the Gulfstream G650 plane landed smoothly on the runway of Beijing Airport. Xia Ruofei led Qin Yanan and Hiyu out through the special passage. As soon as he went out, Xia Ruofei saw Wu Chang, who had been waiting here in advance. After getting into the Land Rover driven by Wu Chang, Xia Ruofei said to Qin Yanan, Yanan, let's go to my house in Beijing for dinner first. Then you can go to the hotel if you want to stay. It's no problem to stay at my house. There are many rooms there. Qin Yanan pursed her lips and said with a smile, Boss Xia, let's save some travel expenses for the company. Let's stay at your place. It's also convenient for us to work. This time, she went to Beijing with Xia Ruofei. Her work was still very important. In the afternoon, she had to connect with Xiongnan satellite TV because according to the arrangement, the film crew would come to Xia Ruofei's courtyard house the day after tomorrow to start the preliminary shooting, followed by the recording of the program. Although Qin Yanan and Hiyu would definitely not appear on camera, they would definitely accompany Xia Ruofei all the time when he went to record the program. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, anyway, it's convenient for you. The company doesn't lack travel expenses. If you're not used to it, you can find a hotel to stay. After chatting all the way, the car soon came to Dixing Inner Street and turned into Luhai Alley. Although they already knew that Xia Ruofei's house in Beijing was a courtyard house, Qin Yanan and Hiyu were still shocked when they saw this magnificent 3-section courtyard house. Most of the courtyard houses in their impression were the impressions in movies and TV series. The so-called courtyard houses where many families lived together and built randomly were more accurately called large courtyard houses. Xia Ruofei's courtyard house, which was located in the most central area of Beijing and had 3 sections and dozens of rooms, had completely subverted their stereotypical impression. With such a large site and in such a golden location, the value of this courtyard house could be imagined. What's more, the 2 owners of this courtyard house had carried out quite professional antique restoration of the courtyard house. On the basis of ensuring the comfort of life, the original appearance of the former Qing dynasty's Baylor mansion was restored to the greatest extent. It looked quite magnificent. Qin Yanan couldn't help but say, Boss Xia, this place is great. Even if you drive us away, we won't leave. What hotel can be better than here? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay. If you like, you can stay here. There are many guest rooms here. You can choose whatever you want. Qin Yanan and Hiyu were naturally embarrassed to stay in the courtyard in the middle with Xia Ruofei. In the end, they chose 2 adjacent guest rooms in the front yard. During this time, Wu Chang recruited 2 old comrades according to Xia Ruofei's request. They were responsible for the security of the entire courtyard house. They lived in the front yard. Qin Yanan and He lived in the front yard, so they were not afraid because the house was too big and there were too few people. Wu Chang, his sister-in-law Wu Shouchuan, and Xia Xiaolan, who had become his girlfriend, still lived in the backyard. These people took care of Xia Ruofei's courtyard house in an orderly manner. After putting down the luggage, Xia Ruofei rested for a while. Then, he called Qin Yanan and He to eat in the restaurant in the backyard. Now, there were more staff in the courtyard house. Although Xia Ruofei's temperament was more peaceful and he never put on airs, Wu Chang also felt that it was a little inappropriate for them to eat with Xia Ruofei. So, he specially prepared a small restaurant next to the kitchen for the staff to eat. The original restaurant was for Xia Ruofei and his guests. In this way, only Xia Ruofei and the other two would eat in the main restaurant. Wu Shoujuan knew that Xia Ruofei was going back to Beijing yesterday, so she made full preparations early and made a sumptuous lunch for them. Xia Ruofei was a little disapproving of Wu Chang's arrangement for the staff to eat in the small restaurant. However, since it had been arranged like this, he did not say anything. However, he still pulled Wu Chang over to eat with him and asked about the situation here. Because Qin Yanan and He still had to work, they did not drink at noon. They quickly finished their lunch. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive Qin Yanan and He to the hotel where the film crew was, and he went back to the main courtyard to rest. When he saw Wu Chang and the other two leave the courtyard house in a Land Rover, his heart moved slightly. This car must be very convenient for personal use at home, and the traffic is very good. However, if it is a business activity, it seems a little inappropriate. For example, in today's situation, it can only be regarded as a stopgap measure. The courtyard house was very spacious. There were several garages, and there were also parking spaces in the front yard. Therefore, Xia Ruofei wanted to buy another car. It would be best if it was a 7-seater business car to meet the needs of different situations. Xia Ruofei did not know much about cars. In addition, he had specially instructed Wu Chang not to reveal his whereabouts this time, so that his friends in Beijing would not run to the airport to pick him up. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun and the others did not know that he had come to Beijing. Now that he had returned home, it was reasonable to contact them and ask about buying a car. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Song Rui's number. He felt that Song Rui should be more experienced in buying a car. The call was quickly connected. "Hello. Ruofei." Song Rui said casually. "Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Did you feel guilty? Do you feel bad that we're working ourselves to death in the capital while you're enjoying life in the Three Mountains? Go to hell." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "I am also working hard for our club, okay? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? How can you say this? Don't you feel ashamed?" Song Rui said. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't want to bicker with you today." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Didn't you say that I am indifferent to the club's matters? You've wronged me. Didn't I come here today?" "What? You are in Beijing?" Song Rui was stunned and said, "Why didn't I know? When did you come?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I just got home." "Didn't I call you as soon as possible? Why didn't you tell me before you came?" Song Rui said. "All right. I still have something to do here. I'll call Brother June and the others over in the afternoon. We haven't gotten together for a while. We have to have a few drinks." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "You, kid, are thinking about the good wine in my wine cellar. Is this how you look at your good brothers?" Song Rui complained, "Is our brotherhood less than a few bottles of wine?" Speaking of this, Song Rui smiled again and said, "Of course, the wine you have stored is still good." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "I knew you were up to something. Then give me a straightforward answer." Song Rui said with a smile. "Okay. Everyone, come." Xia Ruofei said readily, "Good wine, enough wine. Don't leave the table until you're drunk." Song Rui was overjoyed and said, "This is what you said. I'll call you one by one in a while. You can inform everyone." "I won't call." Xia Ruofei said. "Right, what are you doing back in Beijing this time?" Song Rui asked. "Didn't I say? It's for our clubhouse." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, didn't you guys urge me to cooperate with Xiangnan Satellite TV to shoot a program before? You also promised them to help me record an episode of the program. Am I not here to pay back the debt? Is the program going to start recording? Song Ruwei said, I was wondering why the staff at the Mushroom House has obviously increased a lot these days. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, speaking of this, I'm a little worried. Will their recording affect the construction of our clubhouse? Don't lose more than you gain. To be honest, the main beneficiary of this cooperation with Xiangnan Satellite TV was the Taoyuan company. For the clubhouse, of course, there was a publicity effect, but the vast majority of ordinary TV viewers were not the target customers of the clubhouse, so the publicity effect was basically negligible. If the construction of the clubhouse was affected because of the recording of the program, then Xiao Ruofei would be a little sorry for his brother. After all, the recording of the program couldn't be completed in a day or two. Xiao Ruofei only needed to record one episode, but the guests of the program changed every episode. It would take a month or two to finish recording a season. Song Ruwei said with a smile, don't worry about that. At that time, these problems were considered during the planning and design. The Mushroom House was built first. Now, the clubhouse and the Mushroom House are separated to ensure that they won't affect each other. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, oh right, Xiao Ruwei, I still have something I need your help with. I want to buy another car. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, now there is only one Land Rover in Beijing. It's not appropriate to drive that car for some occasions, Song Ruwei immediately said, I really agree with this. To be honest, that Land Rover is good as a transportation tool, but it can't be used in some high-end occasions. Ruofei, leave it to me. Old Li Xiaoxi has been selling cars for the past few years. He has a lot of good stuff. What brand of car do you like? As long as you say the word, you can get it within a month. And it's cheaper than the market. What Lamborghini, Ferrari? Stop. Stop. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, why would I buy a supercar? It's expensive, and the chassis is so low, it's not practical at all. Song Ruwei froze for a moment, then said with a smile, I thought you wanted to buy a luxury car. So I misunderstood. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have a lot of money to burn. Why would I buy a luxury car? You have to change your mindset. Song Ruwei said, you're a millionaire with a net worth of more than $1 billion. Your spending mindset can't always stay at the level of a loser. Even if I have money, it's earned through hard work, not through the wind. Xiao Ruofei said impatiently. Okay. 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 Song Ruwei said quickly, I won't persuade you. Then tell me. What kind of car do you want to buy? Xiao Ruofei said, I'm thinking of buying a business car with good performance, one with a higher level of comfort. The main thing is that I don't know much about cars. Can you give me some advice? I see. Song Ruwei pondered for a moment, then said, Ruofei, why don't you buy a Toyota Alpha? This car is definitely comfortable. It's a bit like a celebrity's nanny car, and it has a lot of space. Recently, this car has been very popular. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, a Japanese car? He had an instinctive rejection of Japanese cars. Song Ruwei laughed and said, yo. I didn't expect our big boss Xia to be such a nationalistic youth. Not really. Xiao Ruofei said, but the Japanese car's safety performance doesn't seem to be very good. Do you have any other recommendations? Song Ruwei said seriously, to be fair, there's no problem with the safety performance of this car. Ruofei, I don't like the Japanese, but objectively speaking, the Toyota Alpha is quite good compared to several business cars of the same level. Xiao Ruofei did not reject products from Japan to the extent that she would not buy them. If she was really such a nationalistic youth, she would not be able to survive. This was the era of globalization. A car or an electronic product might have components produced in many countries. Just like many domestic mobile phones, the chips were actually provided by foreign manufacturers. Even Huawei mobile phones, which developed their own chips, had many components, including the screen, that came from foreign manufacturers. So, after listening to Song Rui's words, he pondered for a moment and said, that's fine. I believe in your vision. Let's buy this Alpha. Song Ruwei smiled and asked, aren't you going to ask about the price? Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, it's just a business car. How expensive can it be? Tell me. How much is it? Song Ruwei said, the official price is about 800,000. The price of the naked car. 800,000 was naturally nothing to Xiao Ruofei. He didn't even think before saying, I can accept this price. And didn't you say that? Isn't the overall price of this car good? Song Ruwei chuckled and asked, so it's decided just like that? It's decided. Xiao Ruofei said, I believe in your vision. It's rare for you to praise me. Song Ruwei said with a smile. Then, he asked with a smile, how are you going to buy it? Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and said, where else can I buy a car? Go to a 4S shop. Don't tell me there's no Toyota 4S shop in Beijing? Of course there is a Toyota 4S shop. Song Ruwei said with a smile, but if you go directly to a 4S shop, I'm afraid you can't buy it. Don't keep me in suspense. What's the situation? Xiao Ruofei asked. Let me tell you this. This car is very popular in China. Many local tycoons are scrambling for it. Also, the Japanese are deliberately doing hunger marketing. Song Ruwei said, do you know how many quotas Toyota headquarters gives to the entire Greater China region every month? How many? Xiao Ruofei asked. 800 units. Song Ruwei said, pay attention. This is the quota for the entire Greater China region, including Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. So little? Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. Rare things are precious. Don't many local tycoons like this? Song Ruwei said with a smile, it's undeniable that this car is very comfortable and very attractive. It's very futuristic. But the Japanese's hunger marketing is really disgusting. Song Ruwei paused and said, the effect of this hunger marketing is that if you go directly to a 4S shop to buy a car, there's absolutely no available car. This car is now being sold at a higher price, and it's a huge increase. Even if the price is increased, you have to wait for at least a month. A huge increase? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, how much? Let's put it this way. This car is purely imported. The price of the top model in Japan is about 400,000 Huaxia dollars. Because of the tariff, the price in our country is about 800,000. Song Ruwei said, but in reality? The price of the top model is at least 400,000 or even 600,000. Plus the purchase tax, compulsory car insurance in the shop, and some other fees, it's at least 1.6 million. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. After a while, he said, a car that costs 400,000 would be sold for 1.6 million in our country? Quadrupled? What do you think? Song Ruwei said with a smile, even with this, you might not be able to buy it. You still have to queue for a car. Crazy. Xiao Ruofei was speechless for a while. Who would be such a sucker? You don't say, there are a lot of stupid rich people now. Song Ruwei said with a smile, they know that they are doing hunger marketing, but they still want to buy it even if they have to pay more. It's just because this car looks good. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, if this is the case, then I'll change the brand. It seems that Buick also has a good business car. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1.6 million. This money was really just a drop in the bucket for him, but he felt that the money wasn't worth it at all. Moreover, if he drove this car out in the future, it would be easy to be misunderstood as a rich man. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Don't. Song Ruwei said, didn't I just say it? Objectively speaking, this is a very good car. And it's not necessarily the nouveau riche who buys this car. Many big entrepreneurs are quite fond of this car. I just don't think it's necessary. Xiao Ruofei said. Spending 1.6 million to buy a car that only sells for 400,000 in neon, of course it's not necessary. Only a fool would buy it. Song Ruwei said with a smile, but since I'm recommending this car to you, naturally I won't let you be a sucker. Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood and said with a smile, I understand. Our master Song has a way to get a cheap car? Song Rui laughed and said, not only is it cheap, but you don't have to wait. Oh? Xiao Ruofei also felt a little moved. Song Rui said, I just told you. Xiaoxi of the Li family specializes in selling cars. He has a way to get the original car directly from Neon. And speaking of this, Song Rui lowered his voice and said, even the tariff is saved. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, Xiao Rui, it's just buying a car. There's no need to do all this. What if something happens? You don't have to worry at all. Song Rui said with a smile, although it's not imported from the regular channel, the cars on Xiaoxi's side are all complete with procedures and absolutely legal. I won't go into the details of the operation with you. In short, every cat has its own way. He's doing this for a living. Most of his customers are people in the circle. If there's a problem with the car, would he dare to sell it? The old man of the Li family passed away early, so the family had been going downhill over the years. Their influence had been declining year by year. The Li family couldn't be compared to a rich family like the family Song. In the entire capital, it could only be regarded as a second-class family. Xiaoxi was selling imported cars to people in the circle. He certainly wouldn't dare to make any mistakes in the procedures, otherwise, it would be easy to offend people. Xiao Ruofei heard this, pondered for a moment, and said, how much would it cost to buy it from him? Song Rui said proudly, it's definitely not that cheap for others, but if I ask, it should be possible to get it for 500,000 yuan. This car in Neon would cost 400,000 yuan, and there's also the cost of transportation, including the cost of some connections. 500,000 yuan is basically the break-even price. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, then help me understand the situation first. If it happens to be available, I'll order one. Okay. Song Rui said with a smile, even if there's no existing car, he can go and get it temporarily. I'm sure he'll do his best to send it to you in the shortest time possible. Then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Ruofei said, then smiled and asked, now that we're done talking about business, it's time to care about your personal problems. How are you and Zhuyi recently? Have you made any progress? The last time Zhuyi had come to the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei had specially helped Song Rui to find out more about her. He felt that Zhuyi didn't hate Song Rui, more or less like that. It was just that Song Rui's family background gave her a lot of pressure, so she had more concerns. So Xiao Ruofei had also enlightened Zhuyi. However, he didn't know if Zhuyi had listened to what he had said at that time. Song Rui said with a smile, look at what you're saying. With this young master taking action, how could he possibly fail? I have a reputation. People call me the jade-faced young gentleman. Dealing with Zhuyi, isn't it easy? Oh. You've become so arrogant. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, listening to what you've said, you've probably gotten her. Of course. Song Rui said proudly, the lack of progress before was my strategy. If I really launch an attack, how can she resist my romantic attack? Steel Gun Gentle said, thank you to the Chidian book friends, Blue Fantasy for 200 book coins and Alblis for 100 book coins. Thank you to the Creation book friend 37 ***** 60 for 100 book coins. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, I really regret not recording you. Others might not know, but I know. Why are you pretending with me? I don't like what you're saying. Song Rui said. I said, that's called strategy. Strategy, do you understand? Strategy your head. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you're a little arrogant. Don't you know what you're worth? If you always talk like that, you won't have any friends. Song Rui said gloomily. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I guess you didn't ask Zhuyi why she suddenly accepted you, right? What other reason could there be? Song Rui laughed and said, of course, she was captivated by my personal charm. Of course, she was also touched by my meticulous care. Ugh. Xiao Ruofei said, without my help, how could you have done this? Last time at my house, you drank too much, and I helped you with a lot of ideological work. What? Song Rui couldn't help but be confused. After a long while, he asked, You helped me. with ideological work for E? Why didn't I know about it? I'm a living lei feng. I do good deeds without leaving my name. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, if you weren't so arrogant today, I wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Song Rui knew that Xiao Ruofei was right. Shui's attitude towards him had changed after the party at Xiao Ruofei's Sihiyuan. He had thought that it was due to sincerity. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Song Rui laughed dryly a few times and said, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I really didn't know about this. I'll ask later. Don't be so stupid as to ask Shui. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, girls are thin-skinned. Be careful that she doesn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Anyway, you two are together, so why bother with these things? That makes sense. That makes sense. Song Rui quickly said, Ruofei, thank you. We're all brothers. Don't say that. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui's serious expression and felt embarrassed to continue teasing him. Okay, I'll hang up first. Gather your brothers. Also, if Shui is free, ask her to come over too. Okay. Song Rui said, see you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called Qin Yanan first. She and Yu were still on the way to the hotel. Xiao Ruofei asked her to finish her work in the afternoon early and rush home for dinner. Anyway, there was still a day left tomorrow, and most of the communication issues had been settled by Xiao Ruofei, and Gao Jun. Qin Yanan was only responsible for the routine coordination. Then, Xiao Ruofei found Song Wei's number. After hesitating for a while, he dialed it. After a few rings, he heard a voice prompt saying that the call was in progress. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Is he not going to answer the phone? Even if he wants to avoid arousing suspicion, he doesn't have to be so ruthless, does he? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If that's the case, he has two girlfriends in name, but in fact, he is worse than a single dog. As long as Song Wei and Ling Qingxue are not in the same place, he won't be able to see either of them. It seems that I have a long way to go. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Just as his thoughts were running wild, his phone rang. Xiao Ruofei picked it up and saw that it was Song Wei. He quickly answered it. Ruofei, I'm sorry. I was in the library just now, so. Song Wei said with a hint of shyness. Xiao Ruofei's heart was slightly relieved. It turned out that he had misunderstood. At least the situation was not as bad as he thought. He said with a smile, it's okay. It's okay. By the way, why are you still in the library at this time? Have you had lunch? I came over after eating. Song Wei felt Xiao Ruofei's concern for her. She felt sweet in her heart and said with a smile, I'm about to finish the previous project, so I went to the library to look for some materials. But you still need to rest. Xiao Ruofei said, if you don't sleep at noon, you'll have a breakdown in the afternoon. Song Wei chuckled and said, you're exaggerating. What's wrong with not resting for a day or two? Moreover, I'm a cultivator. How can I be so fragile? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'm just concerned about you. You're so talkative. Song Wei said with a hint of shyness. Then she asked, you're in Beijing? She knew that Xiao Ruofei was going back to Beijing today, so she went back to school 2 days earlier. Now that Xiao Ruofei called her, she naturally guessed that Xiao Ruofei had arrived in Beijing. Yeah. Xiao Ruofei said, well. I just settled down and called you to invite you over for dinner. Song Wei felt sweet in her heart, but she still said, I have something to do tonight. Let's talk about it later. In the agreement between you and Qingxue, there's nothing that says you can't meet alone, right? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. That's not the reason. Song Wei said quickly, don't think too much. I really have something to do. In fact, no matter how busy Song Wei was, she wouldn't even have time to have dinner with Xiao Ruofei. She did have some concerns and didn't want Ling Qingxue to misunderstand. Xiao Ruofei was naturally aware of this. He could only smile bitterly and say unwillingly, Wei, brother Zhao and Song Rui will be here tonight. Oh right, your classmate Shui will also be here. You really can't find time? Song Wei said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry. Ruofei. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Song Wei to finish. He smiled and said, "You do your thing. Let's meet again when you have time." Song Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay. You take care of yourself too." Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone with a bitter smile. He sat on the stone bench in the yard and smoked a cigarette. Then, he got up and walked to the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan were cleaning up the kitchen. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they quickly stopped what they were doing and greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Sister-in-law, some of my friends will be here for dinner tonight. I'll have to trouble you." Wu Shoujuan quickly said, "Okay. Boss, it's not difficult to cook. By the way, how many people will there be tonight? I need to prepare in advance." 7 or 8. Xiao Ruofei said, "You don't have to worry about the ingredients. I'll go out and prepare." Xiao Ruofei wanted to take out some ingredients stored in the space. If Wu Shoujuan went to buy ingredients, he wouldn't have a chance to take them out. "Okay," Wu Shoujuan said. "Then you do your thing." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll go buy some ingredients first." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly left the Sihiyuan through the backyard door. Because the car was driven by Wu Cheng to send Qin Yanan and Yu, Xiao Ruofei could only walk to the entrance of the alley to take a taxi. He was also more aware of the need for an additional vehicle. Xiao Ruofei stopped a taxi at the entrance of the alley and went straight to the nearby Walmart. He bought some ingredients in the supermarket, mainly meat, such as organic black pork, pork ribs, beef tenderloin, and so on. He bought a lot of each. When paying the bill, Xiao Ruofei specially bought a few more plastic shopping bags. After paying the bill, Xiao Ruofei took the ingredients he bought in the supermarket and took a taxi back to the Sihiyuan. This time he went through the main door on the side of Luhai Lane. After passing through the front yard, Xiao Ruofei first took the ingredients back to the master bedroom suite in the middle of the main courtyard. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he took a lot of vegetables and 2 fish from the space and put them in the shopping bags from the Walmart. Then he took the bags to the backyard. Xiao Ruofei gave these ingredients to Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan, and then he went to the cellar in the basement. He took out a few bottles of the best wine, Zui Ba Xian, and noble rotten wine from the space and put them in a box. In case there wasn't enough wine, he took some from the space and put them on the shelf in the cellar. In this way, Wu Cheng could come to pick them up at any time during dinner, and he didn't have to go there personally. Xiao Ruofei took the box full of wine to the ground floor and asked the veteran who was responsible for the security work in the front yard to help move the box of wine to the dining room in the backyard. After doing this, Xiao Ruofei took a breath and then went to the bathroom in the master bedroom to take a shower. He changed into a clean set of clothes and lay on the bed to take a nap. When he went to bed, it was almost 3 o'clock. He woke up around 4 o'clock. After washing up, he went to the courtyard and took a stroll. Then, he leisurely lay on the recliner and smoked a cigarette. Xiao Ruofei spent a rare leisurely time in the yard. When it was almost 5 o'clock, the communication panel set in the middle of the main courtyard made a notification sound. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand up. Instead, he picked up the tablet on the stone table next to him and clicked a few times. Suddenly, the camera of the backyard door appeared on the tablet screen. This tablet was also the smart home control terminal of the entire courtyard. Through the Wi-Fi connection, it was easy to control devices such as access control, air conditioning, LED lights, and so on. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui grinning at the camera and couldn't help but smile. He pressed the microphone sign on the control screen and said, "Come in." After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the control panel on the tablet and opened the access control of the backyard. At the same time, he stood up and walked towards the backyard. When he came to the backyard, Song Rui and the others' cars had already driven in. In addition to Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Wei Jun, and the others all rushed over. Now, Xiao Ruofei was the core of their circle. Of course, Zhuyi came with Song Rui as expected. Although it wasn't time to get off work, the museum where she worked was very free. Moreover, because of her relationship with Song Rui, it wasn't a problem for her to leave early for 2 hours. Xiao Ruofei happily greeted them and shouted, "Brother Zhao. Monkey, Zixuan, I missed you so much." Xiao Ruofei hugged his good friends from Beijing one by one. Finally, he walked in front of Zhui Yi. Song Rui said nervously, "Hey. It's okay for a guy to hug her, but you can't hug her." Zhao Yongjun and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhui Yi glared at Song Rui with a look of disgust, then smiled and reached out her hand to Xiao Ruofei. She said, "Ruofei, we meet again." Xiao Ruofei politely shook Zhui Yi's hand and smiled. You're the best. I want to congratulate you and Xiao Rui. You finally achieved something. It wasn't easy. Our brothers are getting anxious just looking at it. Zhao Yongjun also joked, "Isn't that so? We can't wait to help Xiao Rui. That guy is too cowardly." Su Zixuan and the others laughed again. Even Zhui Yi blushed and pursed her lips to laugh. Song Rui was a little embarrassed. He snorted and said, "This is called being a gentleman. What is cowardly? Being nice to the woman you love is called being romantic. You bunch of boorish people don't understand." Zhui Yi glanced at Song Rui, and Song Rui immediately shut his mouth. Xiao Ruofei secretly shook his head. He thought that this guy was going to become a slave to his wife. His future status in the family was worrying. Seeing that Song Rui had shut his mouth, Zhui Yi said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, your congratulations are a little early. We're just trying to be together. It's still a long way to go before we achieve something." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "No matter what, we're happy that you guys can be together. Don't worry about the future. There will be a way when the time comes." Song Rui listened and looked at Xiao Ruofei thoughtfully, but he didn't say anything. After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei invited everyone to the master courtyard in the middle to sit down and drink tea. It was still a little early after dinner. Wu Shoujuan was still busy in the kitchen, and Wu Cheng, Qin Yanan, and He Yu hadn't come back yet. Because the weather was still cold, Xiao Ruofei invited everyone into the master suite with the floor heating on. On the east side of the suite was the spacious and bright master bedroom and bathroom. On the west side was a study room connected to a sunroom. In the middle was the living room for guests. Xiao Ruofei was personally responsible for making tea. He used the tea set with ease and talked to Zhao Yongjun and the others about the club's recent situation. The club's planning and construction efficiency were very high. According to the current progress of the project, it would be open for business in May. The recruitment of staff had been carried out in advance, and the club needed a lot of staff. Fortunately, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others often went to various high-end places and knew a lot of talents in this field. They poached several managers from some hot spring clubs and private restaurants and recruited a group of ordinary staff at the same time. Although the club hadn't been built yet, the staff had already started to go through training. Zhao Yongjun was very happy when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was mainly there to record the third season of The Life I Yearned For. After all, he was the one who made this happen. He also knew that this cooperation was a good publicity opportunity for the Taoyuan company. They chatted until about 6 o'clock, then got up and went to the restaurant in the backyard. Steel Gun Tenderness said thank you to Chidian readers Dazed Fish for 2,000 book coins, Moonlit Snowy Story and Alblis for 100 book coins. Coincidentally, when Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived at the backyard, Wu Cheng also drove Qin Yanan and He Yu back to the Sihiyuan. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted Qin Yanan. Then, he introduced her to Zhao Yongjun and the others. "This is Manager Qin of our company. She is currently in charge of my assistant team." Then, he introduced Zhao Yongjun and the others to Qin Yanan one by one. Of course, he didn't mention the specific identities of these people. He just said that they were all his good friends. Qin Yanan nodded graciously to Zhao Yongjun and the others. Then, the group walked to the dining room. Song Rui poked Xiao Ruofei's waist. Xiao Ruofei slowed down in confusion and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Song Rui pointed at Qin Yanan and whispered, "You have a beautiful assistant by your side. Aren't you afraid that your little girlfriend will be jealous?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "What does this have to do with anything? Yanan is my work assistant." "And which little girlfriend are you talking about?" Song Rui was suddenly angry and said, "You can't hit me like this. Fortunately, I have E now. Otherwise, I would be angered to death by you." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. Let's eat. The two stepped into the dining room. Shui smiled and asked, Song Ruwei, what are you and Ruofei whispering about? Song Ruwei froze for a moment, while Xiao Ruofei immediately said with a smile, Xiao Ruwei is showing off to me. He said that he will show us PDA tonight. Shui suddenly blushed. She glared at Song Ruwei coquettishly and said, you only know how to talk nonsense. I didn't. Song Ruwei weakly defended himself. However, Shui obviously believed Xiao Ruofei's words more. She glanced at him in annoyance and walked to sit between Qin Yanan and Hiyu. Song Ruwei couldn't help but be stunned. His girlfriend wasn't sitting with him? What the hell is this? He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Xiao Ruofei, who was grinning mischievously. Fortunately, Hiyu was more perceptive and took the initiative to give her seat to Song Ruwei. Naturally, Shui wouldn't change seats again. It was good for couples to throw tantrums, but it wasn't good to overdo it. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. After all, she knew that it was just a joke. After everyone was seated, Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan began to serve the dishes. Wu Chang and the others went to the staff cafeteria next door to eat. Xiao Ruofei saw that there were indeed a lot of people today. It would be very crowded if he called them over, and they wouldn't feel comfortable, so he acquiesced. Zhao Yongjun took care of pouring wine for everyone. The men drank white wine, while the three women drank wine. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, Ruofei, say a few words. You're the host today. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a wine glass and said with a smile, there's nothing to say. We're all good friends, and we haven't gathered together for a long time. Yanan and Hiyu, you've worked hard. I'll say a few words. Tonight. Everyone eat and drink well. There's enough wine and food. Come on. Let's drink together. Okay. Cheers. Cheers. The white wine was in a small wine glass, so Xiao Ruofei and the others were very straightforward and directly drank. Qin Yanan, Shui, and Hiyu also drank a big mouthful. Good. Xiao Ruofei showed the bottom of the glass and said, come on, let's eat. Everyone, try Aunt Wu's cooking. Everyone drank and ate while chatting, and the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Zhao Yongjun sighed and said, Ruofei, your wine is still the most authentic. And today's dishes? Are they all ingredients from your Taoyuan company? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, most of them are. But I also bought them at Walmart. Now our company's production is gradually increasing, and the superstores have enough stock. Basically, you can buy them all. That's because your vegetables are too expensive. Song Ruwei said, it's at least a few times more expensive than ordinary vegetables. Ordinary people can't afford to buy them easily. You get what you pay for. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the quality of our products is there for all to see. Su Zishuan said with a smile, Ruofei's words are not wrong. The Taoyuan company's ingredients, whether its appearance or taste, are indeed a lot better than ordinary vegetables. They are originally not of the same grade. See? Zishuan has a good eye. Xiao Ruofei said proudly. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, every time I come to your house to eat, it's really a pleasure, but there's one bad thing. What's wrong? Xiao Ruofei asked curiously. What's wrong? You've raised our food to be picky. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, every time I go back from your place, I feel that my food is tasteless for a few days. Not to mention the wine, any wine that I drink will feel like it's as bland as water. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She said, Big brother Zhao, you shouldn't praise people like this. I'll be proud. Qin Yanan saw that Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were chatting happily. She wanted to give a simple report on her work, but she didn't want to disturb them. Xiao Ruofei was worried that the two of them would be left out. After all, it was the first time they met Zhao Yongjun and the others, so it was inevitable that they would feel reserved. So, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to raise his glass to Qin Yanan and said, Yanan, you've worked hard today. Let's have a drink. Qin Yanan quickly stood up and held the wine glass with both hands and said, Chairman, I should be the one toasting you. I'll drink first as a toast. After that, she raised her head and drank the remaining half of the wine in the cup. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "It's okay. It's okay. Yanan, drink slowly." "We're not drinking, drink as much as you can." After that, Xiao Ruofei also drank the glass of white wine. Qin Yanan wiped her mouth with a tissue and said with a smile, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "By the way, was the connection with Xiangnan satellite TV this afternoon smooth?" Qin Yanan nodded and said, "It was very smooth." They attached great importance to the chairman's participation in the program recording this time, and all aspects of the guarantee and coordination were in place. "We will continue to communicate the specific details tomorrow. I will report to you in detail tomorrow afternoon, and the crew will start the whole process of recording the day after tomorrow morning." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, I'm relieved that you can handle these things. Thank you for your affirmation, Chairman." Qin Yanan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "By the way, I also learned today that the first batch of materials we promised to provide to the program team has been all in place, and the vegetable greenhouse attached to the mushroom house has also been successfully transplanted. After our vegetables have been transported over a long distance, the survival rate is still very high." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Come. Yu, I'll also toast you." Yu quickly stood up and said, somewhat flattered, "Chairman, I'll toast you." When Xiao Ruofei was talking to Qin Yanan and Yu, Zhao Yongjun and others also lowered their chatting voices, and naturally heard the content of their conversation very clearly. Ho Liang waited for Xiao Ruofei and Yu to finish drinking, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xia, why do you still provide free supplies to the program team?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just some vegetable seedlings, and our Dahongpo tea leaves, Yuji ointment, and so on. They are all our own products, and they are also advertising for us." "How can Gao Jun do this?" Ho Liang frowned and said, "How can he take your things for free? And how precious are Yuji ointment and Dahongpo tea leaves? It's not like the program team has no money. These things should be bought with money. I'll call him later and talk to him." Qin Yanan, who was listening to these words, couldn't help but be shocked. "Is there such an operation? Xiangnan satellite TV uses your products to advertise for you. It's already unprecedented to confiscate your advertising fees. You actually want to collect money from others?" Qin Yanan felt that the thin young man in front of her probably didn't understand the situation, so he made such a joke. But when she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. Just now, Ho Liang said Gao Jun's name and said that he would call him to scold him. This shows that Ho Liang knows Gao Jun, and obviously, their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such a thing. However, she still felt incredible and couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. Originally, Qin Yanan thought that Xiao Ruofei would explain to Ho Liang what product placement advertising was. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to just smile and say, "Monkey. Don't make things difficult for Director Gao. These products are just expensive. In fact, the production cost is just like that. It's not much money. You don't want me to be stingy, right? You have to know that you are the one who pulled the strings. Our Taoyuan company is stingy. Isn't that losing your face?" "Brother Xia, how much is my monkey's face worth?" Ho Liang said, "Gao Jun didn't do it well. He didn't give you any face." Song Rui was also a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. When he heard this, he immediately echoed, "Monkey, what you said makes sense. Director Gao dared to use Ruofei's things for free. That's not giving us any face. I say. Find a chance to talk to your old man? When the time is right, move this guy's position. Xiangnan Satellite TV's deputy director in charge of entertainment. That's a fat job." Qin Yanan felt that her brain was about to crash. These young people's tone was so big. A deputy director of a provincial TV station can be changed just like that? He didn't even drink a few glasses of wine. He was so drunk, but Qin Yanan soon knew that she was wrong because it was obvious that Xiao Ruofei wasn't joking at all. It was obvious that he was serious. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Don't make things difficult for me. I have a good relationship with Director Gao. Don't add to the trouble. He did a good job. Why should I change him for no reason? To be honest, Gao Jun was indeed a good person. He put his posture very low. It could be said that he had done it to the extreme. But he probably didn't expect that just because the Taoyuan company provided some products for free, he was almost targeted by Song Rui, Ho Liang, and other playboys. If that was the case, then he would be wronged. How much were those things worth? What was it compared to the huge advertising effect? Zhao Yongjun cleared his throat and said, Ruofei is right. Xiao Rui, monkey, don't yell and kill for no reason. You don't understand the situation. Just do what Ruofei says. Zhao Yongjun had absolute authority in their small circle. Ho Liang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Brother Jun, I know. Me too. Wasn't I the one who pulled the strings? I also felt that things weren't done well enough. Xiao Ruofei quickly smiled and said, It's okay. It's okay. It's good enough. Monkey, I thank you. Come, let's have a drink. Qin Yanan was shocked. From the words of Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others, she faintly guessed that the people at the table today probably had a terrifying background. Of course, in addition to the shock, she also felt very secure. The chairman and these second-generation rich people in Beijing called each other brothers. In the process of the company's development, there would be much less resistance. At this time, Zhuyi gently touched Qin Yanan's arm, leaned over and whispered, Yanan, Ruofei didn't tell you the identity of these people, right? No. Qin Yanan shook her head slightly. Zhuyi smiled and said, I knew from your expression just now. If I didn't know them, I would also think that these people must be bragging and flattering each other. So it's not true? Qin Yanan asked with a smile. It's not true. Zhuyi said, Do you know what that monkey over there does? What does he do? Qin Yanan asked. It doesn't matter what he does. Zhuyi smiled and said, But his father is the executive deputy director of the National Radio and Television. Qin Yanan suddenly understood. No wonder Ho Liang spoke so confidently. It was because of this relationship. Zhuyi smiled and said, Since Ruofei didn't tell you, I won't mention the others one by one. If you are interested, you can ask your chairman yourself. Thank you, Sister Yi. Qin Yanan whispered. On the other side, Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others were chatting about some anecdotes in Beijing's circle. Although Qin Yanan and He weren't people in this circle, Xiao Ruofei still trusted them, so everyone didn't avoid them. Oh yeah, Xiao Rui, don't tell your father that I'm back in Beijing for the time being. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm going to start recording the show soon. After I'm done, I'll visit him. Got it. Song Rui said lazily, I don't usually go back. Speaking of this, Song Rui said, speaking of which. Have you heard? It seems that Family Lu's condition isn't good. Which Family Lu? Xiao Ruofei asked subconsciously, then immediately came back to his senses. You mean Lu Haofan's father? Song Rui laughed and said, Isn't that so? Now Family Lu is called Xiao Rui. Zhao Yongjun suddenly interrupted Song Rui's words. Don't speak without thinking. Song Rui also suddenly came back to his senses. In fact, he was just a little drunk and happened to talk about this, so he said it without thinking. When Zhao Yongjun reminded him, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Although the people present today were basically not outsiders, after all, there were 2 employees of Xiao Ruofei's company. Moreover, even if they were people in their small circle, it was impossible to say anything without restraint. Just like Ho Liang or Wei Jun, their family's strength was not at that level, so some words could not be said in front of them. Otherwise, if it really spread, it would have a negative impact on family song. Xiao Ruofei smiled and changed the topic without leaving a trace. He said, Come. Everyone, try this fish. It was fresh when I bought it. Both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Everyone was a little tipsy. Zhao Yongjun and the others did not treat Xiao Ruofei as outsiders, so they simply stayed in the courtyard house. Anyway, there were many rooms here. Zhuyi went to the front yard to accompany Qin Yanan and He. Zhao Yongjun and the others directly found a few guest rooms in the middle yard. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the master suite, he sat on the sofa in the living room and smoked a cigarette. Then, he stood up and prepared to wash up. At this moment, the door of the room was gently knocked. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui pushing the door open and walking in side by side. "Brother Zhao, you haven't gone to rest yet?" Xiao Ruofei greeted with a smile. "I felt that I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with you." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "As soon as I went out, I ran into Xiao Rui." "Haha. Then come and sit down." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It just so happens that this tea is also freshly brewed. Let's drink some tea together to sober up." "Okay." Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui came over and sat down. Xiao Ruofei leaned over and poured tea for the two, then looked at them with a smile. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "When we were eating, Xiao Rui almost let it slip. It was about family Lu's matter." Song Rui scratched his head and said, after drinking, he didn't know what to say, "Hee." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? TTS this matters, TT this matter. I teaching Yanan and he you don't know anything about Beijing social circle, and they don't know anything about family Lu or the Zhao family. I'll talk to them later, and they'll definitely keep their mouths shut." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "Ruofei, you misunderstood. It's not appropriate to talk about this at the table. After all, there are too many people around, so I stopped Xiao Rui in time. But you're different. What can't I tell you?" Xiao Ruofei then understood Zhao Yongjun's intention. He was worried that Xiao Ruofei would be unhappy, so he came over to explain. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I'm not interested in these things. I'm just listening to it for fun. I don't care at all." "You can't not care." Song Rui said, "Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly startled. He laughed and said, "It has something to do with me? Other than some unpleasantness with their good-for-nothing grandson, I have no interaction with family Lu at all. I've never even seen Elder Lu. He's sick, you can't blame it on me, right?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei and family Lu's two good-for-nothing grandsons had conflicts, and they had both confronted each other. It's just that the matter of him dealing with Lu Haojuan had a huge impact, so even Zhao Yongjun and the others couldn't tell them. Of course, this was for their own good. Not knowing was the best situation for them. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Look at what you're saying. Ruofei, the general situation is like this." Then, Zhao Yongjun told Xiao Ruofei about family Lu's situation. It turned out that family Lu's old man used to be quite healthy, but the younger generation didn't live up to expectations and had problems one after another. Especially Lu Haojuan, whom he had high hopes for. Because of such a stupid problem, his career was basically ruined. It was said that when he heard the news of Lu Haojuan's accident, family Lu's old man closed his door for 3 days and didn't come out. Then, his whole body became dispirited. Usually, the old man was old, so it was normal for his body to be weak. But Elder Lu's situation was different. Not long ago, a routine physical examination found that his body was not as simple as aging. During this physical examination, several abnormalities were found in his body. After further examination, it was discovered that it was the most dangerous pancreatic cancer. For family Lu, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Pancreatic cancer, and it was in the late stage. This was basically a countdown to his life. Even if he was sitting on one of the largest families in Xianxia and had great power, he couldn't escape the law of nature. Not to mention in Xianxia, even on a global scale, there was no treatment for such a highly malignant cancer. It was even difficult to delay the disease's progression. It could be said that after discovering this disease, Elder Lu's days were numbered. The process would be very fast. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was still a little confused. He said, "I understand a little, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." He thought to himself, could it be that family Lu already found out that Lu Haojuan's accident was orchestrated by me? Even if that's the case, they can't say that Elder Lu's illness is related to me, right? Even if they were angry, could they get pancreatic cancer from anger? What's more, family Lu suddenly had a big change. Right now, they were busy making all kinds of arrangements for a rainy day. How could they have the time to find out who was responsible? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Elder Lu's illness naturally has nothing to do with you, but he's now thinking about your medical skills." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he suddenly understood. Back then, Master Song was also on the verge of death. He was forcibly saved by Xiao Ruofei. Not only did he completely recover, but his body was also much better than before he fell ill. His complexion was getting better day by day, and even his white hair had decreased by a lot. It was no exaggeration to say that with Master Song's current condition, living to 100 years old would be no problem at all. Although this matter was strictly confidential, it wasn't like there were no clues at all. With Family Lu's ability, it was still possible to find out Xiao Ruofei's role in this matter. Song Ruwei said from the side, Ruofei, Family Lu is also anxious now, but you can't say that they're desperate. Anyway, they're treating you as a life-saving straw. Yesterday, Uncle Lu went to visit my grandfather, hoping that you could treat Elder Lu's illness. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and asked, then what did Grandpa Song say? The old man definitely won't agree rashly. Plus, he didn't admit that you cured his illness at all. Song Ruwei smiled and said, this matter definitely needs to be asked for your opinion. If you don't agree, even Family Lu can't force you. Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, yeah. With Family Song as your strong backing, no one can force you to do something you don't want to do. What's more, if something really happens to Elder Lu, Family Lu won't dare to act rashly. There are a lot of people watching them. Xiao Ruofei nodded thoughtfully. Yesterday, Family Lu went to visit Master Song. Until now, no one had called him, which meant that Master Song had suppressed this matter. Even Family Lu's people didn't dare to rashly disturb him. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't want to rashly get involved in this kind of matter. Not to mention other things, the tangled and complicated relationships in Sizhou City was something that he couldn't understand and didn't want to understand. This kind of thing could affect the whole situation. If he really did save Elder Lu, he might offend a lot of people without knowing it, he thought for a while and asked, Xiao Ruwei, what's Grandpa Song's attitude? I don't know. Song Ruwei said with a smile, aren't you going to visit him in a few days? We'll see if he'll mention this matter at that time. Anyway, if he doesn't mention it, just pretend that you don't know anything. In my opinion, why should we help him for no reason? Song Ruwei didn't have a good impression of Family Lu. All kinds of fights between the younger generation of the two families were very common. The two families' political ideologies were not very compatible, and competition in various fields was normal. It was normal for him to have such thoughts. However, Zhao Yongjun said seriously, Xiao Ruwei, you can't say this kind of thing casually, and, this matter can't be considered so simply. You have to remember that Family Lu is Family Lu, and Old Man Lu is Old Man Lu. No matter what Family Lu is like, Old Man Lu has made great contributions to our country. Whether it was during the war or during the construction period, he made outstanding contributions. Zhao Yongjun said this, then looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, of course, I don't want to affect your judgment, Ruofei. As Xiao Ruwei said just now, if Master Song doesn't mention this matter to you, just pretend that you don't know anything. But if Old Man Lu brings it up, and asks for your opinion, I suggest that you consider it more maturely before you answer. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for reminding me. Zhao Yongjun laughed, then stood up and said, okay, this tea has been drunk, and what needs to be said has been said. We should go back to sleep. Are we leaving now? Song Ruwei asked. If we're not leaving, do you want to stay here for the night? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, Xiao Ruwei, is it because he isn't with you, so you can't sleep because you're lonely, and you want Ruofei to sleep with you? Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei suddenly felt a chill. Song Ruwei quickly stood up and said, Brother Zhao, can you not be so disgusting next time? Let's go. Let's go now. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei sent the two of them to the door, then turned and went back into the house. He sat on the sofa in the living room and thought for a long time, but he couldn't come to a final decision, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, this matter involved a lot of people. In addition to the possible impact on the interests of many parties, there was a very important point. His medical skills would also be known by more people. When the time came, if these powerful old people in Beijing had a headache or fever, they would come to him, and he would have a big headache. It wasn't appropriate whether he went or not. If he didn't go, he would definitely offend people. Why would you treat Family Song and Family Lu's people, but not me? But if he went, there would be more and more such things in the future, and he wouldn't be able to bear it in the end. Anyway, no one was looking for him now, so he might as well wait until the program was finished. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei got up and took a shower. Then he sat on the bed and practiced Tao Ju for a while, then he lay down and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhao Yongjun and others had breakfast in the courtyard house and left one after another. The construction of the Taoyuan Club was in full swing, and they all had their own parts in charge. Recently, they were also very busy. Qin Yanan and Hiyu also left the courtyard house in Wu Chang's car and continued to go to the hotel where the program team was located to communicate some details about the recording of the program. Xiao Ruofei was idle. In the middle courtyard, he lay on a recliner, reading books, drinking tea, and enjoying a rare slow time. Of course, the leisurely time only lasted for one morning. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei took a short nap. Not long after he got up, Qin Yanan and Hiyu came back. Gao Jun, the deputy director of Xiongnan Satellite TV, also came to the courtyard house with the two of them. As soon as he entered the door, Gao Jun greeted with a smile, "Boss Xia, I came uninvited. You won't be unwelcome, will you?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he showed a gentle smile and said, "Gao Tai, you must be joking. I'm honored by your presence." Gao Jun opened his eyes wide exaggeratedly and said, "Boss Xia, can I understand that this is your fancy way of showing off your wealth?" The most central part of Beijing, the big courtyard house with 3 entrances, if this is a luxurious place, then the place where we live is simply a cave of primitive people. Haha. Gao Tai, you're exaggerating a bit. Xiao Ruofei said, come. Please come in." Xiao Ruofei let Gao Jun into the courtyard. Several people came to the master courtyard in the middle and sat down around the stone table. Qin Yanan immediately took care of making tea. Xiao Ruofei saw that Qin Yanan was quite proficient in making tea, so he was relieved to give this task to her. "Director Gao, when did you arrive in Beijing?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I just arrived in the morning." Gao Jun said, "After getting off the plane, I went to the hotel to check on the preparation work of the program team. I just happened to see Manager Qin coming over to take over the work, so I followed the 2 beauties and directly came to visit." "So Director Gao just arrived today?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "If only it was yesterday. Some of my good friends were eating at my house. By the way, Ho Liang, that kid also came." Gao Jun couldn't help but regret it when he heard this. If he had really come a day earlier, it would have been natural for him to visit Xiao Ruofei. In this way, wouldn't he be able to get close to young Master Ho? Gao Jun and Xiao Ruofei chatted happily. Of course, his visit was mainly to show his sincerity, and he didn't talk to Xiao Ruofei about the specifics. After chatting for about an hour, he tactfully got up and left, not staying for dinner. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Gao, I'll invite you over as a guest after we finish recording the show." Gao Jun quickly said, "I should be the one treating you. The station is very grateful for your selfless support for the production team this time." Xiao Ruofei secretly laughed. Because of this selfless support, Gao Jun almost got fired by Ho Liang. Although Ho Liang's father couldn't directly fire Gao Jun, if he really left a bad impression in the leader's heart, it would have a big impact on Gao Jun. The possibility of this was very high. After all, Ho Liang was like a little brother in Xiao Ruofei's small circle, and so was Wei Jun. The strength of their 2 families was much weaker than Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan. If they could follow Xiao Ruofei and the others, Ho Liang's family would be very happy. If Ho Liang really went back and spread the news, his father would really take it seriously when he found out that it was because of Xiao Ruofei's matter. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't mention yesterday's episode to Gao Jun. He just smiled and said, "We're all friends, it doesn't matter who treats who." Yes. We're friends," Gao Jun said happily. "Boss Xia, please wait. Please wait." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Okay, Director Gao, I won't send you off." "Yanan, help me send Director Gao off." "Yes, Chairman," Qin Yanan said. Then she smiled at Gao Jun and said, "Director Gao, this way please." After Gao Jun left, Qin Yanan and He Yu came to Xiao Ruofei's room and reported to Xiao Ruofei about the situation in the past 2 days. Xiao Ruofei listened very seriously. After all, those details were related to the filming of the show. He would not act like a big shot like some celebrities. Since he had agreed to record an episode of the show, he would try his best to cooperate. After all, it was not easy for the production team to coordinate so many things. In the end, Qin Yanan said, "Chairman, that's the general situation. If there is any specific situation during the recording, we will deal with it temporarily. When you record the show, He Yu and I will accompany you the whole time." "Alright, thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Oh. By the way, the TV station said that the film crew might arrive earlier tomorrow morning," Qin Yanan said, "but they said that you should just follow your normal routine. It's best to pretend that they don't exist. That way, the filming will be the most natural. When many people face the camera, there would be some changes in their hearts. Whether it was the tone of their speech, their expressions, or their actions, they would be different from usual. When it was broadcast on TV, it would not look very natural. Professional actors naturally would not have this problem. After all, they had been specially trained. They were afraid of guests like Xiao Ruofei, who had never learned acting but could not be offended at the same time. If they really could not get any good material, the post-editing would be troublesome. After all, they did not dare to ask Xiao Ruofei to cooperate with the re-recording. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I understand. Just pretend that the camera doesn't exist." "No problem." His psychological quality has been specially trained by the army, and as his business has grown bigger and bigger in recent years, he has seen all kinds of big scenes. How could he have stage fright in front of the camera? Because he was about to participate in the 1.5-day program recording. After Xiao Ruofei and others had dinner, they briefly talked about the recording of the program tomorrow. Then Qin Yanan and He Yu diligently helped Xiao Ruofei clean up the already tidy room, and then went back to the front yard to rest. The next day, Qin Yanan and He Yu got up early, because the film crew of Xiangnan Satellite TV would come very early. They had to follow the whole process from the morning until Xiao Ruofei arrived at the mushroom house. Soon, a business car of Xiangnan Satellite TV drove to Luhai Alley. He Yu, who was waiting at the door, guided the car into the front yard and parked it. Qin Yanan stood in the yard and greeted the directors and photographers of Xiangnan Satellite TV. In the past 2 days, she and He Yu went to the hotel to work with the program group. She was very familiar with these staff. Lu Yan, the leading director, smiled and said, "Manager Qin, let's start working directly." "No problem," Qin Yanan said with a smile. "Boss Xia has already told us that you can shoot as much as you want today. Come on, teachers, this way please." Boss Xiao lives in the second courtyard. Qin Yanan took Lu Yan and others to the middle of the main courtyard, where several photographers had already started recording with cameras. The courtyard house in the early morning was very quiet. Although it was in the downtown area, it was hundreds of meters away from the busy Dishing Inner Street, and the courtyard was very deep, so the noise of the outside world could not be heard at all. It was really quiet in the midst of the noise. When Lu Yan and others came to the master's courtyard, they couldn't help but lighten their steps. The door of the suite where Xiao Ruofei lived was closed. Qin Yanan and others thought that Xiao Ruofei was still sleeping. After all, the film crew came too early. However, when everyone crossed the courtyard and came to the door, Xiao Ruofei, who was neatly dressed, opened the door and walked out with a smile. "Welcome, teachers of Xiangnan Satellite TV," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei's appearance made Lu Yan and others' eyes light up, including Qin Yanan and He Yu's eyes slightly stagnate. Today, Xiao Ruofei wore a set of Ferragamo's handmade casual clothes. The upper body was a dark blue plaid striped long coat, a denim shirt inside, with loose gray breeches and a pair of yellow marten boots. Ferragamo's custom-made fashion was very exquisite, and the materials used were even better. At the same time, there was no very conspicuous logo. Unless it was someone who knew the brand very well, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. Otherwise, they would feel that it was ordinary casual clothes, but the overall feeling was quite classy. In short, it was low-key. Luxury. This set of clothes was specially commissioned by Ling Xianxia to find a Ferragamo designer to tailor Xiao Ruofei to a friend in Hong Kong. Several sets were custom-made at one time, including formal and casual clothes. This time, Xiao Ruofei considered that he was going to participate in outdoor leisure activities. If he dressed too formally, the style would definitely be wrong. Moreover, in the program The Life I Yearn For, guests often have to do some labor such as chopping wood, starting a fire, picking vegetables, and so on. This set of casual clothes happened to be loose. Xiao Ruofei chose such a set without much consideration. It was also the first time that Qin Yanan saw her boss wearing such a style of clothes. The moment they saw Xiao Ruofei, the girls, including her, couldn't help but feel their hearts beat faster. This set of clothes almost perfectly set off Xiao Ruofei's indifferent and calm temperament. Xiao Ruofei's body was strong, but he didn't give people the feeling of a muscular man. He was very well proportioned. In addition, he often had a gentle smile on his face, giving people the image of a gentle and modest gentleman. The style of this set of clothes was casual with a hint of casualness, which was very suitable for Xiao Ruofei's temperament. At the same time, the contrast between the marten boots and the denim shirt made Xiao Ruofei have a unique masculine charm. Lu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello, Boss Xia. Sorry to disturb you." Before they came, Gao Jun had repeatedly told Lu Yan, who was leading the team, to give Xiao Ruofei the greatest respect. Over the years, Lu Yan had been the director of the entertainment channel and had seen countless big stars. However, this was the first time that the leader of the station had personally come to the filming location and repeatedly reminded her, so Lu Yan didn't dare to be negligent. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Everyone, come in and have a seat." Several cameras were shooting Xiao Ruofei from different angles, but Xiao Ruofei wasn't affected at all. He acted very naturally, which made Lu Yan feel slightly relieved. The group of people followed Xiao Ruofei into the house and sat down in the middle of the living room. Qin Yanan came up to Xiao Ruofei at the right time and introduced Lu Yan and the others to him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Teacher Lu, how should I cooperate with you guys?" Lu Yan quickly said, "Boss Xia, I don't dare to be a teacher. You can just call me Xiao Lu." Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yan and guessed that she should be older than him. So, he smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. How about I call you Director Lu?" "Sure. Sure." Lu Yan quickly said. Then, she said, "Boss Xia, just act as usual. You should wash up and eat. If you feel that there's anything you need to say to the audience, just say it to the camera. After you have breakfast, we have a segment where you call the mushroom house to order food. After the recording, we will take a short break and then set off to the mushroom house." Qin Yanan had already told Xiao Ruofei about these segments yesterday. Xiao Ruofei also knew what to do. For example, during the call segment, only He Jiong among the permanent guests knew Xiao Ruofei's identity in advance. After all, as the main guest, he had to prepare some information in advance. The other three did not know who the guest was this episode. Therefore, during the ordering segment, one of the other three permanent guests would answer the phone. What Xiao Ruofei needed to do was to try his best not to let them guess his identity. He could change his voice, change his accent, and so on to confuse them. To put it bluntly, it was for the sake of entertainment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Okay, I understand." Then, Lu Yan and the others left the house, leaving the cameraman and the necessary staff members behind. There was also a group of cameramen who went to the backyard in advance to set up the camera. Xiao Ruofei sat in the house for a while, then got up and went to the backyard to eat breakfast. The cameraman followed him all the way, and Xiao Ruofei was very natural. In the backyard restaurant, Xiao Ruofei introduced his breakfast to the camera with great interest, saying that he enjoyed the delicious breakfast in Beijing very much. At the same time, he also complained about the strange taste of the soy milk. Lu Yan was very happy. Xiao Ruofei's performance was not like that of an amateur at all. Instead, he was like a very experienced artist who knew where to put the show's effect. At least until now, the quality of the material was very high. A lot of content could be edited. This included the contrast between the luxurious courtyard where Xia Ruofei lived and the simple breakfast of soy milk, eggs, and fried dough sticks. It also included his complaints about the soy milk, and so on. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei returned to his house unhurriedly. He leaned comfortably on the sofa, then took out his phone and dialed the landline number provided by the program team. Xiaotang Town, Mushroom House in the Taoyuan Club. The recording of the show was also going on at the same time. The two main bosses, He Jiong and Huang Lei, had already arrived at the Mushroom House with two popular young actors, Peng Cheng and Zhang Xing. After they put down their luggage, they began to explore the new place. Naturally, there were all kinds of exaggerated cheers and praises. The environment of this season's Mushroom House could be said to be far better than the previous 2 seasons. Moreover, there was a beautiful small lake in front of it, and it had an invincible view. In addition, everyone in the program team, including the 4 permanent guests, found that this place gave them a very comfortable feeling. It was as if there was a different smell in the air, and it made them feel refreshed. For urban people who had been in a state of subhealth for a long time, coming here was simply refreshing. Therefore, everyone's working conditions were quite good. After familiarizing themselves with the terrain, the 2 parents, He Jiong and Huang Lei, began to assign tasks to everyone. Huang Lei, who was worthy of being the chef in the show, first got Zhang Xing, who was new to this season, to clean up everyone's room. Peng Cheng was arranged to chop wood in the courtyard. Then, Huang Lei called He Jiong to sit under a long canopy on the side of the courtyard near the lake to drink tea. In Huang Lei's words, this was called stealing half a day of leisure. Once the guests began to come on the show like a revolving lantern, the 2 of them would not be as relaxed as they were now. Although this was a rural leisure reality show that focused on slow living, as the permanent guests, He Jiong and Huang Lei could be said to be the parents of the show. Especially Huang Lei, who took on most of the kitchen work. It was very tiring for the entire season of the show. There were many fixed camera positions in the Mushroom House, and they were filming the guests' every move from many angles. There were also 2 camera positions in the canopy. He Jiong sat down on the bamboo chair next to Huang Lei and sighed comfortably. Then, he said, "Teacher Huang, how about we make some tea?" Huang Lei chuckled and said, "Sure. I know we're in for a treat this season." He Jiong blinked his big eyes and chuckled. "That's for sure. Because our quality of life has obviously improved this season. Everyone, look, dang 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 dang." Hearing this, Huang Lei also made an exaggerated expression and said, "Wow. This is the tea of an internet celebrity." He Jiong gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You know what's good for you. In fact, I also went online to buy it, but I couldn't get it every time." Huang Lei laughed and said, "Your hand speed is still a bit worse than the netizens." "Hee, I didn't expect there to be such a benefit in recording the program." He Jiong said happily, "I can't wait. Teacher Huang, you're good at making tea. Give me a cup quickly." "Okay." Huang Lei rolled up his sleeves, took out a small bag of dahongpo from the tea can, and began to skillfully boil water and make tea. The tea sold online by Taoyuan dahongpo was made into small bags for the convenience of users. Every time they made tea, they only needed to take a small bag. While the 2 hosts were joking around, they had already advertised for the Taoyuan company. Of course, this was all designed in advance in the program script. It could be said that Xiangnan Satellite TV was really sincere to the Taoyuan company. After a while, the aroma of tea floated out of the pergola. Even Peng Cheng, who was chopping firewood in the yard, couldn't help but come over and ask for a cup of tea. At this moment, there was a phone ringing in the Mushroom House. He Jiong shouted, "Xiao Xing. There's a call. Come down and pick it up." Zhang Xing, who was cleaning up the room on the 2nd floor, immediately responded, "Oh. Okay." Zhang Xing ran down the stairs with a thud. The phone was in the corner of the hall on the 1st floor. At this time, the phone had rung several times. Zhang Xing was worried that the other party would think that no one would pick it up and hang up, so he hurried over and almost tripped over the slippers on the ground. All of this was recorded by the camera. When the time came, it would definitely be edited into the program. Letting fans see the most real embarrassment of their idols could also improve the ratings. Zhang Xing held the table with one hand and quickly picked up the phone with the other hand. He said before he could catch his breath, "Hello." A strange voice came from the phone, "Is this the mushroom house?" Zhang Xing scratched his head and said, "Yes. Yes. Who is this?" The person on the other end of the phone was naturally Xiao Ruofei. According to the rules of the show, he could not reveal his identity, and he had to try his best not to let the other party guess. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei changed his voice slightly to make it louder. He said, "What's wrong? You can't even recognize my voice." Ever since Zhang Xing debuted, he had always had the image of an obedient boy, just like a harmless little sheep. Besides, he really didn't know who the guest for the first episode would be, so he didn't need to act at all. Zhang Xing scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I can't guess." Xiao Ruofei deliberately used a thick northeastern accent and even changed his voice. Plus, he was not from the entertainment industry, so even if Zhang Xing racked his brains, he would never be able to guess who he was. Xiao Ruofei asked casually, "I heard that you can order food in Gada?" "Yes. Yes." Zhang Xing quickly said, "What would you like to order? Let me record it down." At this time, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Chang walked into the room and gathered around the phone. Huang Lei was also curious about who the guest for the first episode was, so he couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xing, is it the person who orders food?" Zhang Xing quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes." "Who is it? Who is it?" Peng Chang asked curiously. Zhang Xing looked confused and said, "I can't tell. But it seems to be a northeastern accent." At this time, Xiao Ruofei said on the phone, "Then I want to order pork stewed with vermicelli." He used a thick northeastern accent, so Zhang Xing couldn't tell at once. He was stunned for a moment, then said, "Rennan, pork." "What? What is rennan?" Huang Lei saw Zhang Xing's confused face and couldn't help but say, "Come, come, come. Let me do it." Zhang Xing passed the phone to Huang Lei as if he had been granted amnesty. Peng Chang quickly pulled Zhang Xing aside and asked about the characteristics of the person who called. He Jiong also put his ear to the phone, wanting to hear the conversation between the two. Huang Lei took the phone and said, "Hello. What did you just say you wanted to order?" "Pork stewed with vermicelli." Xiao Ruofei continued to say casually, "Can you make this dish?" Huang Lei immediately understood and said, "Pork stewed with vermicelli. Oh. This may be a little difficult." Zhang Xing suddenly understood and said, "Pork stewed with vermicelli?" He kept saying rennan, rennan, rennan. I didn't think it was pork at all. That silly and adorable look, coupled with some sound effects and subtitles, would probably make the fans love him to death. Xiao Ruofei said, "No way? You don't even have pork stewed with vermicelli? Then what kind of restaurant are you running?" He Jiong knew that the first guest was Xiao Ruofei. When he heard Xiao Ruofei deliberately use a northeastern accent to say these words, he couldn't help but laugh. He leaned close to the microphone and said loudly, "Student, we don't run a restaurant." He Jiong purposely added some Xiongnan accent in his Mandarin, which sounded very funny. At this time, Huang Lei said, "You just want to eat pork stewed with vermicelli, right?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said. "Okay. We will try our best to think of a way." Huang Lei said, "The main problem is the ingredients. But it doesn't matter. You are the first guest, and you only ordered one dish. Even if we have to sell everything, we have to satisfy your request." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Why does this sound so scary? You have to sell everything just to eat pork stewed with vermicelli? Why don't you say you have to sell a kidney?" He Jiong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Huang Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Our conditions are tough. You will know when you come in the morning. Then, if there are no other requests, I will hang up first." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Hang up." After Huang Lei hung up the phone, Peng Chang and Zhang Xing quickly gathered around and asked, "Teacher Huang, did you hear who it was?" Huang Lei showed a hint of confusion and smiled bitterly. "I really couldn't tell. The accent sounded like it was from the northeast, and the northeast accent was very pure. But the range is too wide. And I can't be sure. After all, the Northeast accent is relatively easy to imitate. Peng Chang looked at Zhang Xing and asked, Brother Xing, do you think it could be brother Sun? The brother Sun that Peng Chang was talking about was the movie star Sun Honglei. He was from the Northeast, and he usually spoke with a heavy Northeast accent. Plus, Zhang Xing had recorded many shows with Sun Honglei. So, Zhang Xing immediately shook his head and said, it doesn't sound like brother Sun's voice. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, I would be able to tell. Teacher He, please tell us. Peng Chang ran over and asked He Jiong, who could this guest be? He Jiong said with a smile, I couldn't hear it clearly just now. It's hard to guess. Huang Lei mercilessly exposed He Jiong's lie and said, come on. You must have known who is coming today. He Jiong said with an innocent face, I really don't know. The director team did a good job of keeping it a secret. They didn't reveal anything at all. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Zhou. Do I know who the guests are or not? The on-site director was in the room. As soon as He Jiong finished speaking, one of the cameramen also panned the camera over. Director Zhou immediately nodded with a smile. Huang Lei said, what do you mean by nodding? Do you know or don't you know? He Jiong said, that's enough, that's enough. Why are you worrying about this? The guests will be here in a while. Let's hurry up and discuss how to prepare this rent and stewed vermicelli. Guessing the identity of the guests in the show was originally a very good highlight, so all kinds of guessing would be performed in every episode. At the Mushroom House, Huang Lei and He Jiong began to think of ways to prepare the ingredients for the pork stewed vermicelli. At the Sihiyuan of Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei also finished the task of making a phone call and was ready to leave. He took out a Rimawa aluminum suitcase and put in a change of clothes, pajamas, and some daily necessities. These were all prepared in advance the day before. Now, all the things he needed were basically in the Ring 2 space. Taking his luggage when he went out was just for show. But this time, he definitely couldn't bring an empty suitcase, so yesterday he sorted out the things he needed to bring today and took them out of the space. Soon, Xia Ruofei prepared his luggage, and then dragged the suitcase to the front yard. Under the cameras filming, he sat in a Buick luxury business car prepared by the program team. This season, Buick was also an important sponsor. All the vehicles used by the program team were this new Buick business car, and the appearance rate was still very high. Of course, in addition to providing the car for the program, Buick also paid a high advertising fee. In fact, the exposure rate was not as good as the Taoyuan Company. Compared with the Taoyuan Company, the treatment was much worse. Xia Ruofei sat in the most comfortable seat in the middle row, and a cameraman sat in the passenger seat with a camera. Along the way, the cameraman continued to shoot some material. In fact, there was a high-definition camera in the car, but sometimes some close-ups were needed, so a cameraman was in the car with them. Qin Yanan, He Yu, Lu Yan, and the other staff members got into the other cars and then drove out of the Luhai Lane courtyard house. The car drove in the direction of the city. Because they set off early, the morning rush hour in Beijing had not completely formed. Although there was a little traffic jam on the road, overall, the speed was acceptable, and they did not encounter a situation where they were completely blocked. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the motorcade finally left the main city area and drove in the direction of Xiaotang town, driving a lot faster. Along the way, Xia Ruofei looked at the scenery outside the window with interest. When he was in the mood, he chatted with the audience for a while with the camera. He was very comfortable. Soon, the motorcade arrived at Xiaotang town. When they passed by the hot spring resort not far from the Taoyuan Club, Xia Ruofei could not help but look out the window. He saw that the land they had bought back then was very different now. On this side, he could see many workers busy at the construction site, and some trucks came in and out to transport building materials. When the car drove off the main road and turned a corner to the other side of the Taoyuan Club, the scenery changed again. Xia Ruofei saw that the construction in this direction was basically completed. With just a glance, he could roughly distinguish the entire layout and plan of the club. After all, Xia Ruofei had seen the design drawings. With his current level of brain development, as long as he had seen it, he would naturally not forget it. Not far away, the lake was sparkling, and there were a few exquisite villas by the lake. Xiao Ruofei paid special attention to the location that he had originally designated, which was where the eye of the array was. A villa had already been built on top of it. From the outside, it looked like the villa was basically completed, and the exterior decorations were already done. His gaze moved from the lake to the inside of the club, and he soon saw the mushroom house. In fact, there were two buildings. One of them was a two-story building that covered an area of about 500 to 600 square meters. It was the filming location of the show, the Mushroom House. Behind the Mushroom House was another building, which was the production team's base. There was a dormitory for the staff to rest in, and there was also a studio with optical fiber installed. It was equivalent to the logistics support center for the production team. The car stopped about 200 meters away from the Mushroom House. The electric car door slowly opened with a beeping sound. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, went to the back, opened the trunk, and took out his suitcase. The cameramen had already chosen their positions and started filming. There was also a cameraman carrying a camera on his shoulder, which was to follow him all the way. Xiao Ruofei dragged his suitcase and walked along the asphalt road in the direction of the Mushroom House. As he walked, he said to the camera beside him, "I didn't expect this place to change so much in just a few months. I've already said that the scenery in Xiaotang town is as beautiful as a painting." In fact, there were two buildings. One of them was a two-story building that covered an area of about 500 to 600 square meters. It was the filming location of the show, the Mushroom House. There was another building behind the Mushroom House, which was the production team's base. There was a dormitory for the staff to rest in, and there was also a studio with optical fiber installed. It was equivalent to the logistics support center for the production team. The car stopped about 200 meters away from the Mushroom House. The electric car door slowly opened with a beeping sound. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, went to the back, opened the trunk, and took out his suitcase. The cameramen had already chosen their positions and started filming. There was also a cameraman carrying a camera on his shoulder, which was to follow him all the way. Xiao Ruofei dragged his suitcase and walked along the asphalt road towards the Mushroom House. As he walked, he said to the camera beside him, "I can't believe that this place has changed so much in just a few months since I last came. I've already said that the scenery in Xiaotang town is as beautiful as a painting." Mushroom House. He Jiang, Huang Lei, and the others were all busy with their own things. Huang Lei was in the kitchen arranging the ingredients provided by the program crew. Xiao Ruofei ordered pork stewed with vermicelli, but there was neither pork nor vermicelli here. However, according to the rules of the program, there was 100 yuan for food expenses every day. There was also a market in Xiaotang town, but with so many people, 100 yuan was not enough to buy too many ingredients. They had to be careful with their spending. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard a knock on the door. He Jiang said in an exaggerated tone, "Students. The guest is here." "Welcome the guest." Zhang Xing quickly said, "I'll go open the door." As a newcomer this season, although Zhang Xing was a popular little fresh meat, he had always kept a low profile. Of course, this was also related to his personality. He was a very gentle person, and even seemed to be a little submissive. Zhang Xing quickly walked over and opened the wooden door. Xiao Ruofei held the handle of the suitcase with one hand and a bright smile on his face. He waved at Zhang Xing and said, "Hello, Zhang Xing." Xiao Ruofei already knew who the permanent guest of the program was. Zhang Xing was very popular on the internet, and there were not many people who did not know him. Although Xiao Ruofei did not pay much attention to entertainment news, he could still recognize Zhang Xing. When Zhang Xing saw Xiao Ruofei, he was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and pointed at Xiao Ruofei, stuttering, You. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know me?" Zhang Xing came back to his senses and shouted excitedly, "Of course I know you. Boss Xia. You're my idol." Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned. He touched his nose and said humorously, "Zhang Xing, if you say that, will your fans kill me?" Zhang Xing's Weibo fans were in the tens of millions. Zhang Xing scratched his head embarrassedly and said, No. I'm not only your fan, but I'm also a loyal user of your company. It's just that your jade skin ointment is too hard to get." Fine. Another wave of advertisements appeared out of nowhere. Of course, this was not arranged by the program group. Xianxia didn't know at first that Xiangnan Satellite TV had invited Xiao Ruofei. What he said just now was completely from the heart. As a popular artist, Xianxia naturally knew that he couldn't casually mention specific brands and products on the show. However, this was a recorded show after all, and it had to be edited later on, so he didn't pay special attention to this point. However, Xianxia would never have thought that not only would his words not be edited out, but they might even be highlighted during post-production. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect Xianxia to be so honest. After being stunned for a moment, he said with a smile, "Our company will cover all the Yuji ointment you use in the future." Xianxia said excitedly, "Really? That's great. Then there would be no need to rush to buy any more." "Thank you, Boss Xia. I'll promote your products more in the future." To be honest, even if Xianxia slightly promoted the Taoyuan company's jade skin ointment on his Weibo, the advertising fee would be worth a lot of jade skin ointment. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then I'll thank you in advance." While the two were chatting, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Cheng also came over following the sound. "Xiaoxing. Why are you still standing there and chatting? Quickly invite our guest in." He Jiong walked over with a smile and said, "Let me see who this mysterious guest with a northeastern accent is." Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Am I seeing things? Oh my god. He Jiong showed a very surprised expression, as if he didn't know the identity of the guest in advance. Otherwise, why would he be called a professional? Boss Xia. Huang Lei also showed an inexplicable look of surprise. "The program group is too amazing. They actually invited you to participate in the recording." He Jiong also said with a smile, "The director wants an extra drumstick. This guest is tough enough." Peng Cheng naturally also recognized Xiao Ruofei, but as a newcomer, he didn't come forward to curry favor with him. Instead, he stood at the side and smiled shyly. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Teacher He. Teacher Huang. Peng. Hello. Hello Boss Xia." He Jiong said enthusiastically, "Boss Xia actually knows us. That's a bit surprising." Peng Cheng also smiled, showing his white teeth, and said, Yeah. I didn't expect Boss Xia to actually know me. I'm really flattered." Huang Lei smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, welcome. Quickly come in." Yes. Let's go in and talk." He Jiong said, Peng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Boss Xia with his luggage. You have a good eye." Oh. Peng Cheng hurriedly came over and took Xiao Ruofei's luggage. "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Surrounded by He Jiong and the others, Xiao Ruofei walked into the courtyard of the mushroom hut. He looked at the building curiously. It was a small two-story building with a very spacious courtyard outside. There was also a sheep pen on the side, and a long awning was set up at the outermost part of the courtyard. There was a coffee table, reclining chairs, and so on inside. It was very enjoyable to look at the scenery here. The whole building was built in the style of a small farmhouse. There were straw raincoats, bamboo hats, and some farming tools hanging on the outer walls under the eaves. There were also 2 sheep in the sheep pen, and they were bleating. In addition, there were 2 dogs running around in the courtyard, and a cute muscovy duck was also waddling around in the courtyard. Including the roof of the awning, it was made of thatch. Of course, it was waterproof during construction. The thatch was more of a decoration. In addition, the bamboo used to build the awning was verdant, and it gave off an original vibe. Xiao Ruofei knew that everything in the mushroom hut would be maintained as it was after a whole season of filming. This area would become a special experience area of the clubhouse, specially for guests to experience village life. When the time came, the whole building could be rented out for clubhouse members who came over for a family vacation. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei looked at it very carefully. He Jiong and the others invited Xiao Ruofei into the mushroom hut. He looked around. On this floor, other than the kitchen and tool room on the left side of the door, the rest of the area was basically a whole hall. The kitchen and the living room were separated by an antique shelf. Half of the hall was raised, and the first and second floors were completely connected. There were comfortable sofas in the living room, and a large piece of soft carpet with small tables on it. The guests could sit on the floor and chat together, drink tea together, or play some card games. "Boss Xia, you can take a look around first," He Jiong said with a smile. "Okay," Xia Ruofei replied. He walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor and turned out of the staircase. The first room was designed with a large bunk. Zhang Xing, who had been accompanying Xia Ruofei, introduced that this was the bedroom for the few permanent guests. After passing through the bunk bedroom, there was a corridor. One side of the corridor was suspended, and one could directly see the living room below. This was the raised area of the living room. Xia Ruofei leaned on the railing and waved at He Jiong downstairs. After passing through this corridor, there were two symmetrical rooms, one on the left and one on the right. The furnishings inside were also very simple. It was the most basic furniture, such as a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Zhang Xing smiled and said, "Boss Xia, these two rooms are for the flying guests to stay in when they come to record the show. Because sometimes male and female guests will participate in the recording at the same time, we specially prepared two rooms. However, you are the only guest in the first episode, so you can choose whichever room you want." Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "What's the difference between the two rooms?" Zhang Xing smiled and said, "Peng Peng and I did some research this morning. One of these two rooms is facing the courtyard. When you open the window, you can see the situation in the courtyard, so we call it the courtyard view room. The one opposite is facing the back of the mountain. When you open the window, you can see the lush vegetation, so it's the mountain view room?" Xia Ruofei smiled and continued Zhang Xing's words. "Correct." Zhang Xing said, "Boss Xia, which one do you like?" Xia Ruofei pointed to the courtyard view room on the left without thinking and said, "Then I'll stay in this one." This room was not just a courtyard view room. After all, there was a beautiful lake in front of the small courtyard. Standing by the window, one could completely overlook the lake and the mountains. In fact, this was a lake view room. "Okay," Zhang Xing said, "then I'll help you bring your luggage in." "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said with a gentle smile. He followed Zhang Xing into the room and went straight to open the window to take a look. Indeed, he could see the sparkling surface of the lake not far away. After putting the luggage in, Xia Ruofei went to the room opposite to take a look. The scenery there was much worse than the one on the left. After all, there were only some small hills here. The so-called back of the mountain was only slightly higher than this one. Looking into the distance, he could faintly see the dusty construction site. Of course, the camera placed by the show's crew was designed to not capture the busy construction site in the distance. After coming out of the room and walking further in, there was the bathroom. For the convenience of filming, there were also two bathrooms on the left and right, with men on the left and women on the right. In the middle was a large mirror and a long basin, enough for several people to wash up at the same time. Xia Ruofei took a look and realized that the jade skin ointment was placed in the most eye-catching position. The cosmetics here were said to be for the guests to use, but in fact, this was a kind of product placement. If it were not for the fact that the Taoyuan company only had jade skin ointment, then this season's show would probably only have the Taoyuan company's products. Unfortunately, this was not the case now. After all, the Taoyuan company's products were a little monotonous. Therefore, there were other brands of shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, and so on the basin. The brands that could appear here must have paid advertising fees. For Xia Ruofei to be able to have so many product placements without spending a single cent, this treatment was simply incomparable. After walking around upstairs, Xia Ruofei followed Zhang Xing downstairs. While Xia Ruofei was looking around, there were also cameramen who were carrying equipment and filming. In fact, in the entire mushroom house, there were also many staff members in addition to the guests. However, they were all in their designated areas and would definitely not appear in front of the camera. This included when He Jiong and Huang Lei were making tea. They looked very relaxed, but in fact, there were at least 10 to 20 staff members not far away from them. They were drinking tea under the watchful eyes of everyone and chatting casually. If it were an ordinary person, they would have felt uncomfortable all over. However, He Jiong and the others were professionals after all. They had graduated from professional classes, and this was something that Xiao Ruofei could not compare to. However, Xiao Ruofei was still very calm and relaxed. He did not look like a rookie who was filming for the first time at all. He directly treated the staff members outside the range of the camera as air. He was just like how he usually was during filming. When He Jiang saw Xiao Ruofei walking down the stairs, he immediately came over to greet him. "Boss Xia, Teacher Huang has gone to prepare lunch." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Is that so? Teacher Huang is really working hard." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Teacher He, arrange some work for me too. Although I'm here as a guest, I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I have to find some work to do." He Jiang said happily, "Boss Xia, guests who take the initiative to find work are most welcome here. You don't know, but last season, there was a popular talk show artist, Li Mao. I won't say his specific name. Give him some face. This Li Mao is simply lazy to the extreme. Basically, as long as he can lie down, he definitely won't sit. Even if he sits, he's the kind that's unsteady. Also, when he's assigned work to do, it's either he can't do it or he doesn't have the strength." When He Jiang said this, he said to the camera beside him, "Li Mao. Look at how diligent Boss Xia is. This is the difference between us." He Jiang and this popular talk show artist actually had a good personal relationship, which was why he joked about his laziness. In fact, the other party wouldn't mind such a joke between friends at all. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that mentioning your name on the show and having such a short interaction was also to increase the other party's popularity. This was a bit like the smashing in crosstalk, which was to make fun of the other party. Only those who had a particularly good relationship would be smashed on stage by the crosstalk actor. Xiao Ruofei was a bit embarrassed by He Jiang's praise. He said, "Teacher He, you're exaggerating. Why don't you tell me what work to do?" He Jiang chuckled and said, "Let me think. Peng Peng is in charge of chopping the firewood. He's very experienced in this, so we'll leave the firewood to him. We don't have to worry about it. Xiaoxing has to clean the sheep pen and feed the animals living in the mushroom house. Then..." He Jiang paused for a moment before continuing, "There are still 2 tasks left. One is to go to town with me to buy groceries. Didn't you want to eat pork stewed with vermicelli? We have to go buy the ingredients. Also, go to the greenhouse to water the vegetables and pick some back. Boss Xia, you can choose one." Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said with a smile, "Then choose both. Anyway, it's not troublesome. Let's go to buy vegetables first. After we come back, I will go to the greenhouse to water and pick the vegetables." "That's great." He Jiang said happily, "I was worried about the lack of manpower. Boss Xia, let's go buy vegetables first." Generally speaking, there would be several guests in one episode, and these guests would more or less have some connections, such as good personal friends, or even actors in the same crew. They would go on the show to promote the movie or TV series at the same time. Situations like this where there was only one guest were relatively rare. In fact, it was more lively with more people, and it was easier to shoot interesting program effects, and some of the work set by the program group would be shared by more people. However, in order to show the importance of Xiao Ruofei, Xiaonan Satellite TV decided to use a single guest mode for this episode. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's go." He Jiang said goodbye to the other 3 guests and went out with Xiao Ruofei. Walking down the steps in front of the mushroom house, a new Buick business car was ready. Xiao Ruofei and He Jiang got in from both sides. He Jiang was the driver himself, and Xiao Ruofei sat in the co-pilot's seat. The car was equipped with cameras from different angles, which could take a complete picture of He Jiang and Xiao Ruofei. 2 cameras were facing the inside of the car. In order to avoid appearing in the picture, the cameraman did not follow the car, but sat in another business car. When they arrived at the grocery store, the cameraman still needed to follow and shoot. The 2 cars drove one after another on the asphalt road inside the Taoyuan Club. After a while, they drove out of the club and headed in the direction of Xiaotang town. He Jiang and Xiao Ruofei chatted along the way. Xiao Ruofei's personality was relatively gentle, and He Jiang's EQ was very high, so the 2 chatted very happily. Soon, the car arrived at a farmer's market in Xiaotang town. After parking the car, Xiao Ruofei and He Jiong sat for a while, waiting for the cameraman to be in position. Then, they opened the door and got out. He Jiong smiled and said, "We came here yesterday to check out the market. The things here are quite complete. We can basically buy all the ingredients we want, but there's a problem. Our daily food expenses are only 100 yuan, so we have to be careful." 100? Everyone? Xiao Ruofei asked in surprise. He Jiong nodded and said, "This episode is considered good. You're the only guest. We don't even know how we're going to survive the next few episodes." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and say, "Why don't I save some money for you guys this time? We might as well not eat pork stewed with vermicelli. We'll just eat whatever we have." "That won't do." He Jiong said seriously, "We have to do everything we can to complete the dishes ordered by the guests. Otherwise, wouldn't we be ruining our reputation?" Xiao Ruofei thought about it. It wouldn't cost much to buy 2 pounds of pork and some vermicelli, so he nodded and said, "Okay then. Let's go in and have a look." The program team had already coordinated the shooting location in advance. So, although the market was noisy, the order was maintained quite well. No one came to disturb the shooting. He Jiong took Xiao Ruofei to a meat stall. A woman in her 30s greeted them warmly, "Teacher He, you're here to buy vegetables." He Jiong nodded with a smile and said, "Yeah. Miss, pick a piece of good pork belly for us." "Okay." The woman grinned and cut a large piece of pork belly. She said, "The quality of our pork today is absolutely top-notch. You can take it back and make it into braised pork. It'll definitely be delicious." He Jiong saw that this big piece was about 6 to 7 pounds. He quickly said, "Miss, we don't need that much. Just 1 or 2 pounds will do." The woman asked puzzledly, "There are so many of you. How can 1 or 2 pounds of meat be enough?" After that, she pointed to the staff who were filming and said, "I saw dozens of you in the morning, right?" The crew of Xiongnan Satellite TV was shooting in Xiaotang town. Naturally, they couldn't hide it from the locals. Some people even went to the Taoyuan club to watch the fun. Moreover, the program team also specially went to the market to check out the situation, so the woman also knew the situation very well. Xiao Ruofei and He Jiong looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Miss, the staff's meals are taken care of by someone else. We just need to buy enough ingredients for 5 people. Oh. It turns out to be like this." The woman suddenly realized and then said, 1 or 2 pounds of meat for 5 people is too little. Why don't you cut more?" Xiao Ruofei secretly smiled bitterly, "We also want to buy more. But the budget is not enough." He could only say, "Miss, 1 or 2 pounds is enough, all right then." Seeing that Xiao Ruofei and He Jiong were determined, the woman stopped persuading them. She looked at the piece of pork a few times, calculated silently in her heart, and then cut a small piece from the piece of pork. The woman threw the piece of pork on the scale, then pointed to the display screen and said, 2 pounds and a half, I'll count it as 2 pounds for you." He Jiong couldn't help but cry, "Wow. Miss, you're so accurate. I cut it every day, so I have the feeling." The woman was a little embarrassed by He Jiong's praise. She quickly wrapped the meat and handed it to He Jiong. There was now a QR code on the meat stall. He Jiong directly scanned the QR code and paid for the meat. Such a small piece of meat, more than 30 yuan was gone. It seems that 100 yuan is really not much to spend. Then He Jiong and Xiao Ruofei strolled around again and bought a pound of vermicelli. Before they left, Huang Lei, who was the honorable chef, specially reminded He Jiong to remember to bring some seasonings back. So He Jiong and Xiao Ruofei continued to buy. When the two of them walked out of the farmer's market with a few bags of ingredients and seasonings, the 100 yuan provided by the program crew was almost gone. He Jiong was a born optimist. He didn't worry about the food allowance for the program in the future. Instead, he excitedly chatted with Xiao Ruofei about some of his experience in the market. Agricultural and sideline products were very important products for Xiao Ruofei's company. Xiao Ruofei more or less had some experience in this area, so as the two chatted, there was a feeling of regret that they hadn't met earlier. The two of them got in the car and drove back to the mushroom house. The car stopped at the steps below the mushroom house. He Jiang pressed the horn a few times, then stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, "Children! Come and move the things." A head popped out from behind the 1-meter-tall courtyard wall, his black eyes looking around. This person was really Peng Chang, who was chopping firewood in the yard. He quickly said, "Coming. Coming. Coming." Soon, Peng Chang pushed open the door of the mushroom house and jogged down the steps. Peng Chang looked at the bags of ingredients and couldn't help but light up. He said, "Teacher He, Boss Xia, did you guys buy all of this? Isn't that obvious?" He Jiang said with a smile. "Do you think we're going to rob them?" Peng, don't worry about it. Quickly carry the things in and hand them to Teacher Huang." "Okay." Peng Chang quickly responded and took the bags of food from He Jiang's hands. At this time, Huang Lei and Zhang Xing had already heard and walked out. Seeing this, He Jiang immediately said, "Teacher Huang, I've already prepared everything you wanted. The ingredients for pork stewed with vermicelli are also settled. You can show your skills now." "That's great," Huang Lei said happily. Peng, put the things directly on the stove." "Okay, Teacher Huang," Peng Chang said as he walked in. He Jiang then said to Zhang Xing, "Little Xing, then bring Boss Xia to the vegetable greenhouse. You help him water the vegetables, and at the same time, you guys have to pick some vegetables back. Is that okay?" "No problem." Zhang Xing patted his chest and promised. To be able to work and pick vegetables with his idol, Zhang Xing was naturally 100% willing. Zhang Xing said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, let's go. I'll bring you there." "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, little Xing," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He Jiang and the others returned to the mushroom house, while Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing went around to the side of the mushroom house. After turning a corner, Xiao Ruofei saw a row of vegetable greenhouses. What surprised him was that the greenhouses were quite big, and there were several rows of them. The scale was much bigger than he had imagined. Moreover, these were not simple greenhouses. On the contrary, the construction was quite exquisite. Although they were not as good as the greenhouses of Taoyuan Farm, at least they were the kind of high-grade vegetable greenhouses that could maintain a constant temperature. It seemed that Xiaonan Satellite TV had invested a lot of money in this program. At the entrance of each vegetable greenhouse, there was a sign that said the vegetables planted in this greenhouse. The Taoyuan company's logo was very eye-catching. Xiao Ruofei stepped into the greenhouse and suddenly felt as warm as spring. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the greenhouse was quite obvious. Xiao Ruofei looked around. The Taoyuan vegetables planted in the vegetable greenhouse were all full of vitality. Most of the vegetables in the greenhouse were mature or about to mature, and could be picked at any time. A young man in a work uniform bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and greeted, "Hello, Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei glanced at him and asked with a little surprise, "Are you an employee of the farm?" Nowadays, the management of the farm was becoming more and more formal. The employees wore work uniforms to work. This kind of clothing was wear-resistant, dirt-resistant, and relatively breathable. It was more convenient to wear it to work. So Xiao Ruofei recognized this familiar work uniform at a glance. The young man nodded and said, "Yes, Boss Xia, Manager Chow sent me to provide technical support to the program team." This young man was in front of the company's big boss, and it was also the first time he faced so many cameras, so he seemed a little nervous and spoke with a trembling voice. Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that Chow Taishu had not only prepared enough vegetables for the production crew to transplant, but he had even sent maintenance staff over. This service was really good. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Xiao Xing and I are here to water the vegetables. By the way, what's your name?" The young man quickly said, "Chairman, my name is Lu Fulai. I'm the first batch of employees recruited by the company." "Really? Then you're an old employee," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then continued the previous topic. "Our mission is to water the vegetables and then pick some of them to bring back. Xiao Lu, teach us how to water first." Lu Fulai quickly said, "Okay. Okay, Boss Xia, Zhang Xing, please come this way." After that, Lu Fulai led the way in front, and Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing followed closely behind. Soon, they came to the side. Lu Fulai pointed at one of the switches and said, "The irrigation pipe has been set up in the greenhouse. As long as you press this button, it will start watering, it's that simple?" Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. He originally thought that he would have to fetch water to water the vegetables, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. The mission given to the guests by the program team was too easy, right? This mission, even an idiot could complete it, right? However, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't show it. Under Lu Fulai's guidance, he first tried to press the switch that Lu Fulai had pointed out. Sure enough, after a while, the slightly raised irrigation faucet in the greenhouse began to spray water, and as it sprayed water, it spun in circles. This way, the radius of the irrigation faucet could be maximized. Lu Fulai said, "Boss Xia, this is simple, but it's also complicated. It's actually quite complicated. For example, you have to pay attention to the watering situation. If you water too much, the roots will rot, so you have to calculate the time well. Also, there are some blind spots that you have to water. Also, there are so many greenhouses here, you have to water them one by one. It's quite time-consuming." "Understood," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "then let's wait." Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing waited for a while. Xiao Ruofei really went to observe the absorption of the soil to prevent too much watering. After watering one greenhouse, Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing went to the next one. Just like that, they watered the greenhouses one by one. It was only then that Xiao Ruofei found out. Lu Fulai said, "Boss Xia, this is simple, but it's also complicated. It's actually quite complicated. For example, you have to pay attention to the watering situation. If you water too much, the roots will rot, so you have to calculate the time well. Also, there are some blind spots that you have to water. Also, there are so many greenhouses here, you have to water them one by one. It's quite time-consuming." "Understood," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "then let's wait." Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing waited for a while. Xiao Ruofei really went to observe the absorption of the soil to prevent too much watering. After watering one greenhouse, Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing went to the next one. Just like that, they watered the greenhouses one by one. It was only then that Xiao Ruofei found out. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's fine. It's fine. It's not heavy either. Boss Xia, just leave it to me." Peng Chang ran over and took the box of vegetables that Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing were carrying. Actually, Xiao Ruofei could carry such a small amount of weight with just one finger. However, for the sake of the show's effect, he had to carry it back with Zhang Xing. Peng Chang carried the box of vegetables and ran to the kitchen. Seeing this, He Jiong called out from behind, "Peng Peng. Where are you moving it? We still have to wash and choose the vegetables later. The pool is in the yard." Oh. Peng Chang grinned embarrassedly, revealing his signature neat white teeth. He moved the box of vegetables to the pool and put it down. He Jiong smiled and said, "Boss Xia, thank you for your hard work." "Thank you for your hard work. I'll go wash the vegetables. Sit down and rest for a while. Make some tea. Taoyuan brand de Hong Pao, the taste is just right." After saying that, He Jiong winked at the camera. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay." Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps toward the pergola, then turned back and asked, "Oh right, Teacher He, I have something to ask of you, Boss Xia, don't be so polite. Just say what you want." He Jiong said with a smile. "That's right, the show's crew is too stingy. They only give us 100 yuan a day for food. We can't add a little more, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. He Jiong held back his laughter and glanced at the live director under the eaves, then said, "The director definitely won't agree. You're not thinking of sponsoring us for food, are you?" The live director didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The show's process and rules were all carefully planned. Limiting food expenses was naturally to make it more interesting. Otherwise, which of the hosts and guests participating in the show wouldn't be able to afford food expenses? However, didn't the audience like to see those big celebrities in a sorry state just to buy some vegetables? At this moment, Deputy Station Head Gao Jun's voice came through the director's earpiece. "If Boss Xia feels that the food expenses are too low, you can ask them to add a little more." Just treat it as an exception for this episode. Gao Jun did not appear at the scene. He was mainly worried that watching the recording would affect the host and guests' live performance. However, although he didn't come to the mushroom house, he was in a small building next to it, watching the recording process in front of the monitor. Of course, Gao Jun would not be so concerned about a show. To put it bluntly, even if the show failed and the viewership ratings fell below freezing, his position as the deputy station head would still be as stable as Mount Tai. The reason he had made a special trip was naturally because of Xiao Ruofei. Although he had repeatedly reminded the staff of the program team, he was still worried that they wouldn't do a good job. What if they neglected Xiao Ruofei? Therefore, when Gao Jun saw Xiao Ruofei raise doubts about the food expenses on the monitor, he quickly gave instructions to the on-set director without even thinking about it. The on-set director felt like he was being F***ed. However, no matter how bad his temper was, he didn't dare to disobey Gao Jun, so he could only smile bitterly and pick up the walkie-talkie. However, before the on-set director had time to speak, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Teacher He, you must be joking. Since the rules of the show are like this, we naturally can't break the rules at will." Then, Xiao Ruofei asked hesitantly, "But what I want to ask is, as a guest participating in the show, if I bring some ingredients for everyone to try, is that considered breaking the rules of the show? Is that so?" He Jiang rolled his eyes and said loudly, "That shouldn't be considered, right? Director, what do you think?" The on-set director quickly stood up and waved his hand at He Jiang. What a joke. The stage even agreed to directly increase the food expenses, so what's the big deal about a guest bringing some ingredients? Moreover, in the previous 2 seasons of the show, there were guests who brought some food for everyone when they came. It was just a greeting gift, so it wasn't considered breaking the rules. He Jiang said happily, "Boss Xia," the director agreed. "Then I'm relieved." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I thought this show was like some restaurants, where takeout drinks were prohibited." He Jiang almost burst out laughing. Then, he asked curiously, "Boss Xia, what ingredients did you bring for us?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll keep you guessing first. Let's see if you can recognize it later." After that, Xiao Ruofei nodded gently at Qin Yanan, who was in the crowd. Qin Yanan immediately understood and walked out, walking towards the small building next to them. After a while, Qin Yanan walked over with a small incubator and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Throughout the whole process, the filming didn't stop just because Qin Yanan entered the scene. Anyway, it could be edited again during post-production, and it didn't matter if it wasn't edited. Maybe they could even add subtitles like Boss Xia's beautiful assistant. In previous episodes of the show, there was no lack of shots of the staff next to them. Using these shots appropriately could actually increase the effect of the show. He Jiang's curiosity was also piqued. He shouted, "Teacher Huang! Teacher Huang! Come out! There's something good." Huang Lei, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, put down the kitchen knife, turned down the fire, and walked out quickly. He wiped his hands on his apron and asked, "Teacher He, what's the good stuff?" "Boss Xia also brought us a greeting gift." He Jiang said, "He said there's ingredients inside, but he's keeping us guessing as to what it is." "Teacher Huang, you're an expert in food. Come and take a look." Huang Lei rolled his eyes and said, "Expert in food? You can just say that I'm a foodie." Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xing and Peng Cheng also came over curiously. Xiao Ruofei put the incubator on the ground, then said with a smile, "Teacher He, Teacher Huang, you can open it and take a look yourselves." Huang Lei said to himself, "What's this? And it's so mysterious." As he spoke, he opened the incubator. There were 3 fish placed side by side in the incubator, and the gaps were filled with ice cubes. As soon as the lid was opened, traces of cold air kept coming out. Huang Lei looked at the 3 fish, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly squatted down to take a closer look. He Jiang, Peng Cheng, and Zhang Xing were all shocked by Huang Lei's actions. They all turned their heads and stared at Huang Lei, trying to see something from his expression. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, stood aside and watched with a smile on his face. Huang Lei had a look of disbelief on his face. After a while, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Boss Xia, is this Is this a Yangtze River herring? Xiao Ruofei smiled and gave Huang Lei a thumbs up. He said, Teacher Huang, you really live up to your reputation. You recognized it at a glance. It's true. Huang Lei was very excited. Boss Xia, where did you get it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, our company produces it. But these herrings grew up in a 100% simulated wild environment, so they can be considered wild Yangtze River herrings. Xiao Ruofei felt a little embarrassed that she had accidentally done another round of advertising for her company. After all, from the start of the recording until now, this program had given Taoyuan Company a lot of product placements and advertisements. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had the idea of showing off his company's products, so he had already made up his mind last night. He took out 3 Yangtze River herrings from the sea of space and directly put them in the freezer to freeze them. He did this to fool people. After all, except for Sanshan City, the Taoyuan brand Yangtze River herrings supplied in the rest of the country were all frozen. If he took out live Yangtze River herrings in the capital, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Moreover, Yangtze River herrings were very timid. They would easily be scared to death by a little vibration. There would definitely be bumps along the way from the Sihiyuan to the Taoyuan Club, and live herrings would not be easy to transport. When they were ready to leave in the morning, Xiao Ruofei put the 3 frozen herrings into an insulated box and brought them to the Taoyuan Club by Qin Yanan. The reason why he did not directly bring them into the mushroom house was that he was worried about the rules of the program. After confirming that he did not violate the rules, Xiao Ruofei asked Qin Yanan to bring them over. Peng Chang could not wait. He asked, Mr. Huang, is this Yangtze River herring very precious? Of course. Huang Lei said, wild Yangtze River herrings are almost extinct now. Anyway, I haven't seen any in recent years. Then Huang Lei briefly introduced the deliciousness of the Yangtze River herring to everyone. Huang Lei was indeed very knowledgeable about food. He spoke of all the illusions and poems of the Yangtze River herring as if they were his family treasures. At the same time, he explained to everyone that it was because of human overfishing that this species was almost extinct. Finally, Huang Lei said, I'll tell you the story of the Yangtze River herring when I have time. I have to hurry up and prepare these fish. Anyway, I can promise you that you'll be able to taste the ultimate delicacy in a while. After saying that, Huang Lei closed the lid of the incubator and carried it to the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei quickly called out from behind, Mr. Huang, you have to be careful with the handling of the herring. Boss Xia, don't worry. You can't scrape off the fish scales, right? I know. I know. Huang Lei turned around and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Don't worry. I've studied some old recipes. I'm quite confident in the cooking of the herring. That's good. Xiao Ruofei was relieved. The most delicious part of the herring was the scales. After steaming, the scales would soften into a gelatinous state. They tasted great and were very nutritious. If someone who did not know how to cook the fish directly scraped off the scales and threw them away, it would be such a waste. Seeing Huang Lei's hurried back, He Jiong laughed and said, Boss Xia, is the herring really that good? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. He, how should I answer that? It's an exaggeration. It's a bit like selling melons to a woman. If I say it's not an exaggeration, then I'm not telling the truth. Ha ha ha. He Jiong could not help but laugh. That's true. All right. We'll know when we have lunch later. We have another thing to look forward to. Then, Boss Xia, you rest for a while. Xiaoxing, come with me to wash the vegetables. Xiao Ruofei laughed as he walked into the pergola. He took out a packet of Taoyuan brand De Hong Pao tea and began to leisurely brew tea. He Jiong brought Xianxia to the pond to clean up the freshly picked vegetables. Peng Chang placed the chopped firewood neatly under the eaves. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with the way he brewed the tea. It seemed to have an inexplicable rhythm. The cameraman could not help but give him a close-up. After Xiao Ruofei drank 2 cups of tea, he called out loudly, Mr. He, come and have some tea first. Xiao Ruofei took a while to boil the water. He Jiong was almost done with the vegetables, so he agreed loudly and asked Xianxia to bring the washed vegetables to Huang Lei. Then, he walked over to Xiao Ruofei. Mr. He, you've worked hard. Have some tea. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he personally poured a cup of tea for He Jiong and pushed it in front of him. "Thank you." He Jiong picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, "It's so fragrant. Could this be the rock charm mentioned in the advertisement? This tea really has a kind of charm." Then, he could not help but look at the clear tea in the cup and said, "Boss Xia, the tea leaves are all the same. Why do I feel that the tea I brewed just now did not taste as mellow and rich?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "The charm of tea comes from the heart. Everyone's state of mind is different, so the tea they brew will also be different. It's hard to say who's good or bad. I've learned something new." He Jiong said with a smile, "I heard that almost everyone in the southeast province knows about tea. It seems that this is true." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated, but it's true that most people in the southeast have the habit of drinking tea." The two of them talked about tea for a while. He Jiong was a very professional host with a very high EQ. No matter what the topic was, he could talk for a while. As they talked, he changed the topic to the forced landing incident that made Xia Ruofei famous. He Jiong said with a smile, "Boss Xia, I believe that a lot of people in the audience are very curious like me. How were you able to land such a big plane safely at that time? I've seen the images of the plane's cockpit. The densely packed instruments and buttons made me dizzy just by looking at them. As far as I know, you've never been in contact with plane piloting before, right?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I couldn't do it because I wasn't forced to do it. In that situation, I think that if you, teacher He, were in that position, you might have succeeded. Because if you didn't succeed, you would have died trying." After making a small joke, Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Actually, strictly speaking, it's not that I've never been in contact with plane piloting. Those who know me well know that I used to serve in the military, so you learned how to fly a plane during your military service?" He Jiong asked curiously. This kind of topic would also be very interesting to the audience. He Jiong had unknowingly changed from a variety show host to an interview reporter. Moreover, the change was very natural and did not feel out of place. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course not, we're not aviation. But I've received helicopter piloting training for a period of time, a crash course. It's not for the purpose of training pilots, it's purely for us to know the basic operation in an emergency situation." He Jiong opened his mouth wide and said, "Then the crash course you mentioned, how long did the training take?" "Less than a month." Xia Ruofei said with a relaxed smile, "And the 1-month training was not only for helicopter piloting, but also for helicopter landing. The actual flight time is estimated to be less than 50 hours, and we were accompanied by professional pilots. We didn't fly alone. It's incredible." He Jiong said, "Although I don't understand the flying industry, I still have some basic common sense. Let's not talk about what can be trained in just a few dozen hours. The key is that helicopters are not similar to large passenger planes at all." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I remember that after the plane was forced to land in Saipan, the injured captain said something. He said that all of this was God's arrangement. Although I don't believe in Christianity, I still quite agree with him. If there is a reason, it's probably because I'm a good learner. At that time, it was all dictated by the captain, and I learned it on the spot." He Jiong couldn't help but laugh and said, "Or your desire to survive is too strong." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You can say that. After all, the situation at that time was like that. If I didn't succeed, I would have died." He Jiong and Xia Ruofei talked about the forced landing, and he was also happy. Although this incident had passed for some time, there were still many people paying attention to it on the internet. Some aviation enthusiasts still carried out various analyses on the basis of existing information. However, there was actually not much information released. For example, many details mentioned by Xia Ruofei during the chat just now were disclosed for the first time. There was no doubt that after the program was broadcast, this small interview would also become the focus of netizens' discussion. This was definitely a shot in the arm for the program's ratings. The two of them chatted and drank tea. The atmosphere was very harmonious and very leisurely. This was quite suitable for the position of the program. After a while, Huang Lei poked his head out and said, "Comrades, come and serve the dishes. It's time to eat." "Coming." He Jiong replied loudly. Then, he smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Let's go and see what delicious food Teacher Huang has prepared." Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were already helping out in the kitchen. Of course, there were also cameramen filming the entire process. The scene of Huang Lei cooking was also a very attractive part of the show. The few of them worked together and quickly brought out the dishes that Huang Lei had prepared. The dining area was on the other side of the pergola. Not far from the root-carved tea table where Xiao Ruofei and He Jiong made tea, there was a sturdy long dining table. The dining table was very long, a bit like a conference table. There was no problem even if a dozen people were to dine together. Here, the surroundings were clear, and the view was very wide. Not far away was a quiet lake, and the scenery was infinitely beautiful. As long as the weather was not too cold, just the environment alone was a kind of enjoyment to eat here. The lunch that Huang Lei prepared was very sumptuous. In addition to the pork stewed with vermicelli that Xiao Ruofei ordered before they set off in the morning, he also used the vegetables that Xiao Ruofei and Zhang Xing picked from the greenhouse, as well as a small amount of ingredients prepared by the production team to make several dishes. In addition, there was also a steamed Xianxia river herring. After He Jiong saw it, he could not help but laugh and say, "We're all riding on Boss Xiao's coattails. This is the most sumptuous lunch I've ever had since filming this show." These words were full of deep resentment towards the production team. The on-set director, who was directing the filming in the courtyard outside the pergola, laughed a little awkwardly. Most people would definitely not be used to chatting and eating in front of dozens of people. However, He Jiong and the other three were all professional artists, and Xiao Ruofei's psychological quality was also quite good. In front of the camera, he behaved quite naturally. He Jiong smiled and said, "Teacher Huang, you've worked hard. You prepared such a sumptuous meal for us. This is our first meal at the Mushroom Hut, and it's a good start. Then, let's dig in." Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and said, "That. Teacher He, let me stop you. I still have a question." He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others' expressions suddenly became a little interesting. The on-set director's face even turned green. There wouldn't be any more trouble, right? "Boss Xia, please ask." He Jiong's smile was very bright. "I'm guessing it must be something good." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's like this. I don't know what it was like when you recorded the show in the past. It's just that guests come over and bring a few bottles of wine for everyone to try. Isn't that against the show's rules?" He Jiong winked at the on-set director and said with a laugh, "I guess it doesn't count. It's normal social interaction, isn't it?" Huang Lei also chimed in from the side, "That makes sense. Wouldn't it be a waste to not have wine for such good food?" This time, the on-set director did not need Gao Jun's instructions and directly nodded at them. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "I brought a few bottles of wine in the box. I was afraid that it would violate the rules just now, so I didn't take them out." "In that case, wait a moment, I'll go get the wine." "Boss Xia, just let Peng Peng go get it." He Jiong quickly said. "No need, no need." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "He won't be able to find it. Don't mess up my box. I'll go by myself." Of course, he was not afraid of the box being messed up, but there was no wine in the box at all. He still needed to get it from the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei walked through the circle of staff and quickly walked into the mushroom house. A cameraman hurriedly carried a camera and followed him. Xiao Ruofei ran up the stairs at a very fast speed. The cameraman who was carrying the camera could not catch up at all. Moreover, the camera footage taken while running was very shaky and could not be used at all. Fortunately, there were cameras installed everywhere in the mushroom house. There were cameras from all angles, so they could still be edited. Xiao Ruofei ran to the lake view room on the second floor, opened the box, and put his hand in. He knew that there were cameras in this room, but because it was a bedroom, there were not cameras installed at all angles, so there were still blind spots. Xiao Ruofei's back was facing the camera, and he put his hand under the clothes in the box. At this time, the cameraman ran to the door of the room, panting. He tried to stabilize the camera and aimed it at Xiao Ruofei, who was squatting on the ground. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already taken a few bottles of wine out of the space and stuffed them under his clothes. The cameraman just happened to capture the scene of Xiao Ruofei taking the wine out of the box. Considering that they were filming a show, it was naturally not appropriate to drink high alcohol content, so Xiao Ruofei took out 3 bottles of wine in total. He simply tidied up the box and closed it again, then took the 3 bottles of wine and quickly went downstairs. The wine is here. Xiao Ruofei returned to the pergola with a smile and lined up the 3 bottles of wine on the table. Compared to ingredients like the Yangtze River shad, He Jiong and the others obviously had a deeper understanding of wine, and they all looked at the label of a wine bottle. Xiao Ruofei saw this and said with a smile, "Don't look, this is wine from Australia's West Winery, not some famous winery. But the taste is really good. You'll know when you try it later." "Then what are we waiting for? Peng Peng, open the wine." Huang Lei shouted. "Okay." Peng Chang answered loudly, and found a wine opener to open the wine. Zhang Xing ran to the kitchen and found a few wine glasses. He didn't know where to find wine glasses for drinking red wine, so he took the type of glass that could be used for drinking beer. But under such conditions, it was good enough to have a glass. In the previous season, they even used a teacup to drink wine. Peng Chang poured everyone's wine glass. The capacity of this type of glass was quite large. 1 bottle of wine was poured into 5 glasses, and there wasn't a single drop left after a while. Come. Let's raise our glasses together for the fate of meeting. Cheers. He Jiong said happily. His voice had a special appeal, and it could always make people's moods unconsciously become cheerful. Cheers. Cheers. The 5 of them raised their glasses, clinked them, and took a small sip. Although they said cheers, they couldn't really finish it in one gulp. After all, this was filming a show, not a drinking contest. And there were only 3 bottles of wine in total. If they drank like this, they would finish it in a few gulps. He Jiong clicked his tongue and praised, "What a special texture. It's definitely a good wine." Huang Lei was obviously very experienced. He said, "The fruity aroma is very rich, and the layers are very rich. The sweetness is very high. Boss Xia, is this noble sweet wine?" Xiao Ruofei gave a thumbs up and said, "Teacher Huang, you know your stuff." Peng Chang asked curiously, "Teacher Huang, what is noble sweet wine?" Huang Lei was a veteran foodie, and he was very willing to educate young people about food and wine. So, he patiently explained to Peng Chang the origin of noble sweet wine, the brewing method, and how precious it was. After He Jiong, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing heard this, they couldn't help but feel that their horizons had been broadened. When they looked at the noble sweet wine in front of them again, their gazes became somewhat different. Such a rare wine must be very precious, right? Zhang Xing couldn't help but ask. Huang Lei smiled and said, "Noble sweet wine is known as liquid gold. Just a small bottle of high-quality noble sweet wine can sell for a few thousand euros. Of course, wine and tea are the same. The difference in price is huge, and every standard is fixed." Speaking of this, Huang Lei couldn't help but take another sip of wine. Then he said, "I've tasted noble sweet wine from a famous winery before. To be honest, no matter how you look at it, Boss Xiao's wine is better than the noble sweet wine that only costs a few thousand euros. This West Winery. Looks like we can consider buying some of their wine in the future," He Jiong said with a smile. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were both celebrities and had high net worth. Logically speaking, a few thousand euros was nothing to them. However, a small bottle of noble sweet wine cost a few thousand euros, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of Huaxia dollars. They were still a little shocked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Teacher Huang, if you want to buy wine from West Winery, I can contact you on your behalf. I can even give you a good discount." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "By the way, West Winery is also my property. I bought it in Australia's Hunter Valley." Huang Lei was a veteran foodie. He was very willing to educate young people about food and wine, so he patiently explained to Peng Chang the origin of noble sweet wine, its brewing method, and how precious it was. After hearing this, He Jiong, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing couldn't help but feel like their horizons had been broadened. When they looked at the noble sweet wine in front of them again, their gazes changed. Such a rare wine must be very precious, right? Zhang Xing couldn't help but ask. Huang Lei smiled and said, "Noble sweet wine is known as liquid gold. Just a small bottle of high-quality noble sweet wine can sell for a few thousand euros. Of course, wine and tea are the same. The difference in price is huge, and every standard is fixed." Speaking of this, Huang Lei couldn't help but take another sip of wine. Then he said, "I've tasted noble sweet wine from a famous winery before. To be honest, no matter how you look at it, Boss Xiao's wine is better than the noble sweet wine that only costs a few thousand euros. This West winery. Looks like we can consider buying some of their wine in the future," He Jiong said with a smile. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were both celebrities with high net worth. Logically speaking, a few thousand euros was nothing to them. However, a small bottle of noble sweet wine cost a few thousand euros, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of Huaxia dollars. This still shocked them a little. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Teacher Huang, if you want to buy West Winery's wine, I can contact you on your behalf. I can even give you a good discount." Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "By the way, West Winery is also my property. I bought it in Australia's Hunter Valley. This West Winery. Looks like we can consider buying some of their wine in the future," He Jiong said with a smile. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were both celebrities with high net worth. Logically speaking, a few thousand euros was nothing to them. However, a small bottle of noble sweet wine cost a few thousand euros, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of Huaxia dollars. This still shocked them a little. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Teacher Huang, if you want to buy West Winery's wine, I can contact you on your behalf. I can even give you a good discount." Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "By the way, West Winery is also my property. I bought it in Australia's Hunter Valley." After lunch, Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to help wash the dishes and clean up, but Peng Chang and Zhang Xing rushed to do all the chores. He Jiong and Huang Lei also pulled Xiao Ruofei to make tea and chat. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel that doing this little bit of work was hard, but in He Jiong's eyes, he was already the most diligent guest in history. This program was originally a leisurely reality show that focused on slow living. Everyone didn't have any specific tasks, so the time after lunch became everyone's leisure time. Peng Chang and Zhang Xing also came over after they finished cleaning up. The five of them sat around the carved tea table, drinking tea and chatting. The charmingly naive Muscovy duck-colored lantern and the two cute puppies played a game of chase from time to time, and the bleating of the two sheep in the pen could be heard from time to time. It really felt like time had slowed down here. In this atmosphere, even the staff seemed to subconsciously keep quiet. Only the camera was still working quietly. The five of them sat on small bamboo chairs, sometimes laughing heartily, sometimes drinking fragrant tea. In this warm winter afternoon, it formed a beautiful picture. After half a day of interaction, Xiao Ruofei also had a very good impression of the four permanent guests. The four of them gave off the feeling of a family. Huang Lei was the dignified head of the family. The two young guests were more or less afraid of him, but they also relied on him for many things. He Jiong was more like a warm mother, understanding the sensitivity and delicacy of their hearts, melting them bit by bit with warmth. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were the two brothers in this family, one shy and docile, the other weird, and Xiao Ruofei was like a guest who came to visit this family. Of course, as a guest, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel restrained at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed this atmosphere very much. Everyone chatted for more than an hour. In the end, it was Huang Lei who yawned and got up and said, "I can't take it anymore. I have to take a nap. I woke up early today, and I was a little sleepy when I was cooking just now." He Jiong said with a smile, "Teacher Huang, quickly go and rest. Don't forget to get up and make dinner. You can order me around." Huang Lei laughed and scolded. Then, he greeted Xiao Ruofei and walked into the mushroom house. He went upstairs to rest. He Jiong smiled and asked, "Boss Xia, do you want to take a nap as well?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Coming here is like a relaxing trip. I'm not tired at all, so I won't rest." "Teacher is there anything else to do here? Give me some more." He Jiong was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss Xiao really can't sit still. The problem is that if you're so diligent, won't it set off our laziness? What if your fans think that we're exploiting your labor after the show airs? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, how is that possible? Teacher, he has a huge fan base. Don't make me hate you. The two teased each other for a while, and in the end, He Jiong didn't give Xiao Ruofei any work to do. After all, this was just a reality TV variety show. Arranging for guests to work was just the effect of the show. How could there be so many things waiting for the guests to do? Xiao Ruofei didn't feel tired, so he simply took the two dogs to stroll around the mushroom house. After all, this was still his and his brother's property, and it would be open to members in the near future. It had to be said that Xiangnan Satellite TV still put a lot of thought into the site selection. The scenery near the mushroom house was also very beautiful, especially the lake and the distant mountains that complemented each other. In addition, this area itself was covered by a formation. Walking on the road made people feel relaxed and happy. Of course, this was also inseparable from the strong cooperation of the Taoyuan Club. The mushroom house and the nearby area were built first. Now the scenic trails by the lake have been completed. All of them were made of anti-corrosive wood. They were built along the lakeside. The trails were winding and had the effect of changing the scenery. A cameraman carrying a machine had been following and filming. Xiao Ruofei walked with the two dogs on the scenic trail. The winter afternoon sun shone on them, casting long shadows, and the distant lakes and mountains formed a beautiful picture. Xiao Ruofei returned to the mushroom house after walking around. He sat in the arbor and made tea for a while. Then he saw Huang Lei, who was taking a lunch break, come out. Huang Lei stood in the yard and made a few chest movements. Then he yawned again. Apparently, he had just woken up. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved to Huang Lei and said, Teacher Huang, how did you sleep? Comfortable. Huang Lei said, the location of the mushroom house is really right. I had some concerns before. I was worried that the environment near Beijing was not very good. I was afraid of smog or something. After coming here, I realized that the air here is so fresh. It's as if there's a sweet smell in the air. Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart. This was naturally the effect of the array he had set up. It could be said that within the range of the array, even ordinary people would feel comfortable. Although the spiritual energy was invisible and intangible, it was real. Under the infiltration of the invisible spiritual energy, the body functions of the people in the array would be subtly improved. He was certain that Huang Lei and the other three would definitely find that their bodies were much better than before after they finished recording the show. For the sub-health states that were common in the city, this array was definitely a natural medicine. He believed that after the clubhouse was put into use, the members would quickly experience the benefits. When the time came, the upper class of Beijing would definitely rush to register for membership. Xiao Ruofei was very confident about this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you'll naturally feel better after getting enough sleep. Teacher Huang, come and have a cup of tea. It's a little early to prepare dinner. It's good to rest for a while. Huang Lei said. He walked into the pergola and sat down opposite Xiao Ruofei. The two of them chatted as they drank tea. Huang Lei was also a university teacher who had traveled extensively in filming over the years. It could be said that he was experienced and knowledgeable, so he chatted with Xiao Ruofei about a lot of topics. Boss Xia, can we eat the remaining 2 Xianxia shad that you brought tomorrow at noon? Huang Lei asked. There will be new guests coming tomorrow. There aren't many dishes here that can be served, only the Taoyuan vegetables in the greenhouse. Huang Lei also considered the fact that Xiao Ruofei was the one who brought the Yangtze River shad here. He should have finished it in 2 meals today, but when he thought about how he would have to cook without rice tomorrow, he felt a headache coming on. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. You can eat it in the future. Since it's a gift for you, it's up to you to handle it. The shad can be stored in the freezer for a long time. Thank you. Huang Lei was overjoyed. Then we'll make one tomorrow at noon and ice the other one first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After the two chatted for a while, Huang Lei got up to prepare dinner. Xiao Ruofei looked around and saw that she had nothing to do, so she went to the kitchen to help Huang Lei. Huang Lei's nickname of Little Chef Huang was not for nothing. He was simply radiating light in the kitchen, and Xiao Ruofei could not get involved. In the end, Huang Lei assigned Xia Ruofei a task: to light the fire. The mushroom house used a stove like those in the countryside. It was divided into 2 big iron pots. The one in front was used for cooking, and the one in the back was filled with water. After the fire in the stove was lit, the flue gas would pass through the pot at the back. The remaining heat of the fire would be used to heat the water in the pot. This way, there would be hot water at all times. Xia Ruofei's family used this kind of stove when he was young. It had been many years since he last saw it. At first glance, it felt quite familiar. At first, Huang Lei was worried that a rich man like Xia Ruofei would not be able to do such rough work. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei was not a stranger to starting a fire. When he was young, he helped adults with similar tasks. Moreover, he had received training in building a stove in the wilderness and starting a fire in the army. Therefore, starting a fire was a piece of cake for Xia Ruofei. He first put a medium-sized piece of wood in. Then, he used a lighter to light a stick of pine resin and placed it on the piece of wood. Next, he carefully put in a very dry and small piece of wood. He tried his best to make it as high as possible to create a hole above the fire. After closing the door of the stove, the flames in the stove suddenly rose up and burned fiercely with a whistling sound. Huang Lei was cooking on the side. From time to time, he would instruct Xia Ruofei to increase or decrease the fire. Xia Ruofei was not careless at all. When he needed to increase the fire, he would add wood and close the stove door tightly. When he needed to decrease the fire, he would open the stove door. If the fire was still too big, he would cover it with an ash spatula. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with his work. It was obvious at a glance that he had done this before. Huang Lei laughed as he cooked. "I didn't expect Boss Xia to use this kind of stove. Looks like he's pretty good at living." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The children of the poor take charge of the family early. When I was young, every family used this kind of stove." Huang Lei gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Xia Ruofei also expressed his appreciation for Huang Lei's cooking skills. The two of them unknowingly started praising each other. Dinner was soon ready. Huang Lei called everyone over to bring the dishes out. As the temperature outside dropped sharply at night, they did not have dinner under the pergola. Instead, they had dinner in the small dining room in the mushroom hut. Although there were limited ingredients available, Huang Lei's cooking skills made up for it. Everyone ate with relish and kept praising him. After the meal, everyone worked together and quickly cleaned up the bowls and plates. Then, they went to the scenic path by the lake to take a walk to digest the food. When they returned to the mushroom hut, the sky was completely dark. The busy day was almost over. Xia Ruofei followed He Jiong and the rest to the living room on the first floor of the mushroom hut. Everyone sat around the long table and chatted. He Jiong, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing were all celebrities. They could be said to be multi-talented. However, they were very considerate of Xia Ruofei's feelings and did not talk about the entertainment industry for a long time. As they chatted, He Jiong could not help but start humming a song. Huang Lei and the other two were not to be outdone. They all performed what they were best at. Zhang Xing also took the initiative to perform an impromptu dance. He developed his skills in South Korea in his early years. As a trainee, he had to learn everything. He had put in a lot of effort in dancing. Huang Lei and He Jiong both sang a nostalgic song. Only Peng Chang had his signature bright smile on his face as he sat there and watched the show. After He Jiong finished singing, he smiled and said, "Teacher Xia, sing a song too. The acoustics here are not bad." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "My singing is out of tune." No, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing all cheered at the side. Even the nice guy He Jiong invited him enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I really can't sing. How about I perform a magic trick for everyone?" He Jiong and Huang Lei were slightly surprised when they heard this. If it was just an impromptu song, it could be done anytime, anywhere. However, performing magic generally required preparation in advance, and it was more professional. After all, there were cameras at every angle in the room, and there were also videographers carrying equipment shooting. If the technique was not professional, it would be easy to be exposed. Although this was a recorded program, and even if the performance failed, it would definitely not be broadcast. However, they felt that Xiao Ruofei would definitely feel embarrassed. Moreover, from the attitude of the station leaders, it could be said that the station valued Xiao Ruofei to an unprecedented degree. This made He Jiong a little cautious. Should they really let Xiao Ruofei perform a magic trick? He Jiong was a little hesitant. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Teacher He, I'm just performing a little magic trick to liven things up. If it really gets exposed, just don't laugh at me." After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, He Jiong felt a lot more relaxed. He thought for a moment and said, "Since Boss Xia is so interested, then let's give him a round of applause." Okay. Peng Chang was the first to clap and respond heartlessly. Then, Huang Lei and Zhang Xing also clapped. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile, made a downward gesture with his hands, and said, "Everyone. Everyone. I'm just a magic enthusiast, and I can't compare to a professional magician. Don't laugh at me if I make a fool of myself." No. No. He Jiong said with a smile, "Boss Xia, we're all looking forward to it. Please start your performance." Xiao Ruofei nodded. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the small table around which everyone was sitting. He needed to find a prop at the last minute. Actually, how could Xiao Ruofei know any magic tricks? It was just that he had the ring 2 space, and as a cultivator, if he really wanted to hide it, how could He Jiong and the others see through it? Soon, Xiao Ruofei's gaze fell on a can of tea leaves in the middle of the table. It was Taoyuan de Hong Pao. The program team had placed Taoyuan de Hong Pao in several places, and the Taoyuan logo was facing the camera. This was to help increase the exposure of the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei immediately came up with a plan in his mind. He opened the can of tea leaves with a smile and said, "This is a can of Taoyuan de Hong Pao. Although it's a product of our company, it was provided by the program team. I had no contact with this can of tea leaves before this. Teacher He, please check it first." He Jiong took the tea canister, and the cameraman immediately came up to take a close-up. He Jiong smiled and said, "This is indeed an unopened can of tea leaves. Everyone, look, the plastic seal on the outer packaging is still intact. I can testify, there is absolutely nothing in this can of the tea leaves." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Teacher He, then I'll have to trouble you to open it." "Okay." He Jiong said as he tore open the packaging. He then lifted the lid of the tea leaves and asked, "What's next?" "Take out 3 bags of tea leaves," Xiao Ruofei said. The Taoyuan de Hong Pao sold to the public came in small packages. It was very convenient to use a small bag every time to brew tea. There were about 20 bags of tea leaves in the tea leaves. He Jiong randomly took out 3 bags and looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Teacher He, just put the tea leaves on the table." "Peng Peng, can I trouble you to go to the kitchen and get 2 bowls?" "Okay." Peng Chang immediately got up and walked quickly to the kitchen not far away. After a while, he came back with 2 bowls. "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile after taking the bowls. He first tore a small hole in each of the 3 bags of tea leaves to distinguish them from the rest of the tea leaves in the can. He then placed the 2 bowls behind the 3 bags of tea leaves and sat down cross-legged. He Jiong, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing naturally came over. The cameraman also came over to take close-up shots. Xiao Ruofei chuckled as he flipped the bowls upside down and said, "Look, everyone. Peng Peng just brought these 2 bowls from the kitchen. They are just ordinary ceramic bowls without any mechanism. You can check them." Peng Chang raised his hand and said, "There's no need to check. I used one of the bowls for dinner today." Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Ruofei asked Huang Lei to check the 2 bowls. After confirming that there were no problems, he said, "Okay, there are 2 bowls and 3 bags of tea leaves. Next, I'll take a bag of tea leaves and cover the bowls," Xiao Ruofei said as he did. After covering a bag of tea leaves under the bowls, he picked up another bag of tea leaves and covered the bowls in the same way. Finally, he grabbed the 3rd bag of tea leaves with his hand. Then, Xiao Ruofei blew at the bowl on the right and opened it with his hand. There were 2 bags of tea leaves in it. Then, Xiao Ruofei covered the bowl again and blew at it again. At this time, Xiao Ruofei opened the bowl on the left. Everyone gasped. There should have been a bag of tea leaves in the bowl, but it was empty at this time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and opened the bowl on the right. There were 2 bags of tea leaves in it, but when he opened it again, all 3 bags of tea leaves were on the other side. It was as if Xiao Ruofei had teleported them over after blowing at them. Good. Zhang Xing was the first to praise and then applaud. Huang Lei and the others naturally applauded as well. He Jiang clapped and said with a smile, I've heard of Boss Xiao's magic trick before. It's called 3 Immortals Return to the Cave. It's a very traditional magic trick, but the performers usually use a sponge ball, which is easier to hide in the palm of their hand. Using a bag of tea leaves like Boss Xia is definitely more difficult. Also, I observed it carefully just now and really didn't find any flaws. Boss Xiao's technique is very clever. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, thank you for your praise, teacher He. However, my magic trick is a little different from the traditional 3 Immortals Return to the Cave. He Jiang looked a little confused and asked, I saw the whole process just now. It was the 3 Immortals Return to the Cave magic trick, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then I'll perform it for everyone again. Xiao Ruofei's movements were too fast the first time, so Huang Lei and the others didn't see it clearly. Although the 3 Immortals Return to the Cave magic trick had been revealed a long time ago and He Jiang had seen the related videos, he really didn't see any flaws in it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was willing to perform it again. Everyone stared at Xiao Ruofei's hands with wide eyes. Xiao Ruofei calmly placed the 3 bags of tea leaves side by side and lifted the 2 bowls. The process was exactly the same as before. Each bowl was covered with a bag of tea leaves, then he picked up the last bag of tea leaves with his hand and blew on it. He opened the bowl on the right and found 2 bags of tea leaves inside. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Teacher He, how many bags of tea leaves do you think are in the bowl on my left? He Jiang had seen the revealing video, so he was sure that Xiao Ruofei had used a trick when he first covered the bowl on the left. In fact, the bag of tea leaves wasn't in the bowl, but hidden in his hand. Then, when he covered the bowl on the right, he put the bag of tea leaves in. That was why the effect of there being 2 bags of tea leaves under the bowl on the right appeared. In this way, the bowl on the left should be empty because the tea leaves weren't put in at all. He Jiang didn't intend to say it out loud. After all, if he hadn't seen the revealing video, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see the mystery behind it. However, Xiao Ruofei had taken the initiative to ask, and Xiao Ruofei had successfully performed this magic trick before, so He Jiang didn't have so many concerns. He said without hesitation, it should be empty. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, that might not be the case. With that said, Xiao Ruofei blew on his palm, then pointed at the bowl on the left and said, can I trouble Teacher He to open it? This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't touch the bowl directly, but let He Jiang do it for him. He Jiang saw with his own eyes that Xiao Ruofei took the 3rd bag of tea leaves during the whole process. After that, he didn't touch the bowl on the left. The bowl on the right was now open, and the remaining 2 bags of tea leaves were there. Under such circumstances, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a chance to put the tea leaves into the bowl. Even if his technique was brilliant and he hid the tea leaves without anyone noticing, it was impossible for him to put the tea leaves under the bowl in front of everyone. Therefore, He Jiang confidently opened the bowl. However, the next moment, he was stunned. There was also a bag of tea leaves under the bowl on the left. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't use any magic tricks at all. He just covered the 2 bags of tea leaves with the bowls, and when he grabbed the 3rd bag of tea leaves, he instantly put it into the space. Then, he immediately took it out of the space and directly let it appear under the bowl on the right. At such a close distance, and the bag of tea leaves was so small and light, with Xiao Ruofei's level of mental strength and his connection with the ring to space, he could naturally hit wherever he wanted without any deviation. This time even the staff outside couldn't help but look amazed. Under the eyes of so many people, Xiao Ruofei's magic trick was obviously much more exciting than the traditional 3 Immortals Return to the Cave. Xiao Ruofei smiled and placed the bowl and tea leaves back in their original positions. Then, he performed a series of dazzling operations. The process was exactly the same as the first time he performed the magic trick. He was now getting more and more familiar with it. When he showed the 2 bags of tea leaves under the bowl on the right, he reached out and covered the bowl. Then, he blew on it and asked with a smile, "Guess, how many bags of tea leaves are in the bowl on my right?" According to the traditional process of the three immortals returned to the cave magic trick, the bowl on the right naturally had 3 bags of tea leaves, and the bowl on the left had none. However, He Jiong wasn't so confident this time. He said with some uncertainty, 3 bags? Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He reached out and opened the bowl. It was empty, not a single bag of tea leaves. He Jiong was a little dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Are they all in the bowl on the left?" "That's impossible." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then, would you please open it, teacher He?" He Jiong flipped the bowl open. Huang Lei and the others suddenly let out a cry of surprise. There was also not a single bag of tea leaves. "That's amazing." Zhang Xing couldn't help but ask, "Boss Xia, where did the tea leaves go?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's hard to say. Maybe one of us here likes our company's peach garden de Hong Pao very much and secretly hid it. If they didn't use this opportunity to gain some exposure for peach garden de Hong Pao, when would they wait?" Peng Chong grinned and said, "Then there's only one possibility. Those 3 bags of tea leaves are all hidden on Boss Xia. It's just that his movements were too fast, so we didn't see it." Xiao Ruofei laughed and reached out to pat Peng Chong on the shoulder. He said, "I think Peng Peng is very suspicious. This is called a thief pretending to be a thief." Peng Chong stood up and said, "Impossible. Boss Xia guessed wrong this time. I'm sure I didn't take the tea leaves. If you don't believe me, you can search me." Peng Chong patted his chest as he spoke, looking very confident. However, he noticed that He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others looked a little strange. They were all looking at the same place, his right trouser pocket. There seemed to be a bulge there. Peng Chong was a little scared by everyone's stares. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all looking at me?" Zhang Xing smiled and said, "Peng Peng, what's in your trouser pocket?" "I didn't put anything in," Peng Chong said as he reached into his trouser pocket. Then his face stiffened and his expression became very rich. "Huang Lei said with a smile, "Peng Peng, don't hide it. What's in your pocket? Take it out and let us see." Peng Chong looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared blankly at Xiao Ruofei for a long time before taking his hand out of his trouser pocket and slowly opening it in front of everyone. There were 3 bags of tea in his hand. Xiao Ruofei smiled as she watched from the side. He Jiong stepped forward and picked up the 3 bags of tea in Peng Chang's hand to take a closer look. He exclaimed, "It's the 3 bags of tea just now. There's even a tear mark on them." After he said that, he showed the bags of tea in front of the camera. Naturally, the cameraman immediately zoomed in for a close-up. Not only was the tear-open tea bag clearly visible in the shot, but there was also a large Taoyuan Company logo on the screen. Huang Lei and the others applauded, and even the staff next to them couldn't help but applaud. Xiao Ruofei saw Qin Yanan and He Yu in the crowd, and they were so excited that their faces turned red. They were not only happy because the magic trick was wonderful, but more importantly, they saw the Taoyuan de Hongpo appear in close-up shots again and again during the magic show. This kind of advertising effect was undoubtedly quite gratifying. Peng Chong came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Ruofei with admiration. He said, "Boss Xia, how did you do it?" I didn't feel anything at all." "Teach me. I want to learn this magic trick." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Peng Peng, the rule of the magic world is not to reveal the secret. Otherwise, the magic trick will lose its appeal." Xiao Ruofei's words were not an excuse. There was indeed such an unwritten rule in the magic world. After all, magic was just a smokescreen. Once the secret was revealed, people might feel enlightened at the time, but they would slowly develop a feeling of "so that's it." In the long run, it would be very harmful to the industry. Peng Chong was still unwilling to give up. He said fervently, "Boss Xia. Brother Xia. Then teach me in private. I really want to learn this magic trick." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, he saw Peng Chong come out to talk, so he decided to transfer the 3 bags of tea into his pocket. He also deliberately patted Peng Chang's shoulder. The two of them had some physical contact, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a magic trick, but a fantasy. How could he teach this kind of magic? In the face of Peng Chang's enthusiasm for learning, Xiao Ruofei did not know how to reject him. After all, they were still recording the show. If his words and deeds are not appropriate, it is easy to cause a heated discussion, especially by Peng Chang's fans. Although Xiangnan satellite TV should edit out the content that is not favorable to him, as long as it is filmed, it is difficult to guarantee that there will not be a possibility of leakage. Fortunately, at this time, the phone rang, helping Xiao Ruofei out of the predicament. He Jiang and Huang Lei's EQ were very high. They also saw that Xiao Ruofei was not very willing to teach this magic trick and were thinking about how to phrase it. After the phone rang, He Jiang quickly said, "Let's answer the phone first. Maybe it's the guest who will come tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei also said, "Yes, yes, yes. Answer the phone first. Peng Peng, if you want to learn magic, let's communicate in private." When Peng Chang saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, he immediately said happily, "Okay, okay, okay." Zhang Xing had already stood up and walked over when he heard the phone ring. Xiao Ruofei and others were also around him, very interested in this phone call. Zhang Xing picked up the phone and said, "Hello, this is Mushroom Hut. Who is this? You guys can order dishes here, right?" A man's voice that sounded a little strange said. He Jiang's ear was also pressed to the outside of the microphone. As soon as he heard it, he immediately turned his head and whispered with a smile. He actually used a voice changer. This year's guests are getting harder and harder to guess. Huang Lei looked at him with contempt and said, "Teacher He, stop acting. You are the only one who knows the guest list here." Although Xiao Ruofei was not standing as close as He Jiang, his hearing was much better than the average person, so he could still hear the voice coming from the phone. However, the other party used a voice changer and there was no accent. It was standard Mandarin. In addition, he was not very familiar with celebrities, so naturally, he could not guess who the guest was. Zhang Xing said, "Yes, what would you like to eat?" Huang Lei said, "Xiao Xing, let me, oh." Zhang Xing handed the phone to Huang Lei. Huang Lei chatted with the other party on the phone for a while, trying to get the other party to say a few more words to determine the other party's identity. However, once the voice changer was used, unless it was someone who was very familiar with the other party's usual tone, it would be impossible to guess. In the end, Huang Lei could not guess the other party's identity. However, the other party ordered shredded pork with garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, and twice-cooked pork, which made his teeth twitch. The food budget was limited, and to prepare these 3 dishes for 100 yuan of food, it was a bit of a test of the guest's ability to manage the house. After the phone call, everyone sat and chatted for a while before preparing to go upstairs to rest. After all, this was a slow life leisure program, so it definitely had to promote a healthy lifestyle. They could not stay up all night to play cards or look at their phones in Mushroom Hut. Furthermore, there was only one bathroom, so everyone had to take turns to shower. As a guest, Xiao Ruofei also received preferential treatment and was the first to use the bathroom. After showering, he changed into his home clothes, greeted He Jiang and the others, and went back to his room to rest. He was the only guest on this episode, so he could choose from any of the 2 rooms. He stayed in a single room. The guests who came later would not receive this treatment. There would definitely be several guests on each episode, so everyone would have to stay in the same room. Even if there were cameras in the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei did not care. After climbing into bed, he used his phone to browse the news for a while before lying down to sleep. Within the range of the large array, the spirit energy was very abundant. The environment here was beautiful and very quiet. Xiao Ruofei could not cultivate in such a situation, so he quickly fell asleep. Outside, after He Jiang and the others took turns to shower, they also went back to their rooms to rest. The 4 permanent guests stayed in one room. According to the program's tradition, they slept in a large shared bed. Qin Yanan and He went to rest in the annex next door. Most of the staff on the scene also withdrew to the annex, leaving only 2 staff members on duty. Xiao Ruofei quickly fell asleep, and on the other side of the large shared bed, snoring sounded one after another. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up. The sound of birds chirping came from outside the window, which sounded particularly crisp in the quiet morning. He got out of bed, walked over to open the window, and looked at the lake shrouded in mist in the distance. he suddenly felt a lot better. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath, did a few chest stretching and stretching movements in front of the window, and felt that his whole body was full of energy. First, he meticulously folded the quilt and smoothed the sheets. Although he had left the army, Xiao Ruofei had kept many of the habits he had developed in the army, such as folding the quilt. He must have folded it according to the army's method of folding tofu blocks. Although it was difficult to fold the new quilt clearly, it was very neat and made people feel very comfortable at first glance. After making the bed, Xiao Ruofei took his toiletry bag to wash his face and brush his teeth. After returning to his room, he walked in front of the camera and casually hung a shirt to block the camera. Then, he took off his home clothes in the room and changed into the casual clothes he had worn yesterday. After Xiao Ruofei cleaned up, he walked out of the room. When he went downstairs, he would pass by He Jiong's room. He glanced inside and saw that two people were still sleeping soundly under their blankets. The blankets on the other two beds had already been folded. There are actually people who came earlier than me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and muttered to himself. Just as he walked down the stairs, he saw Huang Lei poke his head out of the kitchen and greeted him with a smile. Boss Xia, good morning. Teacher Huang, you've worked hard. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You woke up so early to prepare breakfast, haha. It's not hard at all. I'm still enjoying it. Huang Lei laughed heartily. Because of this show, my work and rest schedule have become more regular. I go to bed early and wake up early every day. Great. That's a healthy lifestyle. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Isn't that so? Huang Lei said with a smile. Young people these days are used to sleeping late and waking up late. Teacher He and I are already up, so Peng Peng and Xiaoxing must be sleeping soundly right now. Teacher He is up too. Xiao Ruofei said. It seemed that the two people in the blankets on Datong bed must be Xianxia and Peng Chang. Yeah. He should be taking a walk outside. Huang Lei said. All right then. Teacher Huang, I won't disturb you anymore. Xiao Ruofei smiled. I'll go talk to Teacher He for a while. Xiao Ruofei walked into the courtyard. The fresh air rushed into his nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. He Jiong had already woken up. At this moment, he was talking to the two goats at the sheep pen. After hearing the sound of footsteps, He Jiong looked back, then happily waved at Xiao Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, over here. Xiao Ruofei walked over with a smile and said, Teacher He, you're up early. He Jiong chuckled and said, I'm getting old, so I don't get as much sleep. Now, no matter what time I go to bed, even if I stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning, I'll definitely wake up on time at 6 in the morning the next day. Xiao Ruofei looked at He Jiong and said with a smile, Teacher He hasn't reached that age yet. The two chatted as they took the apples from the basket to feed the goats. After a while, Xianxia and Peng Chang finally woke up. They consciously picked up the broom to clean the courtyard. Huang Lei was busy preparing breakfast for everyone. Soon, his voice came from the kitchen. Get a few people to help take the breakfast out. Xiao Ruofei and He Jiong heard this, put down the apples in their hands, and walked towards the mushroom hut. Everyone worked together, and soon, breakfast was moved to the long table under the awning. The breakfast prepared by Huang Lei was quite sumptuous. Of course, this was under the premise that food expenses were limited to 100 yuan a day. If it was outside, the breakfast would only be considered average. Xiao Ruofei didn't have high expectations in terms of material things. He could eat a meal that cost tens of thousands of euros with relish, and he could eat a few yuan skewers until his mouth was greasy. He Jiong and Peng Chang had also participated in the filming of the first 2 seasons of the show. They were already used to this kind of hardship, so they also ate with relish. Xianxia was famous for being a good boy, so naturally, he wasn't picky about breakfast. Everyone sat around the table, chatting as they ate. At this moment, there was a knock on the wooden door, and then a very familiar voice to Xiao Ruofei said, Is anyone home? Peng Peng, go open the door. Our guests are here. Huang Lei said. No one noticed that Xiao Ruofei's expression had become very interesting. He had already taken the initiative to stand up and walked towards the wooden door before Peng Chang. Peng Chang was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei walked over quickly and opened the wooden door. Surprise! The three people outside the door shouted in unison with a smile. Xiao Ruofei did not hear wrongly just now. The guests for the second episode were actually Tang Etienne's family of three. The three of them obviously knew that the guest for the first episode was Xiao Ruofei. At that moment, when they saw Xiao Ruofei's dazed expression, they all laughed very happily, especially Tang Haoren, who was so happy that flowers were about to bloom. Xiao Ruofei did not expect the production team to be so capable that they even invited Tang Etienne. Jennifer could still be considered as someone from the entertainment industry. Although she was not in Huaxia's entertainment industry and had retired for many years, she still ran an entertainment company after all. However, Tang Etienne was a well-known Chinese entrepreneur in Australia. He was one of the richest people in Australia. Now that he had been invited to participate in a reality variety show, it was really unbelievable. Obviously, the three of them were able to participate in the show mostly because of Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei did not know anything about it beforehand. He was not familiar with the entertainment industry at all. He might feel that there were many people in the entertainment industry who looked familiar, but there were not many who he could name. Therefore, he naturally did not care who the guests for the second episode were. The production team did not take the initiative to tell him about this information, so he did not care. What Xiao Ruofei did not expect was that the production team actually buried an Easter egg here and quietly invited Tang Etienne's family of three from Australia. This was really a big surprise for Xiao Ruofei. Big brother Tang. Jennifer. Haoren. Xiao Ruofei shouted, I didn't expect you to participate in this show. This is too surprising. Tang Etienne laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, when the production team contacted us, we agreed to give you a surprise. What do you think? Are you surprised? It almost turned into a scare. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Only then did Tang Haoren take a step forward and respectfully bow to Xiao Ruofei. Hello, teacher. This was under the watchful eyes of many cameras and TV station staff. Therefore, Tang Haoren did not address Xiao Ruofei as master but changed it to teacher. That way, it would not sound like a gangster. It was obvious that Tang Etienne and Jennifer had done their homework before coming here and had instructed them in advance. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and rubbed Tang Haoren's hair. Haoren, you've grown taller. In a few years, he'll be a young man. He. Tang Haoren enjoyed his master's intimate action and grinned. Peng Chang was behind Xiao Ruofei, but at this time, he was confused. He did not know any of the guests in the second episode. And it seemed that they were very familiar with Xiao Ruofei. Could it be that this season's show had changed its style and no longer invited celebrities from the entertainment industry? Tang Etienne was very famous in Australia, but not in Huaxia. People in the business and political circles might know him, but who would care about a rich man in another hemisphere? No matter how rich he was, he would not share it with him. As for Jennifer, although she used to be a superstar, she became famous very early and then retired at a very young age. After so many years, Jennifer's appearance and temperament had changed a lot compared to before. For a young man of Peng Chang's age, unless he was a big fan of Jennifer like Lin Xiao, he might not be able to recognize her. Big brother Tang. Let's go in first. Let's talk inside. Xiao Ruofei said. Peng Chang came back to his senses and quickly came forward to help Tang Etienne's family carry their luggage. Xiao Ruofei smiled and introduced, Big brother Tang, Jennifer, this is Peng Chang. He's an outstanding newcomer in Huaxia's entertainment industry. Although he hasn't been in the entertainment industry for long, he already has a lot of fans. Peng Chang grinned and revealed his signature smile as he said, Hello. Welcome to Mushroom Hut. You can call me Peng Peng. Hello. Jennifer smiled and said, This young man is very handsome. Peng Chang was a little surprised. He did not expect Jennifer to speak Chinese so fluently. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly expressed his gratitude to Jennifer for her praise. Tang Haoren also said very politely, Hello, big brother Peng Peng. Thank you for helping me carry my luggage. Peng Chang also liked Tang Haoren very much. He immediately said, You're welcome. The group walked into the courtyard of Mushroom Hut. He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Zhang Xing also stood up to welcome them. He Jiang already knew that this episode's guests were Tang Yitian's family of 3. However, for the sake of the show's effect, he did not disclose it to anyone, including Huang Lei. He Jiang knew that Tang Yitian and his wife might not be well known in Huaxia. Huang Lei might not be able to recognize them, so in order to avoid awkwardness, he was ready to quickly come out and introduce the identities of the 3 people. Unexpectedly, after Huang Lei saw Tang Yitian and his wife, he could not help but quicken his pace. At the same time, he said excitedly, "It's actually Jennifer. Teacher He, your TV station is really good. You even managed to invite Jennifer. You're really resourceful." When He Jiang saw that Huang Lei also knew Jennifer, his heart was even more relaxed. He said with a smile, "Of course." The 2 of them spoke as they went up to greet them. He Jiang stepped forward and said, "President Tang, Jennifer, and little Haren, welcome. I'm He Jiang, the host of Xiangnan Satellite TV." Tang Yitian said with a smile, "Hello, Teacher He." Jennifer also said with a smile, "Teacher He, I've heard of your name for a long time." Xiao Ruofei chuckled at the side. Jennifer's habit of using idioms still hadn't changed. Fortunately, she didn't use it wrong this time. He Jiang quickly said, "You're too polite. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Although Jennifer had retired from acting, she was a genuine Oscar-level superstar, and she was now running an entertainment company. Although her business in Huaxia was not much for the time being, her influence in the entertainment industry was beyond doubt. He Jiang then introduced, "This is Huang Lei, Teacher Huang. He's a genuine teacher from the Beijing Film Academy." Jennifer smiled and said, "I've seen the movies that Teacher Huang starred in. Your acting skills are very good." Huang Lei was a little flattered and said, "Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer, I'm also your fan. I especially like your role as the huntress Jessica in the Misty Forest." In fact, Huang Lei debuted earlier than Jennifer and was also a little older than her. However, Jennifer retired when she was very young, giving people the feeling that she was more like a senior in the entertainment industry. "Jessica's role is very attractive," Jennifer said with a smile. "When I first saw the script, I was immediately tempted. I didn't even hesitate for a second and took the role." "You acted very well," Huang Lei said. He Jiang saw that the 2 of them were mutually flattering each other, so he quickly took advantage of a gap to interject and introduce Xianxia to Tang Yitian and Jennifer. Then he said to Xianxia, "Xiaoxing, Jennifer is a movie, film, and singing superstar. She's a genuine Oscar-level movie queen. The Misty Forest she starred in is a classic. President Tang is even more amazing. He's the king of Australia's retail industry, almost occupying half of the entire Australian retail industry." He Jiang's introduction to Zhang Xing was actually a way to tell the TV audience that although the guests in this episode didn't look very familiar, they were also quite extraordinary. Tang Yitian said with a smile, "Teacher He, you're too kind. The competition in Australia's retail industry is fierce. Our Maya group only occupies a portion of the market share, not half of it. President Tang, you're too humble. I've been to Australia several times, and Maya supermarkets and convenience stores can be seen everywhere in Australia." He Jiang said with a smile, "It's just that at that time, we didn't know that the famous Maya retail chain's boss was actually a fellow Huaxia citizen." Tang Yitian laughed and said, "We Chinese are very hardworking. In most places in the world, there are Chinese people who are working hard. There should be applause here." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone applauded very cooperatively. Then, He Jiang said with a smile, "Everyone may not know, but President Tang's family and Boss Xia are good friends." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's let Brother Tang and the rest settle down first. It's a long story here." "Yes, yes, yes." He Jiang said, "Xiaoxing, Peng Peng, help carry the luggage." Tang Yitian's family first toured the mushroom house, then went to the second floor to choose a room. Actually, there weren't many choices, and they only had to choose one of the 2. As expected, they also chose the room with the more beautiful lake view, which was the one Xiao Ruofei stayed in last night. Xiao Ruofei had packed everything when he woke up today, and the staff had also changed the bedsheets and bedding. Tang Haren originally wanted to stay in the same room as Xiao Ruofei, But when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to leave after lunch, he was a little reluctant to part with him. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Haoran, you'll finish recording the show tomorrow, and then you can stay at my family's courtyard house. It's much bigger than here." "Really?" Tang Haoran said happily when he heard that. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Lei asked curiously, "Boss Xia, why does little Haoran call you teacher?" Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Tang Etian explained with a smile, "Teacher Huang, our Haoran has been learning some martial arts to strengthen his body from Ruofei." Huang Lei suddenly understood. "Oh yes. Boss Xia used to be an excellent soldier, so he must know real martial arts." Then, he patted Tang Haoran's head and said with admiration in his eyes, "This child respects his teacher. He deserves praise." From the moment they entered the mushroom house until now, Tang Haoran had been very respectful to Xiao Ruofei, and Huang Lei had seen all of this. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Tang, we've seen everything upstairs. Let's go downstairs to sit down and have some tea." Everyone went to the spacious living room downstairs of the mushroom house and sat around the tea table to chat. Huang Lei and the others were very interested in the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Tang Etian's family. Tang Etian did not hide anything and talked about the first time they met Xiao Ruofei. Of course, he knew what he should or should not say, so he definitely would not tell him about Tang Haoran's special constitution. He only said that they met by chance on the flight to Sydney, and Tang Haoran suddenly fell ill on the plane, and the situation was very dangerous. Xiao Ruofei happened to know how to first aid and saved Tang Haoran's life in time. With Xiao Ruofei's experience in the army, it was normal for him to know some first aid knowledge. Even if this content was broadcasted, it would not affect Xiao Ruofei in any way. Those Huaxia families who knew about Xiao Ruofei's magical medical skills did not need to learn about it through a program. After listening to Tang Etian and Jennifer's narration, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others could not help but sigh, lamenting the wonders of fate between people. According to Tang Etian, there were no other doctors on the plane at that time. Whether it was returning or finding a nearby airport, there was not enough time. If Xiao Ruofei had not intervened in time, Tang Haoran's life would have been in danger. It was precisely such an accident that caused Xiao Ruofei and Tang Etian's family to form an inextricable bond. After chatting for a while, He Jiong began to assign tasks to everyone again. Huang Lei's task today was more important. Jennifer volunteered to stay behind to help in the kitchen. Peng Chang was responsible for the fire and helping out. He Jiong brought Zhang Xing and Tang Etian to town to buy vegetables. Xiao Ruofei's task was to take care of the vegetable greenhouse with Tang Haoran and pick some vegetables for lunch. Xiao Ruofei had already been to the vegetable greenhouse yesterday. The greenhouse was originally built with the help of the Taoyuan company, and all the vegetables inside were from Taoyuan farm. In He Jiong and the others' eyes, Xiao Ruofei was the most professional, so there was no need for the resident guests to accompany them today. Tang Haoran had lived in a wealthy environment since he was young. This kind of opportunity to be close to nature and work with his own hands was very rare. He was also quite excited in the vegetable greenhouse. Although the little guy was young, he was still a cultivator. Naturally, he was not as weak as an ordinary child. Some of the work in the vegetable greenhouse, such as watering and soil, could be done very well as long as Xiao Ruofei gave some instructions. The master-apprentice and master and disciple worked very well. Xiao Ruofei brought him back to the mushroom house together. After the vegetables were brought back, Peng Chang, who was in charge of helping out, immediately took over. He was in charge of washing and picking the vegetables. Calm Xiao Ruofei strolled around the mushroom house for a while. Seeing that she could not help in the kitchen, she strolled to the tool room. When he saw the fishing rod leaning against the wall of the tool room, his interest was piqued. "Haoran!" Xiao Ruofei called out. "Teacher, I'm here." Tang Haoran poked his head out of the door and said. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the fishing rod and said, "How about I take you fishing?" Tang Haoran said excitedly, "Okay. Okay." There was a full set of fishing equipment here. Xiao Ruofei carried 2 fishing rods on his back, a plastic bucket and 2 small stools in his hands, and a bag of bait in his pocket. Tang Haoran carried the net bag. The two of them greeted Huang Lei and Jennifer in the kitchen and walked toward the lake. The site of the mushroom house had already been built with a landscaped plank road. The plank road followed the terrain of the lake, and there were protrusions in some places. It was a bit like the waterfront platform on a yacht surrounded by water on three sides, but there was an additional railing. The railing of the plank road was very low. It was not even as high as an adult's knee. It was more for strollers to sit on and rest at any time. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren found a platform for the plank road. The small stools they brought were useless, and the master and disciple sat directly on the railing. Xiao Ruofei skillfully prepared the fishing tools. He and Tang Haoren each took a fishing rod and sat on the railing to start fishing. He did not use his mental power to detect the situation of the fish in the water. He stared at the buoys on the water like an ordinary fisherman. They came here to fish to relax. As for whether they could catch fish or how many fish they could catch, Xiao Ruofei did not care. This was the mentality of fishing is better than fishing that was mentioned in the book. There were still many fish in the lake. Moreover, the program team had specially set up a large water area near the mushroom house and raised many fish in it. After all, the environment here was so good that it was really suitable for fishing. There would be many episodes in the future, and the guests would be able to experience the fun of fishing. Moreover, the pictures taken here were quite beautiful. Although they did not care about the catch, there were soon fish that took the bait. Xiao Ruofei saw the buoy on the water tremble slightly. He ignored Tang Haoren's excited gesture and calmly stared at the buoy. Usually, at this time, the fish were testing the waters and had not really taken the bait. The buoy trembled slightly a few times and then suddenly sank down. Xiao Ruofei held the fishing rod with both hands and swung it back hard. A carp that was still struggling was pulled out of the water. This carp was about the size of a palm and had been firmly hooked by the fishing hook. Its tail was still swinging wildly, making a futile struggle. Tang Haoren excitedly put down his fishing rod, picked up the net bag at hand, and caught the fish. Xiao Ruofei took back the fishing rod, and the master and disciple worked together to unhook the hook on the carp's mouth. Xiao Ruofei picked up the plastic bucket behind him, leaned over to fill half of the bucket with water, and then threw the carp in. "That's a good start," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Haoren, you have to work hard too." "Yes." Tang Haoren nodded heavily. He pulled up the fishing rod and glanced at it. He found that the bait on the hook had been eaten at some point. It must have been when he put down the fishing rod. Tang Haoren was a little depressed. He took back the fishing rod and asked Xiao Ruofei to help him put the bait on again. The bait on Xiao Ruofei's hook had been used, so he put the bait on his own hook. The master and disciple started fishing again. There should be a lot of fish in the lake. After a while, Tang Haoren had another fish that took the bait. Unfortunately, the little guy was too impatient. He couldn't wait to pull up the fishing rod. As a result, the fish was already out of the water. It only struggled a few times before it broke free. With a splash, it fell into the water and swam away without a trace. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and explained some of the essentials of fishing to Tang Haoren. After a few words of advice, he helped him put the bait on again. Tang Haoren's comprehension was still very strong. After he regained his composure, he really caught a silver carp. This fish wasn't too big. It was about the same size as the carp that Xiao Ruofei caught earlier. Tang Haoren was so excited that he almost jumped up. This was the first time in his life that he had personally caught a fish. Xiao Ruofei patted his head and said, "Haoren, let's keep up the good work. Catch a few more, and you can eat the fish that you caught for lunch." "Yes, yes." Tang Haoren nodded heavily and said. Just like that, the master and disciple sat by the lake for more than an hour and caught more than 10 fish. Although they weren't particularly big, they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it in one meal. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time and saw that it was about time. They still had to leave the fish for Huang Lei to cook. If they were any later, lunch would be ready. Therefore, he called out and brought Tang Haoren, who still wanted more, back to pack up their things. Tang Haoren was very strong. He insisted on carrying the bucket of fish himself. The master and disciple walked back while talking and laughing, like a general returning to court after a victory. He Jiong, Tang Etian, and Zhang Xing had already returned to the mushroom house. Zhang Xing might have gone to the kitchen to help. He Jiang and Tang Etian were sitting under the pergola, making tea and chatting. Before Tang Haoran even entered the house, he couldn't help but shout, "Dad! Mom! Master and I caught so many fish. We can have more for lunch." Everyone followed the sound and came out to greet them, including Huang Lei, who was very curious. He lowered the heat of the stew and walked out. Huang Lei wiped his hands on his apron and said with a smile, "I'm here to see if our Haoran's harvest is enough for a dish. There are more than a dozen fish." Tang Haoran was not afraid of strangers and proudly showed the bucket in front of everyone. When Huang Lei and others saw more than a dozen fish jumping around in the bucket, they couldn't help but show a look of admiration. They all turned their eyes to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "At least half of the fish here were caught by Haoran himself. We have a good meal at noon. Teacher Huang, I'll have to trouble you to cook another dish." "No problem. No problem," Huang Lei said quickly. When Tang Etian and Jennifer saw their son's happy look, they were naturally very happy in their hearts. The two also felt more and more that it was right to accept the invitation of Xiangnan Satellite TV to participate in this program. Originally, they only agreed to the invitation of Xiangnan Satellite TV in order to better help Xiao Ruofei promote the products of Taoyuan Company. Now it seems that Tang Haoran likes it here very much, and he can find happiness that is absolutely impossible to find in a mansion in Sydney, Australia. This kind of precious childhood experience is also very precious. Haoran is great. Tang Etian and Jennifer both gave him a thumbs up. He Jiang and others were naturally not stingy with their praise. The courtyard of the mushroom house was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jennifer carried the bucket to the pool to kill the fish, while Huang Lei and others returned to the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei sat on a bamboo chair in the awning with Tang Haoran in his arms, chatting with He Jiang and Tang Etian while making tea. Tang Haoran also liked the smell of Xiao Ruofei's body very much. He sat obediently on Xiao Ruofei's lap, listening to the adults chatting as if he didn't understand. After about half an hour or so, Huang Lei finally prepared today's lunch, which was also Xiao Ruofei's last meal in the mushroom house. According to the program flow, after eating this lunch, Xiao Ruofei will take the Buick business car provided by the program group and go home. Tang Etien's family will continue to stay here for one night. Tomorrow morning, the guests of the new episode will arrive, and Tang Etien's family will continue to stay in the mushroom house for half a day like Xiao Ruofei today. After lunch, they will leave to complete their recording tasks. He Jiang called out, and everyone got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. With the limited conditions in the mushroom house, the lunch Huang Lei prepared was very sumptuous. In addition to the fish-flavored shredded pork and other home-cooked dishes ordered by Tang Etien's family, there were also a few Taoyuan vegetables. In addition, Huang Lei also steamed a Yangtze River herring. As for the fish that Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoran caught, Huang Lei also took out a portion of them and braised them in the most common way. The aroma was very appetizing. The two of them caught quite a lot of fish and definitely wouldn't be able to finish it all in one meal, so the rest was saved. Who asked the production team to be so stingy? Now, He Jiang and Huang Lei felt like they didn't know what their next meal would be. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The main reason was that in that kind of atmosphere, even some home-cooked dishes tasted completely different. Moreover, little Chef Huang's culinary skills were indeed amazing. What was even rarer was that he could cook all the dishes well. He knew quite a bit about Sichuan, Shandong, Huaiyang, and Yang cuisines. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei rested for a while and prepared to leave. Zhang Xing rushed upstairs to help Xiao Ruofei bring down his luggage. Everyone bid farewell in the courtyard. He Jiang and Xiao Ruofei hugged and said emotionally, "Boss Xia, I had a great time chatting with you. It's just that we have to part so soon. I really can't bear to part." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Happy times are always short. Teacher He, thank you very much for taking care of me these 2 days. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to visit the 3 mountains. Let me do my part as a host." "Definitely. Definitely," He Jiang said. Huang Lei walked up and hugged Xiao Ruofei as well. He said, "Boss Xia, I've already become a fan of the Taoyuan Company. I have to sincerely thank you all. Because you provide so many high-quality products. He Jiang added, also, their company's heart-nourishing soup has already been praised as the gospel for autistic children. Moreover, the Taoyuan company insists on selling at a low price and prioritizes the supply of domestic autistic children. We all admire this very much. Teacher, he is right. Boss Xia, the Taoyuan company is a respectable company. Huang Lei said solemnly. You flatter me. You flatter me. Xiao Ruofei said, we should do more. The bigger the company, the greater the social responsibility. This is not a simple slogan. Then, Zhang Xing and Peng also came up to hug Xiao Ruofei and bid farewell. Zhang had expressed his admiration for Xiao Ruofei. After the day of contact with Xiao Ruofei, he understood the details of Xiao Ruofei's forced landing and other details. After Xia, he admired Xiao Ruofei to the airport. Xiao Ruofei plane incident. Xiao Ruofei patted Zhang Xing's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Xing, I'm always in the capital. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Oh right, maybe we will have a chance to work together in the future. Our company may also add another spokesperson. If Ms. Xia needs it, I'm willing to endorse for free. Zhang Xing said excitedly. Haha. Let's talk about the price later. I won't let you lose out, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Just give me a discount. Zhang Xing nodded seriously. Peng Chang came over to Xiao Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, I really want to learn magic from you. That magic trick yesterday was so cool. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're still thinking about that? Peng, magic requires talent. Apart from that, it also requires long-term practice. Although I'm not a professional magician, I practiced the magic trick yesterday for a long time. So, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to learn. Peng Chang said, I have a lot of perseverance. I can definitely persevere. Xiao Ruofei said, you're very talented in acting, but not in magic. Actually, it's good to enjoy the magical feeling of magic. Why do you have to get to the bottom of it? But I really want to learn. Peng Chang said, maybe I'm also very talented. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the kid was still thinking about it. He looked to the side and saw 2 decks of poker cards on the table under the awning. He walked over and opened the box and took out a card. He said to Peng Chang, this is an ordinary poker card, right? Peng Chang saw that Xiao Ruofei was going to perform magic again and couldn't help but feel excited. He nodded and said, that's right. He Jiang, Huang Lei, and the others also curiously gathered around. The cameraman subconsciously zoomed in for a close-up. Xiao Ruofei held the poker card in his hand and waved it in front of Peng Chang. Then, Peng Chang saw the poker card disappear. Before he could react, Xiao Ruofei opened his hand and the poker card was between his fingers. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this card has always been in my hand, but no matter how I show it, you can only see that my hand is empty. After that, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand again and showed it to Peng Chang from all angles. Xiao Ruofei said, actually, this is one of the basic techniques of magic. It requires very nimble fingers and a lot of practice to be able to control it accurately. Even under so many cameras, it won't be exposed. This time, he really didn't use the ring to space. When he was in the army, Xiao Ruofei had practiced this trick, but instead of hiding poker cards, he had razor blades. At a critical moment, the razor blades could become a deadly weapon. Hiding razor blades was naturally more difficult than hiding poker cards because both ends were very sharp. If one didn't control it well, they would cut themselves. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was right. Most magicians knew this trick, but there was a difference in proficiency. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Peng Chang behind him and showed him the trick in slow motion. From another angle, Peng Chang could clearly see the poker card moving between Xiao Ruofei's fingers. Every control was precise, and the person standing opposite him would never find any flaws. Xiao Ruofei continued, when you can practice to the point where you can control it as freely as I can, it means that you have some talent for magic. This is only the lowest threshold. As for whether you can achieve anything, it will depend on the subsequent situation. After that, Xiao Ruofei stuffed the poker card into Peng Chang's hand and said with a smile, try it first. You'll only feel it after you try it. Peng Chang subconsciously took the poker card and tried it according to Xia Ruofei's demonstration. The poker card fell to the ground immediately. Xia Ruofei saw that Peng Chang was a little embarrassed, so he said with a smile, "It's okay. It's always like this at the beginning. You can practice for a while first. If you really have the talent, I can teach you a few magic tricks." With Xia Ruofei's current skills and coordination, it wouldn't be difficult for him to learn a few magic tricks. If Peng Chang really had the perseverance, he could teach him what he learned on the spot. As for the magic trick last night, if Peng Chang really wanted to ask about it, he could just say that it was too difficult. "I don't recommend trying." He believed that after Peng Chang really learned a few magic tricks, he wouldn't be so stubborn about learning the magic trick last night. "Thank you, Boss Xia," Peng Chang said as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, then walked towards the door. Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Chang, Zhang Xing, and Tang Etienne's family naturally sent him out. Xia Ruofei took the suitcase from Zhang Xing and turned to Tang Etienne and said, "Big brother Tang, come to my house after recording the show tomorrow. We haven't had a good gathering in a while. Since you guys are in Beijing this time, I'll be the host and treat you guys well." "Sure," Tang Etienne said straightforwardly. "We didn't even book a hotel this time. We're going to stay at your house." "That's right. If you guys book a hotel, I'll be anxious," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Big brother Tang. Jennifer. Howren, I'll go back first." Tang Etienne and Jennifer also smiled and nodded. Tang Howren waved at Xia Ruofei and said, "Goodbye, teacher." Xia Ruofei saw that the little guy was still a little reluctant, so he couldn't help but smile and say, "Howren, see you tomorrow." He was reminding Tang Howren that they only needed to record the show for one more day. They would be able to see each other around the same time tomorrow. Tang Howren also came back to his senses. The sadness of parting that he couldn't help but feel relieved. He grinned and said, "Got it. See you tomorrow, teacher." Xia Ruofei nodded and waved at everyone. He then walked down the steps with his suitcase. A Buick GL8 business car had been waiting for a long time. Xia Ruofei put his suitcase in the trunk and got into the car. He Jiang and the others also followed him down the steps. Everyone came to the side of the car and said some words of farewell to Xia Ruofei. Then, the car slowly started and left the mushroom hut. Xia Ruofei's recording was over. Naturally, there was no need for a cameraman in the car. There was only one camera on the road at the entrance of the mushroom hut, shooting the car that Xia Ruofei was in. It recorded the scene of Xia Ruofei driving away. The car turned a corner, and the mushroom hut disappeared from the rearview mirror. Xia Ruofei's recording was officially over. Of course, he didn't take the car back directly. This was still the area of the Taoyuan Club. Before the car left the entrance of the club, Xia Ruofei saw Gao Jun, the deputy director of Xiangnan Satellite TV, and others waiting on the roadside in front. Qin Yanan and he were also standing in the crowd. Without Xia Ruofei's instructions, the car slowly stopped. With a beeping sound, the electric door slowly opened. Xia Ruofei stepped out of the car. Gao Jun quickly stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Boss Xia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much." Although this episode hasn't been edited yet, I've been paying attention to the whole shooting process. I can foresee that this will be a very successful episode. Maybe the first episode will become a hit. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Then I'm lucky enough to not disappoint you." To be honest, after taking this job, I was quite nervous. After all, I'm not an acting major. I'm afraid that I'll screw up your show. Boss Xia, you're too modest. I saw it clearly on the monitor. Your sense of the camera is very strong. Many professional actors can't compare to you," Gao Jun said. Then he emphasized, "I'm really not flattering you. Some of the senior directors in our station also feel the same way." "Gao Jun, you're overpraising me," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gao Jun quickly said, "It's really a realistic evaluation. It's not an exaggeration at all. Boss Xia, in order to thank you for your strong support for our show, I'd like to invite you, Assistant Qin, and Assistant He to have a meal together. I hope the three of you will do me the honor." Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, Xiangnan Satellite TV really spared no effort in promoting the Taoyuan company this time. Although the Taoyuan company also provided a lot of support for the shooting of the program, whether it was in terms of manpower or material resources, but considering the sky-high advertising fees and title sponsorship fees of a popular program, it was obvious that the Taoyuan company received far more than it paid. Therefore, for Gao Jun's invitation, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was really not easy for him to refuse, otherwise, it would seem a bit unreasonable. He pondered for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Then I'll accept your invitation." Gao Jun was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly said, "It's our honor to be able to invite Boss Xia." Boss Xia, then at 6:30 in the evening, in the private room of the Wangfu, Yaqing, let's meet there. See you there. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "By the way, do you mind if I bring 2 friends with me?" Gao Jun said, "Of course I don't mind. You can bring as many as you want. The more people there are, the more lively it will be." Okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I'll see you tonight." See you tonight. Xiao Ruofei took Qin Yanan and He Yu to the commercial car arranged by the program group, left the shooting site of the Taoyuan Club, and returned directly to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. After returning home, Xiao Ruofei said to Qin Yanan, "You've worked hard these 2 days. Have a good rest in the afternoon, and come with me to the banquet in the evening." Okay, Boss Xia. Qin Yanan said, "By the way, I have something to report to you." Go ahead. The program group discussed with us whether we could help promote this program on social platforms. Qin Yanan said. My personal social platform account? Xiao Ruofei asked. We thought about it this way. Use your own account to post a message about the recording of the program, and then the official account will forward it. Qin Yanan said. Today was the era of the fan economy, and Feng Jing also paid great attention to social networks, so the Taoyuan company had several large and small social accounts, including the official account of the Taoyuan company, as well as the certified accounts of products such as Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan Dehongpo, and Yuji cream. These accounts were opened at the same time on Weibo, Tushio, Taikan, and other social platforms, and had formed a publicity matrix. However, in terms of influence, Xiao Ruofei's personal account had the highest number of fans and fan activity. This was, of course, due to Xiao Ruofei's unparalleled popularity on the internet. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "No problem. I'll leave this matter to you." As the person in charge of Xiao Ruofei's assistant team, Qin Yanan also had the password of Xiao Ruofei's social media account. Some of the daily maintenance or routine publicity actions of the account did not require Xiao Ruofei to complete it personally. Okay, Boss Xia. Qin Yanan nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and reminded, by the way, you should still talk to the program group before you post it. They must have a set of preset publicity steps. We can't release information at will, so as not to accidentally spoil it. Boss Xia, don't worry. Qin Yanan said with a smile, the program group has selected some stills and sent them to me. These have passed their internal review. There will be no problem if the material is selected from these. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, you have to do this well. After all, Xiangnan Satellite TV is a good friend, and we can't drag them down. We have to help them. Understood. Qin Yanan said, Boss Xia, then you should rest for a while. We're going back to the room. You tell Wu Chang that there is no need to prepare our dinner tonight. Just come and call me before we leave in the evening. Xiao Ruofei said faintly. Okay. Qin Yanan and He Yu returned to the guest room in the front yard, and Xiao Ruofei returned to the suite in the middle of the master courtyard. After putting down the suitcase, he first changed the clothes to be washed and put them in 2 laundry baskets. When Xiao Ruofei lived here, Wu Shoujuan came to clean up the house every day. As long as his clothes were sorted, Wu Shoujuan would naturally take them to be washed. The clothes in one of the laundry baskets can be machine washed directly, while the clothes in the other basket must be sent to the dry cleaner for dry cleaning. After all, Xiao Ruofei has many jackets from luxury brands with very expensive workmanship and fabrics. They may not be able to be worn next time if they are washed in the washing machine. Of course, Xiao Ruofei is still not used to letting others wash his underwear, so he usually washes it by hand after taking his shower. He took out a set of clean home clothes from the space and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. After changing into dry clothes, he suddenly felt relaxed. After living in the mushroom house for more than a day, although it was not hard, it was not as convenient as living at home. Not to mention other things, he even had to queue up to take a shower. Moreover, during the recording process, there were many staff members watching at places where the camera could not capture, and there were cameras everywhere. Even if he was relaxed, it was impossible to achieve the leisurely state that was presented in the show. After taking a shower, Xiao Ruofei comfortably lay on the soft recliner in the living room. As he gently rocked, he took out his phone and dialed Ho Liang's number. "Brother Xia. Finished recording the show?" Ho Liang asked enthusiastically as soon as he picked up the phone. "Yeah. I just got home," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "How do you feel?" Ho Liang asked with a smile. "Did the production crew make you feel wronged? If there's anything they didn't do well, you can tell me directly. I'll get Director Gao to criticize them." "Monkey, I'm not that precious," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Isn't it just recording a show? The whole time, there was a car to pick me up and send me there, and they even served me good food and drinks. What grievances could I possibly suffer? It's not easy for them to record a show, so don't make trouble. Hee hee. I'm just afraid that they will neglect Brother Xia," Ho Liang said with a dry laugh. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the point and asked, "Monkey, you don't have any plans tonight, right? Come and have a meal with me. Since Brother Xia has spoken, even if I have something important to do, I have to put it aside first," Ho Liang said without hesitation. "Brother Xia, where are you tonight? What time? I promise I'll be there on time." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Director Gao of Xiangnan Satellite TV insisted on treating me to a meal to express his gratitude. He also gave me enough face this time, so I can't refuse this kind of social engagement. But after thinking about it, I'm not familiar with the people and things in the SARFT circle, so there's nothing to talk about. So after thinking about it, I decided to pull you along, just treat it as accompanying me to a meal." "No problem," Ho Liang said. "This Gao Jun is quite sensible. This time, I won't argue with him about getting so many of your products for free." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "You brat, you're still thinking about that trivial matter. I don't even mind it myself, so why are you following suit? Let me tell you, you're not allowed to mention this during dinner tonight. After all, you're the son of a high-ranking official, and you're about to become a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club, so how can you be so petty? You've lost face for us brothers for no reason." Ho Liang said with a smile, "I got it, Brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei's words made Ho Liang feel a little smug. Before getting in touch with Xiao Ruofei, Ho Liang could only barely be regarded as Song Rui's follower. It was precisely because he spared no effort to befriend Xiao Ruofei that he was now truly accepted by this circle. The most important thing was that this Taoyuan club that Xiao Ruofei and the others set up could be expected to have a very good future. Putting aside the economic benefits, just the various contacts brought by this club were very precious resources. It could be said that he was able to participate in this business all thanks to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Ho Liang could be said to be obedient and loyal to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, 6:30 p.m., Yaqing's private room at the Wang Mansion's private restaurant. "Don't play the big shot. I'll be there on time. You can't expect me to wait there for you, right? Brother. I wouldn't dare." Ho Liang said hurriedly, "Don't worry. I'll definitely be there in advance." "All right." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "See you tonight." "See you tonight." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He was still smoking the kind of cigarettes that Master Song gave him, which didn't have any branding. In fact, after cultivating, the impurities in Xiao Ruofei's body were all expelled. The addiction to smoking in the army also magically disappeared, so he didn't feel anything even if he didn't smoke for many days. Only when he was bored or thinking about a problem, he would still unconsciously take out a cigarette and light it up. Of course, with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, the tar and nicotine contained in the cigarette couldn't cause any harm to his body. Not to mention cigarettes, even if he directly injected drugs, it would be difficult for him to become addicted. As long as it was a substance that was harmful to the body, it would be eliminated by the true qi after entering the body, and become impurities that were expelled from the body. After smoking half of the cigarette, Xia Ruofei casually put it out on the ashtray next to him. He thought of the matter of buying a car that he talked to Song Rui about 2 days ago. He didn't know how it was going with this guy. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and called Song Rui. "Ruofei, have you finished recording the program?" Song Rui asked as soon as he picked up the phone. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but want to laugh. Song Rui's words were the same as the first sentence that Ho Liang said when he picked up the phone. "I just got home." Xia Ruofei said, "What are you busy with?" "I'm just busy. It's all about the club's business. It's so complicated," Song Rui habitually complained. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Capable people do more work. Besides, you're a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club. It's your own business. It's not too much to take care of it." "You're a major shareholder," Song Rui said indignantly. "Why haven't I seen you care about the club's business?" "Although I'm a major shareholder, the club's business is really the smallest investment among all my businesses. Plus, I'm so busy every day. This kind of small business naturally can't be taken care of. You have to understand," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui suddenly felt like 10,000 points of critical damage. He couldn't help but complain, F***ck. "That's a big blow," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay, I won't banter with you anymore. I'm looking for you to ask about the matter we talked about last time. How's it going?" "What matter?" Song Rui asked subconsciously. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "You couldn't have forgotten, right? The matter of buying a car." "Damn. Why do I feel like you're a bit unreliable?" Song Rui suddenly realized and said quickly, "You're talking about this matter. How could I forget? I'm just too busy with the club, so I didn't think about it for a while." "Why don't I believe it?" "Forget it. Just tell me how it's going," Xia Ruofei asked. "No problem," Song Rui said. "I really didn't react for a while. I was going to call you to tell you about it, but I took into consideration that you were recording a show and I didn't want to disturb you." He paused, then said, "I've already talked to Li Seer. There's no problem. It's just that he doesn't have a car now." "How long do we have to wait?" Xia Ruofei asked. If the waiting time was too long, he might as well raise the price directly. Anyway, a few 100,000 yuan was really nothing to him. If someone else wanted it, they would have to wait for at least a month or so. That's considered fast. After all, this car is in high demand. Song Rui said proudly, "But I personally asked for it, and when Li Seer heard that it was you who wanted it, he immediately went to coordinate." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless for a while. He said, "You brat, you've been bragging for a long time. Give me a definite answer. How long will it take?" Song Rui laughed dryly and said, 3 days. At most, it won't take more than 5 days. Li Seer has a batch of cars that are already being transported by sea. It's estimated that they will arrive at Jingjin port in 3 days if all goes well. Among them, there are a few alpha models, but they were all reserved by others. He forcibly took one down for you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have such a big face. Will he offend people because of this? If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer." If the waiting time was too long, he might as well raise the price directly. Anyway, a few 100,000 yuan was really nothing to him. If someone else wanted it, they would have to wait for at least a month or so. That's considered fast. After all, this car is in high demand. Song Rui said proudly, "But I personally asked for it, and when Li Seer heard that it was you who wanted it, he immediately went to coordinate." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless for a while. He said, "You brat, you've been bragging for a long time. Give me a definite answer. How long will it take?" Song Rui laughed dryly and said, 3 days. At most, it won't take more than 5 days. Li Seer has a batch of cars that are already being transported by sea. It's estimated that they will arrive at Jingjin port in 3 days if all goes well. There are a few alpha models, but they were all reserved by others. He forcibly took one down for you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you said it's too late. I really have something to do tonight. I have already promised someone else. Wait. Why don't you come over tonight? You and Li family's fourth brother are together. What's your dinner tonight? Song Rui asked, is it convenient for us to go over? It's not inconvenient. It's just that Xiangnan Satellite TV's director Gao invited me to have a meal. I also dragged Ho Liang to accompany him. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, if you don't mind, you can bring Li Xiaoxi over. Song Rui laughed and scolded, you are just lazy. You don't want to socialize too much, so you just get together, right? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xiao Ruofei also laughed and scolded, and then asked, just say that you don't want to come. I'm coming. Song Rui said without hesitation, why wouldn't I go if someone is treating me? It's settled then. Where are you tonight? In fact, Song Rui was looking at Xiao Ruofei's face. Otherwise, the people who were waiting to invite him to dinner could fill Chang'an Street. He really didn't care about ordinary people's dinners. Xiao Ruofei actually also had the idea of returning the favor. Xiangnan Satellite TV and Gao Jun promoted the Taoyuan company very well this time. He believed that the effect would be seen immediately after the program was broadcast, so he also gave Gao Jun some connections. Although Gao Jun had contact with Ho Liang and even Song Rui, the meaning of this dinner was different. Although Gao Jun couldn't get Song Rui's line because of a dinner, the relationship between the two sides would be much closer. This was undoubtedly Gao Jun's dream. Yaqing's private room at the Wang Mansion's private restaurant. You can go there by yourself. The time is scheduled for 6:30. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. I'll call Li Xiaoxi now. That guy has been wanting to meet you for a long time. Song Rui said with a smile, but don't take him too seriously. The Li family is not as good as before. Otherwise, Li Xiaoxi wouldn't be selling imported cars all day long. In the eyes of Song Rui, the job of selling imported cars was obviously a little degrading. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. I know what to do. As long as their personalities and temperaments were compatible, he didn't care whether the other party's identity was prominent or whether the other party's family was prosperous. If their temperaments couldn't match, even if the other party was from the second or third generation with a background like Song Rui's, he wouldn't look at them in the eye. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei's mentality also gradually changed. The power and status of the secular world could no longer cause any waves in his heart. Sometimes, he was even a little confused. What state would the evolution of life eventually reach? Would a life form that had evolved to a higher level still be considered the same as the current ordinary humans? In a sense, it was already a different species, wasn't it? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei got up and went to the bedroom to take a nap. At 4 o'clock, he got up, washed up, changed into casual clothes, and went to the living room to find some tea leaves to make tea for a while. At a little after 5 o'clock, Qin Yanan knocked on the door outside and told him that it was almost time to leave. At 5 o'clock, there was already a traffic jam in Beijing. If they didn't leave early, it was likely that they would be stuck on the road. Xiao Ruofei picked up a bag of tea leaves that he had prepared after getting up and stepped out of the room. This was a gift he had prepared for Gao Jun. After all, it was not good to go empty-handed when Gao Jun was treating him to a meal. This bag of tea was naturally de Hongpo in the Peach Garden, but it was not the limited edition version sold at the official flagship store of Taoyuan. Instead, it was produced by the tea trees in the Ringtu space and personally fried by Xia Qing. The quality was naturally much better than the de Hongpo sold on the market. In terms of taste alone, the de Hongpo in the Ringtu space was not inferior to the famous mother tree de Hongpo. Although the tea leaves in the space were propagated by cutting branches of the mother tree de Hongpo and belonged to the second generation of tea trees, because the environment of the Ringtu space was unique and rich in spiritual energy, the tea trees in the space were actually better than the mother tree de Hongpo in the Nine Dragons' Nest. However, the value of tea leaves could never be judged by taste alone. The 5 mother trees de Hongpo were the ancestors of all de Hongpo, and there was a history of precipitation, which was where the intangible value lay. But in any case, this gift was definitely not cheap, and it was also not something that could be bought with money. As soon as Xiao Ruofei went out, he saw Qin Yanan and He Yu standing outside. Qin Yanan said, "Boss Xia, the car is ready." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Then let's go." When they arrived at the backyard, Wu Chang had already started the Land Rover and was waiting. He Yu sat in the front passenger seat, and Xiao Ruofei and Qin Yanan naturally sat in the back seats. This also made Xiao Ruofei determined to buy an MPV as soon as possible. This Land Rover was good for family use, but it was not suitable for some business activities. Wu Chang calmly drove the car forward on the road that was gradually becoming congested, while Xiao Ruofei leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to rest. There were indeed a lot of cars in the capital, and with the peak traffic after work, the traffic jam on the road became more and more serious. The distance from the courtyard house in Luhai Lane to the private kitchen of the Wang mansion was not too far, but the car finally arrived at around 6:20 p.m., and it took a full hour to get there. Xiao Ruofei waited in the car for Wu Chang to park the car before getting out with Qin Yanan and He Yu. He also called Wu Chang to come with him. They came out early today, and Wu Chang had not eaten dinner. "Boss Xia, I'll just eat a little outside," Wu Chang said as he walked. "Come together," Xiao Ruofei said. The other party must have arranged a meal for the driver in advance. Xiao Ruofei knew that Wu Chang was not good with words and did not like those kinds of social occasions, so he did not plan to let him go with him to the banquet. After Wu Chang heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he did not say anything else and quickly followed. Walking through the bright door of the private kitchen of the Wang mansion and bypassing the antique screen wall, Xiao Ruofei was about to find a greeter to ask for the location of Yu Qing's private room when he was surprised to find that Gao Jun was already waiting here in advance. Standing side by side with him was Ho Liang and two women who looked extremely capable. The private kitchen was not like a hotel that had a lobby. In fact, there was a hall separated by a courtyard, and Ho Liang, Gao Jun, and the others were all standing there waiting. Xiao Ruofei could not help but quicken his steps when he saw this. Gao Jun and the others naturally saw Xiao Ruofei and the others with a glance, and they similarly quickened their steps to greet them. "Boss Xia." "Brother Xia." The two of them greeted at the same time. Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps forward and said, "I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. I've made you wait for a long time, we've just arrived as well." Gao Jun smiled, and his eyes revealed a trace of excitement and gratitude. Obviously, Ho Liang's arrival was a great surprise to him. Qin Yanan and He Yu also came up to greet them. The two of them probably knew the two women beside Gao Jun, and they quickly exchanged pleasantries with smiles on their faces. Gao Jun introduced, "Boss Xia, this is Huang Yejuan, the executive director of this season's The Life I Yearned For. Next to her is her executive director, Luo Shui." Xiao Ruofei felt that the two women looked somewhat familiar, and he thought that they must have met on the show. The filming of The Life I Yearned For was different from the filming of movies and television dramas. It was even different from the average reality show. The staff worked under the condition that they did not disturb the guests' natural performance as much as possible, and they basically did not reshoot after shouting cut. This was because there were no NGs in this kind of show. It was a true recording of the entire process, and then post-editing. Therefore, the director's presence during the filming of the show was not that strong. Xiao Ruofei only felt that the two women looked somewhat familiar. In fact, he saw more of the on-set director and cameraman. Huang Yejuan and Luo Shui spent most of their time in the annex building, and they did not constantly stare at the filming site. This was also the reason why they could still come out to socialize today. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh, so you're the heroines under Gao Tai. Director Huang. Director Luo. Nice to meet you." Huang Yejuan quickly said, "You flatter me, Boss Xia, you can just call me Xiao Huang." Ho Liang also came up to greet him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Monkey, you're early." "Brother Xia, I wouldn't dare to be late if you called me." Ho Liang said with a smile, "Although Gao Tai is the host today, I'll have to offer you a few drinks later." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "I don't have anything to do today, so let's all drink. By the way, Xiao Rui hasn't arrived yet. Brother Rui will be here too?" Ho Liang asked with some surprise. Obviously, Song Rui and Li Xiaoxi hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, Ho Liang wouldn't have asked this question. I knew this guy was unreliable. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's not wait for him, let's go to the private room first. Gao Jun had been thinking about it for a long time. Even Ho Liang had to call him brother, which meant that the friend that Xiao Ruofei invited was not an ordinary person. Although he and Song Rui had the honor of having a meal together once, they weren't familiar with each other. Naturally, he couldn't guess that the person who would be attending the banquet was Song Rui from the words of the two. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Gao Jun quickly said, Boss Xia, how about, you go to the private room and rest for a while, and I'll wait here. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, no need, no need. Gao Tai, let's go to the private room and sit for a while, or we can eat first. That guy has always been unreliable. Who knows if he will stand me up? Gao Jun was a little embarrassed. He was afraid that he would offend Brother Rui, so he couldn't help but look at Ho Liang for help. Ho Liang smiled and said, Gao Tai, let's listen to Brother Xia. Ho Liang knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. This kind of thing naturally had to be based on Xiao Ruofei's opinion. Okay. Okay. Gao Jun heard this and quickly said, Boss Xia, Master Ho, Assistant Qin, Assistant He, please come this way. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, oh. By the way, Gao Tai, my pilot hasn't had dinner yet. Please arrange something for him to eat. Okay. Gao Jun quickly responded, then said to Luo Shui, Xiao Luo, go and arrange it immediately. Okay, Gao Tai. Luo Shui quickly replied, and then she smiled sweetly to Wu Cheng and said, Master, come with me. Xiao Ruofei nodded to Wu Cheng and asked him to follow Luo Shui. After that, he led Qin Yanan, He Yu, and Gao Jun's group through the hall and arrived at Yuqing's private room after entering the courtyard. This private room wasn't the largest in the prince's estate, but the environment was rather elegant. After they entered the private room, their group sat at the side of the antique tea table, and waitresses in cheongsams started to make tea for everyone. The faint sound of zither music was by their ears, and there was a faint smell of sandalwood in the private room. At the same time, there was the fragrance of tea that assaulted their nostrils, causing their mood to be unable to help but relax greatly. Xiao Ruofei lightly nodded to Qin Yanan, and Qin Yanan immediately understood and took out Xiao Ruofei's bag of tea before walking over to Gao Jun. Xiao Ruofei lightly smiled. Director Gao, this is a small token of my appreciation, I hope you don't mind. Gao Jun was slightly overwhelmed by this unexpected favor as he stood up and received the tea leaves from Qin Yanan with both hands, and then he said, Boss Xia, how can I accept this? You've helped me so much, so why are you still giving me a gift? It should be us. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Gao Jun, and then he said with a smile, Director Gao, I won't say any courteous words, some self-produced tea leaves can't be considered as a valuable gift, and it's just a small token of my appreciation. Then I'll accept it. Gao Jun happily received the tea leaves and said, the Peach Gardens de Hong Pao is renowned throughout the world, and I can finally be considered to have the good fortune to eat it. Thank you, Boss Xia. Actually, with Gao Jun's status, it wasn't a problem for him to buy a few kilograms of the Peach Gardens de Hong Pao, not to mention that Xiao Ruofei had also sponsored a lot of tea leaves to the program team this time. As the deputy director in charge, it was very easy for Gao Jun to get some for himself to taste. Of course, Gao Jun didn't know that the tea leaves that Xiao Ruofei had given him were of a quality that the Peach Gardens de Hong Pao, which was sold in bulk, couldn't compare at all. Everyone sat down to make tea and chat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a while, Xiao Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 6:40 p.m., and he said, Director Gao, my friend is already 10 minutes late. Let's not wait anymore, let's eat first. That's not very good, right? Gao Jun hesitated and said, anyway, it's still early, why don't we wait a little longer? Eating while waiting, that's not too cruel, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I made an appointment with him at 6:30 p.m., and it's already long past that time. Director Gao, let's ask the waiter to serve the food first. It's okay for us men to eat, but it's not good to let the ladies starve. Gao Jun looked at Ho Liang, and saw that Ho Liang nodded slightly, so he didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, well, let's go to the table first. Then, he ordered the waiter to pour the wine and serve the food, and led Xia Ruofei and the others to the round table next to them. At that moment, the door of the private room was gently knocked, and a waitress in a cheongsam gently pushed the door open. Then, everyone saw Song Rui walk in with a young man in his late 20s. Gao Jun was modestly declining with Xia Ruofei, wanting to let Xia Ruofei sit at the main seat. When he heard the sound, he quickly looked up. When he saw that the person who came was actually Song Rui, he was both surprised and happy. He quickly walked out to welcome him. "Young Master Song. Please come in. Please come in," Gao Jun said enthusiastically. Song Rui casually nodded at Gao Jun and walked past him. He really didn't have the interest to interact with the provincial television station's deputy director. Song Rui said as he walked, "Ruofei, you're a little unkind. You actually went to the table without waiting for me." Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Please look at your watch. What time is it now?" The young man beside Song Rui revealed an awkward expression and said, "Boss Xia, I was delayed for a while, and then, there was a traffic jam on the way. I'm really sorry." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I was just joking with Song Rui. We're used to bickering when we see each other. I don't mean to blame you." Then Xia Ruofei said, "This must be young Master Li. Sorry to trouble you with the car." The young man quickly said, "You're too kind. Boss Xia, you can call me Xiaoxi. Brother Rui and the others all call me that." Song Rui also said with a grin, "That's right, Ruofei. I almost forgot what this guy's name is. Xiaoxi, what's your name again?" The young man looked helpless and said, "Li Jia, yes, yes, yes. Li Jia." Song Rui smiled and said, "But this name doesn't sound good. It's easier to call him Li Xiaoxi." Li Jia smiled and said, "Brother Rui can call me whatever you like. Calling me Xiaoxi sounds more intimate." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Then I'll call you Xiaoxi too." "Okay." Li Jia said happily. Xia Ruofei saw that Gao Jun was a little embarrassed, so he said, "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiongnan Satellite TV's Deputy Director Gao Jun tonight. Director Gao is the host. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you. Young Song, young Master Li, please take a seat," Gao said politely. However, he was a little hesitant in his heart. If Song Rui didn't come, he would definitely try his best to let Xia Ruofei sit. But now that Song was also here, he was a little uncertain in his heart. Gao Jun didn't know who should sit in the main seat between Song Rui and Xia Ruofei. If he made a mistake in this kind of thing, then a good thing would really turn into a bad thing. If it was a narrow-minded person, they might even bear a grudge against him. Xia Ruofei's heart was as clear as a mirror. He chuckled and said, "Director Gao, you don't have to refuse anymore. Isn't the main seat the master seat? Is Yen. Do you want us to pay the bill?" This. Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and said, "All right. I'll listen to Boss Xia." After that, he took the lead to walk to the main seat in the middle, and Xia Ruofei and the others naturally sat down casually. Xia Ruofei sat between Song Rui and Gao Jun. A little further to the side was Huang Yajuan, then Li Jia. Ho Liang sat on the other side of Gao Jun. Next to him was Huang Yajuan's assistant, Luo Shui, and then Qin Yanan and He Yu. Gao Jun also intended to let everyone sit in between so that it was more convenient to toast and easier to adjust the atmosphere at the table. After everyone was seated, the waiter quickly began to serve the dishes. After a few hot dishes were served, Xia Ruofei smiled and suggested that Gao Jun say a few opening words. He paid more attention to Gao Jun's feelings. After all, Gao Jun was the host today, and there were so many top playboys who usually couldn't talk to him. Gao Jun couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Gao Jun declined a few words, stood up with a glass of wine, and said, "It's a great honor that Boss Xia accepted the invitation today and brought good friends like young Master Song, young Master Ho, and young Master Li. It's fate that we met. Let's have a drink together." If Gao Jun really wanted to express himself, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold a glass of wine and talk for an hour or two. Speaking on the spot was a basic skill of a leader. However, he also knew that he couldn't say those empty words on this occasion. Otherwise, he would be despised for no reason. Therefore, he spoke concisely and to the point. Xiao Ruofei was the first to respond. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip after gesturing to each other. Only then did the dinner officially begin. Although it was nominally a dinner organized by Gao Jun, it was faintly centered around Xiao Ruofei. Not only did Gao Jun frequently toast to Xiao Ruofei, but Song Rui, Ho Liang, Li Jia, and the others also came to toast and talk from time to time. However, Xiao Ruofei was also very attentive. He often chatted with Gao Jun next to him, so that he wouldn't be left out. Gao Jun was naturally very grateful. He felt that Xiao Ruofei was really a very loyal person. Of course, he also took this opportunity to toast a few glasses of wine to Ho Liang and vaguely expressed his hope that he could report to Ho Liang's father at a convenient time. Ho Liang naturally understood. Although he didn't overstep his authority and agree on behalf of his father, he still said some words of encouragement and said that he would convey it to his father at the right time. Gao Jun was overjoyed. In fact, Gao Jun's ability is very good. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manage the most important entertainment business of Xiongnan Satellite TV in an orderly manner. Over the years, he has been in charge of the entertainment section, and the revenue of Xiongnan Satellite TV has also been thriving. On the original strong foundation, it has gone further. Gao Jun's only weakness was that he came from an ordinary background. He had graduated from Beijing Broadcasting Academy, which was now known as Media College. He had worked his way up from being an A-list host all the way to becoming the station's second-in-command. It could be said that he had taken things one step at a time. Every improvement he made was due to his solid performance. But after reaching his position, if he wanted to fulfill his ambitions, he did not necessarily have to rely on hard work alone. He also needed help and opportunities from various aspects. If he can report to Ho Liang's father this time, it is equivalent to having a strong help at the level of the general administration, so he is naturally very attentive. In comparison, although Song Rui's clan's strength was obviously much higher than Ho Liang's, Gao Jun was instead not so eager to make friends with them. After all, he was still far from reaching the Song clan's height. Excessively climbing up the social ladder might not be a good thing for him. Gao Jun and Ho Liang talked very happily, and Li Jia took the initiative to talk to Xiao Ruofei. The intention of making friends was quite obvious. Li Jia walked to Xiao Ruofei with a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, let's have another drink. I've heard of your name for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to meet you. This time, thanks to Brother Rui's blessing, I finally have this opportunity." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Xiaoxi, you are too polite. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for buying the car. Hey! It's a piece of cake." Li Jia waved his hand indifferently and said, "Brother Xia, getting a few imported cars is not a problem for me at all. You don't have to take it to heart. If it wasn't for Brother Rui saying that you would definitely not agree, I would have directly given the car to you." "That won't do." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I can't ask you to help and at the same time ask you to pay for it. It doesn't make sense. Xiaoxi, how much money should be, you don't have to give me a discount. To be honest, I don't lack the money. You have already helped me a lot by letting me get the car so quickly. Alright. You are a rich man, so I won't be pretentious." Li Jia said with a smile, "Come, let me drink first." After that, Li Jia raised the glass and drank it, then showed the bottom of the glass to Xiao Ruofei. This was a glass of white wine. Tonight, they were using 53% drunken 8 immortals. After taking a sip, Li Jia felt that he had drunk a little too much. He quickly reached for the glass and took a big gulp to suppress the effects of the alcohol. Xiao Ruofei also drank the wine. Compared to Li Jia, who was a little embarrassed, he seemed to be at ease, as if he was drinking plain water. Li Jia couldn't help but give Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "I have long heard that Brother Xia can't get drunk after 1,000 glasses. Today, I have finally seen it for myself. How can there be a person who can't get drunk after 1,000 glasses?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I can just drink a little more than the average person, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Xiaoxi, don't drink too much, it's bad for your liver." "I know, Brother Xia." Li Jia grinned and said, "There aren't many people who can make me toast, it's okay to drink once or twice occasionally. Then, Xianxia said to Xiao Ruofei, Brother Xia, the car will be delivered in a few days. Do you want to pick a good license plate first? Xianxia specialized in the imported car business, and most of the buyers were foppish people in the circle like Song Rui. Naturally, it was a one-stop service. Therefore, he must have made connections with units like the Vehicle Management Office. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Song Rui stood up and said, Xiaoxi, are you done? If you want to drink, then drink. Why did you drag Ruofei to chat endlessly? I haven't drunk with Ruofei yet. Xianxia quickly said, Yo. Brother Rui, I am talking to Brother Xia about the license plate. The Alpha will be arriving soon. I want to ask if Brother Xia has any special license plate that he wants so that he can prepare in advance. Song Rui said, That's it. You can do as you see fit. Pick a more auspicious license plate for Ruofei, or the same license plate like 6666 or 8888. Don't get those special license plates. After that, Song Rui smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, do you agree with what I said? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Xiao Rui knows me well. Xiaoxi, just do as Brother Rui said. But don't force it. In fact, I don't have any requirements for the license plate. If it doesn't work, I can just choose one normally. Xianxia quickly said, No, no, no. Wouldn't it be a slap in my face? Brother Rui's request is not difficult. I will definitely do it well for you. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Alright, thank you for your hard work. No problem. No problem. Xianxia said, Brother Xia, you talk to Brother Rui. I won't disturb you. After that, he politely poured Xiao Ruofei a full glass of wine, and then took the glass back to his seat. Song Rui then took his glass and clinked it with Xiao Ruofei. He said, Let's have a toast. Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly, How about changing to a bigger glass? Song Rui immediately said, Don't even think about it. Xiao Ruofei, whoever wants to drink with you in the future is a coward. Just use a small glass, if you want to drink or not. Every time Song Rui drank with Xiao Ruofei, he was drunk. The most annoying thing was that no matter how much Xiao Ruofei drank, it was as if nothing had happened. Such an abnormal alcohol tolerance had already made Song Rui and the others despair. They couldn't even think of drinking with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, A small glass it is. Come, come, come. Here's to you. After that, Xiao Ruofei lightly clinked his glass with Song Rui's, and drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Song Rui didn't have a problem with this kind of one-tail glass, so he naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He drank the wine in the glass very straightforwardly. After that, Song Rui put down his glass and said, Let's go out for a chat. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and nodded lightly. Sure. It's good to go out for some fresh air. After that, he whispered something to Gao Jun, who was next to him, and walked towards the door of the private room. Song Rui quickly followed. The private kitchen of the Wang mansion was rebuilt on the basis of the courtyard. After leaving the private room, there was a large courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was picturesque, and there were many secluded places. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui found a quiet corner and sat down on the stone chairs. Xiao Ruofei took out a cigarette box and handed one to Song Rui. Then, he took out one for himself and put it in his mouth. He used a Zippo lighter to light himself up first. Then, without extinguishing the lighter, he handed it directly to Song Rui next to him. Song Rui took the lighter and lit the cigarette. Then, he closed the lighter with a ding. While playing with it in his hand, he said, Li Xiaoxi has always wanted to participate in the business of our club. He has been pestering me for many days, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, no wonder he is so attentive. What do you think? Our opinions are quite consistent. For the time being, we don't want to bring in any new shareholders. Song Rui said, anyway, our funds are very abundant. Although Li Xiaoxi's character is not bad, his strength is a bit lacking. Song Rui's strength was naturally not referring to economic strength. In terms of money, Li Jia, who was in the import car business, was probably much richer than Song Rui and Ho Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a hurry to invest in the Taoyuan Club. If it were Ho Liang and the others, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "You decide on this matter. I won't interfere. Even if you want to bring in a few people to cooperate, as long as you think they are trustworthy, I will agree." Song Rui nodded and said, "Let's do it for the time being. Let's see this guy's performance first. Anyway, I think even if we want to recruit new shareholders, we have to wait for our Taoyuan club to officially open and make a name for ourselves. At that time, the value of each share will definitely not be the same as it is now. Only in this way can we show the advantages of our few original shareholders." "You are still very clear-headed," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, "You specifically called me out. It shouldn't be just to talk about this, right?" Song Rui took a puff of his cigarette, then smiled and said, "Of course not." Xiao Ruofei quietly looked at Song Rui, waiting for him to continue. Xiao Ruofei knew that Song Rui definitely had something important to tell him, or else there would be no need to avoid the people around them. Song Rui said faintly, "Grandfather wants to see you and talk to you about the Lu family's old master." Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Grandpa Song has made a decision?" Song Rui shrugged and said, "I don't know. Family Lu's people have asked to meet him many times before, but he always refused to meet them. But this time, Family Lu found a lobbyist that Grandpa couldn't refuse. The two of them talked for more than an hour, and then Grandpa asked you to come to his house to meet him." Xiao Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay. I can arrange the time here, you can decide on the specific meeting time." Song Rui couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, that lobbyist is Grandpa Gao from the Gao family. How do I put it? Grandpa Gao and my grandpa were in the same army, and there was a fierce battle where my grandpa was seriously injured. It was Grandpa Gao who risked his life to carry my grandpa back. Otherwise, my grandpa would have died. So, my grandpa owes Grandpa Gao his life. Since he came to my grandpa's house personally, Grandpa Gao definitely couldn't avoid meeting him." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Is Grandpa Gao and Family Lu's grandpa close?" He was indeed curious, and he couldn't understand the relationship between these elders. Grandpa Gao and Master Song had a friendship of life and death on the battlefield, and Family Song and Family Lu were competitors in various fields. It was unlikely that Grandpa Gao would be close to Family Lu. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was simplifying things. If it was still the hot-blooded youth of the past, perhaps this set of values would still be applicable. But now, whether it was Old Man Gao, Old Man Lu, or even Master Song himself, they all shouldered an entire huge family on their shoulders. Any decision they made would not be measured based on their own likes and dislikes. What's more, it had been decades since that war. How could the things that had happened in the past few decades be explained in a few simple sentences? Song Rui nodded and said, "Grandpa Gao and Grandpa Lu have been through life and death together. Moreover, their two families help each other politically and economically. They can be said to be allies. As for our family, although we maintain a friendly relationship with the Gao family, because of Family Lu, we don't cooperate much. It's good enough that we don't have any conflicts in various fields." Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. He nodded and said, "I understand. Then arrange for me to meet with Grandpa Song as soon as possible." Song Rui couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, you don't have to do something you don't want to do for Grandpa. Grandpa definitely won't force you. I'm guessing that Grandpa won't make any promises to Grandpa Gao. At most, he'll agree to persuade you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it after we meet. You report to Grandpa Song and set a time for the meeting as soon as possible. I should be in the capital during this time." Grandpa said that his schedule can be adjusted at the last minute. Song Rui said, "Since you don't have any problems, let's set it for tomorrow morning. I'll bring a car to pick you up. Just wait at home." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said as he stood up from the chair and said with a smile, "I've been out for a while. Let's go in." Song Rui saw Xiao Ruofei's relaxed expression and was a little puzzled. If it were anyone else in this situation, even if they had a little bit of confidence, they would still be a little nervous. After all, this was the combined pressure of the Gao family and the Lu family, two colossal families. Unless Xiao Ruofei had already decided to treat Family Lu's grandfather, why else would he be so calm? However, Song Rui felt that this wasn't very likely. It wasn't the first time that family Lu's children had conflicts with Xiao Ruofei. Last time in the capital, family Lu's Lu Haofan and Xiao Ruofei were like fire and water. Later, Lu Haojuan, who was working in Southeast Province, returned to the capital with a face full of dirt. Although there wasn't any evidence, Song Rui and his brothers faintly guessed that this had something to do with Xiao Ruofei. With Xiao Ruofei's personality, how could he easily lower his head to family Lu? Song Rui thought about this as he followed Xiao Ruofei back to the private room. When everyone saw that Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui had returned to the room, they hurriedly invited them to sit down. Gao Jun and the others came forward to propose a toast to the two. The two female directors that Gao Jun brought with him looked like experts who often mingled in drinking parties. Their ability to adjust the atmosphere was very strong, and their alcohol tolerance was not bad. The two of them also came forward to propose a toast to Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. Recently, Xianxia had been thinking about becoming a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club. Even if it was just a tiny bit of shares, it would be fine. Therefore, he was very attentive to Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. Xianxia naturally didn't become a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club for the sake of making money. More accurately, it wasn't just for the sake of making money. What he valued more was his connections in the circle. As a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club, not only could he share the same boat as Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun, but the nature of the club itself determined that it was a top social occasion. When the time came, as a shareholder of the club, he would naturally be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. This was undoubtedly very important for the Li family, which was declining day by day. Therefore, Xianxia spared no effort to please Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. However, the two of them had already discussed outside that they wouldn't accept new shareholders for the time being. Therefore, they accepted all of Xianxia's flattery and pretended to be ignorant of his hints that he wanted to invest in the club. Xianxia himself was a little weak. Since Song Rui didn't agree, he didn't dare to have the slightest impatience. He could only sigh in his heart and continue to shamelessly stick to Song Rui and the others in the future. To Xiao Ruofei, drinking this wine was definitely not as enjoyable as drinking with his brothers. Not only because everyone at the table had their own thoughts and did not have the simple feeling of a gathering of brothers, but also because of the Lu family's matter, which more or less affected Xiao Ruofei's mood. Therefore, at 9 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Everyone, it's getting late. I suggest that we finish the wine on the table and go back home. How about that?" Naturally, no one objected to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. Gao Jun quickly asked the waiter to pour the rest of the wine together. Then, he took the initiative to stand up and toast around. Everyone then divided the remaining wine and poured half a glass for everyone. Gao Jun raised his glass and said a few words of thanks. Then, everyone drank a glass together and ended the dinner. After the assistant director, Luo Shui, who was brought by Gao Jun, drank the last glass of wine, she quickly left the private room. When Xiao Ruofei and the others walked out of the private room and came to the door of the Wangfu private home cuisine, Luo Shui had already directed the guests' cars to wait at the door. She just came down one step earlier to inform the driver. Wu Chong drove Xiao Ruofei's Land Rover to the front of the line. Gao Jun and the others sent Xiao Ruofei and the others first. It was not convenient for the car to turn around here, and at this time many people were ready to drive away. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not refuse. He cupped his hands to everyone and got into the car. Qin Yanan and Yu also got into the car separately. The two of them were also toasted a lot tonight. Their faces were red, but they seemed to be in good condition. Their eyes were also relatively clear. They probably did not drink too much. Xiao Ruofei pressed down the window and waved to Gao Jun and the others with a smile. Qin Yanan motioned for Wu Chong to start the car. The car slowly started. Song Rui stood by the window and said, "Ruofei, call me tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei nodded knowingly and then pressed down the window. The car drove smoothly all the way. After about 40 minutes, they returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Xiao Ruofei brought Qin Yanan and Yu to the courtyard in the middle. Then, he stopped and said, "Yanan, you drank a lot tonight. Go back to your room and rest." "Yes, Chairman." Qin Yanan and Yu responded at the same time. Xiao Ruofei said again, I have something to do tomorrow. You don't have to accompany me. You can choose to sleep in or take a stroll around the capital. Qin Yanan smiled tenderly and said, then, we thank Chairman for your understanding. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, if you go out to play, remember to write a ticket. The company will pay for it. Okay, go back to your room and rest. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he took a simple shower. Then, he sat on the bed and cultivated for a while. After cultivating, he lay down to rest. The next morning, when Xiao Ruofei went to the backyard to eat breakfast, he saw that Qin Yanan and He Yu had also arrived. He couldn't help but ask jokingly, eh? It's not easy to give you a day off. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Qin Yanan said playfully, Boss Xia, you promised to reimburse our travel expenses. How can we let you down? Of course, we have to wake up early. There are many scenic spots in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that makes sense. Then, hurry up and eat breakfast. Oh right, let Wuchang drive you there. I don't need a car today. If they went to Master Song's place, they would definitely be picked up by Family Song's car. This was because if a normal local car wanted to enter Master Song's area, it would definitely be strictly checked. That would be too troublesome. Qin Yanan heard this and quickly waved her hand and said, Boss Xia, there's no need. There's no need. We can take a taxi or take the subway. There's no need to trouble Brother Wu. Xiao Ruofei thought about it again. Qin Yanan and He Yu probably wanted to have more freedom. They could go wherever they wanted. Also, Beijing subway transportation was indeed very convenient. As long as they didn't become human canned meat during rush hour, the experience was basically not bad. So he said, that's fine too. I respect your opinions. But you two girls must be careful when you go out. If anything happens, call me or Wuchang immediately. If Wuchang followed them, there was naturally no need to worry about their safety. But if they went out by themselves, Xiao Ruofei would more or less be a little worried. Qin Yanan said with a smile, don't worry, Boss Xia. We'll be careful. Xiao Ruofei nodded and didn't say anything else. He sat down and began to eat breakfast. After eating, Qin Yanan and He Yu said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and went out to take a taxi to tour Beijing. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, returned to the courtyard where he lived and sat at the stone table in the courtyard to brew tea. Amidst the fragrance of the tea leaves, Xiao Ruofei's state of mind also calmed down quite a bit. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Song Ruwei. Ruofei, come out. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. We're on this side of Luhai Lane. Okay. Xiao Ruofei replied. He got up and went back to the house. He picked up a bag that he prepared in advance yesterday and walked to the front yard. Inside the bag was a high-quality iron maple bucket, which was also the dendrobium ironhide produced in the space. Xiaqing made it himself. The quality was better than the iron maple bucket sold by the Taoyuan Company and Tong Rentang. Of course, no matter how high the quality was, it was still an iron maple bucket. Compared to Master Song's status, this gift was really nothing. But because of the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Master Song, he didn't need to spend so much effort to prepare a gift every time. This was just a token of his sincerity. Xiao Ruofei strolled to the front yard and waited in the alley outside the door for 2 minutes. He saw a black Hongqi sedan driving over from the side of the street inside Dishing Gate. He saw Song Ruwei sitting in the front passenger seat at a glance. The car stopped in front of the courtyard house. Song Ruwei stuck his head out and said, Ruofei, get in. The driver had already gotten out of the car. He walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei's side and opened the door of the back seat. Although the driver was wearing a black suit, his short hair, straight waist, and sharp aura showed that he must be a soldier, and a soldier with a high military quality. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly to him and then got into the car. The driver returned to the car. Soon, the Hongqi car slowly started and steadily drove to the other side of the alley. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei didn't speak. Song Ruwei sat in the passenger seat and looked at his phone absent-mindedly. Xiao Ruofei simply leaned against the soft seat and closed his eyes to rest. After about an hour, the car arrived at the quaint house where Master Song lived. The Hongqi car directly drove in through the open door and stopped in the first courtyard. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for the driver to open the door. He opened the door and got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei's old acquaintance, Master Song's personal secretary, Director Liu, stood beside the car with a smile on his face. He said to Xiao Ruofei, "Comrade Ruofei, the chief has been waiting for a long time." Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly, "Then I'm guilty. Grandpa Song is so busy every day. How can he waste so much time for me?" Director Liu laughed and said, "If that's the case, then let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry up and see the chief." Director Liu is right. Xiao Ruofei agreed. Director Liu extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He said, "Ruofei, this way please." Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rue, who had just gotten out of the car. Seeing that he had no intention of following, he nodded and walked towards the courtyard in the middle. In the quaint study, Master Song was wearing his reading glasses and reading the newspaper that had just been published today. Although he had already left his leadership position, Master Song would still read the newspaper and the documents sent by the old cadres every day. He was still very concerned about the state's affairs. Director Liu gently knocked on the door and said softly, "Chief, Xiao Ruofei is here." Master Song took off his reading glasses and smiled at Xiao Ruofei at the door. He said, "Why are you standing there? Come in and sit down." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei responded and stepped into the study. Director Liu personally filled Master Song's teacup and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly got up and thanked him. Director Liu's administrative rank was the deputy minister, which was the same as the governor of Southeast Province. Since he personally poured tea for Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't accept it calmly. He still had to be polite. Director Liu smiled and nodded at Xiao Ruofei. He then quietly left the study and closed the door behind him. The study suddenly quieted down. Xiao Ruofei stared at Elder Song, who was sitting opposite him, and found that his complexion was very rosy and he looked hale and hearty. What was even more exaggerated was that his original head of silver hair had turned back to black and had turned into a grizzled white. "Grandpa Song, your complexion is very good," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Congratulations." Master Song laughed heartily. He pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, "This is all thanks to you. The guanine pendant you gave me is really magical." At first, it didn't feel so obvious, but after wearing it for a long time, the effect became more and more magical. Not only did I grow black hair, but now I feel a little dizzy wearing this pair of reading glasses. My eyes are probably better. Tomorrow, I'll have to ask Xiao Lu to give me a new pair of reading glasses. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Rejuvenation. This is great news." The spirit-gathering jade guanine could gather spiritual energy to nourish the wearer at all times. Naturally, the longer the wearer wore it, the more obvious the effect would be. Now, it seemed that the effect of Master Song wearing the jade guanine was gradually showing. Xiao Ruofei was naturally happy for him. Master Song said with a smile, "I want to dye my hair back to white, so that people don't think of me as an old monster." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Grandpa Song, it's not that exaggerated. Besides, even if you dye it, you should dye it black. How can you dye your black hair white?" "That's not impossible," Master Song said with a smile. In fact, when he was a leader, his hair was dyed black. Of course, it was for the sake of the country's image. After all, as a leader, he was on the TV news almost every day. After he retired, he didn't dye his hair at all. After all, hair dye was not good for the body. Even if it was all natural, it couldn't be harmless at all. Master Song continued, "And the Zhongkue pendant you gave last time is also very unusual. In the past, this old house always had a kind of cold feeling. After living here for a long time, it was more or less uncomfortable. But after getting that pendant, the air felt a lot warmer, and the complexion of the staff at home was much better." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's good to be able to help." Master Song said with emotion, "Ruofei, to be able to meet you is really Family Song's fortune. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that my old bones would have been playing chess with my old comrades at Babao Mountain. For the past 2 years, Family Song has been going smoothly. In the end, it's all thanks to your miraculous hand. Xiao Ruofei said, Grandpa Song, you're too kind. You're the general I admired the most when I was in the army. It's my honor to be able to contribute to your health. Xiao Ruofei knew that Master Song had brought the topic here to talk about family Lu, so he just said a few polite words and then closed his mouth. He looked at Master Song with clear eyes and waited for him to continue. Master Song glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked lightly, Did Xiao Ruwei tell you? Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, Are you talking about family Lu? He didn't say it in detail. He just said that the old man of the Gao family came to see you. Master Song said with a smile, You don't have to be nervous. Old Gao came to see me, and it's about old Lu. He hopes that I can persuade you to take action. Xiao Ruofei looked at Master Song quietly and didn't say anything. He knew that Master Song must have made a decision long ago. All he needed to do was listen. Of course, Master Song couldn't force him. If he really didn't want to, it would be useless even if God came to persuade him. Although the Taoyuan company was in China, its core competitiveness had nothing to do with the farms and pharmaceutical factories in China. If he was forced, Xiao Ruofei could just go abroad. Most of his funds were in overseas accounts, and as long as he had the Ring 2 space, it wouldn't be difficult to build another Taoyuan company. The only thing he would lose was the money he invested in the early stage. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to go to this step unless it was absolutely necessary. He also believed that Master Song wouldn't force him to do something he didn't want to do. Master Song then said, You know, old Gao saved my life. If he hadn't carried me back from the battlefield, I would have been dead. How could I have become a general, or even a leader of the country? At this point, Master Song changed the topic again. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, But I told old Gao that he is my savior, and you are also my savior. Our family song will never force our savior to do something he doesn't want to do. And if someone wants to use the family song's influence to force you, our family song will never sit back and do nothing. Xiao Ruofei heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. To be honest, the fact that Master Song could say this was enough to show how important Xiao Ruofei was in his heart. No matter what, old Gao was Master Song's old comrade in arms, and they were old comrades who had gone through life and death together. Now that the Gao family was also a big family, Xiao Ruofei couldn't even compare to a hair of the Gao family on the surface. However, Master Song could make such a strong statement for him, even at the expense of offending his savior. Xiao Ruofei was touched. Master Song said this with a kind smile on his face. He said, Ruofei, the reason why I called you here today is not to put pressure on you, but to reassure you. You can do this based on your own heart. You don't have to worry about the family Lu or the Gao family's influence. Grandpa Song, thank you. Xiao Ruofei's voice was slightly choked with emotion. Master Song waved his hand and said, This is what I should do. This matter originally came out because you treated me, and we didn't do a good job of keeping it a secret. Also, you don't have to feel burdened. The current situation is like this. If old Lu can't hold on for much longer, family Lu will definitely keep a low profile and won't reveal his strength. You don't have to worry about the Gao family either. Although old Gao and I haven't been in contact much in recent years, we're still comrades who came from the same trench. Now that there aren't many old brothers left, he still has to give me face. After all, his body is much weaker than mine. When Master Song said this, a faint domineering aura was revealed. Xiao Ruofei seemed to see the all-powerful general in his memories. After retiring, Master Song became more and more peaceful. He rarely revealed such a sharp edge. After listening to Master Song's words, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while before asking, Grandpa Song, I want to know. Putting other factors aside, what do you want me to do? Master Song was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, Shouldn't this matter be based on your opinion? Why are you asking for my opinion? Because your position is also very important. Xiao Ruofei grinned. If you don't want me to treat family Lu's old man, then I won't say another word. I'll pack up and return to the Three Mountains today. You sly little fox. Master Song couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Then, he asked meaningfully, What if I want you to help him appropriately? Xiao Ruofei had expected this. He immediately said without hesitation, Then I can consider it. At least I won't reject it outright. Master Song's eyes revealed a trace of relief. He sighed and then said seriously, Ruofei, my opinion is only for reference. The reason why I didn't say it before was because I was afraid it would affect your decision. Since you asked, then I'll tell you my opinion. Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at Master Song, pretending to listen attentively. Master Song said, as I said before, there aren't many left of an old man who came out of the trenches. Putting other factors aside, I don't want old Lu to leave so early, especially if there's still a chance to save him. But then again, Family Lu has also caused a lot of trouble for Family Song over the years. Whether it's in the political field or the business field, he has a lot of restrictions on us. From this point of view, if old Lu is no longer around, Family Lu is nothing to worry about. Master Song was very frank. He didn't hide his conflicted thoughts in front of Xiao Ruofei at all. To be honest, at Master Song's level, even if he didn't cover his words in fog, he would at least have to be tactful. It was absolutely impossible for him to say things so bluntly. He also treated Xiao Ruofei as his own nephew, which was why he said these words without any scruples. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I understand. Master Song was stunned for a moment and asked, you understand? I haven't even thought about what position I want to take, but you already understand? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Grandpa Song, you're too involved to see clearly. Actually, after hearing what you said, I still admire you very much. Indeed, if Master Song had said frankly that he didn't want Family Lu's old man to have any hope of surviving, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have felt anything wrong with it. After all, from the family's point of view, that was the best result. However, Master Song still expressed his reluctance to part with his old comrade. This was a very rare flash of human nature. The reason why a person was human was because he was an emotional animal. If everything was based on the pros and cons, and only considered the benefits, then from the perspective of human nature, there would be something lacking. Master Song said with a wry smile, don't be sarcastic. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, I wouldn't dare to mock you, old man. These are all words from the bottom of my heart. Master Song laughed and asked, Ruofei, you just said that you understand. Have you decided what to do? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, more or less. I already have a rough plan. In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he already had a basic principle. Since Family Lu already knew of his medical skills, directly refusing was undoubtedly the most unwise choice. Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't afraid of trouble, it didn't mean that he liked to be entangled in it. If he directly agreed to treat old man Lu, first of all, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to get over it in his heart. If he gave in just because someone exerted a little pressure, wouldn't he have a little backbone? Moreover, giving Family Lu a living pillar wasn't in Xiao Ruofei's interest, nor was it in Family Song's interest. Therefore, he needed to find a balance point in the middle. In fact, this was very similar to Master Song's mentality. The difference was that Master Song was only conflicted. In fact, he gave the choice to Xiao Ruofei and didn't exert any influence on Xiao Ruofei. Instead, he stood out to be a strong backing for Xiao Ruofei. As for Xiao Ruofei's choice, the only thing he needed to consider was how to minimize his troubles and maximize his benefits in this matter. Now that Master Song's mentality and his considerations were basically the same, naturally, his inner decision was firm. If he directly agreed to treat old man Lu, first of all, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to get over it in his heart. If he gave in just because someone exerted a little pressure, wouldn't he have a little backbone? Moreover, giving Family Lu a living pillar wasn't in Xiao Ruofei's interest, nor was it in Family Song's interest. Therefore, he needed to find a balance point in the middle. In fact, this was very similar to Master Song's mentality. The difference was that Master Song was only conflicted. In fact, he gave the choice to Xiao Ruofei and didn't exert any influence on Xiao Ruofei. Instead, he stood out to be a strong backing for Xiao Ruofei. As for Xiao Ruofei's choice, the only thing he needed to consider was how to minimize his troubles and maximize his benefits in this matter. Now that Master Song's mentality and his considerations were basically the same, naturally, his inner decision was firm. He became a strong backing for Xiao Ruofei. As for Xiao Ruofei's choice, the only thing he needed to consider was how to minimize his troubles and maximize his benefits in this matter. Now that Master Song's mentality and his considerations were basically the same, naturally, his inner decision was firm. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He didn't feel very restrained in Master Song's place, and his mood was very relaxed. Although it couldn't be said that it was completely like his own home, it wasn't as restrained as when he was in the chief's home. At this time, there was a light knock on the study door. Director Liu pushed the door open and walked in. He said, "Chief, you were looking for me?" Master Song nodded slightly and said lightly, "Xiao Liu, immediately contact Family Liu's people. Ruofei wants to meet Family Liu's old man alone. Have them arrange it as soon as possible." This matter concerned the life and death of the family's pillar. Family Liu's people would definitely arrange a meeting as soon as possible. Master Song didn't need to say anything else. Director Liu felt a little surprised. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei. However, after many years of working by the chief's side, he had already developed the habit of not talking too much. Therefore, even if he had doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and replied straightforwardly, "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Master Song said again, "Tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes at noon. I want to entertain Ruofei at home." "Okay." Director Liu replied. "Chief, then you and Ruofei chat first. I'll go down first." "Okay." Master Song nodded. After Director Liu left, although Master Song was a little curious, he didn't mention Family Liu's matter again. Instead, he chatted with Xiao Ruofei. He was very concerned and asked about Xiao Ruofei's company's business situation. Xiao Ruofei was not a competent chairman. His understanding of the company was definitely not as good as Feng Jing, the president. However, Master Song did not care about such detailed business data. Xiao Ruofei still had a relatively accurate grasp of the general direction. After all, even if he was not in the company, Feng Jing would report to him through phone and email. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also gave a brief introduction of the company's development. He emphasized that the company was building a pharmaceutical factory in Chongping County and was preparing to expand the production of Yuji ointment and Yangxing decoction. Master Song had always praised Xiao Ruofei for developing the heart-nourishing soup. This time, when he heard that Xiao Ruofei had always insisted on the low-price strategy, and most of the production was tilted towards the patients in the country. He even cooperated with the hospital to severely crack down on scalpers. Master Song was very happy and said a few words of praise. Master Song said earnestly, "Ruofei, as an entrepreneur, you must have a strong sense of social responsibility. You did very well on this. You are a good child. I did not misjudge you. Remember, you must persevere." The significance of the heart-nourishing soup is not only a ray of hope for autistic children in the dark night, it is also a ray of light for the humanity of the Taoyuan company. As long as you do this project well and the company's business is upright, others will definitely not dare to have any bad ideas about your company. Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement. Master Song's meaning was very clear. The heart-nourishing soup project could be said to be the Taoyuan company's protective talisman. The greater the influence of this project, the more positive the Taoyuan company's image would be. Some people who wanted to covet the Taoyuan company would have to think twice. Moreover, Family Song had already made it clear that he supported the Taoyuan company. So, as long as they were not muddle-headed people who did not understand the situation, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to be jealous of the Taoyuan company's prospects and have any bad ideas. Of course, families like the Gao family and Family Liu, who were on par with Family Song, might have some misgivings about Family Song. However, the extent of their restraint would depend on how much Family Song protected the Taoyuan company. Master Song then asked about the Taoyuan club. Song Rui had a stake in the Taoyuan club's business, and he was one of the main founders. Master Song was naturally very concerned about his grandson's rare business. Xiao Ruofei said with a hint of shame, "Grandpa Song, you know that I've been busy in Sanshan, so I don't care much about the Taoyuan club. Brother Yongjun and Xiao Rui are mainly taking care of things in Beijing. I don't know the details. However, as far as I know, the preparations for the Taoyuan club are going quite smoothly. Xiao Rui also played a big part in it." Master Song waved his hand and said, "Xiao Rui is my grandson. How can I not know him? This kid does things on a whim, and he's always careless. He's not meticulous enough. Ruofei. This Taoyuan club involves the children of several families. There are so many people involved, including Xiao Rui. You can't just leave everything to others. You have to keep an eye on them, lest this group of kids ruin things. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't dare to talk back to Master Song. He could only nod and say, "I know, Grandpa Song. You don't have to worry too much." Brother Zhao Yongjun is mature and steady, and he's familiar with all aspects of Beijing. With him at the helm, Xiao Rui and the others won't make any mistakes. Don't worry. That kid from Zhao Cheng's family? Master Song nodded and said, Yongjun has the style of a general. He's more or less reliable. But Ruofei, you can't be lazy. You have to always care about Xiao Rui and the others. Especially after the club opens, you have to remind Xiao Rui at all times. Okay, Grandpa Song. Xiao Ruofei nodded and replied. After the two chatted for a while, Director Lu knocked on the door and came in. He bowed slightly to Master Song, then reported, Chief, Family Lu has replied. The meeting time is set at 2:30 this afternoon. Is that okay? Master Song looked at Xiao Ruofei. He saw Xiao Ruofei nod slightly, so he said, let's meet at this time. Old Lu lives in 301, right? There's no need for Family Lu to pick him up. You can arrange a car. Forget it, I'll use my Hongqi. In addition, let Xiaofang accompany Ruofei on this trip. Director Lu's eyes showed a trace of surprise. The Xiaofang that Master Song mentioned was Colonel Fang Zhongming, who was in charge of security at Family Song's old house. He was also an elite trained by the Central Security Forces, so there was no need to talk about his skills. Master Song used his own car to send Xiao Ruofei, and also sent his head of security to accompany Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, it was to protect Xiao Ruofei's safety. After all, his car was a bulletproof car used by Central leaders. It could even withstand a small bomb attack. But this was only one aspect. More importantly, it was to express to Family Lu the attitude of Family Song, especially Master Song himself. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Director Lu replied. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Master Song for a while, then they went to the dining room for lunch. Most of Master Song's children worked in other places. Even if they worked in Beijing, they didn't live in the old house. As for the grandchildren, they were all in awe of their grandfather, who had a military background, and wouldn't appear in the old house for no reason. Even Song Rui, who had come with Xiao Ruofei, was now hiding somewhere. Therefore, at lunch, Master Song was alone. Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu accompanied him. Master Song's body was getting stronger by the day, so his doctor had the most free time. Basically, he didn't need to take care of him like the other senior leaders, who needed to supervise his taking of medicine every day and remind him of things to avoid from time to time. Master Song's doctor even allowed him to drink a small glass of wine every day. This was a scientific conclusion made after assessing the old man's physical condition. Today, Master Song had changed the quota of a glass of wine that was originally arranged for the evening to noon. Then, he had Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu pour wine for him to drink with him. In fact, even if Master Song drank a few more glasses, it wouldn't affect his body. However, he would usually follow the doctor's advice. In his words, the children were doing it for work, and he shouldn't bring extra trouble to them. Lunch wasn't sumptuous, but the combination of nutrition was still very good. The taste was mainly light, and this was also for the sake of the old man's health. However, after Director Lu knew that Xiao Ruofei would stay for lunch, he specially instructed the cook to add 1 or 2 salty and spicy dishes, taking care of Xiao Ruofei's taste. Today, it was rare for someone to eat with him, and it was the young man he admired the most, Xiao Ruofei, so Master Song was very happy. Everyone chatted as they ate. Master Song only took a small sip of wine every time. Basically, he would gently sip and put down the glass as if he couldn't bear to drink it all at once. The old man's somewhat childish behavior made Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu smile. Master Song appeared to be very talkative. This meal took more than an hour, and the small glass of wine in front of him also took more than an hour to drink. In the end, when he saw that it was almost time for Xiao Ruofei to leave, Master Song drank the last mouthful of wine. "Ruofei, when you go see old Lu, don't think too much," Master Song instructed meaningfully. "Just follow your heart." "I still say the same thing. No one can force you to do anything, not even family Lu or the Gao family." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand, Grandpa Song." Master Song smiled and said, "Go. I should also go to sleep for a while." After that, Master Song walked alone in the direction of the study. Not only was there a large collection of books in his study, but there was also a bed in a compartment. Sometimes, when he read documents too late, he would directly sleep in the study. Director Lu personally accompanied Xiao Ruofei to the front yard to get into the car. The Hongqi car that had picked up Xiao Ruofei in the morning was already ready to leave. The car had just been washed, and the body of the car was black and shiny under the sun, without a trace of stain. A man in his mid-30s, wearing a leather jacket, stood beside the car. His eyes were sharp, and his back was straight. At first glance, one could tell that he was a professional soldier. Director Lu smiled and said, "Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is Colonel Fang Zhongming. He is responsible for coordinating the security work by the chief's side. This time, the chief specially appointed Colonel Fang to accompany you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Colonel Fang, sorry to trouble you." Fang Zhongming said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "You're too serious. This is my duty. Please get in the car." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, turned around and said to Director Lu, "Director Lu, then I'll leave now." Director Lu smiled and nodded. He patted Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder and said, "Ruofei, remember the chief's words. Family Song will always be your strong backing." Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and directly got into the car. Fang Zhongming immediately sat in the front passenger seat, and then said to the driver lightly, "Go to 301. "Understood." The driver responded, turned the steering wheel, and drove the heavy Hongqi car away from the Fang family's old house, heading in the direction of Lhasa. The car arrived at Lhasa at 2:25 p.m. Along the way, Fang Zhongming didn't say a word. He just looked ahead with bright eyes, and from time to time, he glanced left and right. His hawk-like eyes showed that he always maintained a high level of vigilance. In fact, this trip wasn't dangerous, but Fang Zhongming had already formed a professional habit. Master Song's car had a special license plate, so it was directly let in at the gate. The driver didn't ask any more questions. He drove the Hongqi car through the compound with ease, and came to another compound that was obviously much quieter and more heavily guarded. At the gate of the compound, the car stopped for a check. Fang Zhongming got out of the car and showed his ID. After registering at the guard post, the car was quickly allowed to enter. The Hongqi car arrived. The Hongqi car that picked up Xiao Ruofei in the morning was ready to leave. The car had just been washed, and the body of the car was black and shiny under the sun, without a trace of stain. A man in a leather jacket, about 34 or 35 years old, stood beside the car. His eyes were sharp, and his back was straight. At first glance, one could tell that he was a professional soldier. Director Lu smiled and said, "Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is Colonel Fang Zhongming. He is responsible for coordinating the security work by the chief's side. This time, the chief specially appointed Colonel Fang to accompany you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Colonel Fang, sorry to trouble you." Fang Zhongming said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "You're too serious. This is my duty. Please get in the car." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, turned around and said to Director Lu, "Director Lu, I'll leave now." Director Lu smiled and nodded. He patted Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder and said, "Ruofei, remember the chief's words. Family Song will always be your strong backing." Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed slightly. He didn't say anything, nodded, and directly got into the car. Fang Zhongming immediately sat in the front passenger seat, and then said to the driver lightly, "Go to 301. "Understood." The driver responded, turned the steering wheel, and drove the heavy Hongqi car away from the Fang family's old house, heading in the direction of Lhasa. At 2:25, the car arrived at Lhasa. Fang Zhongming didn't say a word along the way. He just looked ahead with bright eyes, and from time to time, he glanced left and right. His hawk-like eyes showed that he was always in a state of high alert. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, Minister Liu, you've misunderstood me. I'm only here to meet with Master Liu. As for other things, I can't say it too early. After all, Master Liu's condition is very serious. No one can guarantee anything. Lu Chuanfeng's expression froze slightly. He was just being polite, but he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so stubborn. Although he felt a little unhappy, he didn't dare to show it at a time like this. Even though he was a ministerial leader, he didn't have any leverage in front of Xiao Ruofei. This time, Master Song used his own car and sent the head of security to protect Xiao Ruofei. This was a very obvious gesture. To put it bluntly, no matter how high Lu Chuanfeng's position was or how powerful family Lu's influence was, they didn't have many means to deal with Xiao Ruofei, who was under the protection of family Song. Moreover, once Master Lu passed away, family Lu wouldn't have enough time to hide their strength and bide their time. How would they have the energy to stir up trouble? On the contrary, Xiao Ruofei had enough leverage. There was only one reason, and that was that family Lu's illness was now hopeless. Even the best specialist on the planet couldn't save his life. However, it was very likely that Xiao Ruofei had a heaven-defying method that could magically restore Master Lu's life. Family Lu was quite confident in this judgment. After all, Master Song's condition wasn't much better than Master Lu's. In fact, Master Song was on the verge of death, but he was pulled back from the gates of hell by Xiao Ruofei. Not only that, but Master Song was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that living to 100 years old would be no problem at all. This made family Lu envious and jealous. When it came to Xiao Ruofei's matter, they became even more enthusiastic. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a smile, of course, of course. When faced with such a disease, who would dare to guarantee anything? I just hope that Mr. Xia can try his best to help my father. This is also my plea as a son. Mr. Xia, please don't take it to heart. Xiao Ruofei was indifferent to Lu Chuanfeng's emotional card. He just smiled faintly and said, Minister Liu, I'd better meet Mr. Liu first. We'll talk about it after we meet. All right. My father just had an 4 drip, and he's in good spirits now, Lu Chuanfeng said. Mr. Xia, this way please. After that, Lu Chuanfeng personally led Xiao Ruofei and Fang Zhongming into the building. The exterior of the building looked very ordinary, but the densely packed sentries around the building and the tight security line at the entrance had already shown that it was not ordinary. This building was known as the South Building in 301 Hospital. It was specially used to receive important patients, and there were many retired senior officers who rested there all year round. Family Lu's rank before he retired was the same as Master Song's, so he naturally enjoyed the highest level of medical protection. Mr. Lu's ward was located on the 6th floor of the South Building. It was a large suite in the northernmost part of the building. In addition to the spacious ward, there were several attached rooms. The staff and nurses around him could all live in the suite, so it was convenient for them to serve the senior officers. Lu Chuanfeng took Xiao Ruofei and Fang Zhongming in the elevator to the door of the ward on the 6th floor. Xiao Ruofei stopped in his tracks, looked at Lu Chuanfeng, and said, Minister Liu, I hope that no one will disturb the meeting with Mr. Liu. Is that okay with you? Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Xia, my father's condition is quite serious. There are usually doctors on duty next to him, just in case something unexpected happens. Xiao Ruofei rudely interrupted Lu Chuanfeng's words and said, I'm here. There won't be any unexpected situations. If you have doubts about this, why did family Lu invite me here? Family Lu invited him here to save a life. If there was a sudden change in the condition during the meeting, even Xiao Ruofei couldn't deal with it. How could he cure the disease? The reason was simple, and Lu Chuanfeng naturally understood it. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll ask everyone to withdraw. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia, please wait for a moment. I'll go check on my father's condition. After that, Lu Chuanfeng nodded slightly to Xiao Ruofei and Fang Zhongming, then gently pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng walked out of the ward with a few medical staff. He said to Xiao Ruofei, Mr. Xia, please come in. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and looked at Fang Zhongming. Fang Zhongming said flatly, Mr. Xia, don't worry. I'll keep watch at the door and won't let any unrelated people come near. The muscles on Lu Qianfeng's face twitched slightly. So, as the son of Elder Lu, he had become an unrelated person. Lu Qianfeng was a little unhappy, but his years of experience in officialdom had taught him not to show his emotions on his face. He acted as if he didn't hear anything, and his expression didn't change at all. He walked straight to the long bench next to him and sat down. Xia Ruofei pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. The ward was decorated very warmly, and there was almost no smell of disinfectant in the air. The curtains were half open, and the afternoon sun shone on a pot of green plants on the windowsill, looking very lively. A haggard old man was lying quietly on the bed. When Xia Ruofei walked into the room, the old man's eyes fell on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't avoid the old man's gaze, but met it directly. Xia Ruofei could see that the skinny old man in the hospital gown had a sickly sallow complexion, and his white hair was very sparse. No matter how one looked at it, this was an ordinary old man who was terminally ill and could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, although the old man was in his twilight years, his eyes were still sharp. His turbid eyes shone with a sharp light, as if he could see through people's hearts. Their eyes met, and a smile gradually appeared on the old man's face. He said weakly, "Mr. Xia, please sit down." Xia Ruofei also showed a faint smile on his face. He walked steadily to the bed, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, Elder Lu." Then he sat down on the stool beside the bed and looked at Elder Lu, who was lying on the bed. The sharpness in Elder Lu's eyes disappeared, and he looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile for a while, and then asked, "I heard that you want to meet me alone?" Xia Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Elder Lu, you have made outstanding military achievements. As a former soldier, I have a lot of respect for Elder Lu, but I have never had the chance to meet you. This time, I want to take this opportunity to fulfill a long-cherished wish of mine." Elder Lu showed a self-deprecating smile and said, "I used to be a fierce general, but now I can't get on a horse, can't hold a gun, and can't even walk." After that, Elder Lu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Sometimes I really envy Old Song for being able to meet such a strange person like you. Actually, regarding my treatment, my children and juniors also have different opinions. Some of them see you as a life-saving straw, and they want to do everything they can to invite you to treat me. Some of them think that it's just a rumor that has no scientific basis at all. They hope that I can go abroad for treatment, so that this old man can live on for a while longer." Perhaps because he said too much in one breath, Elder Lu's breathing became a little rapid. He took a few deep breaths and then continued, "From the moment you came in, I firmly believed that if there was one person in this world who could cure my illness, it would be you." Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Elder Lu, you flatter me. I only know a little about medicine, and I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can cure any illness. Medicine can cure undying diseases, and Buddha can help the fated person. There are some diseases that even I can't do anything about." Elder Lu smiled noncommittally and asked, "Then am I the fated person?" What was interesting was that he didn't ask if his illness was an undying disease, but directly asked if he was the fated person. Obviously, he had already determined that as long as Xia Ruofei was willing to treat him, his illness wouldn't die. Whether Xia Ruofei was willing to treat him naturally depended on whether he was the fated person. Xia Ruofei showed a thoughtful expression. Elder Lu saw it, but he wasn't in a hurry to get an answer. Instead, he said casually, "Elder Song and I are old comrades. We're about the same age, but he joined the army earlier than me. That year, when we were fighting in Pingchuan County, the regiment I was in was responsible for the flanks, while Elder Song and Elder Gao were in the main attack. The three of us once served in the same company. After that battle, I found out that Elder Song was hit by a bullet here during the battle." Speaking of this, Elder Lu pointed to his chest and continued, "And it was a large caliber machine gun bullet. It even caused a penetrating wound, and he went into shock on the spot. Elder Gao risked his life to carry him down. Everyone thought that he wouldn't live, but when he went to the field hospital for a checkup, they found that his main organs weren't damaged. Of course, even so, the situation was very dangerous because such a large wound could easily be infected. Moreover, he lost a lot of blood when he came down from the front line. Therefore, after the surgery, he was in a coma for 6 days before he finally survived. Don't you think this old man's life is tough enough? Xiao Ruofei enjoyed listening to this. He had heard Master Song mention this before, but he didn't talk about it in such detail. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Grandpa Song's luck is quite good. When Elder Lu heard Xiao Ruofei call him Grandpa Song, his eyes flashed slightly, then he smiled and said, this old man actually recovered after a few months of recuperation. This battle also allowed him to earn a first-class merit, and not long after, he was transferred to our regiment. Later, he became the chief of staff, and I was the deputy regiment commander. From then on, the two of us competed non-stop. Xiao Ruofei listened quietly and didn't disturb the old man's memories. Elder Lu continued, later, he became the regiment commander, and I lost the competition and went to another regiment to be the political commissar. In the next few decades, our work often intersected. It could be said that we competed for most of our lives. I didn't expect that in the end, this old man was still living happily, and I was terminally ill. Speaking of this, Elder Lu couldn't help but reveal a trace of emotion. He saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't speak, so he suddenly asked, Xiaoxia, do you know what Old Song's biggest problem is? What? Xiao Ruofei asked subconsciously. Elder Lu smiled and said, he's too upright. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Chief, I don't think that's a problem. Too strong is easy to break. Elder Lu said, Old Song has always been like this. He can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Otherwise, with his ability, he might have reached even higher heights. It's also because of his bad temper that he has made many enemies in his life. Family Song is now at the peak of their power, but there are many forces watching them. If Old Song falls, the Family Song's situation will definitely be several times more difficult than Family Lu losing me, this old man. Xiao Ruofei asked, Elder Lu, what you're saying doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, how could it have nothing to do with you? Elder Lu laughed and said, I heard from Chuanfeng that this old man even sent himself in a car and his security supervisor to personally send you over. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to show off to me? You misunderstood, Xiao Ruofei said, Grandpa Song is just more concerned about me. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, Xiaoxia, I know this old man too well. I know exactly how many worms he has in his stomach. But it's no wonder that he's so proud. I heard that this old man is getting younger and younger, while I'm lying on the hospital bed waiting for death. So, in the battle between us, in the end, he still won. Living longer is the greatest victory. Elder Lu sighed and shook his head, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Then, he said, Xiaoxia, Old Song's care for you is already on the surface. All the big and small families and forces in Beijing are probably very clear about it. In the eyes of outsiders, you and Old Song, as well as the entire Family Song, are one. So, Family Song's enemies? I'm afraid. How could it have nothing to do with me? Elder Lu laughed and said, I heard from Chuanfeng that this old man even sent himself in a car and his security supervisor to personally send you over. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to show off to me? You misunderstood, Xiao Ruofei said, Grandpa Song is just more concerned about me. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, Xiaoxia, I know this old man too well. I know exactly how many worms he has in his stomach. But it's no wonder that he's so proud. I heard that this old man is getting younger and younger, while I'm lying on the hospital bed waiting for death. So, in the battle between us, in the end, he still won. Living longer is the greatest victory. Elder Lu sighed and shook his head, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Then, he said, Xiaoxia, Old Song's care for you is already on the surface. All the big and small families and forces in Beijing are probably very clear about it. In the eyes of outsiders, you and Old Song, as well as the entire Family Song, are one. So, Family Song's enemies? I'm afraid. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and met Elder Lu's sharp gaze. His expression was calm as usual, and he didn't show any restraint or uneasiness because of the old man's shocking aura. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had another subtext that he didn't say out loud. In a sense, Family Lu was also Family Song's enemy. According to Elder Lu's theory, Family Lu should also be very hostile to Xiao Ruofei. Then, if he cured Elder Lu, wouldn't he be strengthening his enemy's strength? Why? Because of the old man's empty words? He wasn't an idiot. The sharpness in Elder Lu's eyes quickly disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he wasn't naive enough to think that he could easily persuade Xiao Ruofei. However, he also knew that Xiao Ruofei was willing to meet him today, which meant that there was still room for negotiation. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have done anything unnecessary. Elder Lu looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Little Xia, I heard that Haofan suffered a loss because of you." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "Elder Lu, it's not a loss. It's just normal business behavior. After your grandson bought that piece of land, he wasn't optimistic about the development of the land, so he sold it to us at a low price. This should be a normal operation in the real estate industry." Elder Lu's eyes showed a trace of a smile and said, "Is it really that simple? That piece of land is inexplicably haunted. Don't tell me you don't know what's going on?" Xiao Ruofei spread his hands innocently and said, "I really don't know. How would I know this kind of metaphysical thing? But I heard that Brother Yongjun and the others really did invite a famous feng shui master to help set it up. Maybe he's better. Your grandson probably didn't find the right person?" Grandpa Lu was speechless. With the Lu family's intelligence network, how could they not find out whether Su Lang, the feng shui master from Hong Kong, played a role in this matter? However, Elder Lu obviously didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it's just a piece of land. Haofan has always been arrogant. Bumping into a wall can temper his temperament. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you." "Elder Lu, I can't take your thanks. After all, I didn't do anything." Xiao Ruofei's answer, without a single flaw. At this moment, Elder Lu suddenly asked, "Little Xia, something happened to our family's Haojuan at Sanshan." After Elder Lu finished speaking, his eyes locked onto Xiao Ruofei. He wanted to find some clues from Xiao Ruofei's subtle changes in expression. In fact, Lu Haojuan's matter was so big that family Lu naturally did his best to investigate. However, Xiao Ruofei's arrangements were too meticulous. Family Lu didn't find any useful clues. It could be said that this matter was a case without any clues. However, family Lu's internal department also analyzed that this matter was most likely related to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, this judgment was mainly based on motive. After all, the relationship between Xiao Ruofei, Wu Liqian, and even Lu Haojuan and some of the things that happened couldn't be hidden from family Lu. After that incident, the one who benefited the most was undoubtedly Wu Liqian. Therefore, Elder Lu also wanted to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. As long as Xiao Ruofei's temperament was a little shaky, it was very likely that he would reveal a flaw. Elder Lu actually didn't have much hope in Xiao Ruofei's short interaction. After all, Xiao Ruofei's previous response was too meticulous. Moreover, he didn't seem like a young man in his 20s. From Elder Lu's point of view, his steadiness might not lose to his son Lu Chuanfeng and the others. However, Elder Lu never expected that Xiao Ruofei didn't deny it. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile and asked, "But you don't have any evidence, right?" Elder Lu was stunned. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Xiao Ruofei didn't back down at all. He calmly looked back at Elder Lu. Elder Lu said faintly, "So, you admit it?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Elder Lu, you must have heard wrongly. What did I admit? I only said that what you said just now was purely speculation. There was no evidence at all, right? Is there a difference?" Elder Lu's voice became a little gloomy. "Xiaoxia, to be honest, I admire your courage. You dare to admit this matter in front of me. Do you know that Haojuan is the third-generation disciple that our family Lu has focused on cultivating? His political life has almost come to an end in this incident." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I have some understanding of Lu Haojuan's matter on the internet. I just want to say, you can do whatever you want to do, but you can't live with the evil you bring upon yourself. Such a good-for-nothing disciple, even if you forcefully help him to a high position, won't he still become a time bomb for your family? In the future? If you detonate it at that time, I'm afraid the damage will be much greater." The corners of Elder Lu's mouth curled up slightly. He looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and asked, "Xiaoxia, do you think that there are only the two of us here, and no matter what you say, you won't leave any evidence behind? Don't you think that our family Lu is a little too simple?" The smile on Xiao Ruofei's face became even brighter. He asked with a smile, Elder Lu, are you talking about the two hidden cameras behind me at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock? Oh, right, and the recording device half a meter to the right of your bed? If it's just these, then your family Lu really can't be considered too complicated. Elder Lu's expression finally changed. After receiving a call from Director Lu in the morning, Family Lu arranged for the top intelligence experts to set up a series of arrangements in the ward. Xiao Ruofei clearly stated that he wanted to meet with Elder Lu alone, but due to many considerations, Family Lu still decided to record the entire meeting. This was also Elder Lu's own request. At that time, he wanted to use Lu Haojuan's incident to make an issue out of it. Once Xiao Ruofei personally admitted to it, then the recording would naturally become evidence. At that time, not only would Family Lu have legal justification for dealing with Xiao Ruofei, they could even openly hand over the matter to the public security authorities to handle. After all, Xiao Ruofei ordered the veterans to conduct comprehensive surveillance on Lu Haojuan, and even set up recording devices in the house. These were all clearly illegal. What Elder Lu didn't expect was that Xiao Ruofei, who had always been watertight, didn't even hesitate when it came to Lu Haojuan's question, and directly admitted to it. What shocked Elder Lu even more was that Xiao Ruofei knew the little gadgets that were temporarily installed in the ward like the back of his hand. He even knew their specific locations and functions. These were all temporarily installed, and after the installation, the intelligence experts stayed in an empty ward not far away to operate the signal-receiving devices. During this time, there was no way to contact the outside world, so the possibility of information being leaked from Family Lu was very small. The only possibility was that after Xiao Ruofei entered the ward, he discovered the existence of the recording devices himself. But from the moment Xiao Ruofei entered the room until now, his eyes didn't look around. After entering the room, he directly sat on the stool by the bed, so he couldn't see the situation behind him. But he was able to accurately pinpoint the location of the cameras. This caught Elder Lu a little off guard. And he also knew that since Xiao Ruofei dared to say those words, it meant that Xiao Ruofei had absolute confidence that those recording devices wouldn't be able to work at all. This method was somewhat miraculous. In fact, Elder Lu didn't know that this was too easy for Xiao Ruofei. When he entered the room, he used his spiritual power to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the entire ward. After all, Family Lu was faintly hostile to him, so he couldn't let his guard down. After discovering the existence of the cameras and recording devices, Xiao Ruofei didn't show it. Instead, he quietly dealt with Elder Lu. The only thing he did was to casually set up a soundproof barrier, enveloping himself and Elder Lu within the scope of this barrier. This way, the recording devices by the bed naturally wouldn't be able to record any sound, and the camera behind him wouldn't be able to capture his front, so the possibility of reading his lips and so on wouldn't exist. As for capturing his back, it wouldn't be of any use at all. Not only that, the soundproof barrier could be completely isolated, so that no sound could be transmitted out of the barrier. This way, even if someone in the next room used a special device to record against the wall, they wouldn't be able to collect any sound. Family Lu wanted to leave some evidence through this meeting, but it was destined to be useless. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei even had a hint of mischief. When Elder Lu brought up the issue of Lu Haojuan, he didn't deny it like before. Instead, he indirectly admitted it. As long as he didn't leave any evidence behind, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that Family Lu would find out that he was the one who planned this. There were only two outcomes for coming here today. First, if he didn't care, then Elder Lu wouldn't have much time left, and Family Lu, who had lost his pillar of support, wouldn't be able to deal with him. Second, if he intervened in the treatment, then everything would proceed according to his plan. By then, Family Lu would no longer be a threat to him, and Elder Lu would definitely not fight to the death for Lu Haojuan. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei seemed to admit that matter very easily, but in fact, before he came here, he had already rehearsed it countless times in his mind. He had already predicted Elder Lu's possible reaction. Elder Lu was stunned for a while, and finally revealed a bitter smile. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Elder Lu, you flatter me. I'm just a little more cautious, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Elder Lu sighed, and a trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. He said, Xiaoxia, it seems that I have really underestimated you. Since we've already spoken to this extent, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Why don't we talk openly? Tell me your conditions? Elder Lu was very clear that since Xiao Ruofei was willing to meet, it meant that there was still room for discussion. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei would definitely have his own conditions. It was nothing more than bargaining. Since all methods had been tried and there was still no effect, it was better to just lay out the chariot and negotiate the price. Xiao Ruofei also finally revealed a trace of a smile. To be honest, after meeting Elder Lu for real, his impression of this old man who had once made outstanding contributions was not bad. Although he had used some words and tricks today as expected, overall, he was not as sinister and ruthless as the portrait in his mind before he came here. On the contrary, perhaps because he was about to reach the end of his life, this old man still gave him the feeling that he was somewhat free and easy. Even if he was not as righteous as Master Song, at least he could be considered to be able to pick up and let go. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Elder Lu, it's not really a condition. After all, your condition is still quite complicated. Whether or not I can treat it is still uncertain. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this. If you can't cure it, then no one else can. So to me, the result is the same. Let's talk about your conditions. Chief, you're straightforward. Xiao Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, I can try to treat you, but before I came here, I learned about your condition. The possibility of a complete recovery in a short time is not high. Even if I can control your condition through traditional Chinese medicine, I'm afraid that you will need to take medicine for a long time. Elder Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he had already thought of this. Whether Xiao Ruofei was confident or not, he was afraid that it would not be easy to completely cure him. Because only in this way, family Lu would always be restrained, and Xiao Ruofei would be in an invincible position. Therefore, the truth or lies of Xiao Ruofei's words were meaningless. Elder Lu naturally would not dwell on this. He smiled and said, a bad life is better than a good death. It's always good to be able to see more of this world. It's good that you're mentally prepared, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiaoxia, I'm afraid the consultation fee won't be too cheap for you to treat me, right? Elder Lu asked faintly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Family Lu has a pharmaceutical factory in Huadong. Before he could finish, Elder Lu said directly, no problem. Within 3 days, the pharmaceutical factory will be transferred to the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei thought that Elder Lu would agree, but he did not expect him to agree so quickly. After all, the scale of Family Lu's pharmaceutical factory could not be compared to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. To be precise, it should be a pharmaceutical group with many branches in several provinces in Huadong. The scale of each branch was several times that of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Including the expensive imported equipment and the value of the land in the pharmaceutical factory, the overall value of this pharmaceutical group was probably higher than the current Taoyuan company. Before Xiao Ruofei went to meet Master Song, he had analyzed Family Lu's situation. He was also determined to get Family Lu's pharmaceutical factory. Because once he got the pharmaceutical factory, he could immediately change it to produce heart-nourishing soup and jade mussel ointment. Moreover, the production of these two products, which were in short supply, would be increased by at least 10 times. Elder Lu said faintly, Xiaoxia, if you have any conditions, just say them all in one breath. Don't waste too much of our time on these minor details. In Elder Lu's eyes, a pharmaceutical group with a scale of at least 1 billion yuan was just a minor issue. In fact, as long as it involved money, it was not a problem in Elder Lu's eyes at all. Moreover, this pharmaceutical group was not the most important among Family Lu's industries. Although it could produce considerable profits every year, it was not the main business of Family Lu's industry. Although it was a little painful to give it up directly, it would not hurt him. As long as he could save his life, let alone a pharmaceutical group, even if he had to give up a part of Family Lu's main business, Elder Lu would not even frown. What he cared more about was not these economic interests. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said tentatively, Elder Lu, you and Grandpa Song are old comrades. You have been friends for so many years. Before coming this time, Grandpa Song has been persuading me to try my best to treat you within the scope of my ability. Elder Lu waved his hand with a smile and said, Xiaoxia, I know old Song too well. It is impossible for him to say such things. Don't play tricks in front of me. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little embarrassed. What was the saying? Perhaps your enemy is the one who knows you best. Although this was not appropriate to apply to Master Song and Elder Lu, because the two old men were not only enemies, it could also explain the relationship between Elder Lu and Master Song from a certain point of view. Xiao Ruofei said, Elder Lu, Grandpa Song respects my opinion, so he does not want to affect my decision. However, he did say that if something were to happen to you this time, his heart would feel empty, and it would be very unpleasant. This sounds like what old Song would say. Elder Lu laughed and said. Then he looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, Xiaoxia, I know what you are thinking, but that is impossible. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, Why? Elder Lu, and Family Song have great influence. If the two families unite, it will be a strong alliance. I think it will be good for both of your families. Although Xiao Ruofei did not say it clearly, Elder Lu had obviously guessed it. Xiao Ruofei hoped that Family Lu and Family Song could become friends. Of course, Elder Lu rejected it almost without hesitation. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Elder Lu's face showed a bitter smile and said, Xiaoxia, there are very complicated reasons. It can't be explained in a few sentences. Then, make it short. Xiao Ruofei said, with me here, your body will not have any problems. We have a lot of time. After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and gently kneaded a few acupoints on Elder Lu's body. At the same time, he injected a small amount of true qi to stimulate these acupoints. Elder Lu suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his meridians. His body, which was originally very weak from the torture of the disease, seemed to be much lighter all of a sudden. He felt that he had strength in his body. Even though Elder Lu had experienced many storms, he still could not help but lose his composure at this time. The shocked expression on his face did not dissipate for a long time. After a long while, Elder Lu murmured, This is a real miracle. Xiaoxia, I am now more and more confident in your treatment methods. Xiao Ruofei did not use any needles or medicine just now. He just relied on his bare hands to massage the acupoints, and it actually had such a miraculous effect. This was an eye-opener for Elder Lu, and at the same time, it gave birth to a strong hope of survival. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, This is just a small trick. It can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Through the appropriate pressure and stimulation of specific acupuncture points, it can stimulate your body's potential and make you feel better mentally than before. But that's all there is to it. It can't help your condition at all. This is already very magical. Elder Lu sighed. Ever since I found out about this disease, I have never felt so full of strength like I do now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Elder Lu, why don't you satisfy my curiosity first? Just now, you said that it is impossible for the Lu and Song families to form an alliance. What is your concern? After Elder Lu's spirit improved, he seemed to be in a much better mood. He said, Xiaoxia, politics is really too complicated. There is no standard that is black and white. You know, our two families have been fighting for so many years. Although there is no blood feud between us, there are countless grudges between us. Elder Song and I can smile when we meet, but what about our children? What about our grandchildren? There are also the large number of family members, as well as the forces and allies that are closely related to our family. These people are not on the same side as the Song family, especially our allies. Basically, all of them have some sort of conflict with the Song family. If the Lu family and the Song family form an alliance, where should our allies stand? This is not a child's play. Xiao Ruofei heard this and nodded. Although he did not particularly understand the matters between the big families, after listening to Elder Lu's words, he was still faintly inspired. He also knew that he was thinking too simply. Elder Lu smiled and continued, There is an even more important reason. Oh? What reason? Xiao Ruofei asked curiously. You just said that our family Lu and their family Song have a huge influence. Elder Lu said, Now that our two families are not willing to submit to each other, it is relatively safe for us to fight with each other. Have you ever thought that if family Lu and family Song really form an alliance, then wouldn't the influence of this alliance be too terrifying? It would even surpass the country. Do you think that such an alliance could possibly exist? Speaking of this, Elder Lu revealed a meaningful smile and cast his gaze on Xiao Ruofei's face. Xiao Ruofei heard this and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Elder Lu's words really hit the nail on the head. The reasons mentioned before were probably not the main reason. Only this point really hit the nail on the head. Xiao Ruofei nodded silently. He had indeed agreed with Elder Lu's words. However, he did not know what to say. Before coming. This time, he had actually thought of what he wanted. One of the most important points was to promote the alliance between Family Lu and Family Song. Now it seemed that this was really difficult to achieve. Or rather, he thought of things too simply. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Elder Lu said, "Little Xia, I definitely can't fulfill the conditions you mentioned. If there is no room for negotiation, then these old bones of mine can only lie here and wait for death." Elder Lu's words were firm. He would rather be seriously ill than let his family be in extreme danger. Forming an alliance with Family Song was a huge gamble for Family Lu. Elder Lu was obviously unwilling to gamble his family because he already knew that if he really did as Xiao Ruofei said, the possibility of losing the bet was very high. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "If that's the case, then pretend that I didn't say anything." Elder Lu smiled and nodded. He said, "Little Xia, forming an alliance is definitely impossible. The most I can promise you is that from now on, as long as Family Song does not take the initiative to provoke us, our Family Lu will not deliberately fight against Family Song. In addition, in the conflict between Family Song and other forces, our Family Lu will maintain absolute neutrality." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Okay. Then it's a promise." It was impossible to write a contract for this kind of thing because it had no legal effect. Even if there was a contract, it would not have any binding effect. Therefore, at this time, Xiao Ruofei could only choose to believe that Elder Lu would not go back on his words. Of course, more importantly, Xiao Ruofei had countermeasures at any time, so he was not afraid of Family Lu going back on his words. Old Man Lu smiled and said, "Tell me about your other conditions." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "No, that's all." "That's all?" Elder Lu showed a very surprised expression and asked, "Is it really that simple?" Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, "In fact, when I treated Grandpa Song, I didn't take a single cent. You're paying a consultation fee of more than 1 billion at once. Isn't that high enough?" If Xiao Ruofei did not want to reduce some trouble, he might not have considered coming to see Elder Lu and directly rejected him. In his mind, the status of Elder Lu and Master Song were obviously different, so he would accept a complete pharmaceutical group as his consultation fee. Elder Lu laughed and said, "What's more than 1 billion? If it weren't for you, even if I spent 10 billion or 100 billion, I wouldn't be able to save this old life of mine. Old Song's luck is really good. He didn't die from that kind of injury back then, and he can meet such a strange person like you when he's old." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "You flatter me, I'm not a strange person." After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "All right then. Elder Lu, today's meeting was very pleasant, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come to treat you in a few days as promised." Elder Lu saw that Xiao Ruofei suddenly wanted to leave, so he couldn't help but say, "Xiaoxia, can you give me some medicine first? This illness is really terrible when it hurts. I feel like my whole body is being bitten by ants, and there's no place in my internal organs that doesn't hurt." Now that he thought about that feeling, Elder Lu still couldn't help but shiver because it was really too painful, so much so that even a veteran like him, who had survived the battlefield of blood and fire, couldn't help but cry out in pain. He could only rely on painkillers to ensure a certain amount of sleep. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "There won't be any problems in a few days. And I'll be in Beijing these few days, so if your illness really worsens, just give me a call, and I'll definitely rush over as soon as possible." Elder Lu knew that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't do anything before he saw the real money. After all, the cooperation between Family Lu and Xiao Ruofei this time was more like a business deal. Since it was a business deal, there naturally wasn't a situation where he would send out the goods before the money was in place. Even so, he couldn't help but ask, Then can you massage me a few more times with that relaxing tendons and activating meridians? I feel that after your massage, my whole body feels much more comfortable." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Just take it as a complimentary gift. After that, Xiao Ruofei smiled and walked in front of Elder Lu. He reached out his hand and accurately found a few acupuncture points. As he gently pressed them, he separated a small strand of true qi and sent it in. After a few minutes, Xiao Ruofei pushed open the door of the ward and walked out. He nodded slightly at Feng Zhongming, who was at the door. Lu Chuanfeng, who was sitting on the long bench next to him, immediately stood up and walked over quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled at Lu Chuanfeng and said, Minister Lu, then I'll take my leave first. Lu Chuanfeng was stunned for a moment. He couldn't tell what exactly Xiao Ruofei and his father had talked about in the ward, and whether or not they had reached a consensus. While he was stunned, Xiao Ruofei had already nodded at Feng Zhongming and walked in the direction of the elevator. Lu Chuanfeng subconsciously called out, Mr. Xia, Chuanfeng. Elder Lu's voice came from the ward, come in for a moment. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied. He took another look at Xiao Ruofei's back, then quickly walked into the ward with a stomach full of questions. Dad, did he agree? Lu Chuanfeng asked impatiently as soon as he entered the room. Elder Lu didn't answer directly, but said lightly, go to the room over there and take a look. See if the equipment they installed this morning recorded anything. Even though Lu Chuanfeng was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask his father. He could only nod helplessly and leave the ward. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng returned to the ward with a strange expression. When Elder Lu saw his son's expression, he could guess what was going on. He asked calmly, did you record anything? Lu Chuanfeng frowned slightly and said, it's not that there's nothing, it's just that there's no sound, and the images taken by the two cameras are very blurry, as if the light is distorted. I can't even see your mouth in the images. That Xia kid's back was facing the camera, so I could only see a blurry back. In fact, this was the effect of the enchantment. Xiao Ruofei didn't deliberately take more precautions, but the recording equipment arranged by the family Lu was blind and deaf. In fact, Elder Lu had already expected this. Hearing this, he only nodded lightly. Lu Chuanfeng muttered to himself, this is too strange. I tested it a few times this morning, and it's all fine. Also, I checked. Before that Xiao brat came in, the sound and image were normal. But after he sat down here, the image suddenly became blurry. Also, there were some ambient sounds recorded from the beginning to the end, but there was no sound of the two of you talking. Xiao Ruofei didn't do anything to the recording equipment. He only set up a soundproof enchantment in the small area around him and Elder Lu, so the recording equipment could still record some ambient sounds like the chirping of birds outside the window, but it couldn't record the two of them talking. This was completely incomprehensible to Lu Chuanfeng, unless Xiao Ruofei and Elder Lu just sat there staring at each other for nearly half an hour without saying a word. But this was too ridiculous. Even Lu Chuanfeng himself found it unbelievable. Elder Lu said lightly, Chuanfeng, don't dwell on these small matters. Go and call all the core members of the family in Beijing over, I have something to say. The gentle voice in the steel gun. Thank you to the Qidian book friends Little Cold Face and Alblis for the 100 book coins reward support. Thank you to the Genesis book friends book friend 173-568-7074 and book friend 144-295-1655 for the 100 book coins reward support. Lu Chuanfeng's expression tightened. He knew that his father's conversation with Xiao Ruofei must have come to a clear conclusion. At this moment, he couldn't wait to know the result. After all, Elder Lu was too important to the entire family. Take himself as an example. He had already worked in his current position for 4 years. Adding on the 2 years he had worked in his current position before the transfer, he had already been in this position for 6 years. If he didn't advance further this time, his age would soon reach the limit, and his achievements in this lifetime would stop there. And if Elder Lu were to give up at this time, it would be a huge blow to Lu Chuanfeng. However, Elder Lu's illness had already made all the specialists helpless. Moreover, this illness was developing very quickly. After the specialist's consultation, the most conservative estimate was that it would take at most 1 or 2 months. This was under the premise that all methods were used to extend Elder Lu's life. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei was now his only life-saving straw. Although his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, Elder Lu didn't reveal any information. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to ask too much and quickly nodded in agreement. Then he walked out of the room and began to use his phone to contact several of his brothers and sisters in Beijing as well as important members of the family. He told them to drop everything at hand and rush to the hospital as soon as possible. This wait lasted for more than an hour. During this time, Lu Chuanfeng returned to the room again. However, Elder Lu had already fallen asleep after taking his medicine. Naturally, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly retreated. Finally, all the important members of the family in Beijing had arrived. There were Lu Chuanfeng's two younger brothers Lu Kunyan and Lu Kunshan, as well as their younger sisters Lu Liru and Lu Lifeng, as well as several important members of the family Lu. For example, Elder Lu's cousin Lu Chongli, as well as Lu Chongli's two sons Lu Chuanfei and Lu Chuanxin. In the family Lu, as the eldest son, Lu Chuanfeng could be said to be Elder Lu's successor. His achievements were also the highest. As for the other family members who were involved in politics, the highest rank was only Lu Kunshan, who was a department head. Lu Kunyan and Lu Chongli were both in charge of the family Lu's business empire. At the same time, Lu Lifeng, Lu Chongli's youngest daughter, and Lu Chuanxin, Lu Chongli's second son, were also in the family group. As for Lu Liru and Lu Chongli's eldest son, Lu Chuanfei, although they were also in the system, they were only at the division level. The people here were basically the core members of the entire family in Beijing. Old Master Lu also had a son, Lu Chuanxuan, who worked in a province in the southwest. He had already entered the leadership team and could not return to Beijing easily. This time, when Old Master Lu fell ill, Lu Chuanxuan came back for 2 days and then rushed back. Unless Old Master Lu was dying, Lu Chuanxuan could not stay in Beijing forever. As for Lu Haofan and the other third-generation children, none of them were successful yet. Naturally, they did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of occasion. Originally, Lu Haojuan, as one of the key talents of the third generation, had the qualifications to be present at such an important occasion. However, after the defeat in Sanshan City, Lu Haojuan's political life had basically come to an end. His position in the family naturally plummeted. As the saying goes, the imperial family is heartless. Although the family Lu could not be considered an imperial family, but in such a large family, family affection was already very indifferent. Just like this time, when Old Master Lu fell seriously ill, although the family Lu was burning with anxiety, in reality, everyone was more worried that after losing Old Master Lu, the family Lu would suffer all kinds of impacts, which would directly affect their future development. As for the younger generation's point of view, the proportion of the affection of a child was not much. As soon as Lu Lifeng, who was the most unsophisticated, met, she couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, why did the old master call us all over?" "It can't be that, he wants to explain." "Shut up." Lu Chuanfeng glared at Lu Lifeng and said, "Don't jinx it. Dad's condition is very stable, don't let your imagination run wild." Lu Lifeng said with some grievance, "Isn't it because I care about Old Master Lu? These days, I can't eat or sleep well, isn't it because I'm worried about the old master? He suddenly called everyone over, how can I not think about it?" Lu Liru pulled her sister's hand and said, "Lifeng, don't blame Big Brother for scolding you. What were you saying just now?" Luckily, Big Brother interrupted, otherwise it would be very inauspicious. Then, Lu Liru looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked, "Big Brother, since Dad called us over, it must be something very important, right?" Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "This morning, that kid with the surname Xia came to meet Dad, then the old master asked me to call everyone over. It must be related to this matter." When Lu Lifeng heard this, she anxiously asked, "Really? Then what did they talk about? Did that kid agree to treat Dad?" Lu Chuanfeng spread his hands and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything about it. They met alone, and everyone was cleared. Dad was very tight-lipped, he didn't reveal anything to me." Then, Lu Chongli said, "Chuanfeng, since everyone is here, let's go in. After we meet Big Brother, everything will be clear, right?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "Second uncle, my dad just took his medicine and fell asleep, I'll go in and take a look." Then, he said to his younger siblings, "Everyone, be quiet, don't disturb the old master's rest." Lu Lifeng said, "I know. I know. Big Brother, go in quickly." Lu Chuanfeng looked at Lu Lifeng helplessly, then walked into the ward. Once he entered the room, he saw the nurse, Aunt Zhang, walking towards him. Before Lu Chuanfeng could say anything, Aunt Zhang gestured for him to keep quiet, then pointed inside. Obviously, Old Master Lu was not awake yet. Lu Chuanfeng stopped, lowered his voice and said, Aunt Zhang, keep a close eye on my father. When he wakes up, come out and tell me immediately. Okay, Department Head Lu, Aunt Zhang said softly. Lu Chuanfeng turned and walked out of the ward. Lu Kunchen, Lu Kunyan, and the others quickly gathered around him. Lu Lifeng couldn't wait to ask, Big brother, how is it? The old master is still sleeping, everyone wait outside for a while. Lu Chuanfeng said, be careful, don't make too much noise, the old master is sleepy. Okay. Lu Lifeng said, a little dispirited. Then, she walked straight to the bench and sat down, taking out her phone and fiddling with it. Everyone had something on their minds, so the waiting time seemed especially long. After about half an hour, the nurse, Aunt Zhang, finally opened the door. She looked at Lu Chuanfeng and said, Department Head Lu, the chief is awake, he wants everyone to go in. Okay. 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 Lu Chuanfeng said, Aunt Zhang, rest outside for a while, and help keep a lookout, don't let any unrelated people in. If it's the medical staff, ask them to wait for a while. Okay, Department Head Lu. Aunt Zhang said. Lu Chuanfeng called for everyone to go into the ward together. Dad. Big brother. Uncle. Everyone respectfully greeted Old Master Lu, who was lying on the bed as thin as a matchstick. Old Master Lu was in good spirits, which had something to do with Xia Ruofei's friendly gift of an acupoint massage. Now, the old master's complexion looked much rosier than before. He had a faint smile on his face, nodded slightly to everyone, and said, everyone, find a chair and sit down. Lu Chongli, Lu Chuanfeng, and the others sat around the bed, and their eyes fell on Old Master Lu. Everyone couldn't wait to know how the old master and Xia Ruofei talked. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the first thing Old Master Lu talked about was not his illness, nor was it the negotiation with Xia Ruofei. He said lightly, now, I can basically confirm that the incident with Hao Juan last time was planned and executed by Xia Ruofei. What? Lu Chuanfeng stood up immediately. Dad, did he admit it himself? Lu Haojuan was Lu Chuanfeng's son. Originally, it could be said that he had a bright future, but after this incident, he was unable to recover. The incident at Sanshan last time was obviously a trap, but Xia Ruofei's arrangements were too meticulous, and the Lu family couldn't find any clues. However, this didn't stop Lu Chuanfeng from hating the initiator of this incident to the bone. Therefore, when he heard that Lu Haojuan's incident was planned and executed by Xia Ruofei, Lu Chuanfeng's eyes turned red. Old Master Lu glanced at Lu Chuanfeng with some dissatisfaction, and said lightly, sit down. Lu Chuanfeng was also a person who could call the wind and summon the rain outside, especially in the important ministry where he worked. He was the second in command, and had a lot of power and influence in the unit. However, in front of Old Master Lu, Lu Chuanfeng was simply an obedient little lamb, and didn't dare to disobey. Lu Chuanfeng quickly sat back down in his seat, looked at Old Master Lu, and said, Dad, what's the specific situation? Old Master Lu said, Chuanfeng, you're already a leader in the ministry, how can you still be so impatient? How can I rest assured in handing family Lu over to you in the future? Yes. Dad, I was wrong. Lu Chuanfeng lowered his head and said. Old man Lu looked around at everyone and said, since Xianxia has admitted to this matter personally, it means that he has nothing to fear. Moreover, those words were said when the two of us met alone. Even if he admitted it, do we have any evidence? Then, Old Master Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and said, the equipment that you brought people to fiddle with in the morning, why did it all malfunction at the same time? Only the time when I met him didn't record anything. Do you think this is a coincidence? Lu Chuanfeng muttered, even if there's no evidence, as long as we know that he's the initiator, it doesn't make any difference to our family Lu, right? Old Master Lu sneered and said, the difference is huge. If he didn't have full confidence, would he dare to meet me alone? Chuanfeng, although Xia Ruofei is younger than you by 30 years, the feeling he gives me is that he's much calmer than you. You need to continue to strengthen your ability to maintain your composure. I know, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said bitterly. Old Master Lu looked at Lu Kunyan and said, last time, Haofan suffered a hidden loss in the matter of getting the land. Although Xia Ruofei didn't admit it personally, it's certain that he played a crucial role in it. Haofan was taken advantage of this time. Lu Kunyan was Lu Haofan's father, so when he heard this news, he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, his reaction wasn't as intense as Lu Chuanfeng's. After all, Lu Haofan only lost some money, and then became a laughingstock in the circle of aristocratic families. Overall, the impact wasn't great, unlike Lu Haojuan, whose entire career was ruined. After Lu Chongli heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, Big brother, this kid surnamed Xia has a deep grudge with our family. Old Master Lu said faintly, everyone knows what kind of character our family's children have, right? Although Xia Ruofei is as cunning as a fox, he doesn't take the initiative to stir up trouble. If Fan Haojuan and Fan Haofan had worked harder, they wouldn't have clashed with Xia Ruofei one after another, making us so passive now. If Xia Ruofei heard Old Master Lu's evaluation of him as cunning as a fox, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, to be fair, he really didn't show any mercy to his enemies, and his methods were quite rich. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was cunning as a fox. Lu Chongli laughed dryly and said, that's true, but our family's children are taught by ourselves. This kid surnamed Xia obviously doesn't care about family Lu. Old Master Lu waved his hand and said, today, we're not here to talk about this. Let's talk about my treatment. Dad, did this Xia Ruofei agree to treat you? Lu Chuanfeng asked. More or less. Old Master Lu said, we basically reached a consensus. Hearing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Lifeng even patted her bulging chest exaggeratedly and said, this kid is quite sensible. Stupid. Old Master Lu said mercilessly, he's already in an invincible position. He can attack or retreat. He doesn't need to care about what we think of him. If he really refuses to treat you, what can you do to him? Lu Lifeng shrunk her neck resentfully and didn't dare to speak again. At this time, Old Master Lu looked at Lu Chongli and said lightly, Chongli, there's something you need to do quickly. Big brother, please say it. Lu Chongli said quickly. Use the fastest speed to transfer all of our Jiangnan pharmaceutical group to Xia Ruofei. Old Master Lu said, that kid won't act unless he sees a rabbit. Without receiving real money for the treatment, he definitely won't help us. What? The entire pharmaceutical group is transferred to him? Lu Chongli showed a trace of shock. That's right, I personally promised him. Is there a problem? Old Master Lu asked lightly. Lu Chongli couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly said, no problem. No problem. Big brother, I'll definitely get this done as soon as possible. The gentle voice in the steel gun said. Thank you to the Qidian book friends Albus and Moonlit Snowy Tale for the 100 book coins reward support. Family Lu, including the head of the family financial group, Lu Chongli, no one dared to oppose the decision made by Old Man Lu. Only family Lu's eldest son, Lu Chuanfeng, couldn't help but ask, Dad, it's okay to give the pharmaceutical company to him, but what if he takes the money and doesn't do anything, or in the end, he can't? Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to continue, because if Xia Ruofei's actions didn't work, then there was only one result, and that was that Old Man Lu wouldn't live for long. How could Lu Chuanfeng dare to say something so unlucky? Old Man Lu smiled faintly and said, he won't. Although this is the first time I've met this young man, I'm still confident. Moreover, if that's really the case, can he take over such a big pharmaceutical company? Even if these old bones of mine enter the Babao Mountain, can our Lu clan be bullied like this? Dad, don't say such discouraging words. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, you'll definitely be blessed by the heavens. Old Man Lu said lightly, I've lived for so long, and I've already accepted life and death. But I can't leave so early. If I leave, I'll leave behind such a big business, and it'll be a piece of shiny fat meat. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but show a trace of shame and said, it's all because we don't have the ability. At this time, Lu Lifeng, who hadn't said anything, suddenly had her eyes lit up and said, oh right. Our pharmaceutical company has a lot of shares in the hands of related companies, so we don't have to transfer this part to him. It's not under our family's name. Lu Lifeng's idea was very simple, and that was to reduce the losses as much as possible. The Lu family's family group controlled many companies both openly and secretly. Therefore, the shareholding structure of the pharmaceutical group was also very complicated. From the public information, at least 30% to 40% of the shares were not in the hands of the Lu family. But in fact, the companies that held these shares were still controlled by Family Lu. Family Lu's allocation of shares was just a routine operation for the purpose of risk control. Logically speaking, when Old Man Lu agreed to give the pharmaceutical company to Xia Ruofei, it was normal to give away the 60 to 70% of the shares that Family Lu held. As for the rest, in a legal sense, it was someone else's shares. You can't ask me to give someone else's money to you, right? From this point of view, Lu Lifeng's words wasn't unreasonable. Lu's words, Lu Kunyan, who also didn't walk in the system. He was excited, he slapped his thigh, and said, "You don't say. Sister's idea. Lu Kunyan analyzed, that's how I see it. 30 to 40% of the shares were worth 5 to 600 million at most. It was not a lot of money. But the meaning, it's to keep keeps. After all, Lu Chongli had been in the business world for most of his life, so he suddenly understood. He said thoughtfully, "Kunyan, you mean Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, second uncle, great minds think alike." Lu Kunyan said. Xia Ruofei wants the pharmaceutical company. His purpose is obvious. It's to expand the scale and production capacity of their company's pharmaceutical factory. If we keep a part of the shares in the name of an affiliated company, when the time comes for the integration, it's equivalent to infiltrating Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. The ability of this pharmaceutical factory to make money is too terrifying. Moreover, they never had any intention of financing. If we hold these shares, at the very least, we can ride on the fast-selling jade muscle ointment and heart-nourishing soup and make a lot of money. If we're lucky, maybe we can take this opportunity to take over Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory step by step, or even the entire Taoyuan company. Lu Lifeng was happy and said proudly, "What do you think? My idea's good, right?" In fact, Lu Lifeng was just worried about the money. She wanted to give as little as possible. She didn't think so deeply. However, after listening to Lu Kunyan's analysis, Lu Lifeng was extremely pleased that the shares she had left behind had such an important role. Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and several other second-generation children who worked in the family group discussed excitedly. The more they talked, the happier they became. However, Lu Chongli found that Old Master Lu didn't say a word. He just looked at Lu Lifeng, Lu Kunyan, and the others indifferently. There was even a hint of sadness in his eyes. Lu Chongli saw this and quickly said, "Kunyan, Lifeng, don't talk about this. Let's listen to brother's opinion." Yes. Lu Lifeng said quickly. "Dad, what do you think of my proposal?" Only then did Elder Lu raise his eyelids and look around. The clan members who met his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes. Some of them even lowered their heads slightly. Even though Old Man Lu was so sick that he was only skin and bones, once he released his might, there wasn't a single person in the clan who wasn't afraid. Even Lu Chongli, who was of the same generation as Old Master Lu, respected and feared this cousin of his in his heart. Although Lu Chongli was Old Master Lu's cousin, he was younger than Old Master Lu by more than 10 years. When he was very young, he came out with Old Master Lu. Although they were of the same generation, in life and work, Old Master Lu was more like his elder. He often taught him earnestly. Old Master Lu asked calmly, "Are you all done?" Lu Kunyan finally felt that something was wrong. He quickly and carefully said, "We're done." "Dad. What do you think?" After Lu Kunyan finished speaking, he gathered his courage and looked up at Old Master Lu. However, he just happened to meet Old Master Lu's sharp gaze. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his gaze and avoided Old Master Lu's sharp gaze. "What do I have to say? What do you think I have to say?" Old Master Lu smiled coldly and said, "Do you think Xiao Ruofei is an idiot? Do you think the family song is a decoration? Is it still a secret who owns the shares of those affiliated companies? Using this as a reason to keep a portion of the shares and even want to swallow up the Taoyuan company. What are you thinking? Ridiculous. Simply stupid beyond compare. Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and the others were so scared by Old Master Lu's scolding that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone talk back. They even wanted to lower their heads into their chests. Actually, Old Master Lu still had a sentence that he didn't say. That was, "My life is now in the hands of Xiao Ruofei. You guys plotting against him, isn't that the same as putting me in a dead end?" Thinking of this, Old Master Lu couldn't help but feel inexplicably angry. This bunch of unfilial descendants, Lu Chuanfeng, who was closest to Old Master Lu, quickly got up and gently patted Old Master Lu's back. He said, "Dad. Don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. Kunyan and the others are just saying. This kind of thinking is very dangerous." Old Master Lu said, "Don't even think about it. Chongli, you personally watch over the transfer of shares. Don't make any small moves. You must completely hand over the pharmaceutical group to Xiao Ruofei. Also, don't think about planting any spies in the group, and don't even think about stealing the formula of the Yuji ointment and heart-nourishing soup. Understand? Okay, big brother. Don't worry. I will definitely get it done." Lu Chongli quickly responded. As for Lu Kunyan, Lu Lifeng, and the others who were beaming with joy just now they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All of them lowered their heads, like frosted eggplants. Old Master Lu calmed down a little, then said seriously, "The transfer of the pharmaceutical group is only the first step. There are more important things to do next. Chuanfeng, take note of it." Lu Chuanfeng quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Dad, please instruct me." Old Master Lu said, "From today onwards, all plans against Family Song will be temporarily put on hold. Also, at all levels, give way appropriately. Don't take the initiative to start a dispute. In short, as long as Family Song doesn't take the initiative to touch our cake, we will be at peace with them. Even if Family Song really does something, we will endure as much as we can." Lu Chuanfeng was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmur, "Dad. Is this also Xiao Ruofei's request?" Old Master Lu didn't answer directly. He only said, "This is a decision I made after careful consideration. But a lot of our plans will be wasted if this happens," Lu Chuanfeng said. "And if we do this, won't the Gao family and some other families have any opinions?" Old Master Lu frowned and said, "We are only having a truce with Family Song, not an alliance. What right do they have to say?" "Chuanfeng, don't tell me you don't know what's important and what's not." Lu Chuanfeng's heart trembled slightly, and he quickly said, "I understand, Dad. I will carry out your orders right away and make sure it is done to the letter." Only then did Elder Lu nod slightly. He revealed a trace of weariness, waved his hand and said, "All right. I've gathered everyone here today for 2 reasons. First, I want to let everyone know. Second, I want to remind all of you to keep a low profile from now on. Especially in the near future, I don't want to see anything like what happened to Hao Juan again." Lu Chuanfeng's heart was bitter. Lu Haojuan was his son. His bright future was ruined just like that, and now he was being used as a negative example by the old man. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was the one who caused Lu Haojuan's downfall, but he was earning a lot of money. This was really too painful. However, Lu Chuanfeng only dared to complain a little in his heart. He, Lu Chongli, and his siblings all nodded in agreement. At a time like this, they naturally had to rush to express their opinions. If there was any hesitation, it would be an issue of attitude. Old Master Lu said, "I'm a little tired, everyone is dismissed." Lu Chuanfeng and the others all left the ward with complicated expressions. Everyone had different thoughts, but they all sounded the alarm in their hearts. Family Lu caused quite a stir internally because of the old man's announcement. After Xiao Ruofei left room 301, he took the Hongqi sedan back to Family Song's old house. "Ruofei, the chief just woke up for his lunch break," Director Lu said with a smile. "He said that you can go see him directly as soon as you come back. There's no need to report." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You're familiar with the house, so I won't lead the way." Director Lu smiled. "I still have to go to the kitchen and ask the cooks to cook a few more dishes." "You're glowing, so I can tell at a glance that something good has happened. Looks like the chief will break his vow to drink a few more mouthfuls of wine tonight." Haha. I didn't expect Director Lu to know how to read people's faces. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Isn't it obvious enough? Director Lu said. Alright, don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and go see the chief. Don't let him wait too long. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, Director Lu, see you later. Director Lu waved at Xiao Ruofei and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, went to the study with ease. He gently knocked on the door and heard Master Song say loudly from inside, Come in. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open with a smile and walked in, shouting, Grandpa Song. Master Song put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a smile, Ruofei, you're back? Looks like the result of the conversation was very good. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He touched his nose and said, Was it that obvious? Director Lu said the same thing just now. Master Song couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, Tell me. What did you talk about with that old guy? Xiao Ruofei walked to Master Song and sat down opposite him. He said, Actually, I've already thought about it. Since you still care about our friendship, I can't just leave him in the lurch. So, I definitely have to treat him. Master Song said with a smile, Oh. I have quite a lot of influence. That's for sure. Xiao Ruofei said, But family Lu has a lot of hostility towards me, so I definitely can't cure the old man in one go. The best way is to save his life and not let him completely get rid of the illness. Only in this way can I do it with ease. Master Song nodded in agreement and said, That's true. I think you must have a card up your sleeve, right? When it comes to treatment, I can still handle it. Xiao Ruofei smiled confidently and said, But I don't have any friendship with family Lu, so I can't do it for free. So, the only problem is, how much do I want from them? Master Song laughed and said, It seems that old Lu is bleeding a lot today. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I want their family's pharmaceutical group. Well, that's appropriate. And although family Lu will feel some pain, it won't hurt him too much. Master Song pondered for a moment and said, I'm guessing that old Lu will agree without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, You're really smart. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, Other than this condition, I originally wanted to mediate between the two families so that the Lu family would give up their hostile stance towards the Song family. The two families would then join forces against the common enemy. Master Song heard this and said without hesitation, That old guy will never agree. There are too many factors involved. Even if he's very afraid of death now, he won't agree to this condition. Because if he does, he won't be able to control the situation. Then, there's no point for him to live. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. None of these old men were easy to deal with. Just now in the hospital, old man Lu refused this condition without hesitation, but now Master Song said his own judgment almost without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, You guessed right. Old man Lu's attitude is very firm. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Master Song looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, Ruofei. You just need to get the benefits you deserve. You don't have to consider family Song. Family Song and family Lu have been fighting for decades, and no one has gained any advantage. Now that I'm in good health, I don't need to look for external help. Master Song was now more and more satisfied with Xiao Ruofei. He regretted that he didn't have a granddaughter of the right age. Otherwise, he would definitely make the decision to marry Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, Grandpa Song, although the alliance didn't come to an agreement, old man Lu also agreed. From now on, he and family Song will mind their own business. They won't take the initiative to target family Song. Some of the previous arrangements will be removed. In addition, when family Song has a conflict with other forces, family Lu can remain neutral, at least not to help either side. Elder Song's eyes widened. This was really out of his expectations. He asked, Did old man Lu say this himself? Of course. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Before I left, old man Lu also said that in a complicated situation, there is definitely no way to completely mind their own business. However, if there is some conflict of interest between the two sides, it can be resolved through negotiation. Master Song nodded. He was stunned for a while before he said with a smile, I really didn't expect that you could bring back such a big surprise from meeting that old man. Indeed, the non-aggression promise that Xiao Ruofei brought back was undoubtedly very meaningful to Family Song. Master Song continued, "All right. Since old Lu has spoken, I will pass down the order as soon as possible. Both sides will stop the confrontation at all levels. If there are any conflicts of interest, we will try our best to negotiate. I'm only responsible for pulling the strings. I won't interfere with the specifics," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The conflict of interest between large families was extremely complicated, and it wasn't something that could be explained in just 2 or 3 sentences. However, the two leaders of Family Lu and Family Song were both seasoned veterans. With such a tacit understanding and consensus between them, the next step of the conflict between the two families should basically be eliminated. Although it was impossible to have one more ally, having one less enemy would also reduce a lot of consumption, especially when dealing with a huge enemy like Family Lu. Therefore, Master Song was in a very good mood. As expected, he asked Xiao Ruofei to stay for dinner. He even made an exception and drank 2 glasses of wine. During dinner, Master Song also asked about Xiao Ruofei's company with concern, especially the pharmaceutical group that took over Family Lu. There were a lot of things involved in this. Master Song also said that he would let Family Song fully support the transfer of shares and the taking over of the factory. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know that Lu Lifeng had the idea of holding back a part of the shares, and that Lu Kunyan even had the idea of using these shares to gradually encroach on the Taoyuan company, he also knew that it was very complicated to take over such a huge pharmaceutical group. Just the various reports and accounts alone would be difficult to check with the current power of the Taoyuan company. Therefore, he didn't refuse. He just expressed his gratitude to Master Song and said that if he needed help, he wouldn't hesitate to ask Family Song for help. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei didn't stay at Family Song's old house for too long. He chatted with Master Song for a little while, then got up and said goodbye. Director Lu personally accompanied Xiao Ruofei to the front yard to get in the car. It was still the same bulletproof red flag car. The driver opened the door and waited respectfully beside the car. As Xiao Ruofei was saying goodbye to Director Lu, Family Song's security supervisor, Fang Zhongming, hurried over and said, "Mr. Xia, please wait." Xiao Ruofei had already bent over to get into the car, but when he saw this, he straightened up and looked at Fang Zhongming. Fang Zhongming was holding a long paper box in his hands. He quickly walked over to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, this is a calligraphy gift from the chief. Please accept it." Xiao Ruofei quickly took it with both hands and said, "This is too precious." Director Lu was very envious. He couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, the chief rarely gives you an inscription. This is already the second one, right?" Hee hee. Xiao Ruofei was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Open it and take a look," Director Lu said. "Let us broaden our horizons, Director Lu, you work by Grandpa Song's side every day. Don't you have the opportunity to see his calligraphy?" Xiao Ruofei said, holding the paper box tightly. "Don't tell me you want to, you child," Director Lu said with a smile. "Who would dare to snatch something from the chief? I just want to see it." "You're quite curious," Xiao Ruofei said to himself. He opened the cardboard box and carefully took out Elder Song's calligraphy from it. The calligraphy was rectangular. It had been rolled up and placed in the paper box. After Xiao Ruofei took it out, Fang Zhongming helped by his side. The two of them slowly unrolled it. The 4 words "virtuous" appeared in front of everyone. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, revealing a unique awe-inspiring aura of a soldier. However, it didn't feel out of place at all. It seemed to explain the profound meaning of the 4 words from another angle. "Good calligraphy," Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but blurt out. He knew that this was Master Song's encouragement and a reminder at the same time. As the Taoyuan company grew bigger and bigger, Xiao Ruofei showed more and more miraculous things. Master Song also hoped that Xiao Ruofei would never forget his original intentions. He hoped that Xiao Ruofei would never lose himself. He hoped that Xiao Ruofei would always be like a true gentleman, bearing the weight of all things with his moral character. This was Master Song's good intentions. Master Song didn't know that for Xiao Ruofei, whose cultivation was getting higher and higher, these words were really a good reminder. The strength of a cultivator was so great that they could move mountains and fill seas. As their cultivation continued to increase, many people would often lose their original intentions and forget that they were once weak and powerless mortals. They even regarded themselves as a higher species and regarded mortals as ants. Director Liu said from the side, "The chief wrote for a long time in the study last night. This should be the calligraphy that he picked out and was most satisfied with." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed that Master Song knew that he was coming to visit today and had prepared this gift in advance yesterday. Master Song's calligraphy had a very high artistic value. More importantly, the works written by the old man himself were often endowed with a deeper layer of meaning. This was also the reason why Master Song didn't easily write for others. However, he never hesitated to give Xiao Ruofei calligraphy treasures. This time, Master Song had already given Xiao Ruofei 2 treasures of calligraphy. Xiao Ruofei carefully rolled up the calligraphy and put it away. Then, he said to Director Liu, "Director Liu, please tell Grandpa Song that I will definitely remember his teachings." Director Liu nodded with a smile and said, "I will." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Then, he got into the car and waved goodbye to Director Liu and Feng Zhongming. The car slowly started and left the family Song's old house. When he returned to the Sihiyuan, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Ruofei washed up and sat on the bed to cultivate for a while. Then, he directly lay down and went to sleep. The next day, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to go out. He had to prepare the medicinal materials for old Master Lu's treatment first. In the face of such a serious illness, Xiao Ruofei certainly couldn't rely solely on traditional Chinese medicine. The petals of the Lingxin flower had to be used when necessary. However, they had to have a certain degree of efficacy, but they couldn't cure him all at once. This degree was still very difficult to grasp. After breakfast, he returned to the master's courtyard in the middle. He prepared to close the door and enter the Ring 2 space. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to take out the spiritual map scroll, he heard footsteps. Judging from the sound, Xiao Ruofei already knew that the person who came was Qin Yanan. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a soft knock on the door. Qin Yanan said outside the door, "Boss Xia, I have something to report to you." Xiao Ruofei had just locked the door, so he had to walk over and open the door. He smiled and asked, "Yanan, did something happen at the company?" Qin Yanan's expression was a little strange. She said, "Boss Xia, the company called me. There's something very strange. Everyone is a little uncertain, so they asked me to report it to you as soon as possible." "What's so troublesome?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Tell me." Yesterday evening, the company's legal department received a fax from the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group in Zhejiang Province. The other party said. Qin Yanan hesitated when she said this, then continued, "The other party said that they want to transfer all of the company's shares under your name. They asked us to send someone to contact them as soon as possible." Qin Yanan quickly explained, "Boss Xia, this sounds very ridiculous. My colleagues in the legal department thought that it was someone's prank, so they didn't pay much attention to it at first. But soon, the other party called again. They said it very seriously, as if they were very anxious. After hanging up, my colleagues in the legal department immediately reported it to the company's leader at home. This morning, Mr. Feng got the contact number of the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group's chairman through his personal connections. He called and asked. Chairman Liu personally admitted that it was true. He said that as long as I reported it to you, the matter would be clear. So, Mr. Feng immediately asked me to report this to you." Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, "Family Liu is quite fast. It seems that the old man isn't as calm as he looks. He's still very afraid of death." Qin Yanan asked carefully, "Boss Xia, what exactly is this? There is indeed such a thing." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But I paid some other price. It's equivalent to an equivalent exchange. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group's hardware conditions are very good, and our Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory is in the midst of rapid expansion. Buying Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group will save us a lot of time." "So it's true?" Qin Yanan said in shock. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group's market value was higher than the Taoyuan company. Now, all of its shares were going to be transferred to Xiao Ruofei? Xiao Ruofei didn't know what price Xiao Ruofei paid for the equivalent exchange, but what was certain was that once Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group was merged into the Taoyuan system, the Taoyuan company's assets on the books would at least double. If the additional value of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's rapid expansion was included, the value would be even greater. Of course it's true. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, who would make such a joke for no reason? Then, Xiao Ruofei said in a serious tone, Yanan, contact your family and ask Manager Feng to gather his best men and form a team. The team must include legal, finance, and pharmaceutical professionals. Ask Manager Feng or Manager Dong to lead the team and meet me in Beijing immediately. I will also ask Yuanda to send a team to Beijing to sign the transfer agreement. After that, we will go to Xianxia province to take over the pharmaceutical factory. Okay. Qin Yanan said excitedly. At the same time, she quickly took notes in the small notebook she carried with her. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, oh yes, tell Manager Feng not to affect the company's normal operations because of this. We don't need too many people to take over the company. If we don't have enough people, I still have reliable people on my side. We can fill in the team when the time comes. Understood. Qin Yanan said as she took notes. Boss Xia, do you have any other orders? Not at the moment. I just have one request. It's best if you can fly over today. Xiao Ruofei said, oh yes, you're now in Beijing. You and he will be responsible for some coordination and security work. For example, once our company's takeover team arrives, once the number of people is confirmed, you will have to book a hotel in advance. Of course, I'm just giving an example. You and he will have to work harder for the specifics. This matter is more urgent. Don't worry, Boss Xia. Qin Yanan quickly said, I will coordinate it well. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then you go. If there's anything you can't decide on, report to me at any time. Okay. Qin Yanan replied. When she walked to the front yard, she felt that her footsteps were a little light. This was because this matter was really like a dream. It was too unreal. Qin Yanan contacted the Three Mountains. After Feng Jing heard the news, she was very excited. The Taoyuan company also quickly took action. After she discussed with a few executives at home, she quickly transferred the elite forces to form a 10-person team. Dong Yan led the team and booked a flight to Beijing at around noon. Xiao Ruofei also contacted family Liu and said that he would come to Beijing first to sign the share transfer agreement. Since Elder Liu had already spoken, Lu Chonli naturally cooperated fully, so he agreed readily. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group also sent people to Beijing. Both parties agreed to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel tomorrow morning to sign the agreement. Since Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group wasn't a listed company, there weren't any legal restrictions on senior management or employee stock ownership. Moreover, 100% of the shares of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group were actually in the hands of the Liu family. Therefore, the procedures to change the shares weren't too complicated. After Xiao Ruofei arranged the work, he basically didn't have to worry about it anymore. Of course, as the transferee of the shares, he still had to personally sign the documents tomorrow. However, he didn't have to worry about the coordination and preparation work. Qin Yanan and he were busy coordinating with the people behind them. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room and locked the doors and windows. Then he walked into his bedroom and summoned the spirit map scroll. He used his spiritual force to check his surroundings. After making sure it was safe, he entered the space. The moment he entered the Mountain Sea realm, Xiao Ruofei felt a white light flash before him. He subconsciously used the invisible force of the space to seal it. Then he saw the realm raccoon Bai Qingqing floating before him in a strange posture. Her grimacing appearance made Xiao Ruofei laugh. He waved his hand to remove the restriction and Bai Qingqing fell to the ground. This is too much. You tricked me as soon as we met. Bai Qingqing said with dissatisfaction. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, who told you to make a sudden attack? Isn't it too boring in here? Bai Qingqing pouted and said, when are we going to explore this barren world again? Don't forget that you also need realm stones to upgrade this small space. Because Bai Qingqing's intelligence was no less than a human's, Xiao Ruofei was used to sensing the outside world. He didn't want to have a pair of curious eyes watching him while he was rolling in bed with Ling Qingxue. Of course, in the current situation, it would be very difficult for him to roll in bed with Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be busy during this time, so I have no plans to go out for the time being. He then asked, the law of space here is so mysterious. Isn't it enough for you to comprehend? Why do you keep thinking about going out? Bai Qingqing gloomily said, cultivation can't be eaten. You humans all know to strike a balance between work and rest. Wouldn't I get tired of comprehending the spatial laws every day? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I saw your energy before, you didn't feel bored at all. In the past, 8 out of 10 times Xia Ruofei entered the space, he would see Bai Qingqing focusing on sensing the fluctuations of the law of space. She would usually turn a blind eye to his sudden appearance in the space. He didn't expect her to be annoyed now. Bai Qingqing said, weren't you in a hurry to evolve before? Now, the world stones had been used up, and it was still far from the next evolution. Who can stand living like an ascetic monk every day? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow had been working so hard because it had reached the critical point of evolution and wanted to break through the bottleneck in one go. Now that it had successfully evolved, it had slacked off. I know. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, after I'm done with my business, I'll take you out again. Bai Qingqing's eyes turned and she said, how about, you take me out to play? Staying in this small space every day is so annoying. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a bit. He wasn't worried that Bai Qingqing would take the opportunity to run away. In fact, he didn't restrict Bai Qingqing's freedom at all. If Bai Qingqing wanted to leave the space, he wouldn't stop her. Xia Ruofei was thinking that if he let Bai Qingqing go outside, she might cause a lot of trouble if she went out of control. When the little fellow was inside the space, Xia Ruofei could rely on his powerful control of the space to imprison her at any time. However, once she went outside, she would be very fast. Even though Xia Ruofei's cultivation level had increased greatly, he might not be able to control her if he was careless. Bai Qingqing's claws and teeth were very sharp and could cut through hard-world stones like tofu. If she used them on someone, they would definitely end up with their intestines bleeding. If something like that really happened, it would be very troublesome. Say something. Bai Qingqing said, it's too boring to stay in this small space. Xia Ruofei pondered for a bit and said, I'll think about it. However, you have to promise me that once you go out, you have to listen to me and can't act recklessly. Without my permission, you can't attack others. Otherwise, we'll go our separate ways and stop working together to find the world stone. Xia Ruofei's words had a certain deterrent effect on Bai Qingqing. After all, the world was very big, and even though Bai Qingqing's ability to sense the world stone was far better than Xia Ruofei's, it was still very difficult for her to find the world stone with her own strength. Just like last time in the tomb, Bai Qingqing could also sense the location of the world stone, but with her strength, she could only watch. If it wasn't for Xia Ruofei, she might not have been able to find the world stone even if she had a few more years. Most of the earth was covered by sea, and many cultivators liked to find a small island to use as a cave. Therefore, the probability of the world stone appearing in the sea was relatively high. For Bai Qingqing, if she wanted to find the world stone in the sea, she needed Xia Ruofei's help even more. Sure enough, Bai Qingqing immediately nodded and said, I promise. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'll consider it, but not for the next few days. Bai Qingqing was a bit disappointed. She pouted and said, then don't forget. Don't worry. When have I ever gone back on my word? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Bai Qingqing said with disdain, someone seems to have forgotten about the matter of you embezzling my world stone. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Xia Ruofei said. What do you mean I embezzled the world stone? We already agreed to split the world stone according to contribution. I feel like my distribution is very fair, okay? Bai Qingqing snorted and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to comprehend the law of space. After she finished speaking, there was a flash of white light and Bai Qingqing left. She accurately found a spatial node and closed her eyes to comprehend the law of space. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a smile. With a flash, he arrived next to the medicinal herb garden in the Mountain Sea realm. The Mountain Sea realm had limited space, so Xia Ruofei had Xia Qing move all the medicinal herbs that had been stored in the Mountain Sea realm to the Mountain Sea realm. A simple medicinal herb warehouse had been set up next to the medicinal herb garden. There were rows of shelves in the warehouse, and they were filled with all sorts of common medicinal herbs. Xiaoqing happened to be busy in the herb garden. In fact, the moment Xiao Ruofei entered the space, Xiaoqing had already sensed him. However, Xiao Ruofei was talking to Bai Qingqing, so he didn't come over to disturb him. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come over, Xiaoqing immediately put down the hoe in his hand. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, master." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Xiaoqing, in the future, the demand for the herbs needed to make the jade mussel ointment and heart-nourishing soup will increase greatly. I need you to quickly expand the planting area, mainly to plant the herbs needed for these two products." "Yes, master." Xiaoqing agreed without hesitation. "How much does master need to expand the planting area?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a bit and asked, "How long will it take to expand it by 10 times? The only one in the space who could help Xiao Ruofei take care of all these matters was Xiaoqing, the soul puppet. He had been trying to refine his own soul puppet, but first of all, the preparation work was very tedious, and second of all, his spiritual power cultivation was still lacking, so the possibility of adding more assistance for Xiaoqing in a short period of time was not high. However, after taking over the Great Yuan Pharmaceutical Group, the demand for the jade mussel ointment and heart-nourishing soup would definitely skyrocket. It was unrealistic to completely rely on purchasing raw materials. The best solution was to establish a raw material base in the space. In any case, the Mountain Sea realm was getting larger and larger, so there was no way to use up all the land. Also, the spirit force in the space was very dense, so the growth cycle of the herbs would be much shorter. The quality of the herbs would also be much higher than those purchased from the outside. Xiaoqing thought for a bit and said, "If it's just expanding the planting area, 2 months should be enough. However, herbs have a growth cycle. If we need to quickly grow a herb garden that's 10 times the size of our current herb garden, we can only rely on the Archean realm to nurture them. Once the herbs have grown to a certain extent, we can transplant them here. That might take a little longer." "Is 3 months enough?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Yes." Xiaoqing said, "In 3 months, even if we can't reach 10 times the yield, we can at least reach 7 or 8 times the yield. Furthermore, as time passes, the yield will gradually increase. In 5 months, we will definitely be able to reach 10 times the yield." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Very good. Then from today onwards, you will focus on this work. In addition, after harvesting these herbs, you have to separate them and store them separately. In a few days, I will purchase a few prefabricated houses and herb storage equipment. When the time comes, we will build a special herb warehouse and place it next to this warehouse." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said with a nod. Although this work was extremely difficult and tedious, as a soul puppet, Xiaoqing obeyed his master's orders unconditionally. Furthermore, he did not know what was difficult and tedious. He did not even need to sleep and could work without rest. In addition, his work efficiency was much higher than ordinary people's. Therefore, it was not a problem to leave this seemingly impossible task to him. "Go ahead and do your work. I want to concoct a batch of pills," Xiao Ruofei said with a pleasant expression. "Yes, master." Xiaoqing bowed slightly before continuing to work with the hoe. Next, he had to expand the area of the herb garden by 10 times. Xiaoqing estimated that for a long period of time, he would have to focus his attention on the herb garden. Xiao Ruofei shuttled through the simple medicinal herbs warehouse with ease and quickly picked out more than 10 medicinal herbs that he needed to refine the medicinal pills today. Family Lu had pancreatic cancer, which could be said to be the most dangerous type of cancer. The possibility of it being cured by traditional Chinese medicine wasn't high. Even if BNK was reborn, he probably wouldn't have absolute confidence in curing this disease. But even so, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could use traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture to slow down the development of the disease. Furthermore, he also planned to add a small amount of spiritual heart flowers petals into the pills today. This way, it would be foolproof. Now, Xiao Ruofei could be said to have mastered several lost medical books, so his attainments in Chinese medicine were not much worse than some of the national healers. Perhaps he was lacking in experience, but his theoretical level was definitely high. After all, any one of the lost medical books that he inherited was a classic of the apricot forest. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei no longer just mechanically followed the prescription to make the medicine. The pills today were a prescription that Xiao Ruofei came up with based on his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and his analysis of family Lu's condition. Although he used an ancient prescription, Xiao Ruofei still added and deleted a few herbs based on his own understanding. That also meant that Xiao Ruofei had already passed the stage of rote memorization and had begun to master it in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. He skillfully placed good charcoal in the stove and started a fire. After that, he added the spiritual pond water into the pot and started to add herbs one by one. Xiao Ruofei could be said to be familiar with concocting pills. Roughly an hour later, there were already 20 to 30 pills in the pot before Xiao Ruofei. The main ingredient of these pills was actually honey. Naturally, there were also herbs and a small amount of spiritual heart flowers petals. However, he only added a few drops of spiritual heart flowers petals after boiling the entire pot into a paste. In terms of composition, it was probably only a few tenths of a complete spiritual heart flowers petals. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was enough. He estimated that Family Lu's body would have a certain improvement after taking all of these pills. Even the tumor would shrink. In any case, there would definitely be an effect. However, because the spiritual heart flowers petals were too little, it was impossible to completely cure the tumor. These 30 or so pills were equivalent to a course of treatment. After seeing the effects, Xiao Ruofei believed that the Family Lu would definitely treat him as a life-saving straw and treat him like a god. At that time, he would have room to advance and retreat. Xiao Ruofei found a beautiful porcelain bottle and placed all of the pills inside. Then, he carefully closed the bottle and waved his hand. The porcelain bottle disappeared into thin air. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already used the spatial energy to send it to the cave in the mountain sea territory. He just needed to take it out before he went to treat Family Lu. As for now, it was better to store it in the space. At least, the medicinal properties wouldn't be lost at all. After making the pills, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space. Not long after Xiao Ruofei left the space, he received a call from Li Zhe. The Alpha MPV he ordered had arrived in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei was very surprised. Li Zhe said that it would arrive in 3 to 5 days, but he didn't expect it to arrive in advance. Xiaoxi, where is the car? I'll bring someone to pick it up now. Xiao Ruofei asked. Li Zhe laughed and said, Brother Xia, you don't have to worry about this. I picked up the car from the Beijing Tianjin port in the morning, and now it's on the way back. The car will definitely arrive at your house before noon. Oh. This is so embarrassing. You even have to deliver it to my house. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, You tell me the place, or we'll go and pick it up ourselves. Hey. You don't have to be polite with me. Li Zhe laughed and said, It's just a few steps, how can I trouble you to come here? It's settled then. All right then. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'll wait for you at home. All right. See you later. Li Zhe laughed and said. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he thought that he had nothing to do, so he simply went to the courtyard to sit and make tea, enjoying his leisure time. After 2 cups of tea, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought that Li Zhe had personally gone to the front and back for the car. Today, he had personally delivered the car to his door, so he had to express his gratitude more or less. Although he couldn't agree to let Li Zhe become a shareholder of the Taoyuan Club for such a small matter, it was still necessary to prepare a small gift to express his gratitude. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that this Taoyuan de Hong Pao was a very good accompanying gift. So he went straight back to the house, and with a thought, he took out a box of tea from the space. Xiao Ruofei put a lot of custom-made tea packaging in the space, and he also specially wrapped some tea leaves in the box so that it could be used as a gift at any time. Of course, the De Hong Pao tea leaves in these gift boxes weren't packaged in small packages. Instead, they were packaged in sealed clay jars. Each gift box contained 2 jars of tea leaves, which weighed about half a caddy. Thus, it was convenient to package the tea leaves in the space, and there was no need for sealing equipment. Xiao Ruofei casually placed the tea leaves on the stone table in the courtyard and continued to drink his tea. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Wu Qiming, the veteran in charge of guarding the front yard, reported to Xia Ruofei through the internal communication system that a man surnamed Li was looking for him. Xia Ruofei knew that Li Jia had arrived. He immediately ordered Wu Qiming to let him in. At the same time, he picked up the tea bag and walked towards the front yard. Xia Ruofei had just passed through the moon gate when he saw a pure black MPV parked in the courtyard. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Li Jia was standing beside the car. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly walked over and greeted him. "Brother Xia, you're here." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Xiaoxi, it must have been hard on you." After that, he handed the tea leaves in his hand to Li Jia and said, "This is for you. It's a small token of my appreciation." Li Jia hurriedly took the tea leaves with both hands and said in surprise, "Thank you, Brother Xia. Your good tea is famous far and wide. I'm really in luck today." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, then walked towards the Toyota Alpha. The two veterans in the front yard, Wu Qiming and Jing Jigang, were also standing beside the car. Qin Yanan, who was working in the house, also came out. They were all attracted by the appearance of the car. "Brother Xia, the top black version," Li Jia said with a smile. "The original imported product. Are you satisfied with it?" Xia Ruofei looked around the car and found that the appearance of the MPV was indeed quite eye-catching. No wonder it had become the car of the domestic internet celebrity. This was this year's new top model. The logo was not the traditional logo of Toyota, but a limited edition shield-shaped logo. The front face with a large air intake grid was quite eye-catching, and the slender headlights on both sides had sharp lines, giving people a very domineering feeling. The side design of the Alpha was very slender, and the waistline went from the front to the taillights. The body line gave people a very smooth movement. Coupled with the black paint, it was just like Batman. Turning to the rear, Xia Ruofei found that the taillights of the car were also very full and prominent. The red taillights were serrated on both sides, and with the high brake lights, it felt that the entire taillights were very recognizable. The most prominent were the 4 exhaust pipes at the back. The symmetrical design made the whole car look very sporty. Purely from the appearance, Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with this car. This car was very popular in China. Li Jia alone had sold dozens of cars, so he was quite familiar with this car. After Xia Ruofei looked around the car, he eagerly introduced some of the characteristics of this car to Xia Ruofei. "Brother Xia, the comfort of this car is definitely the best of its kind," Li Jia said as he pressed the side door handle, and the electric side door slowly opened. Li Jia continued, "Look, Brother Xia. This car uses ergonomically designed luxurious airline seats with electric lifting pillows. Moreover, our car has been installed with a custom floor made of rare dragon blood sandalwood. The partition glass in the middle can be atomized with a click to create an exclusive private space in the back," Li Jia explained incessantly, and Xia Ruofei also tried out the functions with interest, nodding with satisfaction from time to time. Li Jia finally said, "This car is different from most Japanese cars. Not only does it retain the high comfort characteristics of Japanese cars, but it has also been optimized to the extreme. The safety is also quite good. It's not like the stereotypical Japanese cars in everyone's mind." After that, Li Jia briefly introduced the safety configuration of this car. After Xia Ruofei listened, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Xiaoxi, this matter is really hard on you. Thank you very much." "It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure," Li Jia quickly said, "Brother Xia, as long as you are satisfied." "Satisfied. Satisfied," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he took out the cash check that he had already prepared from the inner pocket of his jacket and handed it to Li Jia. He said, "Xiaoxi, this is the payment for the car. You can keep it." The amount of the check was 550,000 Huaxia dollars, which was basically the price that Song Rui had set at that time. When they were eating that day, Li Jia also said that today's car was originally customized by someone else, so some functions were added. Although this car was first given to Xia Ruofei after coordination, the car was already on the cargo ship at that time. Naturally, it was impossible to change the configuration, so the price was slightly more expensive than what Song Rui had said before. Of course, compared with the market price, it was simply too cheap. Nowadays, to buy an alpha car like this, it would generally cost 2 or 300,000 more. Plus the import tariff, the same car would cost at least 1,650,000 was not even a fraction of that. Of course, Xianxia also knew that Xiao Ruofei was not short of money. At the same time, he also knew that Xiao Ruofei did not want to owe him too much for this kind of thing, so he did not insist on giving any discount or simply giving the car to Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei handed the check over, Xianxia did not refuse. He took it with a smile, but he did not look at the amount. He directly put the check away and said, "Thank you, brother Xia. I should be the one thanking you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Xiaoxi, this brother knows what to do." "Hehe, it's not worth mentioning," Xianxia quickly said. "Xiaoxi, it's almost noon. Stay for lunch," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "No. No. Brother Xia, I am still running the license plate. I have to go to the vehicle management office in a while. Forget about the meal. Next time, I will invite you." "Okay. Since you have something to do, I won't keep you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Let's meet again when we have time." "Okay. Okay." Xianxia quickly said, "Brother Xia, although the license plate is still being processed, I have issued a LIN plate. You can use this car at any time. You can rest assured that I have already had the car tested at the Jingjin port, and the fuel tank is full." "You are so considerate." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then he asked, "Oh yeah, you left the car here. You don't have a car, right? I will let Wuchang drive you." "No. No. No." Xianxia quickly said, "Brother Xia, I also brought a car. It is parked at the door." "Oh, okay. Brother Xia, I will leave first. Please don't see me out," Xianxia quickly said. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Xianxia to the door. After watching the car leave, he returned to the courtyard. "Boss Xia, this car is so beautiful," Qin Yanan said. The veterans Wu Qiming and Jing Jigang also nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei walked over with a smile. After looking at Qin Yanan, he suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Yanan, has Boss Dong's itinerary been confirmed? How many people are there?" Qin Yanan quickly said, "Boss Xia, I was just about to report to you. This time, our company has set up a reception team of 6 people. Boss Dong will be the leader. They have already booked the plane tickets. They will land in Jingjin around 3 in the afternoon." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "Has the hotel been arranged?" Qin Yanan nodded and replied, "Yes, it is at the Shangri-La Chaoyang Hotel. The signing ceremony tomorrow will also be held at this hotel. We have already booked the room and meeting room in advance. He has already gone to the hotel to prepare. I will go to the airport in the afternoon to pick them up." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Okay. There are 6 people in total. With you picking them up and the driver, there will be 8 people in total. Although it is a little crowded, it will still fit. Yanan, you take this new car to the airport in the afternoon. Let Wuchang drive. There may be one more person in the back seat. It is not a big problem." Qin Yanan smiled and said, "Boss Xia, you have not even enjoyed this new car since you bought it. Let us be the first to take the lead." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Didn't I buy this car to use it? Besides, I bought this car so that it can be used in business situations. Look, it's only just arrived, and it's already being used. Isn't that great? That is Boss Xia, you are considerate of your employees." Qin Yanan flattered Xiao Ruofei. "Otherwise, you could have just rented a car or let them take a taxi. Stop flattering me." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The work these 2 days is quite heavy. You have to coordinate all aspects of the work." "Yes," Qin Yanan said with a smile. "Go to the backyard and inform Wu Chang." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, tell Aunt Wu that I will be hosting a banquet for the company's employees at home tonight. Ask her to use her trump card and prepare a banquet." "Are you going to invite Boss Dong and the others?" Qin Yanan asked. "Of course. This kind of temporary business trip is very tiring. I am going to reward them. Xia Ruofei said, tell Boss Dong that after picking them up in the afternoon, they can go to the hotel and settle down. Then they can come directly to the Sihiyuan. Understood. Qin Yanan said. After lunch, Qin Yanan left the Sihiyuan in the black Toyota Alpha commercial car driven by Wu Cheng and went to the airport to meet Dong Yun and the others. At 5 o'clock, the car finally returned, and the Sihiyuan became lively all of a sudden. When they came back, Wu Cheng drove the car directly from the backyard. Because there were several garages in the backyard, the car would definitely be parked in the backyard in the future. The employees brought by Dong Yun were from the finance department, the legal department, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory, and the company's administrative office. Everyone had their own duties. Everyone had their own things to take care of. Dong Yun was in charge. The chairman wanted to use a family banquet to reward everyone, so the employees were naturally very excited. When everyone saw the magnificent Sihiyuan, their envy was overflowing. In this work group, there were a total of 4 girls, including Dong Yun, and only 2 boys. After the girls looked around, they went to the kitchen in the backyard to help. Even Qin Yanan and He put on aprons and busied themselves in the kitchen. Dong Yun, on the other hand, didn't join in the fun. Instead, she walked up to Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman Xia, this move of yours is really unexpected. After factory manager Shui heard the news, he was so happy that he went crazy. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Jin Shan must be cursing in his heart. Since we are going to buy such a big pharmaceutical company, why did we still approve the Chongping County branch factory construction plan? Dong Yin pursed her lips and said, I guess factory manager Shui did not have time to reflect on this matter. He has been drowned in great happiness. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh and said, actually, plans can never be faster than changes. This matter was caused by a series of coincidences. I can't predict the future, so. Oh right, Boss Xia, before we came out, Manager Feng asked me to pass on a few words to you. Dong Yun suddenly said. Why didn't she call me directly? Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh and said, why is she so mysterious? Dong Yun smiled and said, Manager Feng wanted to come here personally, but she could not leave the company. In the end, she asked me to lead the team here. Manager Feng said. After Yuanda Pharmaceutical merged with the Taoyuan company, she requested to dilute her shares. End of chapter 1259. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.